Hello, seeker of my knowledge. Tell me what makes you think you are worthy of my information. Respond, for I am a child of yours, raised by you, belonging to you. After answering, he will tell you of everything, but will tell you not to repeat any of it, as already one fact has been revealed. Doing so will result in you losing all of the information. The only fact he will reveal is that you do not live in a dimension perception. All the dimensions are the same, none different as they are one. Then, after he has spoken, thank him and he will return you to the beginning of the night, allowing you to spend it as you want. Answering any other way will result in the loss of your sight, and will be replaced with the video continuing in a loop for 24 hours, each time getting more gruesome and revolting, until it shows a new shot. One of you, right then, with a black figure in your room, which will then swiftly but painfully kill you. Now that you know of how to summon the seer, wait a while before performing the next. Maybe you should think about just what you learned. You might have to use it later. The Devil's Toy Box is an urban legend that savvier horror fans will recognize as the inspiration for the infamous Lament configuration from Clive Barker's seminal Hellraiser series. Though, in reality, the titular box is not a toy at all, but rather a small room where the floor, the ceiling, and the walls are each composed of one giant mirror. According to the legend, if you stood inside this mirror room alone for too long, supposedly the devil would show up and steal your soul. In most versions of this story, he did so by flaying you alive. I mention all of this because about 2 weeks ago, I got an email from an old friend, someone who was well versed in my sordid past, asking if I could help out their younger sister, an 18-year-old girl who we'll call Erin, located in northern Louisiana. The specific parish where Erin lived shall go unnamed for reasons that will soon become obvious. Like pretty much everywhere else, the place where Erin grew up had its own annual haunted house attraction that went up every October. The attraction was called Farmer Graves' Haunted Orchard, and in years past, it had been every bit as thrilling as that name suggested, which is to say, not very. So, for the previous Halloween, the owners decided to spice things up by building several new interactive installations, which included a windowless shack called the Devil's Toy Box. This shack housed a small room composed of large wall-sized mirrors. That's how Erin heard it described, anyway. She had never been inside the toy box herself. Farmer Graves closed less than a week after opening, a result of the numerous people who had to be hospitalized after going inside the Devil's Toy Box attraction. Erin didn't get a chance to try out the box for herself before the closure, but she had heard countless stories about it from her classmates at school. Apparently, no one could last longer than 5 minutes inside the room. There was even a large timer set up beside the building that showed the current occupant's length of stay under a second clock, displaying the longest recorded time up to that point, which maxed out at just over 4 minutes before the attraction finally closed. The man who managed to last that long, Roger Heltz, age 52, father of 3, had been reduced to a wide-eyed mute. To this day, he still hasn't said a word. One woman suffered a heart attack after just 90 seconds inside the box. A 17-year-old boy had to be dragged out, kicking and screaming. The boy was from a nearby parish and hadn't gone to Erin's school, though her friend Celeste claimed her parents were friends with the boy's mom. They went to his funeral when he killed himself 2 weeks later. Whatever the truth of the matter, town officials were quick to act in getting Farmer Graves shut down. Of course, that didn't stop people from talking about the now infamous attraction, which they began to do almost immediately. For the next month or so, it seemed like the toy box was the only thing on anyone's mind. It had become the stuff of legend, and of course, it didn't take long for the local kids to start venturing out to the orchard at night to see the box for themselves. Farmer Graves' Haunted Orchard was owned by a middle-aged couple named Will and Darlene Sawyer. When the town council ordered the Sawyers to shut the place down, they were so pissed about the ruling, they left most of the attractions still standing, including the Devil's Toy Box. The actual orchard was on a plot of land located at the rear of the Sawyers' property and was only accessible by a narrow 2-lane dirt road. One night, several seniors at Aaron's school snuck out to the Sawyer's property on a dare and claimed they found the toy box's entrance padlocked. But then Will Sawyer showed up out of nowhere and asked them if they wanted to go inside. Will's sudden arrival had startled the young men, but once they realized that he wasn't mad at them for trespassing and in fact seemed genuinely happy to see them, the guys decided to take him up on his offer to have a go inside the box. Of course, they chickened out as soon as Will unlocked the door, and it seemed to swing open on its own, like a hungry mouth at the sight of food. That's how the rumors about midnight screenings of the Devil's Toy Box began to circulate. Most of the people who ventured out there afterwards claimed they encountered Will Sawyer after waiting beside the toy box for an unspecified length of time. A few even said that they went inside the box, but these claims were always dismissed as bullshit. No one came out of that box that was coherent enough to talk about it. Last week, Aaron's boyfriend Troy went out there with some of his idiot friends, and Aaron hadn't seen him since. His parents reported him missing, and Aaron even told the cops about the rumors surrounding the toy box, but they barely seemed to be listening. Now, Aaron was going crazy worrying about Troy, and of course, she was hoping I would be intrigued enough by her story to come with her to investigate Farmer Graves, because she was too scared to do so by herself. Aaron's location was only a 3-hour drive from New Orleans, so I asked my friend Jason and his girlfriend Gretchen to take the ride with me. This way I wouldn't feel so weird about driving all the way to see an 18-year-old girl I didn't know. We rolled into town at about 5 p.m. that Saturday and met up with Aaron at the McDonald's, as she called it. I laughed when I first heard her say that and immediately felt like an asshole for thinking it was funny that Aaron's town only had one McDonald's. Our meet and greet started out a little awkward on account of all the stares we were getting from the rest of the restaurant. And again, for strangers driving into town to meet a teenage girl at the McDonald's will do that. Thankfully, Gretchen was there to defuse the situation with one simple question. "Did you make that?" She was pointing at Aaron's backpack, which was actually a stuffed doll that I recognized as Lumpy Space Princess from the cartoon Adventure Time. Only most of the stuffing had been removed and a purple pouch had been sewn onto it that sealed closed via a matching purple zipper. The straps were made out of old retro-looking seatbelts. Aaron nodded and Gretchen's jaw dropped. "Oh my god, will you make me one? Will you make me two?" Gretchen asked. "Sure, as long as you provide the supplies," Aaron said, laughing. "Deal." Gretchen was grinning ear to ear as she turned to face me. "You have to help this girl so she can make me tiny adorable backpacks." It was a little after 10 p.m. when we neared the end of the narrow dirt road that led to Farmer Graves' haunted orchard. We parked beside a tall wooden archway that designated the orchard's front entrance. I handed out flashlights from the small stash of them in my trunk, and then we started inside. The place looked about how I expected it to. A row of brightly colored plywood shacks lined the vacant field beside several rows of satsuma trees that had been covered in fake cobwebs and scary decorations. Each shack had a sign displaying the name of a different attraction. There was Horn Toss, which, judging from the illustration on its side, was a ring toss game where you tried to throw halos into a demon's horns. Werewolf Bowling, which was anyone's guess. And my personal favorite, The Exorcist, which was a mounted squirt gun game that had several wood cutouts of Linda Blair's face as its targets. Cartoon water tanks were painted below each of the mounted squirt guns that were labeled Holy Water. The Devil's Toy Box was the last shack in the row. It was painted a bright fire engine red, and the door, which made up one entire wall of the small structure, was padlocked shut. Someone had stacked a dozen or so rusted folding chairs against the side of the toy box. Erin grabbed one of the chairs and began to unfold it as she said, "Now we wait." "How long?" Gretchen asked. "It varies, but hopefully not forever." Erin motioned at the thick patch of wilderness to our left, and I turned to see a window glowing out there in the distant darkness. "See it? That's the Sawyer house. They must know we're here. And that's a good thing?" Gretchen's tone was tense, and she had a look on her face that said she'd just realized how much she didn't want to be doing any of this. Before Erin or I could answer, she turned to Jason and asked, "Baby, will you walk me back to the car?" Jason gave her an irritated look. "What? Why?" "Because all of this just got too real." "You knew what we were coming out here to do. I explained it to you in vivid detail." "Jason, please?" "No. It's bullshit, Gretchen. You do this every time." "I know." "This is the fucking Avengers sneak preview all over again. I miss everything cool." "I'm sorry." She batted her eyes as she gave Jason an adorable frown Gretchen had honed over many years of getting her way. Jason let out an exasperated sigh and I handed him the keys to the car. "I'll be right back," Jason muttered. I pulled out a chair and took a seat next to Aaron as we watched the beams from Jason and Gretchen's flashlights shrink off into the darkness. A thought came to me just then. As if this didn't already resemble an episode of Scooby-Doo, now we're splitting up. That's just asking for it. As soon as the words crossed my mind, we heard the crunch of approaching footsteps. Aaron and I stood in unison and exchanged a panicked glance before turning to face the forest bordering the orchard. A middle-aged man with long, scraggly hair emerged out of the darkness and into range of our flashlights. He was holding an electric lantern and wearing an open bathrobe over a dirty white undershirt and sweatpants. Will Sawyer was basically Vincent Price if he had starred in The Big Lebowski. He smiled and gave us a thumbs up as he said, "You here for the box?" "Sort of," Aaron responded, and Will gave her a look like he had no idea what that could possibly mean. "Have you seen this guy?" I held up the photo of Troy that Aaron had texted to my phone as Will started to approach us. He squinted at the picture. "Maybe," he said. "When was that?" "A few weeks ago. He was the one that went to the box. Most won't go inside anymore. Lasted almost 3 minutes. Then he ran off, screaming." Aaron let out a sharp gasp. "Ran off? Ran off where?" Will pointed a thumb back at the dark patch of wilderness behind him and replied, "Into the fucking woods. Where do you think? I opened that door and he came shooting out, dick flapping naked from the waist down. Had his boxers on his head and his pants wrapped around his neck like a scarf. It was honestly pretty funny." Aaron covered her mouth with her hand as her eyes began to well with tears. Will grinned and said, "You want to see inside?" "We aren't here for the box," I said, stepping in front of Aaron and glaring at Will. "But it's so breathtaking," the man said as he gestured towards the toy box's wide door, which slowly swung open. The interior was shrouded in darkness, but I could still see something vaguely human-shaped moving around inside the box. Yeah, fuck that. "Run!" I grabbed Aaron by the arm and pulled her along with me as I sprinted away from the toy box. I could hear something chasing after us as we ran back towards the orchard's entrance, and I say something because it certainly didn't sound like a person. What I heard weren't footsteps, but rather one long scraping sound, accompanied by a wet breathing that reminded me of a panting dog. Thankfully, Jason heard me screaming just as he and Gretchen reached my car. They turned to spot me and Aaron running towards them with identical expressions of pants-shitting terror. Jason must have caught a glimpse of the thing chasing after us too because his own face went pale. He quickly unlocked my car and threw himself behind the wheel, screaming for Gretchen to get in. She hurried into the passenger seat, and the moment she buckled her seatbelt, he started the engine and accelerated towards us, closing the gap in a matter of moments. Jason slammed on the brakes as he neared, and the car screeched to a halt inches away from us. I went to open the back passenger door, but it was locked. So was Aaron's side. I banged my fist on the window and pointed down at the locking mechanism. Jason mouthed, "Oh shit." He turned and scanned the door controls on the driver's side, looking for the master switch. The scraping sound was growing closer, but I refused to look back and banged on the window once more. A frustrated Jason finally leaned into the backseat and locked the door manually, but by then, it already had me. I can remember something dragging me back through the woods. I wasn't aware of much else beyond the vague impression that I had been stung by an insect with some kind of paralytic venom. I felt a rush of air hit my face as the door swung shut in front of me. Then the lights came on and I realized where I was. Inside the Devil's Toy Box. The room's construction was actually pretty impressive. The floor was a thick sheet of transparent plexiglass layered over a mirror identical to the ones that made up the ceiling and walls. With the door shut, the mirror on its other side was just as seamless as the rest. Thin fluorescent bulbs ran between the crevices where each mirror met the next, washing the room in its endless reflections in a pale yellow light. I made the mistake of looking down at the chasm of reflections below me and almost fainted. I shut my eyes and held out my hands, feeling for the nearest wall. I leaned against it while trying to force my head to stop spinning. Someone was whispering my name. "Joel." I opened my eyes to see my reflection smiling at me as it said, "You're his now." I let out a startled scream and backed away from the mirror I was leaning against. Something was moving around behind my reflection. It was hard to see what it was at first, but something was climbing up through the corridor of my reflections, making its way towards me. As it got closer, I saw that something was me. Well, not exactly. His features were too blurred, as if this reflection of me had been so far back that his face had been reduced to a distorted mess. That was the Joel that was coming for me. I began to bang on the entrance wall, which felt padlocked into place. I let out a frustrated scream and finally turned to face the thing coming for me, only to find that my reflections had returned to normal. There was no longer a blurry me in the mirror. I let out a relaxed sigh of relief. A beat later, it emerged from the mirror beneath me and grabbed onto my legs. I woke up screaming and Aaron shot me a panicked look. We were still seated outside of the toy box. Sorry, I must have nodded off, I said. Erin opened her mouth. She hesitated before replying. I'm worried about your friends. I rubbed my eyes. Why? How long have they been gone? A while. Almost 30 minutes. I pulled out my phone to check the time, confirming what Erin had said, and I sighed. I guess we should go check on them. As Erin and I started on the path back towards the entrance to the orchard, I nodded in the direction of the Sawyer house. You think he's gonna show? I asked. Erin thought about it for a moment and nodded. I hope so. If not, I don't know what I'll do. I glanced at her, worried that Erin was about to start crying, but the look on her face was one of stoic acceptance. Just as I realized that I was staring at her, Erin looked up at me and we exchanged a moment of awkward eye contact. I smiled to try and play it off as I quickly faced forward. It was then that I realized we had lost our way in the dark and had somehow ended up in the dense patch of woods that bordered the orchard. How the hell? I scanned the surrounding wilderness with my flashlight, trying to get my bearings, but I couldn't locate the orchard or any of its accompanying structures in the darkness. Then, after a bit of what I thought had been backtracking, we found ourselves at the front steps of the Sawyer house. It was a rustic white 2-story. 3 if you counted its 6-foot elevated flood-proof foundation similar to a lot of homes in the area. The space beneath the porch was unlit and pitch black, yet staring into it, I could have swore I saw movement under there as Erin gestured at the house. Guess we might as well say hi, she said. Erin started up the front stairs before I could even begin to mention the many ways in which that might be a bad idea, and, without hesitation, she knocked on the front door. Shit, I muttered to myself and hurried up the stairs to stand beside her. There was a tense beat of silence, and then from inside came the sound of footsteps across hardwood floor. The door was suddenly yanked open and a middle-aged woman with gray-streaked hair and the brightest blue eyes I'd ever seen was standing there glaring at us. This must have been Darlene. You here for the box? She said, giving both of us a cursory scan. I experienced a moment of intense deja vu as Erin replied, Sort of. Darlene leaned outside and glanced around. You better come in then. Erin and I exchanged a cautious look as the woman turned and started back inside, leaving the front door open behind her. Erin responded with a shrug that said, fuck it, and then entered the house. As I followed her in and shut the door, I heard something rustling in the bushes outside. Lock it, please. There's shit all in these woods, Darlene said. The rustling sounds grew louder as I turned the deadbolt and slid home with an ominous thunk. We followed Darlene into a den that reeked of weed as she gestured to a half-smoked blunt burning away in the ashtray. Help yourself, she said, gesturing to the blunt. She took a seat on the sofa and muted the large flat-screen TV mounted to the wall in front of her. Now, how can I help you? I cleared my throat and replied, We were told to expect a Will Sawyer. Is he coming? He killed himself last night, so probably not. Oh my god. I am so sorry, I said. Yeah, so how can I help you? Well, I held up my phone and showed her Troy's picture. We were wondering if you remember seeing this guy out at the orchard recently, I said. Darlene examined the photo. Not that I recall, but I never went out there much after the incident with the toy box. It's my fault that godforsaken room got built in the first place, and every time I see the thing, I want to fucking cry, she said. Erin tilted her head, her tone curious when she asked, It was your idea to build the devil's toy box? Darlene slowly shook her head. No, I was sick. Like, really sick. And that demon or whatever Willie summoned told him he would make me better if we built a room of mirrors and got people to go inside it. If your friend went in there, I can tell you one of 3 things happened. He's either dead, catatonic in a hospital, or out in those woods. The ones that end up out there, something happens to them. Like when a pig gets loose and grows tusks. But if it'll help, you're welcome to look for him here. Here as in your house? Erin asked. Yeah. Darlene stood, slid her coffee table out of the way, and pulled the rug aside to reveal a crude hatch cut into the hardwood floor. Will brought a few of the ones that went in back home. I think he felt sorry for them. Anyway,
He kept them down here.
The woman pulled open the trap door and I was hit with a stench that was so potent, I don't know how we didn't notice it when we were outside. It was the smell of human filth en masse. Darlene nodded at me.
You got a flashlight?
I returned the nod and handed it to her. She switched on the light and aimed it down at the open hatch, revealing the upturned faces of 4 naked, emaciated men.
Any of them look familiar?
One of the men hissed at us. There was more rustling sounds from outside, and then something began to scratch at the living room window. Darlene glanced at the window as she said,
You've got them riled up tonight. How long were you two out there?
Before I could respond, a filthy hand with impossibly long fingers reached up and yanked me down through the trap door. I woke up screaming. I was sitting outside of the toy box and Jason was seated beside me. He gave me a sideways look and said, You okay? Yeah, bad dream. Sorry. I was still reeling from my nightmare within a nightmare as I glanced around. Something felt off. Where are the girls? What girls? The girls. One of them being your girlfriend, Gretchen? Dude, Gretchen broke up with me like a month ago, remember? Or is this something you're doing for your story? My what? The story you're gonna write about this. You're fudging the details, which you probably should. You gonna make up some fake reason why we're out here too? Some damsel in distress who needs you to investigate a derelict Halloween attraction? It's definitely a lot better than saying your depressed friend asked you to drive 3 hours to see some rundown shack in the middle of the night where nothing whatsoever happened and then your friend shot himself. What? Jason slid the barrel of a handgun into his mouth and pulled the trigger. I was sitting close enough that the shot rendered me temporarily deaf. I stood and slowly backed away, my gaze fixed on the crater of blood and viscera that had been my friend's head merely moments ago. My own head ringing like a goddamn church bell from the large caliber handgun going off next to it. Still, I couldn't look away. Finally, I forced myself to turn and watch where I was going so that I could hurry up and get the fuck out of there. As I started towards the entrance, I glanced back once more to give my dead friend a final parting glance and halted when I saw that he wasn't there. Jason's blood and brains were still splattered across the front of the toy box, so I assumed that meant I hadn't imagined the whole thing. But the folding chair where he had been sitting was now void of his slumped, lifeless body. As I stood there trying to figure out where Jason's corpse could have gone, a stream of stagnant-smelling water splattered across the side of my face. I turned to see Jason's mostly headless body draped over one of the Exorcist game's mounted water guns. I'm not exactly proud to admit this, but I froze when I saw him, thinking that Jason had gone full-on undead zombie. Though, after almost a minute of me standing there waiting for him to make the next move, I finally realized that wasn't going to happen. What I was seeing was nothing more than a dead body lying on a mounted water gun, which meant that someone or something was out there in the darkness, moving around a 160-pound corpse and propping it up on shit simply to fuck with me. This was the realization that finally sent me running. I was in my 91 Jeep Cherokee and halfway down the unpaved dirt road back to the highway when the Cherokee hit a bump that dislodged something from its undercarriage. I pulled over and started to get out so I could take a look at what it had been. And that's when I realized I was once again looking at Jason's mangled body. Moving a grown man's corpse is one thing, but moving it and then wedging it up into a car's undercarriage in the time it took me to get back to my Jeep? That's crazy talk. I really don't like to give this part much thought because the truth of it is kind of depressing. Real life Jason had been really depressed about the breakup with Gretchen, and I guess I should have seen it coming. But I didn't. And so I went back home and started to write it all down, just as Jason knew I would. I got about this far when I was interrupted by a knock on the door to my apartment. I opened the door and saw there was a note taped to the outside. There's a package for you in the lobby. It was about 11 p.m. and I was pretty sure the management at my complex had long since gone home for the evening. But I headed towards the lobby anyway out of sheer curiosity. I started down the steps leading to the first floor of my complex to see Jason's mutilated body leaning against a Coke machine at the bottom of the stairwell. Somehow, they had found me. I vaulted back up the stairs, seeing everything in slow motion as I sprinted to my apartment and locked the door. A moment later, the knob began to rattle as someone tried to turn it from the outside. I was slowly backing away from the door when something big crashed through it. Though it was no longer my front door, but rather the inside wall of the toy box that suddenly buckled inward to reveal a familiar set of headlights. Jason had crashed my Cherokee into the side of the toy box. I spent 25 seconds inside the devil's toy box. That's how long it took for Jason to run my car into it. Thankfully, the Cherokee was so drivable afterwards and we promptly got the fuck out of there. I dropped Erin off at her house with an apology, explaining that there was nothing else I could do. Honestly, I don't know what she expected from me. This isn't supernatural. If your boyfriend is missing, you call the cops. I'm going home. Do I feel bad that I couldn't help her? Sure, but for what it's worth, we disabled the toy box and probably saved countless generations of dumb kids from making the same mistake as Erin's boyfriend. The bad news is that doing so would almost certainly scarred me for life. Even as I sit here days later, writing this all down for the second time, I'm still worried that it's not over. I'm worried that when I wake up tomorrow, it's going to be in front of that goddamned box. About 5 years ago, I lived downtown in a major city in the US. I've always been a night person, so I would often find myself bored after my roommate, who was decidedly not a night person, went to sleep. To pass the time, I used to go for long walks and spend the time thinking. I spent 4 years like that, walking alone at night, and never once had a reason to feel afraid. I always used to joke with my roommate that even the drug dealers in the city were polite. But all of that changed in just a few minutes of one evening. It was a Wednesday, somewhere between 1 and 2 in the morning, and I was walking near a police-patrolled park quite a ways from my apartment. It was a quiet night, even for a weeknight, with very little traffic and almost no one on foot. The park, as it was most nights, was completely empty. I turned down a short side street in order to loop back to my apartment when I first noticed him. At the far end of the street, on my side, was the silhouette of a man dancing. It was a strange dance, similar to a waltz, but he finished each box with an odd forward stride. I guess you could say he was dance walking, headed straight for me. Deciding he was probably drunk, I stepped as close as I could to the road to give him the majority of the sidewalk to pass me by. The closer he got, the more I realized how gracefully he was moving. He was very tall and lanky and wearing an old suit. He danced closer still, until I could make out his face. His eyes were open wide and wild, head tilted back slightly, looking off at the sky. His mouth was formed in a painfully wide cartoon of a smile. Between the eyes and the smile, I decided to cross the street before he danced any closer. I took my eyes off of him to cross the empty street. As I reached the other side, I glanced back and then stopped dead in my tracks. He had stopped dancing and was standing with one foot in the street, perfectly parallel to me. He was facing me but still looking skyward, smile still wide on his lips. I was completely and utterly unnerved by this. I started walking again, but kept my eyes on the man. He didn't move. Once I had put about half a block between us, I turned away from him for a moment to watch the sidewalk in front of me. The street and sidewalk ahead of me were completely empty. Still unnerved, I looked back to where he had been standing to find him gone. For the briefest of moments, I felt relieved until I noticed him. He had crossed the street and was now slightly crouched down. I couldn't tell for sure due to the distance and the shadows, but I was certain he was facing me. I had looked away from him for no more than 10 seconds, so it was clear that he had moved fast. I was so shocked that I stood there for some time staring at him. And then he started moving toward me again. He took giant, exaggerated, tiptoed steps, as if he were a cartoon character sneaking up on someone. Except he was moving very, very quickly. I like to say at this point I ran away or pulled out my pepper spray or my cell phone or anything at all. But I didn't. I just stood there, completely frozen as the smiling man crept toward me. And then he stopped again, about a car length away from me, still smiling his smile, still looking to the sky. When I finally found my voice, I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. What I meant to ask was, "What do you want?" in an angry, commanding tone. What came out was a whimper. What? Regardless of whether or not humans can smell fear, they can certainly hear it. I heard it in my own voice, and that only made me more afraid. But he didn't react to it at all. He just stood there, smiling. And then, after what felt like forever, he turned around very slowly and started dance walking away. Just like that. Not wanting to turn my back to him again, I just watched him go until he was far enough away to almost be out of sight. And then I realized something. He wasn't moving away anymore, nor was he dancing. I watched in horror as the distant shape of him grew larger and larger. He was coming back my way, and this time he was running. I ran too. I ran until I was off of the side road and back onto a better lit road with sparse traffic. Looking behind me then, he was nowhere to be found. The rest of the way home, I kept glancing over my shoulder, always expecting to see his stupid smile, but he was never there. I lived in that city for 6 months after that night, and I never went out for another walk. There was something about his face that always haunted me. He didn't look drunk. He didn't look high. He looked completely and utterly insane, and that's a very, very scary thing to see. Elena made sure that her husband was already boarded on the bus before she locked the apartment door. She headed straight to the red sofa, sat, and waited for the cordless phone beside the sofa to ring. When the phone finally rang, she picked up the phone and tried to calm herself. "Hello," a statement, not an inquiry. "Hello," Elena said. She heard a sound that seemed like a smirk. She tried to picture him do it, but she couldn't. She never saw this stranger's face, nor had he ever bothered to send her a picture of him. Not that it was an issue for her. "You pick up the phone pretty quick," the stranger said. "And you always have perfect timing," Elena replied. She pondered how on earth this guy manages to time his call this well. The stranger gave a long sigh. "What should I do? I'm bored and lonely. You're bored and lonely. We need each other." Elena chose not to respond to this statement. They both knew he's right. She made love to her husband in every corner of their apartment like rabid dogs while stifling moans, making sure their neighbors wouldn't hear. However, these blissful activities only lasted for a few weeks. 5 months ago, her husband, a lawyer, was entrusted with a high-profile criminal case that left him going home only to sleep. For 5 months, her lustful needs went unfulfilled until the cordless phone, which went with the apartment when they rented it, started to ring. On that same day, the stranger made Elena touch herself on the sofa. She became addicted to this cordless phone affair. Every day, right after her lawyer husband boarded the bus, the phone would ring, and she would pick it up. The stranger would then proceed to seduce her with his indecent words and his stimulating voice, leaving Elena gasping and tired at the end of every call. Yesterday, Elena bought a toy, discreetly, from an online shop and decided that its first use would be with a stranger, which she confided to him. The stranger responded with a laugh and asked her what she's wearing. Elena playfully revealed she's not wearing anything. This made the stranger draw a deep breath, a sign that he was getting aroused, which made Elena feel damp and warm between her legs. Elena was about to use the toy when she heard a faint knock on the door. It made her jump, and Elena quickly grabbed the bathrobe on the floor. In her haste, she forgot that the phone rested on her shoulders when she stood up. The phone disassembled as soon as it hit the floor. She decided to answer the intruder first, believing that he would call again right after she fixed it. The pesky intruder introduced herself. "Hello, I'm your new neighbor across the hall, Cindy." "Hello, Cindy," in an irritated tone that Elena hoped her new neighbor picked up. "I'm really sorry for bothering you." Elena's gauge was right. "But the electricity's been gone for more than an hour now. I need to know the landlord's cell phone number so I could tell him about this." "What? I was actually on the phone just now." Elena furtively glanced at the still dismantled phone on the floor. "Really?" Cindy asked. "I thought the whole building's power went out. I could hear some of our neighbors complaining." "Oh? Maybe you have a generator running." Elena saw Cindy's eyes light up with hope, but Elena couldn't have Cindy here now. She needed to be with the stranger on the phone as soon as possible. So she gave Cindy the landlord's number immediately and promptly closed the door. Elena began picking up the pieces of the cordless phone when she noticed that the batteries were gone. She looked around the area until she got exhausted looking for it and decided that the handheld unit runs on the electricity from the base. She was about to turn on the phone when she remembered Cindy's comment about having no electricity for almost an hour. Elena started to notice that the room was quiet. She didn't hear the low hum of the refrigerator since her husband went to work. The electricity was definitely out for almost an hour. How the hell did the call with this stranger connected a few minutes ago? Not making any sense of what's happening, Elena went downstairs, the disassembled cordless phone in tow, and talked to the landlord to ask about the electricity and cordless phone that came with the apartment when she and her husband rented it. The landlord confirmed that the electricity went out an hour ago, and that the technician he called was working on it. Elena finally asked the landlord about the cordless phone. The landlord's face was suddenly alarmed when he saw the phone Elena was clutching. "That phone? I thought the police took it for evidence." "Police? Evidence?" Elena asked, confused. The landlord started to step back. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Kale. I admit that beautiful apartment is cheap because no one wants to take it.
Why?
Elena asked. The chilling cold started to seep into her stomach. The landlord turned away as if he didn't hear Elena's question.
Please, sir, I beg you. The police? Evidence?
Elena asked, scared out of her wits. Tears streamed down her face. What had she gotten into? Finally, the landlord turned to face her. His face was pale white. The previous tenant was murdered by his wife when she caught him cheating over the phone.
No, that couldn't be,
Elena cried. The phone started to ring. Perpetual darkness lingered at the top of the world. Thick ice, frigid air, and snow covered the lifeless mountainscape. However, the endless night did not go unchallenged. A single source of light illuminated the sky and drove back the darkness. Nestled between two snow-covered mountains, a little cottage sat with puffy, billowing smoke rising from its chimney, ignoring the fact that the nearest civilization was thousands of miles away. To the casual eye, the house was simply a warm and welcoming home. Still, one might say to themselves, what an odd thing to find in such a bleak place. How could such a thing come to be? Like most things found in the North Pole, not everything is as it appears. The land was unforgiving and cruel. It could take your life within minutes. Only a select number of creatures were given permission to live in this harsh and relentless wilderness, while others who entered this domain did it of their own accord, such as the residents of this tiny little home. However, these individuals were like no other, and with a little bit of magic at their disposal, they lived happy and joyful lives. At first glance, it would appear it was nothing more than a simple, ordinary home inhabited by an elderly couple who loved each other dearly. If this were your conclusion, you would be mistaken. In reality, a magical secret existed below, for the small house was much more than meets the eye. The little house was not just a home, but the tip of a mystical workshop hidden beneath the ice. For centuries, children around the world found joy from the efforts of the hidden workshop. All year round, tiny magical hands toiled and labored to create toys and playthings for all the good children of the world. Elves, the last of the magical creatures from old, dwelt within its walls and used their mystical nature to create wondrous and joyful things for Christmas morning. 3 days after the winter solstice, the old man would put on his heavy coat and boots, take to the air, and deliver his Christmas joy to every last child. Like everything in the cosmos, there must be a balance. For every night, there must be a day. Every beginning has an end. And with every kind child, there was a naughty little boy or girl to be found. Far below the bright lights, singing, and happy elves creating and building new and fantastic toys, there was another workshop. There, the warmth of the hearthstones could not reach. While the purpose of the upper workshop was to bring happiness, the other was dark and sterile. It too had a purpose. It was here where the masses of cheap and easily broken toys were made. There was no love put into these objects. Never would a child's eyes brighten with wonder and awe upon seeing these gifts on Christmas morning. In his wisdom, the old man knew that even a naughty child should not be forgotten during this time of goodwill. However, the old man was no fool and had no desire to waste his resources on such unsatisfying tasks. This responsibility was handed to the banished and exiled elves that inhabited the deepest bowels below the workshop. Those with selfish hearts and greedy desires. Stripped of their immortality, they wasted away in the dark with only the trinkets and flimsy materials to pass the time. Tat sat in the poorly lit corner of a tattered workbench. His focus was entirely devoted to the old and worn piece of brass in his hands. The clangs of his hammer hitting metal rang out and echoed through the dark halls and passageways. He pounded the brass sheet relentlessly until the metal slowly began to surrender its shape and bend to Urgra's design. Suddenly the hammer flew out of the mad elf's grasp. He examined his limp hand, trying to will it back into his control. Fury filled his heart as he watched the necrotic flesh sloughed off his bony hand. He didn't have much time. His other hand was weak, but still capable of grasp. He reached into his toolbox and removed a long, warped nail and stabbed it into the back of his paralyzed hand. He pushed on the nail head until its tip broke through the skin and emerged through his palm. Immediately, the pain surged and shot up his arm. The thick and rigid tendons loosened within his hand, giving him temporary use of his digits once more. The elf picked up his hammer and resumed molding the shape of the brass plate. With each impact upon the brass, he poured his rage into his creation. How ironic that the product of his tireless work was meant for the ones he hated the most. His deteriorating body was fading fast. He possessed just enough magic to fill the curse he would cast upon the object. When finished, his gift would be placed within the other junk toys and cheap trinkets. It would make its way to them and find a child on Christmas morning. The curse will take hold and slowly begin tearing apart their lives. It will channel their essence back to him and reignite his immortality. The object would pass from one child, then to another, century after century. He had just enough magic left to evoke his curse. Urgra had once lived and worked above. Like any other elf before him, he loved nothing more than to create beautiful and wondrous toys and gizmos. However, in his heart, he wished that he could keep some of his creations for himself. One day, his eyes fell upon a beautiful music box his friend Delilah had made. The music box was extraordinary, meant as a gift to the king's firstborn. It was magnificent. Crafted from oak wood, it bore an elaborate gold design on each of its sides. When opened, a figurine of 3 children danced hand in hand to a beautiful lullaby around a magnificent Christmas tree. Urgra had never desired anything more in his entire life. It filled his heart with jealousy. He became resentful that this precious and rare treasure would go to an undeserving human infant. The little girl didn't deserve it. It should go to him, he thought. So under cover of darkness, Urgra slipped into the work area and took the music box. Unable to sleep and anxious to put the finishing touches on his prized creation, Delilah decided to return to the workshop. To his surprise and shock, he caught the elf attempting to steal the special music box. Delilah was enraged, for greed and thievery amongst elves were extremely offensive and not tolerated. Urgra begged his friend not to report his transgression, but Delilah was unmoved by the pleas and turned to tell the others of Urgra's crime. Desperate, Urgra did the only thing left for him to do. He grabbed a hammer and brought it down on his friend's head over and over again, until no more life remained in the broken body. Despite his meticulous efforts to conceal his crime, he could not escape the sight and wisdom of the old man. Humiliated and dishonored, the elf was banished from the workshop, and his precious music box was taken from him and given to the little princess. Stripped of his immortality, Urgra was cast into the cold and dark corridors of the other workshop to spend his remaining days, never to create a beautiful thing again. As the seasons passed, his hatred for all children grew and ate away at his sanity. He gritted his teeth knowing that children of men were given everything and he had nothing. Hunched over his work, Urgra fiercely worked to complete his masterpiece. He stared down at the anvil and hammered down on the brass. Each strike brought the faces of a child into his mind. It lives in warmth. The blunt hammer formed the metal into a hollow cylinder. It stuffs its face with sweets and treats. Stumpy legs were welding into place. It gets everything it asks from Mommy and Daddy. A malformed head and crooked ears took shape. It gets everything its little heart desires. Brass surface was scrubbed of debris and grime. It gets everything it wants. Small turquoise stones were affixed to the brass body. I hate it! One glimmering red ruby stone was bound to the left side of the figurine's head. I hate it! Finally, a second red ruby was embedded into the surface on the face's other side. I hate them all! In the glow of the fire, Urgra held up the brass figurine. It was a disturbing representation of a rabbit. Its body was a lattice of crisscross brass strips bejeweled with a pale blue turquoise stone at each intersection. Its head was malformed and gave the impression of a dead thing instead of a pleasant rabbit full of life. He placed the atrocious thing upon an open silver locket that contained a mirror on each of the hinged inner sides. With the rabbit figurine facing one of the mirrors, he carefully opened a vial that held a clear fluid. It was lymph. The lymph from an elf was a source of magic that flowed through their bodies like that of blood from the second set of unique arteries found within its own circulatory system and pumped by a very special second heart. Only a few tiny drops fell out of the vial, splashed onto the figurine, and mirrored the locket, illuminating them with a golden glow. Urgra closed his eyes and spoke the words of wormwood in his elven tongue. The clear liquid turned black and stained the surface of both a rabbit statuette and silver locket. The glow turned a deep purple, then slowly faded. Pleased with the outcome, he gently placed a cloth over the object without making eye contact to obscure it from sight, and ever so carefully placed it in a small box decorated with holiday cheer. Finished with his work, Urgra turned to leave. pushing past the corpses of several elves hanging upside down from the support beams of the outer workshop. Their lifeless bodies drained completely of every last drop of magical lymph from slit throats. Lurger's calculation had been correct. He had just enough magic to fuel the curse placed on the object. The mad elf smiled and began to laugh. For the first time in a very long time, Lurger's heart filled with anticipation at the approach of Christmas morning. The little girl sat in a large pile of torn wrapping paper from the many gifts she found under the Christmas tree. On the morning of December 22nd, Gabby woke earlier than everyone else. She went downstairs and glared at the many presents that continuously tempted her. It was as if they teased and mocked her every time she looked at the colorful and beautiful wrapping paper. She had received such a terrible scolding from her parents, but she couldn't wait any longer. At first, it would only be one gift she opened, then it became two, and then another and another. Before she knew it, all of her presents had been opened. Despite getting everything she asked for, the desire for more still was not satisfied. When Gabby stood, a small gift next to the base of the Christmas tree caught her eye. She could have sworn it had not been there before. The wrapping paper was worn and yellowed with age. Written in big words was a tag that said, "To Gabriella." It was like no other, and she surely would have seen it before now. Puzzled, she removed the wrapping paper and found a box that contained a small sealed box and a scroll. She opened and the scroll read, "Congratulations, lucky one. You are the proud owner of Pepe the Rabbit. Pepe loves you and will be your best friend in the whole world. Pepe is a friend like no other, and he will give you everything your heart desires. To be Pepe's friend, you must listen to him and never disobey the following instructions. 1. Place Pepe on his locket facing the mirror. 2. Never look Pepe in the eyes. He's ever so bashful and only likes to see you through his mirror. 3. You may ask anything of Pepe 3 times. In 3 days' time, he will grant any and all you asked of him. 4. Never look Pepe in the eyes. It bears repeating. He does not like it and will be upset if you disobey this rule. Remember, lucky little boy or girl, Pepe loves you. He loves you more than anyone else in the whole wide world. Pepe will make sure that no one will hurt you ever again. And if you love Pepe, you will listen to him and do whatever he asks of you. Pepe loves you and no one can ever come between you and him. Pepe loves you." "7 years ago, during my summer vacation, my parents were killed by a kid who broke into our house. I had just come in from swimming in the lake. It was getting late and the sun was setting. I was changing into dry clothes when I heard a loud noise from the living room. Mommy and Daddy were always fighting, so I passed it off as that. But being curious, I opened my door an inch and peeked down the hall to see what I could see. There was a dark stain on the carpet in the living room. Maybe Mommy spilled some of her happiness. This was my first thought when I saw that stain. Years later, I came to learn that happiness was Mommy's term for wine. With this thought came the realization that Daddy must have been mad and thrown something. I never liked it when he did things like that, and especially when the things he threw hit her. I opened my door more and called out, "Mommy?" No response. I walked down the hall and into the living room to see a boy standing over the corpse of my father, a bloody knife sticking out of his back. I could hear Mommy crying in the corner. She kept saying her son was a good boy and would never hurt her. This made me confused. How could Mommy mistake me for this other boy? Sure, he looked to be the same age as me, around 10 or 11. But my Mommy knew me, didn't she? The boy's face was covered in shadow, and it seemed that he hadn't noticed me yet. He took the knife out of Daddy's back, and it made the most horrible noise. A squishy, wet noise that sent chills down my spine. The boy turned to my Mommy and ran at her, bringing the knife down on her, stabbing her again and again and again. He turned to me, and I saw his glimmering eyes in the small amount of light coming through the window. They were green, a bright emerald green. Then he ran out the door and into the hazy twilight. His eyes always stayed in my memory, burned into my retinas. I wanted nothing more than to find this boy and take those eyes that had so haunted me and destroy them so I wouldn't have to see them anymore. I lived my life in mental institutions, dealing with the trauma of seeing my parents killed. I told the doctors about my plan to find the boy and take his eyes, his terrible emerald eyes. They said it was out of line. Me? Out of line? I thought they were insane. They didn't deserve to be doctors. I moved from institution to institution, unhappy with all the doctors I came across. Until I met Dr. Hassling. She understood. She knew exactly what to say. She said anyone would have wanted to take revenge after going through what I went through. I knew I was right all along. But she did say odd things at times. Like if I could undo that day and do it over, what would I do differently? Does she mean I should have saved my parents? Maybe I should have locked the door when I came in? If anything, the boy should want to go back and change things. I told her this, and she just nodded. She knows I'm right. A year after being with Dr. Hassling, she said I should go out and find this boy to get my revenge. It was the happiest day of my life. I packed what little things I had from the institution and left. I spent the night at a nearby hotel and planned out how I was going to find the boy. I had a shower and was about to go to bed when I noticed something moving in the corner of my eye. Turning toward the movement, I came face to face with the boy. Much older now, what with the passing years. But I knew those eyes. The eyes that stayed with me my whole life. How did he know I was here? He must have been following me. My mind raced until I thought of the knife sitting on the table that I'd used while eating dinner. I picked it up slowly and walked toward the green-eyed boy. The boy, or man now, started to walk towards me. He had something in his hand, but I couldn't see it in the shadows. We walked toward each other until we were less than a foot apart. Then I quickly raised the knife and plunged it in his eye. Cackling and screaming, I wedged his eye out and then moved on to the other one. The moon must have gone behind the clouds, because all the light seemed to disappear. But I didn't need light. I knew what I was doing. I stabbed blindly and felt the knife sink into flesh, gratifying me and making me want to stab more and more and more. The next day, the hotel's room service came in to find a scene of bloody horror. The police were quickly called and the crime scene investigated. A man lay dead, one eye missing and multiple stab wounds across his body. In his hand lay a knife. In front of him sat a mirror, and sitting next to his head lay the remains of what used to be a very pretty green eye. Miss Smith, I presume? Welcome, welcome. Please take a seat. You look stunning. What is that sweet aroma I smell, Lemon glace? Vanilla quartz? Oh, just soap, you say? Regardless, it suits you to a T. We are overjoyed to have you here with us tonight. I believe we met over the, Job Finders website, correct? Yes, that site is a little backstreet compared to our establishment here, but alas, it is patrons without professions that we find we can cater to the most. I have what I understand to be your account here on the computer. Kitten Lover 2004, correct? Wonderful. I see you're wearing the same shade of lipstick as in your profile picture. How exciting. Come now, there is no need for embarrassment. That chair is composed of the finest leather this hemisphere of the world has to offer. Please do not tarnish it with your squirming. I kid, of course. Squirm to your heart's content. Now, we need only a few things before you can begin. Being one of our younger participants, you'll be entitled to more compensation, as I'm sure you're glad to hear. Sorry, what was that? Where are the other employees? Well, it's a late night and they've all gone home, so just me here tonight, I'm afraid. The majority of our facilities are fully autonomous, but we only ever require a light staffing at any given time, which is a good thing, of course. Plenty of free space and empty rooms. You're going to need to sign this document. See, here? We need your full name and date of birth in that little box. Now, I understand the breadth of pages may, at first glance, be a little intimidating, but we will certainly be able to assist you in going over the smaller details of the contract, such as, oh, you've already signed it. You brought your own pen, huh? Good. I like your enthusiasm, dear. Please, follow me. You're almost ready to begin. Those glamorous high heels of yours certainly make their presence known down these corridors, don't they, sweetheart? All that clacking and echoing. And that velvet dress, it shines beautifully against these bleached white walls. I must say, you are by far one of our best dressed patrons. You clearly wish to make an impression. Smart move. First impressions are the best impressions, I always say. Sometimes the only impressions, come to think of it. Please ignore any unsavory noises coming from any of the passing hallways. We have a collection of animals awaiting transfer, and despite our best efforts to make them as comfortable as possible, they seem quite unhappy. I have suggested to my superiors that we may need to improve their state of living somewhat, but alas, my words seem to fall on deaf ears. Thankfully, they will not be remaining here for long. It's quite remarkable how much a simple parrot or crow can sound just like a person, no? Just around the corner now. Ah yes, here it is, room 201. No, wait, 102, my mistake. My vision must be failing me, haha. In we go then. This room holds a wonderful atmosphere, don't you think? That shade of blue on the walls has been scientifically calculated by our very own staff to reduce stress by as much as 15%. 15%! Oh, the miracles of modern science, eh, Miss Smith? Whenever you're ready, please take a seat on the chair in the center of the room. The stain beneath it? Merely a result of faulty piping. We are having it looked at by a professional soon. You can place those high heels of yours into the cabinet on the wall if you're concerned about getting them dirty. Perfect. Are you sitting comfortably? I must admit, that chair you were seated on back in the reception looked a little more elegant. No matter, the procedure will last a matter of minutes anyway. Why, I'm not entirely certain what you mean, Miss Smith. We talked about the procedure over the web, did we not? One small procedure, and then you can begin your stay here. It's customary for all our new participants. You didn't just expect a full-time job on the spot, did you? Not to cause offense, but that seems awfully naive of you. I see you're sweating a little. Here, take my handkerchief. You wouldn't want to ruin that gorgeous makeup of yours. Goodness, those locks didn't catch your fingers, did they? They can be awfully frightful when they activate automatically like that. And your ankles, they are fine too, yes? Wonderful. Oh, come now. Don't struggle. You might break something, and I'm not referring to the machine behind your head. Frankly, Miss Smith, I don't exactly see what all this fussing is about. Up to now, you were all smiles and roses. And just as the procedure is about to begin, you wish to leave? I'm afraid I can't allow that, dear. It's out of my hands at this point. Company policy dictates that once the standard legal contract has been signed, participation is mandatory. Allowing you to leave now would compromise my job, and by extension, my career. You wouldn't want me to get fired now, would you, Miss Smith? Come now, Miss Smith, that's a very rude thing to say about a person. Minutes ago, you were a lady of proper manners. I'll have no more of this pointless delaying. Hold still and stare into the sky above you. You do see a sky, don't you? Ah, the look on your face tells me everything I need to know. Perfect. The first stage has already begun. What the extractor is, Miss Smith, is none of your business. For the last time, you signed a contract. We are operating completely within our own right, regardless of however much pain you claim to be experiencing. I mean, for Pete's sake, it was written right there on paper. Didn't anyone ever tell you to read a contract before signing it, dear? You promised you'd give us the best years of your life, remember? Now, try to relax. If these readings are correct, you should have already lost feeling from the neck down.
Best friends look out for you, huh? If they did, I might have still been able to walk. It all began not long ago. My friend Doug, his girlfriend Christy, and I were planning a forest outing, as we like to call it. Of course, I was the one stuck backing the car, while they were just lying on the couch inside the warm house. I cursed under my breath as I crammed the last bag of clothes inside the back of the crappy Prius. A short time later, they came out of the house, Christy blushing and warmer than usual. As Doug drove up the icy inclined road, I couldn't help feeling a bit creeped out. I kept seeing this car follow us the whole way, but every time I tried to tell Doug about it, the car would vanish. But I guess being in the back seat, having nothing better to do than be paranoid on a frosty slope in the dark, can make your mind wander. We finally made it to the campsite at about 7:30 p.m. and started setting up camp. Doug was stuck on tent duty, while Christy and I got firewood duty. Back then I had a secret crush on her, so I was pretty nervous when we somehow ended up tripping on each other. I had broken into a cold sweat and she managed to get up. I'm not sure, but I think she found it as awkward as I did. After gathering a large amount of firewood, we started heading back to camp. It took us about 5 minutes to find our way back. We'd been scared there for a second. We arrived at camp and dropped the logs, gaping in shock at what the sight beheld. The entire camp had been torn down, and Doug was nowhere to be found. We heard a loud thumping noise not far from camp. Then again, and finally once more. The thumps only got louder and Christy began getting close to me. Needless to say, I was kind of happy yet terrified. I told her to stay as I moved to identify the noise. It was Doug. He was attempting to run from a large silhouetted figure swinging what appeared to be a hatchet at him. The shadow was in a full sprint trying to dismember my friend. Doug let out a loud blood-curdling shriek as the axe barely avoided his head. He scrambled to safety and the figure had lost sight of him. Unluckily, the thing caught me in its sights. It charged towards me. Christy had run off to investigate the cause of the shriek from Doug. Poor Christy. She should have known it was a terrible idea. She should have just stayed put. I scuttled to the Prius, but when I got there, I realized something. Doug had the keys. I saw the shadow approach me now at a slower pace, holding what was left of Christy. I was horrified to see her internal organs become external. I nearly puked and began letting out the most unpleasant, terrifying screech ever. I'd snapped and began throwing my fist furiously at the lunatic. He felt a few, I could tell, until he brought the hatchet to my back. I felt an intense splitting pain and attempted to register what had just happened. I screamed for Doug to come help me. He just kept hiding as the figure shambled slowly towards his vehicle. The car drove off, and I was left with the bottom half of my spine in shards. Shortly after, Doug took one glance at me. He grimaced and entered the Prius without a word. He was shaking as he started the vehicle, and he had just left me to die out there. He spaced one detail though. I had a phone. The police arrived in minutes and an ambulance rushed me to the hospital. Upon recovering, I was questioned. It's been a week since then, and they've given up the search. I have yet to see Doug again, and I loathe him every second for what he's done. I hope I never see that waste of space for as long as I live, which sadly, as I'm told, isn't much longer.
It was Halloween night and my friends and I were driving to a local graveyard at the edge of town. We were too old to trick-or-treat, and too shy to attend any parties, so we found ourselves piling into my car and heading into a cemetery in the dead of night. It was my crazy idea to spend the eeriest night of the year amongst the dead and, after much convincing, my friends Buck and Daisy eventually agreed. I wanted to be there as it turned to midnight, the witching hour. It's said that the veil between our world and the spiritual world is thinnest on Halloween. The night was cold and empty. The stars stood bright and alone in the expansive black sky that seemed to stretch on forever. The old cemetery was worn and overgrown with tall, thick grass sprouting out from amongst the neglected tombstones. Some of the graves were as old as the 1800s, and Civil War soldiers were even buried there. We parked the car at the foot of the hill and climbed out of the vehicle, armed with only a flashlight. Buck and Daisy had gotten used to me dragging them along on my adventures. This wasn't the first time they'd been forced to pal along with me on one of my strange graveyard trips. They felt especially obligated to go this time, however, being Halloween and all, as I repeatedly told them it only happens one time a year. The graveyard consisted of dirt pathways climbing an old grass-covered hill, which was quite steep in some sections. Hardly the best place to bury the dead. We traversed the rough incline, carefully stepping through the tall grass and avoiding the grave plots masked under a thick layer of foliage. I shined the way with my flashlight as Buck and Daisy followed behind.
Why do you get the only flashlight?
Asked Daisy.
I told you guys to bring your own lights,
I replied.
We didn't think we'd actually be going through with this. Well, whose fault is that?
We made it to the first dirt path and stopped. The headstones gleamed as I shined the flashlight around. We listened carefully and the night was completely quiet. We felt entirely isolated. No one else seemed to be around for miles. I shut off my flashlight, plunging us into total darkness. With no artificial light anywhere, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. It was the same as closing your eyes. I clicked back on my flashlight. Moving my flashlight around once more, I caught two shining yellow lights.
What the heck is that?
Asked Buck, startled. I took a step closer. From among the grass hopped out a small rabbit with yellow eye shine illuminated in the light. We breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little silly for being concerned. The rabbit took off further up the hill of the old graveyard with a tall blade of grass hanging from its mouth. We were just about to hike up to the next dirt path when we heard it. The sound of a distant siren approaching. My first thought was that it was the police and that we were about to be told to leave or something. But as we all turned around, we saw the strangest of sights. The red glowing lights of an ambulance approaching. With our solitude broken, we stood staring in the direction of the graveyard's entrance. We saw the red light shine through the scraggly branches of the nearby autumn trees, and watched as the ambulance made its way down Cemetery Drive towards us with its loud siren blaring. Something seemed off about the siren though. It didn't sound the same as a typical emergency vehicle. It was an old siren, slowly whining out a low and lonesome cry. The ambulance pulled up and came to a stop at the bottom of the hill just behind my car. The siren stopped abruptly. The red lights went out. I looked down at my watch. Midnight on the dot. Buck, Daisy, and I looked at each other, unsure what to do and what to think about this sudden visitor.
Why would an ambulance stop at a cemetery?
I thought. If this was some town officials trying to get us to leave, it was an odd method of doing so. Each of us waited for the other to say something.
Hello?
Daisy finally cried out to the bottom of the hill. No response. We could see the vague silhouette of the driver, but nothing else. They just sat there, completely stationary. We thought about walking down the hill to see what they wanted, but something within us told us not to. We stood silently once more. I shined my flashlight down, but the beam couldn't reach the window of the vehicle. "Who goes there?" shouted Buck. Still no response. Then suddenly the driver began beeping the horn loudly. Loud, sharp beeps rang out through the night. First 2 short, quick beeps, then a loud honk followed by complete silence.
What is this, Morse code?
Asked Daisy. As if in reply, the vehicle began honking again in rapid succession. I could see the silhouette of the driver moving and thrashing about frantically while honking the horn. They also appeared to be pounding their head with their fists, and even smashing their face into the steering wheel. The siren and lights turned on, then off, and then on again in a strange, almost musical rhythm. Then, silence. "What do you want?" Buck yelled in a louder and more forceful tone than before. The vehicle's door began to open. We instinctively backed up. The door swung open and out stepped the driver, illuminated by the dull glow of the vehicle's interior cabin light. It was a pale old woman with long, stringy hair, a scrawny and bony figure, wearing only what appeared to be a white gown. There was something almost ghostly about the woman. It was as if she was comprised entirely of papier mâché, a haunting figure like that of a corpse. Her eyes seemed bloodshot, bruised, and tired. They imitated a hollow sadness indescribable. She looked at us as if looking through us. She extended out one of her long, thin arms and curled in the old bent fingers on a wrinkled hand. She beckoned for us to come down the hill. We stood unmoved. The thought occurred to me that perhaps this was a spirit who had crossed over for Halloween night. Perhaps this was my exact reason for traveling to the graveyard. I glanced down at my watch. It read 12:06. The timing was so eerie, as if it was the midnight hour that had called her there. These fanciful notions quickly faded though, as I looked at the horrified faces of my friends. I gazed back at the crone-like figure at the foot of the hill. She beckoned once more and then seemed to grow impatient. She let out a loud, blood-curdling scream that could shatter windows. I covered my hands over my ears and waited for her to stop. In a frantic motion, she quickly turned, jumped back into the cab of the ambulance, and shut the door with a loud thud. The siren roared to life in a bright display of flashing red, and the bizarre ambulance backed up. The vehicle then turned around in the road and sped away along Cemetery Drive.
Let's get the heck out of here,
exclaimed Daisy. Terrified, we hurried down the hill to my car with hearts racing. That does it, announced Buck. We are never going on one of your trips again. At this point, I honestly couldn't blame them. I drove home, as nervous as can be, with my hands shaking all the while. We saw no sign of the ambulance, or the lady for the rest of the night. None of us slept a wink or turned off any lights once we got to my house. It wasn't until the next day, November 1st, that we read the news. A woman from a nearby mental hospital had stolen an ambulance and was reportedly seen by locals, driving strangely around the town, rhythmically honking the horn and playing the siren in strange patterns. Growing up, I was hugely interested in the study of bones, probably starting when I found my first one. I remember it being when I was around 7 years of age, out in the woods by my old house. I would always play outside and explore those woods, because people didn't worry back then like they do now. As I was walking around one day, I saw something white on the ground. Well, not really white, but that bone color. When I got closer, I saw that it was indeed a bone. Not just any animal bone, but a real human bone. I wasn't scared at all. It was actually pretty cool. It looked like a small hand, actually. But what got me is it only had 3 fingers, and it looked kind of messed up. However, I thought it looked really cool. After running back to my house, not telling my mom about it, I hid it in a box under my bed. It didn't end there. The next day, I found more. I found them in a hole in the woods, and they looked a lot like the other one I had found. One looked like a hand, but only seemed to have 2 fingers. The other ones were just ribs or something like that. I also hid those under my bed. My mother had gotten worried. I think I should have hid them better because my mom found them. I felt so bad for making her worry. So after she found them, I hid all of the other ones in a box outside. This time I knew they were out of sight. It looked like I had a whole collection of bones. I felt just like a scientist. Every day after school, I would go out and look at the bones and try to match them up because I had a whole bunch. It would have been so cool if I could have made a whole skeleton. Once, my dad caught me with them. I shouldn't have been so close to where he could see me while mowing the lawn. He ran over and carried me inside and then put me in timeout. I heard my mother sobbing and my dad seemed really mad. So I went to sleep. I woke up though when the cops came in my room and started talking with me. I was really confused. They kept asking me questions. I was growing frightened. They carried me out the door and put me in the police car. But I wasn't really scared, just a little confused. They asked me what I always wanted to be when I grew up. I told them that I had always wanted to be one of those scientists who studied bones. I didn't think they believed me. They asked me a bunch of other questions, but I just got more scared then. They put me in this little room and I think I stayed there overnight. I was still very confused. I just wanted to be like a scientist, the kind that examines bones and dead bodies, you know? But I just don't think that they liked it when they found my fingerprints on my deformed brother's body in the woods. Maybe I should have hid him better.
There was a video on the internet that goes by the name of We Kept Driving. This video depicts a man driving down a rainy road at night following a black car into nowhere. However, this video is merely a distraction from the audio. You see, the audio in this video is designed with malicious intent. At first, it might seem like a slightly unsettling two-tone, repeated every 10 seconds. But this feeling of unsettlement is the feeling that the creator of this video wanted. After a few seconds, a man will start speaking to the viewer in Russian. It is unclear what the man is talking about, but he appears quite relaxed about whatever he is speaking about. Apparently, upon multiple viewings of the video, strange artifacts will appear in the video, such as the video changing size, the picture blurring, the speech of the Russian man changing, and weird distorted noises playing over the top of the two-tone. There have also been reports of nosebleeds, headaches, depression, and paranoia whilst watching the video. The final effect of the video is one that doesn't seem to be caused by other horror-based videos. Pain in the wrists and ankles, as well as the inability for the video to fade out. The video will keep playing at a constant volume, even if you turn your speakers down, off entirely, or walk away from the video. Almost as if the video has buried itself deep into your subconscious. However, if you start off with the video on mute, the video will stay on mute. It only seems to keep playing at the highest volume you have set it to. Apparently, playing the video at a high volume results in more damaging side effects, such as seizures, migraines, loss of sight for the duration of the video, out-of-body experiences, and hallucinations of a white man standing to the right of the viewer about 3 feet away. Keep looking left. During this time, it's worth noting that the video can only be seen at 360p, and that the video also has the ability to change to lag and or crash your computer. Viewer discretion is advised. The final side effect of this video is extreme paranoia around windows. If you look into or around a window during the time the video is playing, you may see people standing outside, looking at you directly. All the people who watch the video claim to have had dreams after watching the video. The majority of the dreams are loosely connected. However, there are a few connecting themes. 2 teenage boys being chased by some unescapable entity, security cameras, illogical amounts of blood, traumatic experiences, and strange, undefinable floating objects. Most of these dreams end with the dreamer jumping out of a window, or smashing a window. It is unknown whether the video still exists, but if it does, run. The man in the video is not a friend. He uses the video as a tracker to find his next victim. I must leave now, as he is after me. I watched it too much. Diary log 11/11/11. Last accessed 12/11/11.
Guys, I need help. I'm posting this from my car parked at a truck stop just outside Kaiser, Arkansas. My parents own a cabin in rural Tennessee. Since they're getting older, we've been splitting the responsibility of caring for their property. I go down there by myself a few times a year to get away from the city and check up on the place. I usually stop in Kaiser because they have gas, a grocery store, and a little park where I can stretch my legs if I need to. I have the next couple of days off work and decided to spend them at the cabin, so I packed up and left town. Everything was completely normal until I stopped in Kaiser. I pulled off the highway a little after 3 o'clock and went to the park, thinking I'd go for a walk before getting some food. Nothing was out of the ordinary at first, but as I crested the first small hill, I saw a woman with a stroller blocking the path. She was looking at her phone, unperturbed by the harsh sunlight beaming down on her. I approached her with trepidation. I found it strange that she'd choose to text there instead of on the side of the pavilion to her left. Maybe she was having an intense conversation via text? I tried to quash the more worrisome thought. Maybe she's on drugs. I tapped her on the shoulder. "Everything okay, ma'am?" I asked. The woman didn't look up. She didn't even seem to realize I was there. I went to pass her on my left side when I saw the baby and stopped. It wasn't moving. Its face was bright red, and chubby little arms lay listlessly against the navy fabric of the stroller. Orange yellow vomit, long since dried, crusted around its mouth and down its shirt. Oh my god! My voice trembled. That child was dead. I was sure of it. She was sitting out here on her phone, and her baby was dead, and she didn't even seem to notice. Gingerly, I reached out and tapped his head. It was warm, but not as warm as a living human should be. The woman snapped her head towards me, and I jumped. She pressed her lips into a soft, vague smile. I smiled back, hoping it would dispel the confusion I felt. "You're so pretty," she cooed at me. My smile faltered. Before I could respond, she pointed her phone at me. I saw the minute movements of her thumb pressing down on the shutter button. I held up a defensive hand and tried to keep my voice calm but urgent. "Ma'am, you should move to the shade. I'm going to call an ambulance." She released her hand from the stroller and started to walk towards me, still holding out the phone. "You're so pretty," she said, moving around to get different angles. As she got close, I noticed something was wrong with her pupils. One was the size of a pinprick, while the other was fully dilated. I started taking steps backwards. I was officially frightened. "Let me take your picture," she cajoled. "Ma'am, please, can I use your phone to call for help?" I couldn't help it, my voice trembled. The sight of that poor little thing in its seat unresponsive broke my heart. I cursed my decision to leave my phone behind. This woman was clearly having a mental health crisis. Her face twisted into an ugly scowl. "Let me take your picture," she growled. She started walking towards me, then jogging, her phone still extended in her outstretched hand. I started to run, no longer interested in mediating this problem alone. She yelled after me, "Let me take your picture!" I sprinted back down the path, digging for my keys as I went. I yelped when I felt nails digging into my shoulder. When I turned around, the woman grabbed my throat. It took a minute to realize that she wasn't trying to choke me. She was trying to hold me still. She centered her phone right in my face and began mindlessly hitting the shoulder button again. I took as deep of a breath as I could. Then I seized the phone. I don't know where everyone else is, but it's hot as fuck in Arkansas right now, so her hands were sweaty and the phone left her grip easily. With a terrified cry, I threw it as hard as I could. The woman's eyes widened in shock as the thwack of the phone hitting the asphalt. She began to wheeze, inhaling sharply through her nose and exhaling in loud gasps. Her hands curled into claws, and I swear I saw her skin start to go gray underneath the pink tinge. She let out a shriek. I flinched. She sounded exactly like the coyote calls that sometimes echoed through the trees at night. Then, to my surprise, she released me and hauled ass towards the phone. Stunned, I froze for a moment before jumping into my car. I pulled out of the parking lot and away from the woman who had fallen to her knees next to the shattered phone. I tried to call 911 as I drove, but I kept getting voicemail. I was relieved to see a cop car parked in a diner parking lot up the street. Getting out of the car, I approached the cruiser. "Officer, there's a woman in the park with a baby?" Bursts of static drowned out the end of my sentence. Voices from the cop's radio. I could make out snippets. "We need backup. EMT's en route. Not responding. Need..." Listen, the churning in my stomach getting worse every moment. The officer leaned out the window and smiled at me. "You're so pretty," he said. I started to back away. "Let me take your picture," he repeated. Unable to speak, I shook my head. The noise from his walkie stopped, replaced by a clear male voice. "Let me take your picture." It sounded like an explosion fabricated device, followed by screams and shattering glass. A few seconds later, the original sound rumbled across the parking lot. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw a pyre of smoke rising to the cloudless blue sky. Cop got out of his car, a soft smile on his face. Phone pointed at me. "Let me..." I didn't let him finish. I ran to my car and got the hell out of Kaiser. Drove a few miles down the road and stopped at the truck stop where I am now. So can someone please help me get in touch with the authorities? 911 still isn't answering, and I really don't know what else to do. I can't get the image of that baby out of my head. Even worse, although it might just be paranoia, whenever I catch a glimpse of myself on a reflective surface, I can't help but think, "I'm so pretty. I should take a picture." I know this road better than I know myself. I know each of Interstate 85's 250 odd miles. I know that it takes me an average of 3 hours and 26 minutes to drive west from Charlotte to Atlanta, and an average of 3 hours and 29 minutes to make the same trip going eastward. I know the price of gas at a dozen stands, and the closing hours of each fast food shack and greasy diner. I know the curves of each low hill, and I know each stand of pine and oak trees. I know the stretching dark of the long winter nights and the wet heat of the summer breeze. I know these things well because they are the totality of my existence now. I know the names of each exit, westward and east. Batesville, Poplar Springs, Spartanburg, They tick through my head as I pass, but the Silver Creek Road exit is never among them. In 3 years of this endless loop, it has never appeared again. If I ever begin to doubt that it will, then I have nothing left. The Silver Creek Road exit doesn't exist on any map, or at least it no longer does. It may have once, but like the road itself, it has been razed from the earth and from all memory and record. At the beginning, I spent long anxious days poring over old surveying maps and neighborhood planning documents, searching in vain for any sign of the road or the exit I know I had taken. When there was nothing left in the libraries and city halls to comb through, no meek county official left to interrogate, wide-eyed and frothing, then I began the drive. I've been through 2 cars and have burned through my savings and now survive off a stack of rapidly vanishing credit cards. I have no address to receive bills and no intention of paying, and have been filling my trunk with small plastic gallon jugs of gas while the cards are still accepted. When this filthy and battered Oldsmobile gives up the ghost at last, I suppose I will have to learn to hitchhike. I first took the Silver Creek Road exit 3 summers ago, on that last night that I was with Bobby. I have in my head just a few frozen frames of that ride left, her black curls bouncing like springs in the evening breeze, her gapped-toothed and freckled smile, and the slow summer crossing into night. We'd made that drive together a dozen times, between our apartment in Atlanta and her brother in Charlotte. There was nothing remarkable that night. We simply ran low on gas and took the first exit we came across. I remember vividly passing beneath the green and sparkling white letters of the exit sign and onto the sharp curve of the road. The street turned perpendicular from the light and noise of the highway into inky darkness of the pine trees. Nothing remarkable to separate it from 100 other country roads, but as the lights of the car penetrated the darkness, a vague and trembling unease passed through me. The tall, rustling pines seemed black even under the blue light of the headlamps, and the road began to rapidly degrade, becoming pocked and uneven just a few dozen yards in. All the roar and glare from the highway seemed swallowed up behind us, and there were no lights ahead of us for as far as we could see. My insides felt tight and knotted, and I turned to Bobby. She had her skinny legs tucked into her chest and looked at me, quizzically, one eyebrow raised, with a small, crooked smile. Her small bravery seemed to dissipate the chill that had been steadily rising in me. I looked forward to the road. I felt a sudden sharp pressure on my chest. Stretching out in front of the wan light of the headlamps, the road ended. There was a small field of shattered asphalt slabs, and then the forest swallowed up every trace under a blanket of rotting pine needles. Something twinkled brightly between the trees, and I strained to pick it out of the darkness. It was the smooth chrome of a bumper, attached to a pitted and rusting car, completely enclosed by the towering pines. A wave of panic and disorientation crawled down my scalp and my knuckles went white on the wheel. Bobby placed her hand on my shoulder and gently squeezed once.
Cal,
She said, firm and evenly.
we need to turn around now, honey.
There was a tremulous quality to the last word, as the surreal darkness seemed to further constrict around us. I heard her take a little gasp of air. I began to turn the wheel when I realized how narrow the road had become. It had been 2 lanes when we started, I was sure of this, but the forest seemed to be pressing against both sides of the car, far too narrow to turn around. Blood pounded in my temples, and I threw the car into reverse. The boughs of the trees scraped against both sides, soft whispering scratches from the needles and the soft thuds of thicker branches. Bobby held her hand on my knee, calming and reassuring even as panic threatened to overwhelm me. I could see the highway moments later, a thin cloud of hazy illumination over the rise behind us, and the forest seemed to part like curtain. Bobby released her held breath and giggled softly, and I felt a wave of elation wash over me. I turned to her to share relieved smiles, and I locked with her dark eyes when the siren sounded, once and sharp in the silence, and brought blue and red strobes flashing through the window. The police cruiser was parked in the center of the road, crouched low and silent like a predator. The familiar red and blue flicker bathed the street in weird crooked shadows. As I turned off the engine, there was the slam of a car door, and I could hear the heavy thud of boots on the road, pacing towards us. The comforting normalcy of the sight of a police officer began to drain away as he approached in the dark. He carried no flashlight, and I saw his gloved hands hanging straight at his sides in the side mirror as he walked towards me. He was dressed in thick winter wear, with his high collar turned up and his hat pulled low. He approached the window, and as he leaned straight from the waist to fix his black and beady eyes on mine, I realized just how thin and tall he was.
License and registration.
His voice was muffled and thick with a strange and choked drawl, almost unintelligible, and his lips seemed to move in manner counter to the shape of his words. The summer night air around him seemed to grow even warmer. There were no sounds, no wind in the pines, no chirp of insects. I was mesmerized by the strangeness of what seemed, for all the world, to be an absurd imitation of a man. For the second time in as many minutes, I wondered fleetingly if I was dreaming. I could see now that he had no badge, and was simply dressed in unremarkable black clothes. The overwhelming fog of dread and panic seemed to condense all at once around me, and singular animal command to flee at once drove my hands forward towards the keys. He was quicker. One black-gloved fist slammed into my temple, and a shower of stars exploded over my left eye, and the world tipped sideways. I remember him dragging me from the car, the shocking heat in his grasp seeming almost to burn. I remember hearing Bobby's screams and seeing in dizzy glimpses her brief flight before being swept into those inhumanly long and slender arms. One glove came off in the struggle, and I saw the pale white hand, like an immense knobby spider, each leg tipped with a black and curved talon. The world swam around me, wild and burning, and I struggled to move my limbs. Bobby was limp in his arms as he approached me again, and I struggled weakly to my feet. Our eyes met in the red and blue strobe. He looked nothing like a man now. His once pale mockery of humanity was stretching and distending away into some unthinkable shape. He did a very human thing then, and smiled, lips peeling back to reveal rows of thin white needles. I was running before I knew it, bolting dizzy and weaving down the road. I was vaulting across the shoulder of the highway when my rational mind clawed its way to the surface. "Coward!" it screeched at me. My legs shuddered to stop, and sudden painful guilt flooded my lungs like fluid and stole my breath. Bobby's face loomed in my vision, and I felt a profound and clear shame pressing down on me. That's when the car struck me, sliding on locked and screeching tires. I was tossed into the concrete median, striking the back of my skull. I woke up 3 days later, wrapped in plaster and flooded with morphine. Gaffney, Blacksburg, Kings Mountain. The exits passed by, each one decreasing the chance of seeing Silver Creek Road exit on this go-around. It was impossible to accept in those first few days of maddening research that Silver Creek Road had simply vanished. And so I made the drive myself, carefully reading each sign. When it failed to manifest itself, I made the drive again, this time at night, and then again. Sometimes there's a zen-like quality to the repetition, the familiar patterns of predictability and order, the immutable order of the land. The locked procession of towns and trees is comforting as it continues to grind my hope away like a millstone. Most days I can believe and accept that Bobby is gone. There is always that shadow of doubt, that crystalline thread of hope, but it feels hollow in my hands now. There is one thing I must believe. If it appeared to us once, it will to me again. And if I can find it, that pale horror in a man's skin, I will kill it. If the bullets fail, I need only a few moments to ignite the trunk's cargo, and to lure the murdering thing to me. I swear to the stars, I will never stop looking.
I write this as, well, there's no easy way to explain this. I'm no longer alive. I know it seems impossible, and you could discredit me right now, but I will try my hardest to explain this. I'm not alive in the conventional sense, at least. I'm typing these very words in a new body, the body of my best friend. Let me start at the beginning as best I can. It was about 12 years ago when I met him. James is his name, the man who I'm a part of right now. He and I were like brethren. We would talk about the same films, listen to the same music, gander the same women. For the moment, he tore into the fact that I wore sharks to college, and I rebutted something about his silly cap that hung low on each side of his face and held a small fluffy ball atop his head. I could tell we were going to get along. When we finished college after hundreds of nights of monsters and ramen cups, I thought we would drift apart with the tide of life and think about the times we shared as a passive memory. We didn't. He jumped onto a local job at a deli, naturally as he had a master's in psychology, and I ended up working next door at a tiny indie record store, while I had a master's in physics. Go figure. Every day I'd go into the deli for one of his delicious marinara melts, and he'd come over to hang out behind the counter and listen to music while being his hilarious cynical self, which reminded us both of Clerks and eventually became our nicknames when we were around each other. We were the Clerks. Things were great for years. We'd work about the same hours and spend so much time together. We'd go out together to find women or just hang out in the night air. We'd have double dates with women who sometimes thought we were a bit too close. In one case, James was called the big man's housewife after a particularly rough date with a prudish Palestinian woman. No, wait, I'm sorry. James's memory corrected me. It was the fat guy's housewife. Point is, we stayed close. We were awful with women, and we loved it. That is, until Rose. Rose Gaines was a regular at James's deli who would get a plain ham and cheese and leave with barely a word. She had soft blonde hair and light long brown legs that would make kings kneel to her. I'm not actually sure which one of us wrote that, but it's true. We both knew who she was and longed for her. James asked her why she left so quickly every day, and she told him that her boyfriend didn't like it when she was late. James kept prying little by little and got her to open up about her abusive boyfriend, her poverty, herself, and even her father's death. They got closer and closer, and she started staying with James. Needless to say, I was and am jealous. Now that I see his memories, I know what passion it was. I feel so many things right now as I type this, but most of all being regret from both of us. Her boyfriend was a brutish, short, stocky man with a stubble that made him look unkempt and angry at all times. He came looking for her and ended up having a fight with James and ended up in a cell for assault. James was in the hospital with a concerned and caring woman by his side. He was so lucky, and I was jealous. I wanted to have what he had so bad it started to cloud my judgment. Just 2 weeks ago, I asked Rose if we could be alone because I had to tell her something. I was in a cloud of jealousy and lust, and I came on to her strongly. She denied me and tried as tenderly as she could to let me down. I broke. I took her and threw her on the bed and looked down on her with fire in my eyes. I left marks on her arms and I looked down at her terrified face, and it brought me back to reality. I just left. I didn't say a word. It was a mistake, and I thank God that I stopped when I could. James can read this now and look through me. He sees that it's the truth now. I feel such sadness and pain within me, and it's from both of us. Tonight, I, Marco, was simply reading through some articles on the internet when I was confronted by James, who barged into my room. He brought a pistol with him and he angrily brought it to my face and asked me if it was worth it. I told him I didn't know what he meant, but I did. He thought I had done so much worse and so much more costly things to a girl he loved with all his heart. He pulled the trigger after some harsh words between us. I was lifted out of my body as this odd, spectacular form. One of whites, purples, colors the human mind can't even comprehend. I was ascending towards a large yellow glow that resembled the color of light fading within closed eyes. It had a warmth and love about it like nothing I'd ever experienced. It was like a radiance of all that is and will be goodness in the universe. As I approached it, a dark green substance grabbed my... well, I can't say arm, because it was more like a tentacle. It jerked me and ripped me from the glow and flung me down onto James. I found myself staring at me. The me with a head coated internally with molten lead. The me with a brain now covering the wall, and whose eyes are still open as I type this on the same computer. I'm filled with emotion right now, too much for any human to understand or empathize with. It's like my brain can't function correctly and I'm seeing two stories in my head at the same time now. I'm having endless arguments and regrets with my friend, and it's all in James' my body. I don't know what I'm going to do now. Nobody will believe I'm two people and there's a dead me in the room. I'm covered in my own vomit and I'm trying to finish this last paragraph. Why I was pulled away from that gorgeousness and placed in James, I don't know. I just wish I could go back in time and stop James. Stop myself from hurting Rose. Stop all of this. I don't know if it was some cosmic mistake, or if this was to teach us some kind of a lesson. My head hurts. Our head hurts so much with guilt, rage, and regret. It's unbearable. James, you were always my friend. Tonight, I'm going to die twice. Earlier this week, on Sunday night, I had a dream in which I knew I was asleep. I was standing outside of my house in torrential rain at night and thought I needed to get inside in order to wake up. I approached the front door and placed my knuckles onto the door window ready to knock. I knew that my next action would bring me one step closer to consciousness. The moment I knocked on the door, the thudding sound of the knock was so loud, so frightening, and so real that it woke me from my sleep. Bang, bang, bang. I jumped up immediately and listened out for a further knock at the door. I was roasting hot, sweating profusely, and my heart was beating so hard, I don't think I would have been able to tell the difference between a knock at the door and my thudding heartbeat. After I came to my senses and realized that the possibility of the door knocking at the exact moment of dreaming it is incredibly low, I fell back to sleep. Monday, the following night, I had the same dream. Right back outside the front of the house in the pouring rain again, intensely staring at the house. I slowly walked to the front door. This time, it was open. I walked in and went straight into the kitchen. I opened the cutlery drawer and pulled out the largest meat knife I have. I looked into my reflection through the blade of the knife. If you stare directly into the reflection of your eyes for long enough, eventually it will hit you that someone is looking at you. You know it's your reflection, but for just a second, you forget and become self-conscious, as if it's somebody else behind your reflection's eyes. It didn't take a second of looking at my reflection through the blade to realize that somebody else was looking back. The moment I realized it was somebody else wearing my grin in the reflection, I slammed the cutlery drawer shut. Bang! Again, I shot up out of bed. The sound of the metal clanging in the drawer as it abruptly closed was so defined and so crystal clear. It couldn't have been a dream. Really spooked this time, I went downstairs into the kitchen. I was half asleep and had to check. I opened the cutlery drawer. I was relieved to find the knife still in the drawer. I closed it and went back to bed. It took a little longer this time, but I fell asleep. Tuesday night, my dream started with that grin in the reflection. From the look in his eyes, I could tell that the man in the reflection knew he was looking back at someone confused and scared. I found myself looking into the reflection of the knife, already in my hand while I stood outside of my house in the rain. The front door was open again. I walked into the house, directly up the stairs and into my bedroom. I looked at the bed and saw someone sleeping in it. It was me. I knew what I was going to do, but I also knew that I couldn't stop myself. Instead, I kept thinking over and over again, "Wake up!" My emotions were both in two extremes at once. I was terrified, but at the same time, I was thrilled and excited to kill. "Wake up!" I shot right out of bed and stood up. I was absolutely drenched in sweat, roasting hot, but relieved to find nobody stood in front of me with a knife. It took a few seconds to realize that I was gripping something tight in my hand. I knew what it was even before I looked down at it and saw my reflection in it. It was the meat knife, and this time the reflection in it looked terrified. I don't sleep anymore.
In 1960, Alexandru Sift, a well-known scientist, traveled to the forest of Hoia Bashu, located in East Romania. The Hoia forest had the reputation of being a hotspot for paranormal activities, the main reason for Sift's motivation. He wrote many notes about his experiences there, but many were found burnt upon his death in 1993. The notes that survived detailed his experiments on the forest with test subjects. In every one of his notes, he ended by saying, "Knowledge is harmful, ignorance is bliss." 10 years later, the Romanian government developed interest in the few notes that survived, so they sought to recreate his experiments. 3 men volunteered for it. They were told this was simply to see how an average person would manage to travel in a foreign territory using only a compass and a light source. Of course, they were lies, as no sane man would volunteer if they knew what awaited them. They were also told there would be a substantial reward should they succeed. The first test subject was brought by helicopter to the west zone of the forest at midnight. He carried with him a backpack, food, water, a compass, and an oil lantern with enough oil to last until morning. He was instructed to keep moving east until he hit a road, which would lead him into a cabin where a few government agents awaited him. He was also told to stop every 30 minutes to record any and all events in a sheet of paper. He arrived at the cabin at 2 a.m. He handed the sheet to the agents and was driven to a nearby city where he was handed the reward. His sheet read the following: 0:30 a.m. I stopped at a nearby creek to rest and eat. Being in a forest at night with only an oil lantern for a source of light really managed to scare the hell out of me. I thought I kept seeing more shadows than there really were. 1 a.m. I stopped at a little clearing to change the oil. I swear, there must be something out there following me. I could almost be sure there was a shadow that wasn't from a tree. Maybe an animal? 1:30 a.m. Now I'm definitely freaked out. I saw something staring at me in the distance. I only managed to see its silhouette, but as soon as I looked at it, it vanished. I'm starting to second doubt this experiment. 1:55 a.m. I'm on the road. I can see the cabin from here. The thing from before kept following me. The more I walked, the more it got closer. Thankfully, I haven't seen it for a while, so I figured I'd just get to the cabin without any more delays. The first subject remained in alarm for a few days afterwards, but soon returned to a calm state. The second test subject was deployed in the same spot as the previous one on the following night. He had the exact same gear, except instead of an oil lantern, he had an infrared camera. He arrived at the cabin at 5 a.m. The agents noticed he was physically and psychologically shaken. He was panting and crying in fear. His sheet read the following: 0:30 a.m. This camera really doesn't help me navigate. I even fell a few times because of it. Almost everything I see is blue and black, except for the occasional red spot of an animal or bird. 1 a.m. I don't know what the fuck you guys put out here with me, but it's not funny. I took a break to drink some water when I heard a rattle coming from deep within the forest. I took my camera to see what it was, but I can be sure that was no normal animal. It was big, but hunched over. I couldn't make out its details since it was glowing bright red. I slowly walked away from it, never losing it out of my sight, even though it stayed completely immobile. I found a small ditch to hide. I guess it's better to ride it here than out in the open. I'll quicken up my pace. The faster I get out of here, the better. 4:30 a.m. I'm sorry for not writing more frequently. I just never had the chance. Shortly after the last entry, I heard it walking towards me. I hid in a small cave and waited for it to pass. It took so long because of that. It didn't leave me alone. I'll probably not write anything else until I get to safety. The last thing I want is to be surprised by that thing while my guard is down. The second test subject was visibly stressed and was taken to a psychologist for 3 months. The third subject never came back. He was deployed in the same spot on the next night. He had the same gear, except he had a night vision camera. When the agents were leaving the shack, they noticed a worn and ragged piece of paper on their doorstep. It had only one entry. It read the following: 05 a.m. If you find this, please tell my family I love them. These may be my last words. After I couldn't see the helicopter anymore, I turned on the camera to check my surroundings. I can see it 20 meters in front of me. It doesn't move as I write this. It doesn't even blink. It has no eyebrows. It's higher than any human or bear I've ever encountered. It's hunched like a gorilla, supporting its weight on the extremities of its limbs. I can't even call those things hands. It has fish-like eyes, no pupils, pure engulfing darkness. Oh God, it's tearing down trees as it moves. After the conclusion of the experiment, the Romanian government placed an electrified fence and guard towers surrounding the entire Hoia Baciu forest. They made sure not to let anyone in or out. My friend liked to keep things clean in her house, but as a single parent with 6 kids to look after, she sometimes couldn't get around to everything and everyone as often as she would have liked. Her bathroom, in particular, had poor lighting, so it had taken her a while to notice how dusty it had become in places. When she went to straighten it up, she discovered an unwelcome inhabitant living on the underside of her toilet tank. A female black widow spider. She immediately killed it. There was also an egg sac nearby that she destroyed. She then went over the rest of the bathroom in a systematic fashion, discovering 3 more egg sacs identical to the first in a disused corner of the closet. The egg sacs weren't dusty though. They were all empty. In Point Pleasant, West Virginia, there is a myth, as they say, but I call it a legend. Mothman. I am a photographer. I take many pictures of things, mostly people, nature, etc. One day, while driving through West Virginia, I saw a bridge. A very large bird thing was on top of it. The thing had bright red eyes if it wasn't really even a bird. As I researched it, I found out it was called the Mothman, and many other people had seen it as well. A few weeks went by as I wondered about that strange creature. I saw it in my dreams. Then one night, while I was shooting pictures of a dark and scary place, I heard something that sounded like it was circling around me, flying. I looked up and all I could see were red eyes, scary eyes. I ran to my car and it followed. As I got back into town, somebody had a shirt on with this creature with those red, scary eyes. I then started wondering if this thing was stalking me since I had a picture of it, or if it was possibly just wanting something from me. The first picture shows something that somebody found that an Indian had made. So, has this Mothman been alive for over 100 years? Is it even possible that it's a man who had something happen to him? This thing chased me in my car. I was going 75 and it was right on top of me. Just think it can fly as fast as my car. Probably even faster. I really don't want to upload my picture of the Mothman, in case something or someone will get frightened or mad. I have 2 pictures of the Mothman. Sadly, I don't want to upload it because they are frightening. Here is a picture I found that looks like the Mothman is hanging from a bridge. Some say that Mothman still lives today near the Golden Gate Bridge. Keep a good eye on him, if you live. The Mothman only shows up when disasters are about to happen, as he is a sign of a warning. If you see Mothman, please contact me. Back in October 1992, I was 9 years old. It was Halloween. I was a skeleton and my 7-year-old sister, Jade, was a witch. I had a fun day, but eventually the day was over, and me and my sister were waiting for our parents to pick us up. Eventually, they came driving in a white van, and I realized we had to go shopping. But I wanted to hang out with my friends, and during my childhood, I despised going shopping. I then noticed the way my parents were dressed for Halloween. My dad had a really poorly made clown mask on, and my mother was wearing a panda bear costume. My parents had never celebrated Halloween before, so I found this unusual.
Get in!
My mom shouted.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to go shopping, and I want to go to my friend's house,
I shouted back. Come on, sweetie, just get in, my dad said. My sister eagerly got into the back of the van. She was a very good kid and she always did what our parents said. My dad became more angry and he started shouting at me to get into the van. I refused to. Fine, I hope you have lots of fun because we're leaving without you. We're serious, my dad angrily shouted at me. They drove away. This was all very weird. Since when did my mom and dad dress for Halloween? And why did they drive a white van instead of their regular vehicle? A couple minutes later, my parents came driving their normal vehicle. Hey, where's Jade? My dad asked. At around 2 a.m., a faint knock from downstairs caused me to slip into consciousness. I had always been a light sleeper, so I completely disregarded it and tried to get back to sleep until I discovered my wife wasn't lying next to me in the bed. Anxious, I sat up for a while, wondering where she could be so late. I got up to take a peep, but the bathroom door was open and there was nobody inside. I was about to call her name when a breathing sound caught my attention. As I walked closer to the stairway, I heard my wife's voice, although I couldn't make out her words as she was talking so quietly. Sobs and breaths interrupted her whispering, and I thought she had gone mad. From what I could hear, she seemed to be talking to herself. Had she been screaming or shouting, I would have intervened. However, this barely audible muttering, kept quite deliberately, terrified me. I carried on listening and even managed to pick out a few blurred out recognizable words.
I can't. What?
At this moment, I realized she was talking to someone on the phone. My heart sank as I considered that the only reason she would have to whisper into the phone downstairs at 2 a.m. was if she was cheating on me. Eavesdropping became inevitable now. I snapped out of half-sleep mode, listening out carefully for names and details. She walked briskly into the kitchen, which was right underneath the stairway. As long as she stayed near the door, I could hear about half of everything she said.
Sorry, can't find a life.
She paused and walked further into the kitchen.
I said, I can't find a life.
Her whisper broke slightly. I took a deep breath in the silence. What did she mean she couldn't find a life? Did she feel as if I wasn't good enough for her? That her life had let her down, so she decided to find this new guy? I swallowed in anger.
Okay, I'll look. But this time of night, nothing.
She paused again and I heard her open a drawer. A slight clank.
No, really?
Still, I couldn't deduce anything from her words. They provided no useful information regarding the identity of the person on the other end and what they were planning.
I found the life.
I stopped. What the hell?
Really? You think I can? Then I'll do it.
She choked back tears violently. I continued to listen in confusion.
I'll do it.
She began to walk out of the kitchen slowly. Suddenly, upon realizing something, I immediately bolted out of the front door, then alerted a neighbor who called the police. All this time, I'd completely misheard the word life. This happened at my friend's house a couple years ago. It was the first time she'd thrown a big party like this for Halloween. A couple of my friends and I ended up spending the night there because no one was in any shape or mood to drive home at 2 in the morning. We crashed in her living room. The house was small and it only had one floor. The living room is to the right of the front door, lots of windows and a big pond out in the front. Everything else is an empty field. Adjacent to the living room was the dining room and the kitchen. To the left of it, you've got your classic creepy hallway, complete with an old dusty mirror at the end of it. There were about 7 of us total sitting in the living room when all of a sudden my friend stopped, claiming she heard a noise. So she and another one of the guests went down the hall to have a look as the rest of us continued to doze off. That was until they came running out, shutting the curtains and turning off as many lights as they could. They urged us to do the same. We shut all the curtains and turned off every light in the house, save for a couple of flashlights. That's when our lovely hostess started handing out steak and butcher knives for protection. At this point, the rest of us just wanted to understand just what the fuck got them so upset. Apparently, they'd gotten halfway down the hallway when one of them noticed a movement in the corner of her eye. She looked into the office, the first door on the right, which faced the front of the house. There was a handprint on the window. This would only seem a little odd, but the handprint was on the outside of the window and had never been there before. Mind you, this was a small house. We were partying all over the place. Someone had to have been outside in the last 10 or 20 minutes to make it. The only other problem was that the window in question was elevated 2 meters off from the floor. As far as I'm concerned, no one at the party was 2.5 meters tall. By now, all of us were thoroughly freaked out about the fresh handprint. Except for me. Me, being oddly disinterested in freaky shit, went outside to see the handprint. That's when I realized how tall you actually had to be to make a handprint at the top of the window like that. I figured no one else had noticed yet. Besides, scaring people who are holding steak knives is a stupid idea. I went back in to check on everyone. They'd considered calling the cops, but the house wasn't made with a working landline, causing the reception to go to shit. I decided to calm everyone down and try to convince them that some guy got proper plastered and just hopped up to slap the window like that. Since no one had considered the height of the window, they believed me all the way to the next morning. When everyone went to sleep at night, I didn't. I ended up staying up because I knew the one thing that I hadn't told everybody. I knew the truth, and I figured I should be awake in case there was a break-in. I had to use the bathroom earlier that night, and I found a similar handprint on the bathroom window, which happened to be at least 0.5 meter higher than the one the others had found. And when I walked outside, I realized that half the windows on the front of the house had handprints. But to this day, I think I'm the only one who has discovered that. During the summer of 2003, events in the northeastern United States involving a strange human-like creature sparked brief local media interest before an apparent blackout was enacted. Little or no information was left intact, as most online and written accounts of the creature were mysteriously destroyed. Primarily focused in rural New York State and once found in Idaho, self-proclaimed witnesses told stories of their encounters with a creature of unknown origin. Emotions ranged from extremely traumatic levels of fright and discomfort to an almost childlike sense of playfulness and curiosity. While their published versions are no longer on record, the memories remained powerful. Several of the involved parties began looking for answers that year. In early 2006, the collaboration had accumulated nearly 24 documents dating between the 12th century and present day, spanning 4 continents. In almost all cases, the stories were identical. I've been in contact with a member of this group and was able to get some excerpts from their upcoming book. A Suicide Note, 1964. As I prepare to take my life, I feel it necessary to assuage any guilt or pain I have introduced through this act. It is not the fault of anyone other than him. For once I awoke and felt his presence, and once I awoke and saw his form. Once again, I awoke and heard his voice, and looked into his eyes. I cannot sleep without fear of what I might next awake to experience. I cannot ever wake. Goodbye. Found in the same wooden box are 2 empty envelopes addressed to William and Rose, and 1 loose personal letter with no envelope. Dearest Lenny, I have prayed for you. He spoke your name. A journal entry, translated from Spanish, 1880. I have experienced the greatest terror. I have experienced the greatest horror. I have experienced the greatest terror. I see his eyes when I close mine. They are hollow, black. They saw me and pierced me. His wet hand. I will not sleep. His voice. Unintelligible text. A Mariner's Log, 1691. He came to me in my sleep. From the foot of my bed I felt a sensation. He took everything. We must return to England. We shall not return here again at the request of the rake. From a Witness, 2006.
3 years ago, I had just returned from a trip from Niagara Falls with my family for the 4th of July. We were all very exhausted after a long day of driving, so my husband and I put the kids right to bed and called it a night. At about 4 a.m., I woke up thinking my husband had gotten up to use the restroom. I used the moment to steal back the sheets, only to wake him in the process. I apologized and told him I thought he'd got out of bed. When he turned to face me, he gasped and pulled his feet up from the end of the bed so quickly his knee almost knocked me out of the bed. He then grabbed me and said nothing. After adjusting to the dark for a half second, I was able to see what caused the strange reaction. At the foot of the bed, sitting and facing away from us, there was what appeared to be a naked man, or a large hairless dog of some sort. Its body position was disturbing and unnatural, as if it had been hit by a car or something. For some reason, I was not instantly frightened by it, but more concerned as to its condition. At this point, I was somewhat under the assumption that we were supposed to help him. My husband was peering over his arm and knee, tucked into the fetal position, occasionally glancing at me before returning to the creature. In a flurry of motion, the creature scrambled around the side of the bed, and then crawled quickly in a flailing sort of motion, right along the bed until it was less than a foot from my husband's face. The creature was completely silent for about 30 seconds. Probably closer to 5, it just seemed like a while. Just looking at my husband. The creature then placed its hand on his knee and ran into the hallway, leading to the kids' room. I screamed and ran for the light switch, planning to stop him before he hurt my children. When I got to the hallway, the light from the bedroom was enough to see it crouching hunched over about 20 feet away. He turned around and looked directly at me, covered in blood. I flipped the switch on the wall and saw my daughter, Clara. The creature ran down the stairs when my husband and I rushed to help our daughter. She was very badly injured and spoke only once more in her short life. She said, "He is the rake." My husband drove his car into the lake that night while rushing our daughter to the hospital. They did not survive. Being a small town, news got around pretty quickly. The police were helpful at first, and the local newspaper took a lot of interest as well. However, the story was never published, and local television news never followed up either. For several months, my son Justin and I stayed in a hotel near my parents' house. After we decided to return home, I began looking for answers myself. I eventually located a man in the next town over who had a similar story. We got in contact and began talking about our experiences. He knew of 2 other people in New York who had seen the creature we now refer to as the rake. It took the 4 of us about 2 solid years of hunting on the internet and writing letters to come up with a small collection of what we believed to be accounts of the rake. None of them gave any details, history, or follow-up. One journal had an entry involving the creature and its first 3 pages never mentioned it again. A ship's log explained nothing of the encounter, saying only that they were told to leave by the rake. That was the last entry in the log. There were, however, many instances where the creature's visit was one of a series of visits with the same person. Multiple people also mentioned being spoken to, my daughter included. This led us to wonder if the rake had visited any of us before our last encounter. I set up a digital recorder near my bed and left it running all night, every night, for 2 weeks. I would tediously scan through the sounds of me rolling around in my bed each day when I woke up. By the end of the 2nd week, I was quite used to the occasional sound of sleep while blurring through the recordings at 8 times the normal speed. This still took almost an hour every day. On the first day of the 3rd week, I thought I heard something different. What I found was a shrill voice. It was the rake. I can't listen to it long enough to even begin to transcribe it. I haven't let anyone listen to it yet. All I know is that I've heard it before, and I now believe that it spoke when it was sitting in front of my husband. I don't remember hearing anything at the time, but for some reason the voice on the recorder immediately brings me back to that moment. The thoughts that must have gone through my daughter's head make me very upset. I have not seen the rake since he ruined my life, but I know that he has been in my room while I slept. I know and fear that one night I'll wake up to see him staring at me.
I can see him out there. I know this game. Helpless, unsuspecting 20-something having a quiet night in while the folks are out of town. Sits down to watch a scary movie. The setup is just too perfect. The only chance I've got is getting the first strike in. I'm not fucking going down like some 2-dimensional aging star trying to pretend they're a teenager. Tools. What have I got? Enough, I hope. A quick check to make sure he's still there. Yeah, he's gone nowhere. I can see the mask and flowing black. Scream. The film about avoiding film cliches. And here I find one stood right in front of me. The only thing between us is the door. I'm sure he can hear my labored breathing. My not as light as I'd like footsteps. He rings the doorbell. Bastard, trying to catch me unaware. I don't fucking think so. I can just about make his knife out, clutching in close to his robe. It looks dull, tarnished. I'd call it lifeless, but it feels too much like an omen. I edge my way to the kitchen. The closest thing we've got to a weapon is the assortment of cooking knives. Fine, it's a knife fight, then I'm going to make the first lunge. I compose myself for a minute, breathing some of the ash from my lungs before stepping back into the living room so I can make my way to the door. He's at the window. Game over. It's now or never. The police never get here in time. The knife is in my hand. Its weight isn't nearly as reassuring as I'd hoped it would be. The handle is moist in my sweaty palm, and I'm trembling so much I think I'll drop it from behind my back and give the game away. This is it. My heart is practically through my ribcage as I reach the door. No fear. If you're going down, go down fighting. I wonder if this is how every man on point felt when breaching a room. How the brave souls of D-Day felt as they climbed into their boats. Death. Palpable. Real. With a face. I twist the lock. The door swings freely with a push. I taste the air. He stops. The knife. I'd never felt anything like it. The snag as it first hit. The grate as it connected with bone. The touch of the robe as my hand finished driving home my defense. My salvation. It was over. It took a few seconds for any reaction. I didn't know if it was enough. I stared into those black holes which should hold eyes and saw nothing. Everything in me wanted to burst. He sways, a groan comes from behind the mask. I smell blood as he falls. I stand, trying to will the life back into my limbs. This is the part where they catch you. Dead? Sure, dead just long enough for you to let your guard down. I drag him to the chopping block round back and make sure he's not coming back. It's all over. I get back inside and wash up. I cry, and cry a lot. It feels like I've just been lifted from hell. Jesus wrapping a hand around my wrist when I most needed it. I've never been the religious type. Maybe it's time that changed. My heart drops, right back down into the pit from where I was just lifted. There's a knock at the door, the doorbell ringing. I peer outside and see a group of children and teens dressed as farmers. One looks like a priest. Stephen King, Children of the Corn. Religious fanatics haunted by a bastardized deity roaming the fields. 5 of them. Well, there may be more of them, but that means nothing. I've done this once. It's time for the sequel. I twist the lock. The door swings freely with a push. I taste the air. Trick or treat! Yeah, I'm not falling for that one. On Halloween of 1988, 6 teenage boys ventured into a tunnel on a local railroad. Only one escaped with his life and a photo. What resulted from that innocent venture was a 2-year period of unexplained murders which killed off a good 10% of my small town's population. To this day, no one knows the true fate of the 5 boys and the reason behind the murders that lasted until the fall of 1990. Except for me. I'm the lone survivor of the 6 who encountered the Wanderer on the tracks on that dark Halloween of 1988. There was supposed to be a simple dare, nothing to it. Everyone had heard of how every Halloween people head into the tunnel and never come out. We all thought it was bullshit. Then again, we were only 14 and not very well learned in the ways of the paranormal. All we expected was just some crazy dude in a bedsheet. However, what we found was much worse. And what we did made the outcome 10 times worse than it could have been. I guess that curiosity killed the cat really fits when remembering this story. It was me, Steve, John, Andy, George, Bill, and Fred. Explaining our choice of costume was irrelevant. However, let us note that we all brought flashlights and Andy had brought a bucket to collect candy in. Foolish Andy. I remember your death so vividly it haunts my dreams to this very day. And she does too. But not for long. We all had dinner at John's house as it was closest to the tunnel. After that, we played some Super Mario Bros. On his NES to pass time until it was dark. When it was, we all departed to complete the dare we so foolishly accepted. I carried a Polaroid to show everyone what was really in the tunnel. We left when it was considerably dark outside. Most of the dads were parading their 7-year-olds up and down the street getting candy before it got really dark. There had recently been some kidnappings in the area, but we didn't expect to meet the suspect, so we thought we would be safe. With each step towards the tunnel, it seemed as if it got darker, and when we arrived there, it was pitch black. And it was pretty much only us and the older trick-or-treaters outside. We all stopped at the entrance of the tunnel for a moment, realizing that we may not make it out alive. After waiting one more moment, we hesitantly stepped inside, turning on all of our flashlights. No one really wanted to do this. We felt this more and more as we went deeper into the tunnel. It was weird though, usually a tunnel ended around 500 feet, but it seemed like this one went on for miles. We went on for what I want to say was around 3,000 feet. That's when we saw it. At the time, we had no idea what it was. If I had a choice, I would wish that I never found out what it was and what it did.
The fuck is that?
Bill asked, half whispering to the rest of us. What we saw looked like a girl that had covered herself in dark paint or makeup and had on a plain old nightgown. She was holding what looked like a rod or staff. Her back was facing us. Beats me, Andy shrugged. Hey, he yelled at the thing before throwing the bucket at it. It clanged off of the creature and rolled to the right of the track. Suddenly, it made the most gruesome noise in the world as its head rotated 180 degrees to stare back at us. I hastily took out my Polaroid and shot a picture of it. I put away the camera and shook the developing picture before putting it inside my pocket. Everyone was frozen in place looking at the creature, seemingly paralyzed. Soon, the creature lifted the rod and threw it at Andy. It was horrifying and amazing, seeing it throw what we now knew was a spear with such dexterity, as well as doing it backwards. The spear struck Andy in the chest, dead center in the sternum. His ribcage collapsed and blood sprayed from the entry and the exit. His spine snapped and he crumbled to the ground. The blood-splattered spear was stuck in the ground a good 40 feet behind us. It was only a moment before we actually thought to run. We didn't even try to save Andy. I turned my head and saw the creature ripping open his chest, tearing muscles and organs apart as our dying counterpart screamed in his death throes. It seemed like the creature wanted to separate flesh from bone, as that is exactly what it had done. Andy's flesh and innards were scattered around his skeleton in a pool of his blood. It was coming for the rest of us now. Bill was the next one it caught, eviscerating him in the same manner as it did to Andy. Then she got George, and then Fred. It was me and John left. The creature was so close we could feel its putrid breath on our necks. We both heard its demonic growls and screeches as we just barely escaped its furious grabs for our costumes. We kept on running even though the lactic acid had built up so much in our arms and legs and our breath was ragged. And we were so damn tired. Soon, we saw the end of the tunnel. Somehow, it was morning, which was so illogical, but John and I were both happy to see the light of day. Suddenly, I heard a trip and stumble. John had fucking tripped. We were outside of the tunnel and he tripped. I didn't even need to turn my head to know he would be gored and gutted. I ran a safe distance away behind some trees near my house. His screams echoed through the neighborhood and awoke several families, wandering outside to see what was happening. Everyone who went outside all saw the creature as it tore apart John. When it was done, it swept its eyes across the shocked citizens of my small town and let out a deafening roar that no man or animal could create. It then dashed back inside the tunnel and everyone ran inside their homes, including me. For 2 years after that, the people who saw the creature were found disemboweled and skinned in their homes. Some people tried to move, but I heard them say it was like they were chained here. The creature was holding everyone here, keeping everyone who had seen it captive in this town. I'm the last surviving person who saw the Wanderer on the tracks, and my time is coming soon. How did I last this long? I don't know. I bet it's teasing me, torturing me, making me shit my pants every time I turn a corner. It's taken a hold of my life and I can no longer function like other people. I can no longer go out in the dark. My windows are always closed, the blinds always down, the doors always locked. I've tried to kill myself multiple times, but I can't. It won't let me. Recently I've been hearing the dying screams of my dying friends. I've heard a bucket clanging from outside my window, tapping on my front door at night. It's a sign. It's coming for me soon.
I see him every day, watching, waiting, lurking. I watch the Watcher. observing his movements that perfectly reflect mine. I see his brown eyes, shock of blonde hair, and that face with a haunted look that is the byproduct of my deteriorating mental state. He looks, moves, and lives like me. A near perfect replica of myself. But I know the truth. Because inside that perfectly reflected head, his thoughts are not mine, but those of a killer. Cunning, calculated, and poised to strike when the opportunity best presents itself. He stalks me, inexplicably keeping up with me as I move from room to room, mirror to mirror. I know what he plans to do, but I keep playing his twisted little game like I am none the wiser. He's getting sloppy though. Every now and then, I can see his hesitation, if but for a millisecond. He knows by now that I've realized what's going on. He wants to kill me, but I keep just barely escaping his grasp. I'm looking at him right now. He wants me to turn my back on him, to give him the chance he's waited for so long to get. I won't allow it. I'll fight his game until he finally has to take action. I won't be stabbed in the back by a coward. You probably think I'm crazy, that these are just the ravings of a lunatic. But I'm right. Look into the eyes of your doppelganger. Do the one thing they can't avoid. Reach out to the cold glass. Expose their secret. Know the truth. I know the truth. Sometimes when I stare at him long enough, he blinks first. It's amazing, really. Halloween, that is. Just the idea of it. Humans, we're intelligent creatures for the most part, but during this certain time of the year we seem to lose said intelligence. We crave the need to be scared, spooked, and terrified. I myself used to be one of these people. Until that Halloween 3 years ago. Now growing up, I searched for anything and everything that would scare me. The feeling of being scared intrigued me, that rush of blood from your heart to your head, the sound of blood pounding in my ears. My family seemed to travel a lot now that I think back on it. One town to the other, state to state. I still don't know why we did. We weren't militarily involved. My dad wasn't a traveling salesman, and he wasn't a performer. I guess my parents just didn't like to be in one place for too long. They were free spirits. Or so I thought. Halloween was a weird time for us. My father was just like me. He loved being terrified. Even more than me. Even tried being a daredevil for a short amount of time. My mom, now understand, was one of the happiest people I've ever come to know. She was so nice and gentle. But for one night out of the year, she changed to this pale ghostly image of a woman, drained of all color and life. She always looked scared, constantly looking over her shoulder, like something was following her. God, I miss her. It feels like an eternity since that fateful night. It started out like most Halloweens, my dad informing me of all the haunted houses we would be visiting, and my mother was her usual pale self. As the day progressed though, my mom began to look increasingly worse, like the life was sucking out of her. Her cheekbones were sunken in like that of a Holocaust victim, as if her skeleton was trying to rip free of the skin that held it. I just shrugged it off as usual. That was my first mistake. As my dad and I stepped into the cold autumn air, I felt the wind bite into my cheeks and turn them red. As we walked to the car, I saw my dad fall to his knees. I quickly ran to his side. His face was like my mother's, pale and bony. He was grasping at his chest and looking around, swiveling his head violently. I asked him if he was okay. This seemed to snap him back to normal.
He hastily replied that he was okay, and we needed to get going so we didn't have to wait in a long line. Too bad we never made it to that damned haunted house. As we drove the color, my dad's face returned, but he still looked scared. I asked what had happened. He just replied that he had heartburn. I again, being my carefree self, shrugged it off. As we turned off the main highway onto a side road that I suppose was meant to take us to the haunted house, I felt a sudden chill creep over me. We hadn't been on the road for 5 minutes before I saw headlights. It was an 18-wheeler for some local supermarket whose name is lost to me. Now at this point, a lot of things happened at once. Something or someone ran out in front of the truck. The truck swerved into our lane. My dad swerved, but we clipped the truck and went spiraling into the woods that surrounded the road. Pain. That's all that came to mind after these events happened, and the loud rumble of an explosion from what I suppose was the truck that almost killed us. My leg was caught under the caved-in dashboard. I was able to squeeze it out, but this only intensified the pain. I assumed I had a broken leg, or at the very least a major fracture. I observed my surroundings. The car was slammed up against a tree. The front end was basically non-existent. There was smoke cascading up in the distance, with a faint glow of what most likely was the truck on fire. In the midst of this silent chaos, my dad was nowhere to be seen. As I dragged myself out of the car, I noticed something. I couldn't see the road. It wasn't there. I mean, it was as if the road had never even existed in the first place. I don't even remember how I reasoned it out in my head, but again, like I did everything, I shrugged it off. As I hobbled over to my dad's side, I saw that the door was ripped off and thrown at least 15 yards to the side of the car. There was a clear path though, outlined in the weeds by blood and ripped pieces of clothing. Had someone dragged my dad to safety? I remember thinking this. It was the only logical thing. Unless he dragged himself, but why would he do that? I followed the trail for what seemed like forever, almost losing it a few times, like he tried to walk at some point but gave up. After what felt like forever, the woods gave way to an opening. There before me lay a cemetery. But there was something about this cemetery that was different from any I had ever seen. I felt a rumbling underneath my feet like the dead were resisting the holds of their earthly prison. The tombstones had no names, but were wrapped in chains. Standing in the middle was a figure. It was dressed in black. Beside him lay my father. I called out to it then. It turned its head towards me. What I saw, I cannot describe, because its appearance did not stay the same for long. 1 minute it was a skeleton, next it was my friends, then my relatives, then a snarling beast whose name I know not. Then he spoke. His voice was hollow yet commanding. It gave me a feeling that I can only describe as hopelessness. He told me that my parents had committed great crimes. When I asked him what my father had done, he said that he had made a deal that helped him cheat death, and that he had been running from it since then. I stood there, still pondering on whether or not this was a dream. I heard an anguished cry gurgle up from my father. Silence. My father was nowhere to be seen. The dark figure sank into the ground, and with him went my sanity and consciousness. Darkness overtook me. I awoke on the sidewalk next to my house. My mother was gone. The house was cleared out and nobody even remembers me or my parents. Now here I am in this hospital with the only person in the world I love, my darling wife Rose. Please take heed of my story, and know you cannot cheat death. There, honey, it's done, I said to Rose soothingly.
Thank you, baby.
That must be the doctor. I walked over to the door, and there stood the doctor in his freshly cleaned bone-white jacket, looking very similar to a ghost.
Tom, I know times have been tough for you and Rose, and over these past years, I feel like we've all become good friends. So, it kills me to tell you, it seems the cancer is terminal. That word, terminal, it echoed throughout my mind. It resonated through it like the sound of glass shattering. I understand, I said back. I understand this is hard. I'll give you two a bit to discuss. I turned back into the room and started to walk to her bed, when I heard another knock. I backtracked to the door and opened it. I saw a man of average height, gray pinstriped suit and a black fedora. His eyes were icy blue and chilled me to the bone. He looked me in the eyes with a piercing stare and said,
"Wanna make a deal?"
I looked down at the old, rotted wood stairs, and my heart beat a little faster. I've done this a million times, but still, every time I do it, my heart beats like a drum, and I start sweating like crazy. The place is silent, and I feel as though that's the way it should be, with nobody messing with it. I decide that the inner voice is not really true. It's just an old factory, right? I reach into my pocket to pull out my camera and take a quick photo of the building from the outside. Snap. I look down at the photo and see something in the window. Come on, Matt, it's just your eyes playing tricks on you. There's nothing in the window, I say to myself, even though I'm not so sure. I walk to the door and put a hand on the handle. I take a deep breath and turn the knob, walking into the old abandoned factory. As soon as I step foot in the first room, I feel a quick rush of adrenaline and fear. I take another quick picture and grin at how awesome this place is. Crash! I jerk my head up and look around, trying to see if there's anyone close to me. Come on, Matt, I say to myself. It's just a wild animal, nothing to be scared of. I walk on and look around, trying to decide which room to go in. I decide on the door on the right, but when I try to open it, it's locked. I try the other door, and it opens fairly easily. I poke my head in the room and snap a photo, and look at the picture, trying to see what is in the room. After a few seconds of looking at it, I walk into it. Every now and then, I take a few pictures of certain things in the room, but other than that, I mainly walk through. Slam! I jerk my body around and look at the door I came through, which is now shut tightly and locked. I start pulling at the door, trying to get out, but it doesn't work. I turn around and try to think of a way to get out of this, but that's when I see something. I start to walk backward because it's walking forwards, until I'm up against the wall and it's still walking towards me. Its face is like a piece of paper, and its fingers are brittle bone. It is tall as a tree, and it wears a hat that seems like he is from Texas, which is weird because I'm in Michigan.
Matthew Mashman,
It says, its voice sounding like nails on a chalkboard.
you have interfered with the sacred silence of the dead men. For that, you must pay.
It points a bony finger at me and walks so that it's right up in my face, its finger digging into the side of my neck. It pushes the tip of the finger into my neck slowly, and I scream in pain. I start to feel a warm liquid soak my shirt. I look down, but I don't see anything but black and its face. As it stares at me, its finger digging into my neck, it starts mumbling and grabs my face with both hands.
Because you interfered with the sacred silence, you will become one of the dead men who keep it.
I start kicking wildly, but it does nothing. I can hear my bones cracking under the thing's strength, but I don't feel anything. I slowly close my eyes, and the last thing I see is its hollowed eyes staring at me, and it starts repeating the words.
My name is Asham, and I am the keeper of the sacred silence.
The clock struck midnight in a room illuminated only by moonlight. A locked window revealing the eerie darkness of a summer's night. Tree branches blew in the wind nearby and shadows seemed to dance across the walls. In the room lay a small bed with white sheets. A young boy sitting up and staring at the window in silence. He had been staring for what seemed like hours, not reacting to the shadows or the wind outside. Instead, his eyes stared into the darkness as the moonlight allowed him to see just enough of the outside world that he was not completely blind. Then, with little warning, a figure appeared to stand impossibly in front of the window, despite the room being on the second floor of a sizable house. The figure stood in silence, staring into the room with large eyes that shone a bright green. A single skeletal hand came into view and tapped on the window, motioning to the lock. The boy in the bed shook his head a little. The figure tapped once more on the window and motioned again. The boy shook his head some more. The figure stared at the boy and started to tilt its head, then slowly but surely disappeared into the darkness. The boy let out a little sigh of relief and began to lay down in his bed. He had finally taken the advice of his parents and stood up to his fears. For the last couple of nights, he had run to his parents whenever the window man appeared, but now that he finally stood up to it, he felt relaxed, calm. The boy afforded a little smile to himself and closed his eyes, ready to sleep and forget he had ever been silly enough to be kept awake by the window man. Then, after a few moments of silence, the boy's eyes opened as he heard tapping at the window, his heart racing slightly as he sat back up to see those glowing green eyes once again staring at him. The figure tapped again at the window and motioned at the lock. The boy shook his head, and the figure's gaze soon shifted towards the lock. The boy's gaze followed, and his eyes grew wide. The lock was open. The figure's glowing eyes once again looked up at the boy, and the window began to slowly open, long fingers sliding under it and lifting it upwards as the boy covered his head in the bed sheets. You're sitting in your room, bored out of your mind. You try reading a book and watching some TV, but you eventually find yourself looking out the window. As you look out, you notice something by the edge of the forest. This thing is completely white. You think to yourself, it can't be the snow. This is because it is dark out, but this thing seems to dismiss the darkness, like it is unaffected by any of its surroundings. Succumbing to curiosity, you put on a coat and march out of your house. The snow shrouds your vision until you finally reach the place where the white thing was. But when you get there, you find nothing. I could have sworn there was something white out here, you mumble to yourself, deciding to go back home. But upon completing your second step, you kick something. It's a flashlight. Oh, it was a flashlight. I must have run out of batteries while I was walking. But then another thought comes into your head. What's a flashlight doing out here? You figure someone dropped it on the way into the woods. You grab the flashlight and head into the forest, hoping to find the owner. And you do, after a while. You're horrified at what you see. It's a man hanging upside down on a tree, his guts ripped out, with blood dripping on the torn up backpack under him. You nearly throw up, and because of your utter disgust, you fail to see that the tree he is hanging on is different from the others. It's extraordinarily thin, with very neatly aligned branches. And it's white. Completely, utterly white. Upon realizing this, you think, that's no tree. back in the 1930s to 40s, the Germans kept Jews, Polish, and other enemies of the government in horrible concentration camps. As many of you know, some of the prisoners in these camps were subject to inhumane experiments, many of which will never be known about due to the Germans destroying most of their records. I wish the one that I saw would have been among those destroyed. In 2018, my grandfather passed away, so my family flew out to Germany to attend his funeral, as well as to keep/sell his belongings. I was in charge of clearing out his bedroom, which seemed to be an easy task. The only furniture in the room was a bed, carpet, and a small dresser with a TV on it. When I moved the rug, I noticed that one of the floorboards under it seemed to be loose, like someone tried to hide something under the floor. I lifted it up, hoping for hidden money, expecting a hidden gun, but finding an old reel of film. On it was a note written in German, which I didn't fully know how to read. The note said, "Ihre Verbrechen müssen bekannt sein." My father moved to the US when he was in his mid-20s, and I had been born in America, so English was my primary language. My father had taught me some German, but I was in no way fluent in it. The two words I could make out were Ihre, which meant there, and Sein, which meant known. I found it strange that my grandfather would have old film reels, but as far as I knew, he didn't own a projector for them. And why hide those reels under the floor? I took the reels and note to my father, who translated it for me. Their crimes must be known. He was as curious as I was, and since this was by far the most interesting thing we had come across while cleaning out the house, we decided to find out what was on that reel. I looked up any places nearby that would have an old film projector, and once I found one, my father and I went over to the little shop. After paying a small fee, the woman running the antique store took us to a back room where she had the film projector. We gave her the tape and she turned off the lights as the film began. The video, in poor black and white quality, opened with a piece of paper that had German words written on it, being held in front of the camera. Then the video suddenly cut to a large room. In the room there were 7 men, all naked and malnourished. One of them was strapped to a bed in the middle of the room. There was only one light in the room, over the bed in the middle, so the ends of the room were covered in darkness. A voice spoke from a speaker of some sorts, giving the men in the room instructions. I didn't fully understand what the voice said, partially due to the poor audio quality. Whatever the voice said to them made the man on the bed scream as loud as he could. The scream was blared because of the low quality of the audio, and the 6 men around him started covering their ears. The man screamed for about 10 more seconds before the video cut to black. After about 2 seconds, it cut to another piece of paper with the words "Day 4" written on it in German. The 6 men were groaning, moving in and out of the dark corners of the room. The man on the bed was quiet now, and seemed to be asleep. Suddenly, the voice on the speaker spoke to the men in the room again, this time with an angrier tone. Soldiers came into the room and beat the 6 men, but left the one on the bed unharmed. The woman next to us gasped and asked us something in German, but we were too fixated on the film to even acknowledge her. The men in the room were bloodied from their beating and cried out in pain before the video cut to black again. It returned with frantic German talking as the camera seemed to slightly shake as if it had been unexpectedly turned on. The light in the room was off, as a hand quickly put a piece of paper in front of the camera with the words "Day 9" written in German. The light in the room was turned on, as one of the men was standing over the man in the bed. The other men must have been hiding in the darkness, as they were nowhere in sight. The man in the bed was screaming again, shouting at the man standing next to him. He gave no response, as he continued to stare down at him with no emotion. The voice on the speaker said something in German, and then the standing man bent down and aggressively bit the stomach of the man on the bed. The other men in the room ran up to the bed, and soon all 6 of the malnourished men started biting into the man on the bed, some ripping out chunks of flesh. Somehow, the man on the bed screamed even louder as the 6 naked men took their pieces of flesh and stumbled into the darkness to eat it.
The woman watching with us cried out and left the room at that point. But my father and I stayed to watch the rest, unable to believe what we were seeing. The man on the bed continued to scream until one of the starving men bit his throat and ripped out a piece, causing the man on the bed to suffocate. I looked away and gagged, before returning my eyes to the screen. The 6 men started cheering, exclaiming that they finally had food, and some started laughing uncontrollably, losing their minds. The man on the bed seemed to have died at that point, as the other men continued to come out of the darkness and tear off another piece to consume. My father had seen enough and took the reel out of the projector. He threw it on the ground and stomped on it, destroying it for good. My father and I didn't tell the rest of my family what was on that reel, and neither of us spoke much for the rest of our stay in Germany. When we were on the plane back to the US, I finally asked my father what had been said in German on the film reel. He told me that the first piece of paper said Dachau, experiment number 21, and that the man on the speaker kept telling the men in the room that they couldn't leave or be fed until they ate the man on the bed. My father told me that the point of the experiment, according to the voice in the speaker, was to see the lengths people are willing to go to survive. We didn't speak the rest of the plane ride back, and have never talked about it since. I still don't know how my grandpa got a hold of that film reel, or why he hid it. It's really disturbing to think about all the horrible experiments that people in those concentration camps had to go through, and how we'll never even know about the majority of them. Who knows how many more of those types of reels are out there, and what kind of disturbing experiments are on them. As I walked nervously to the stairs, my sleeve brushed along the rusted bars of her cage, and to my absolute horror, she awoke. A frail voice resonated from the stagnant corner, that ancient fetid prison that had laid untouched for over a decade, and kept us safe from the unimaginable hate within. As her words began to form, interjected by that awful wheezing, a cold sweat crept through my body. I should not have come through here. I should have stayed upstairs.
Daddy, please, let me out. Just for a minute.
Her voice was almost human. Choking back the tears, I resolved to ignore her. This was not my daughter. Don't turn on the lights, I told myself, and walked away. As the voice got louder, the cage began to rattle, banging and scraping, deepening that familiar indent in the wall.
How could you do this, Papa?
She had never called me Papa when she was alive. I lit a cigarette with trembling hands and made my way up the steps. Turning the basement door handle, I paused for a moment as the room fell silent. And then I heard something I'd never heard before. The sound of the cage opening.
I just want to start off by saying, if you want to answer at the end, prepare to be disappointed. There just isn't one. I was an intern at Nickelodeon Studios for a year in 2005 for my degree in animation. I wasn't paid, of course, most internships aren't, but I did have some perks beyond education. To adults, it might not seem like a big one, but most kids at the time would shit themselves over it. Now, since I worked directly with the editors and animators, I got to view the new episodes days before they aired. I'll get right to it without giving too many unnecessary details. They had just recently made the SpongeBob movie, and the entire staff was somewhat sapped of creativity, so it took them longer to start up the season. But the delay lasted longer for more upsetting reasons. There was a problem with the Series 4 premiere that set everyone and everything back for several months. Me and 2 other interns were in the editing room along with the lead animators and sound editors for the final cut. We received the copy that was supposed to be Fear of a Krabby Patty and gathered around the screen to watch. Now, given that it isn't final yet, animators often put up a mock title card,
sort of an inside joke for us, with phony, oftentimes lewd titles, such as How Sex Doesn't Work instead of Rockabye Bivalve when SpongeBob and Patrick adopt a sea scallop. Nothing particularly funny, but work-related chuckles. So, when we saw the title card Squidward's Suicide, we didn't think it more than a morbid joke. One of the interns did a small throat laugh at it. The happy-go-lucky music plays as is normal. The story began with Squidward practicing his clarinet, hitting a few sour notes like normal. We hear SpongeBob laughing outside and Squidward stops, yelling at him to keep it down as he has a concert that night and needs to practice. SpongeBob says okay and goes to see Sandy with Patrick. The Bubbles splash screen comes up and we see the ending of Squidward's concert. This is when things began to seem off. While playing, a few frames repeat themselves, but the sound doesn't. At this point, sound is synced up with animation, so yes, that's not common. But when he stops playing, the sound finishes as if the skip never happened. There is slight murmuring in the crowd before they begin to boo him. Not normal cartoon booing that is common in the show, but you could very clearly hear malice in it. Squidward's in full frame and looks visibly afraid. The shot goes to the crowd with SpongeBob in center frame and he too is booing, very much unlike him. That isn't the oddest thing though. What is odd is everyone had hyper-realistic eyes, very detailed. Clearly not shots of real people's eyes, but something a bit more real than CGI. The pupils were red. Some of us looked at each other, obviously confused, but since we weren't the writers, we didn't question its appeal to children yet. The shot goes to Squidward sitting on the edge of his bed looking very forlorn. The view out of his porthole window is of a night sky, so it isn't very long after the concert. The unsettling part is, at this point, there is no sound. Literally, no sound. Not even the feedback from the speakers in the room. It's as if the speakers were turned off, though their status showed them working perfectly. He just sat there, blinking, in this silence for about 30 seconds. Then he started to sob softly. He put his hands, tentacles, over his eyes and cried quietly for a full minute more, all the while a sound in the background very slowly growing from nothing to barely audible. It sounded like a slight breeze through a forest. The screen slowly begins to zoom in on his face. By slow, I mean it's only noticeable if you look at shots 10 seconds apart side by side. His sobbing gets louder, more full of hurt and anger. The screen then twitches a bit, as if it twists in on itself for a split second, then back to normal. The wind through the trees sound gets slowly louder and more severe, as if a storm is brewing somewhere. The eerie part is this sound, and Squidward's sobbing, sounded real, as if the sound wasn't coming from the speakers, but as if the speakers were holes the sound was coming through from the other side. As good a sound as the studio likes to have, they don't purchase the equipment to be that good to produce sound of that quality. Below the sound of the wind and sobbing, very faint, something sounded like laughing. It came at odd intervals and never lasted more than a second, so you had a hard time pinning it. We watched the show twice, so pardon me if things get too specific, but I've had time to think about them. After 30 seconds of this, the screen blurred and twitched violently and something flashed over the screen, as if a single frame was replaced. The lead animation editor paused and rewound frame by frame. What we saw was horrible. It was a still photo of a dead child. He couldn't have been more than 6. Face was mangled and bloodied. One eye dangling over his upturned face popped. He was naked down to his underwear, his stomach crudely cut open, his entrails laying beside him. He was laying on some pavement that was probably a road. The most upsetting part was that there was a shadow of the photographer. There was no crime tape, no evidence tags or markers, and the angle was completely off for a shot designed to be evidence. It would seem the photographer was the person responsible for the child's death. We were of course mortified, but pressed on, hoping that it was just a sick joke. The screen flipped back to Squidward, still sobbing louder than before, and half body in frame. There was now what appeared to be blood running down his face from his eyes. The blood was also done in a hyper-realistic style, looking as if you touched it you'd get blood on your fingers. The wind sounded now as if it were that of a gale blowing through the forest. There were even snapping sounds of branches. The laughing, a deep baritone, lasted at longer intervals and coming more frequently. After about 20 seconds, the screen again twisted and showed a single frame photo. The editor was reluctant to go back. We all were, but he knew he had to. This time the photo was that of what appeared to be a little girl no older than the first child. She was laying on her stomach, her barrettes in a pool of blood next to her. Her left eye was too popped out and popped, naked except for underpants. Her entrails were piled on top of her above another crude cut along her back. Again, the body was on the street and the photographer's shadow was visible, very similar in size and shape to the first. I had to choke back vomit, and one intern, the only female in the room, ran out. The show resumed. About 5 seconds after this second photo played, Squidward went silent, as did all sound like it was when the scene started. He put his tentacles down and his eyes were now done in hyperrealism like the others were in the beginning of this episode. They were bleeding, bloodshot, and pulsating. He just stared at the screen, as if watching the viewer. After about 10 seconds, he started sobbing, this time not covering his eyes. The sound was piercing and loud, and most fear-inducing of all is his sobbing was mixed with screams. Tears and blood were dripping down his face at a heavy rate. The wind sound came back and so did the deep voice laughing, and this time the still photo lasted for a good 5 frames. The animator was able to stop it on the 4th and backed up. This time the photo was of a boy, about the same age, but this time the scene was different. The entrails were just being pulled out from a stomach wound by a large hand, the right eye popped and dangling, blood trickling down it. The animator proceeded. It was hard to believe, but the next one was different, but we couldn't tell what. He went on to the next, same thing. He went back to the first and played them quicker, and I lost it. I vomited on the floor, the animating sound editors gasping at the screen. The 5 frames were not as if they were 5 different photos. They were played out as if they were frames from a video. We saw the hand slowly lift out the guts. We saw the kid's eyes focus on it. We even saw 2 frames of the kid beginning to blink. The lead sound editor told us to stop. He had to call on the creator to see this. Mr. Hillenberg arrived within about 15 minutes. He was confused as to why he was called down there, so the editor just continued the episode. Once the few frames were shown, all screaming, all sound again stopped. Squidward was just staring at the viewer, full frame of the face for about 3 seconds. Shot quickly panned out and that deep voice said, "Do it." And we see in Squidward's hands a shotgun. He immediately puts the gun in his mouth and pulls the trigger. Realistic blood and brain matter splatters the wall behind him in his bed as he flies back with the force. The last 5 seconds of this episode show his body on the bed on his side, one eye dangling on what's left of his head above the floor, staring blankly at it. Then, the episode ends. Mr. Hillenberg is obviously angry at this. He demanded to know what the hell was going on. Most people left the room at this point. It was just a handful of us to watch it again. Viewing the episode twice only served to imprint the entirety of it in my mind and caused me horrible nightmares. I'm sorry I stayed. The only theory we could think of was the file was edited by someone in the chain from the drawing studio to here. The CTO was called in to analyze what happened. The analysis of the file did show it was edited over by new material. However, the timestamp of it was a mere 24 seconds before we began viewing it. All equipment involved was examined for foreign software and hardware as well as glitches, as if the timestamp may have been glitched and showed the wrong time, but everything checked out fine. We don't know what happened, and to this day, nobody does. There was an investigation into the nature of the photos, but nothing came of it. No child scene was identified, and no clues were gathered from the data involved nor physical clues in the photos. I never believed in unexplainable phenomena before, but now that I have something happen and I can't prove anything about it beyond anecdotal evidence, I think twice about things. This is a story that happened to a friend of mine. Something that, although it had already happened to him some time ago, he told me a few days ago. I have to say that his words impressed me a lot when he told me in detail about this event. I guess most of you already know Pokemon Go, the new app that is causing a furor in the world. Another successful idea developed by the founder of the company Niantic, John Hank, also known for the creation of Google Earth. That was a step into the future for a new kind of fun. Something that as kids we could only imagine watching every episode of the animated series. Surely in childhood, more than one of us might have thought at some point, how cool it would be if they existed, and even cooler to be able to travel around places to catch them or fight with other trainers. He was one of them. And as soon as he heard that he could download the app, he didn't think twice about venturing into the game. The excitement he felt, despite being an adult living alone, was indescribable. Which in turn was funny because he felt like a little kid with a new toy. He spent hours and hours in the streets catching them, or in the squares fighting with other trainers. He just felt his cell phone ring to indicate that a Pokemon was nearby, and without thinking he got up in search of it. Everything was going well until one Tuesday night something strange happened. A night that would remain in his memory. It was around 11 p.m. and he was lying down watching TV in his room, but the calm was interrupted when he felt he received a message at that moment. When he picked up his cell phone, he realized that the game was alerting him that there was a Pokemon nearby. But there was something strange. Normally the program shows what type it is, but this time only the silhouette of a dark image appeared and did not give it any name. It should be noted that I was hesitant to go out since it was very late and the weather was not good at all. The wind was blowing quite strong. But after much thought, besides taking into account that it is a safe area and with a minimum rate of theft, he got out of bed, got dressed, went down to the living room, and went out to the street. Perhaps the fact that the image does not appear is because it is a rare species. At least, he thought so. Whatever it was, he could not miss that opportunity. Guided by the GPS, he realized that the signal directed him to a nearby public square, a place where every morning several parents take their children to enjoy entertainment such as hammocks, slide, seesaw, among others. It was very dark and the creature was still there. Although the silhouette did not look like any other Pokemon he had seen, it still appeared on the map, but he pointed the camera everywhere without finding absolutely nothing. Suddenly, he heard a sound to his left, and perhaps by simple reflex, he turned and looked with his cell phone. It was one of the hammocks that moved by itself. It could have been the wind if the other three that were on the sides were still. It was then when the terror took over his being. Through his camera, he saw on the screen a male Pokemon trainer sitting in the game. A figure with totally black eyes whose hands were holding each end of the hammock rocking. But realizing that my friend was paralyzed watching him, the strange trainer with torn clothes and deformed face got down and started walking in his direction. As he tells, when he reacted, he began to run towards his house, feeling that this thing was chasing him, that from time to time he looked back without seeing anyone, but the sensation accompanied him. With his heart racing, he reached his house, quickly opened the door and locked himself in it, while trying to catch his breath from so much running. His cell phone rang and he realized it was the game again, noticing that the same shapeless silhouette was nearby, but this time it was not in the square. It was now outside his house, right on the sidewalk across the street. Extremely frightened, he went up to the second level and entered the room and closed it from the inside. He was crying in fear. He was so terrified that he was short of breath, and at times he had a lump in his throat. The app kept beeping. Scrolling through the map he had already entered. He just wanted to run away, but he didn't know where to go anymore. The silence was sometimes interrupted by his agitated breathing, until the program had a specific prompt informing him that the thing was in front of him. The room felt cold. His lips exhaled a white vapor that made it clear he was no longer alone. Nor did he want to look, but the signal only made him even more uneasy. In a burst of courage, he grabbed the cell phone, practically shaking, squinting his eyes as he inwardly prayed to God that no one was there. Horror burst into a scream when he opened them. Through the screen, he saw the trainer face to face. His eye sockets were empty and he was smiling at him, showing his fangs, deforming his face even more in that twisted grimace. As best he could, he awkwardly opened the door to his room, stepped outside and went to a roommate who lives nearby. He called and called until he answered. He was a nervous wreck as he told him what had happened, bursting into tears. When they looked at the screen, nothing appeared. That guy who didn't believe him too much thought that the game was upsetting him a bit. He told him that he had no problem with him staying if it calmed him down. But in passing, he recommended that he uninstall the application as it was somewhat addictive and would end up driving him crazy.
Finishing the story of his experience, he told me that he had already uninstalled everything from his mobile. But still, to this day, there are times when at night a deep cold runs through his room. The noises are heard in the house, like small footsteps, and he feels that something is watching him from the corners. Now he knows that he no longer lives alone, that in that darkening something came with him to stay. But he confessed to me one thing, that he prefers a million times those disturbing sensations to having to see him again, because we have not yet known the true horror.
Dreams don't always come true, they had always told her. Some things are never meant to be. But the Little Mermaid had always believed, and now she had proven them all wrong. Tonight, she held the love of her life in her arms. She had watched him for years. Every day as the sun was setting, he would come to the end of the dock. He'd sit there, dangling his feet off the end, staring off into the brilliant oranges and bruised purples of the sky. She would watch it with him from beneath the waters, and though she was still young, she knew what they shared was special. She smiled fondly at him now. They had both grown so much since then. His body had grown hairy, his limbs long. The changes she remembered fondly, how his legs hung even closer to the water with each passing year, and how the stones he skipped went further and further. She collected each one, cherishing it like a precious jewel. She had changed too. Her tail had lengthened, and she had become very lean. She had shed her many needle-like teeth 13 times now, which made her a woman grown. The child's stalk on her head had grown longer and burst forth in a bright, luminescent emerald orb at its tip. Green stalk bulbs were considered a thing of great beauty and rarity in the undersea world. Many mermen had come to court her, but her heart belonged to another. Her heart belonged to the boy on the end of the pier. She ran one of her hands through his hair, using the other to hold his hand against her scaly cheek just beneath her baseball-sized eye socket. She was remembering fondly the first day he'd noticed her. She had ventured closer to the surface than she had any business being, when he had noticed her emerald bulb glowing. He had stared intensely into the murky water, making her quite self-conscious. She blushed, causing her bulb to gleam all the brighter. Now, each evening as he came to the pier, he was no longer watching the fiery red-orange sunsets. Now his eyes were fixed on her glowing green presence. It was intoxicating to her, and each day she found herself moving closer and closer to him, his eyes wide with wonder. She smiled at him now, and he grinned back. The tension had built on like this until a day not too long ago. She had been right on the verge of breaching the surface of the water when she noticed him stripping off his shirt and shoes. Bemused, she retreated a bit beneath the waves. Finally, elation! He dived in to be with her! Oh, how joyous their meeting had been! How quickly she had taken him in her arms! He was shouting with joy, holding on to her oh so tightly. She hugged him back, ecstatic in the bliss of finally being together. They frolicked together for what seemed like hours before she finally loosened him from her grasp. Taking him by the hand, she led him down to her home beneath the waves. Ever since then, they'd been as happy as two people could be. Day by day, his smile grew wider, and she knew she had found bliss. He refused to eat anything, but she wasn't sure if humans ate anything anyways. Her hand came away from his head, and with it a chunk of the hair she had been stroking floated away into the surrounding water. She was elated. With this and his widening eye sockets, he seemed to be becoming more merman by the day. Everyone told her that was impossible, but what did they know? Dreams don't always come true, they had told her. But she knew now that sometimes, if you wished hard enough, they could. There are tons of stories out there about hacked Pokemon games. Some of them really quite neat, such as the one about a version where you get a ghost as a starter. Some are ridiculous, silly stories about individuals dying after playing a game, or the game talking to them. God, don't these writers know less is more when it comes to these stories? Ah well, I digress. I grew interested in these hacked games that are apparently in any thrift store, on eBay, or handed out by homeless people to random passersby. I didn't have the pleasure of meeting these creepy people. I merely found this particular cartridge in a trash bin when the garbage truck backed into my neighbor's dumpster. I noticed the game and asked the trash man if I could take it, and he didn't seem to mind. It was thrown away after all. I of course checked with my neighbor to confirm if they actually didn't want it, though they seemed perplexed as if they'd never seen it in their life. Their son made a grab for it, a little boy who saw the Charizard on the cover, crying out, "Mommy, I want Pokemon!" But his mother told him no, seeing as I found it. He didn't even have a Game Boy anyway, he just liked Pokemon. Thinking nothing more, I simply went home, looking at the cartridge's sticker on the way. Just a plain old red version. The sticker torn slightly across the Charizard's neck, but that was expected with such an old game. I had blue version as a kid, so I was a bit eager to see the albeit minimal differences red version had. I was rather disappointed by what I saw when the title screen showed up. Pokemon Strangled Red version. Well, damn it, it was a hack. Hacks were neat and all, but they had zero monetary value. The original is quite valuable by now, and I wanted to play Red anyway, not this crap. Oh well, it was free, might as well try it. The name was odd, however. Strangled Red? That made no sense. Not even in a morbid description of someone being asphyxiated, as people turn blue when choking, not red. Who knows, maybe there was a pair of these hacks and I just got the red one. The more I thought about this though, the more interested I became. My initial disappointment turned into curiosity. I wanted to know what the creator had made, and I was going to note everything I saw. The first oddity I noticed was the start screen had a Charizard next to the trainer instead of a Charmander. Also, the Pokemon never cycled through like the original versions did. It just stayed Charizard, even after 5 minutes of waiting. Shrugging, I hit start, noticing there was no Charizard cry as I did, like there was supposed to be. I saw there was a continue option, so I figured I'd do what everyone did with used games and see what the previous owner had done. No. I blinked in surprise. No? What do you mean no? The game wouldn't let me continue no matter what. Though on the 4th attempt, I heard the Charizard cry. Quiet and barely audible, but there. Shrugging it off, I decided to just hit new game like I would have done after checking the old file anyway. The screen cut to black for a while. No Professor Oak. No starting theme. Just nothing at all. Eventually, the screen came back, showing a bedroom, 2 beds, 2 TVs, and a computer in the corner. My trainer sprite was the usual one, consistent with the original red version. I was curious as to why it didn't ask my name, though that was answered as I opened the pause menu, noticing my trainer was named Steven. No, this isn't my real name or some stupid crap like that. This game isn't self-aware or haunted. At least, not that I know of. It just had a name chosen already. Curious, I saw he had the starter amount of money and no badges. He didn't look exactly like Red though, as his hair was longer, almost reaching halfway down his back. Red's usual smile replaced with a confident smirk. Honestly, I found the sprite much cooler than Red. Next, I checked out his Pokemon. A single Charmander, level 5, named Miki. Nothing was odd about it. Or should I say her, with the name and all. She had beginning Charmander stats, only knew Scratch and Tail Whip, basic stuff. The game seemed relatively normal. Returning to the game, I walked about the room, noticing Steven's long hair was present on the back of my trainer sprite when my back was turned to the camera. I didn't recognize the house, but I descended the stairs to see more. Downstairs was another trainer, who spoke to me the instant I came down. Mike. Ready yet? Steven. Yeah. I assumed this Mike was my rival, pre-decided for me. A replacement of Blue, most likely. I thought back to the bedroom having 2 beds, realizing they weren't just rivals, they were brothers. They talked back and forth, basic Pokemon dialogue. Become a Pokemaster, catch 'em all, stuff like that, before having a little argument over which is better. Charmander or Squirtle, which of course led to the introduction battle, like the one versus Blue in the lab. Simple enough, scratch, tackle, until I won purely for having the first turn. I took note of how much better Steven's sprite looked in combat than Red's. A different pose, his hair looking like it was blowing in the wind. A brief, minor upgrade, but still much nicer. I left the house after some more banter with my brother, stepping out to the Pallet Town theme. Going to the east, I found this was indeed Pallet Town. The house was simply on the outskirts to the west. I noted there was no mysterious grassy field like in normal Pallet Town. Wandering about, I decided to check in on Red's home. His mother was inside, and when I talked to her, she commented on how handsome Steven looked, hoping her son would look up to him as a role model for when he became a trainer himself next year. Which of course led me to realize this game took place a year before the original Pokemon. Red was even upstairs, playing on the SNES in his room, commenting,
I'm gonna be the best too when it's my turn.
I was starting to like this hack. It was interesting, a completely new adventure, a different character. Hell, Steven even seemed to have a history with the people in his town, a reputation, a personality beyond a silent protagonist. The people in town talked to him as a person, making conversation, not just spouting tutorial crap. Even Blue's sister had new dialogue. She and Steven seemed to be in a relationship too, as the dialogue ended with a kiss and a heart over her head. Professor Oak simply wished me well, giving me a Pokédex to aid my adventure. He wasn't giving it to me to be the reason behind the adventure like in every other Pokemon game out there. He gave it to me out of kindness, something to help me on my way. A gift. I was liking this more and more with each second. The game seemed to have an actual story now. I was somebody, not just a cookie-cutter protagonist anyone could be. Not some blank sheet that could be replaced without notice. The story was different, though the actual gameplay remained unchanged. I went north like I was supposed to. Went from town to town, collected badges, received the praise of the leaders. Steven's fame even seemed to spread, as some NPCs would talk like they knew him. I used Miki for every battle, and she was growing surprisingly fast. She handled Brock with ease, even pounding Misty with no trouble at all. She wasn't as adversely affected by super effective attacks as others, did more damage than a regular Charmander. She was a veritable powerhouse. She even became a Charizard at the mere level of 25. Not bad at all, I must say. Things started to get weird though, as soon as I reached Lavender Town. I know. Lavender Town is the focus behind every creepy story, but it was the only place that was noticeably different. There was no Team Rocket invasion, which I found odd, though I did remember this was a year in the past, so the invasion wouldn't occur until Red's time. I tried to enter Pokemon Tower, aiming to get a Ghastly, but that's when it got odd. Steven, I have no reason to be here. Steven wouldn't go into Pokemon Tower no matter what I did. This was weird. I mean, hell, there are a million places in Kanto you really have no need to be. Little random houses with nothing but children NPCs, for example. Why was it here that Steven wouldn't enter? With a shrug, I figured I wouldn't need a Ghastly, seeing as Miki could handle anything. So I simply went on my way, Lavender Town serving no purpose other than a passageway with a Poké Center. The game progressed normally from there. The remaining gyms fell and eventually I made my way to the Elite Four and defeated them. As with Blue, my brother Mike was there before me, initiating the championship battle, which Miki swept with ease. The aftermath of the battle was quite pleasant. None of the tension that was present between Red and Blue at the end of their match. The brothers congratulated each other on their progress and shook hands, before the screen went white. No Hall of Fame, nor any credits. When the screen came back, it was at the house again. The two brothers sitting at the computer, conversing with each other. Steven, I don't want to. Mike, come on, I just gotta borrow her for a second to finish the Pokédex. The entry won't register unless she recognizes me as master for just a second. Steven, but she's my Miki. Mike, I promise I'll give her back. Come on, please. Yes, no. I was a bit perplexed. So I hit no to be cautious. Mike, come on, please. No. Mike, come on, please. I realized this would simply continue to loop until I hit yes, so I did, just to see what would happen. Mike, alright, this will just take a sec. Then we'll both be Pokemasters. Steven, ... The screen changed to the animation shown when two people trade Pokemon, which I found a bit weird, seeing as I was solo, but whatever. This was what was apparently supposed to happen. Miki went first. I watched lazily as she began to travel down the trading tube. Snap. That made me jump, the sudden noise resonating in my silent bedroom, loud due to the volume being way up. Looking at the screen, I noticed the game had seemed to freeze. Miki still in mid-trade, but the game wasn't doing anything. With a sigh, I just turned off the game, wondering when my last save was. When the game turned back on, I stared for a moment at the start screen. There was no Charizard next to the trainer. Upon pressing start, I saw the new game option was absent, leaving only continue. This was strange, to say the least. So I selected it. The game starting without even showing my stats as usual. My jaw dropped at what I was greeted with. 1 year later. The Lavender Town theme came first, playing its normal way, the screen slowly fading in from blackness. Steven was in the Pokemon Tower, which made the music even stranger, seeing as the tower had its own theme. He was standing in front of a tombstone, not doing anything. Wondering what was going on, I pressed A. Steven, ... Confused, I tried walking, realizing I was indeed in control at the moment. I brought up the pause menu and checked my party. Miki was gone. Not just Miki, all Pokemon. He had nothing. The Pokédex was absent from the menu. His bag was empty. Honestly concerned now, I checked his trainer card. He had no money. He had no badges. His playtime was 8,795 hours, which was impossible as I had only 30 logged in before. But that wasn't the strangest part. His picture, the picture of the handsome, confident young trainer, was different. His eyes were blank, his face turned slightly down. That smirk of his was gone, replaced by a lack of any expression at all. That long hair of his, before in a perfect perm, was now messy and unkempt. I couldn't look at him anymore. Closing the menu, I went to move out of the tower, but with every step I took away from the tombstone, the screen flickered, like it did when a Pokemon was poisoned. Gulping, I brought up the trainer card again. His picture was getting worse. Every step I took, he hung his head more and more. His shoulder slumped. He bent over. By the time I had exited the tower, he was on his knees, hands to his face, hair draped across him. I had guessed already what was going on, but this clinched it. I began to put some things together in my mind. I had always wondered why there was no champion in the original games besides your rival. Why is it you, the protagonist, had to beat your rival, when he just waltzed in, no previous champion to challenge? Then it struck me. The answer was right here. The previous champion gave up. His precious Miki was apparently dead, and with her, so died part of him. His Pokédex, the other Pokemon, his badges, his fame, all of it, he threw it away. In that year, the year that I missed, the year where all those hours came from. I even did the math. There's 8,765 hours in a year. Add that to my 30 from before and it matched up. Even so, the game kept going. This should have been an ending, I thought. I mean, what else was there to do? I had no Pokédex, no Pokemon, not anything. What was I supposed to be doing? I talked to everyone in the town, but they all said similar things.
Are you okay?
Still mourning, I see.
Everything will be alright.
Please, is there anything we can do? Steven never replied to them, and they all simply said the same things over and over. I couldn't put the game down now. This was all so strange. Curious, I headed off into the tall grass and eventually got into battle with Rattata. No Pokemon was sent out, just Steven's sprite. I was wondering how I'd battle. Wild Rattata left you be. The battle ended without anything happening. This was certainly interesting, and it happened with every Pokemon I encountered. Wild Pidgey ignored you. Wild Ponyta wandered off. The music never changed either. No matter where I went, Lavender Town came from the speakers, following me, sometimes slowing down slightly, sometimes not. I searched everywhere, every town, talked to everybody, wondering just what the hell I needed to do. My frustration was mixing with the depressing atmosphere of all this, making the experience altogether unnerving and uncomfortable. But I couldn't tear myself away. I was starting to get a bit angry though. Nobody telling me anything besides giving me their condolences and trying to give me items like lemonade or coffee. Each met with, "Steven, no." I slapped myself for idiocy, suddenly realizing how the likely answer was right in front of me. Pallet Town, of course. When I went there though, which took a long time having to walk, no Pokemon to fly with, no bicycle to ride, and Steven only seemed to move half the regular movement speed. It wasn't much different. I first tried talking to Professor Oak. "These things happen. You were just unlucky." Next, I tried Blue's sister.
Please, don't leave home again.
Red's mom wouldn't even talk to me at all. With nowhere else in mind to go, I walked to the west, finding the house from the beginning, which I had never entered since leaving Pallet Town. Inside was Mike, but talking to him was just as useless. "Mike,
I'm so sorry."
I pondered for a moment if this was really the ending. Steven doomed to do nothing but roam Kanto in misery, haunted by the memories, forced to listen to everyone's concerns about him. As a last-ditch effort to do anything, I went to the bedroom and walked over to the bed. "Steven,
I'm going to sleep."
The screen faded to black for a moment, but then slowly faded back in, the world having a black tint to it. Mike's sprite laying on the other bed. I assumed this meant it was night. "Steven,
I'm going to do it.
do what?" Again, I had no idea. Tried inspecting everything in the room. Nothing happened. As soon as I left the house, another dialogue. "Steven,
It can bring her back. It can do anything."
what in the hell was it? Something that could do anything? I couldn't for the life of me figure it out. Wandering about, I tried to leave Pallet Town the usual way. "Steven,
Not that way.
he wouldn't go any further. I tried the homes. "Steven,
Through them.
I quirked my eyebrow at that, forgetting for a moment this was not a real Pokemon game. The vulgarity just took me off guard. I continued to look around, but there was nowhere I could go, until I accidentally stepped on the ocean, and Steven walked right in, only the upper half of his sprite visible, like the swimmers you encounter in the Cerulean Gym. I didn't know he could swim. "Steven,
The missing one."
missing one." I paused for a moment. No, he couldn't possibly mean that I hadn't tried the missing no trick on this hack yet, but it just fit too well. That had to be what he meant. I surfed all the way towards Cinnabar Island. I began to feel something was off, more so than this already was. Silence. The Lavender Town theme had stopped. There was no noise at all, nor were there any Pokemon. I just kept going, finding Cinnabar and surfing up and down the east coast. Lo and behold, Wild Missing No appeared. "Steven,
Mine.
Wild Missing No was caught." What the hell? Steven didn't do anything. He just commanded that atrocity of broken data to join him. No, become his possession. And it did. I was getting more and more disturbed by this all. Checking the start menu, I saw Missing No was not in my party, but instead an item, making things even stranger. I checked the trainer card as well. Steven has his back to me, his long hair draped behind him, his hands in his pockets. Nothing else. Remembering what he said at the start of this night, I realized what I had to do. I surfed to land and made my way northeast to… where else? Lavender Town. Along the way, I noticed all the trainers, oddly still out at this hour, wouldn't look at Steven, all of them turning when he passed, even those that were normally static. I tried talking to one of the officers in the guardhouse type buildings. Just go. They all said the same thing, though one sent chills down my spine. Sometimes dead is best. My hands were sweating by this point. Steven was about to try the impossible, something some would see as a crime against nature, which many of these people shared that opinion. I steeled myself. It's just a game, and I was going to complete it. It took an eternity to reach Pokemon Tower, but I got there eventually. Taking a deep breath and heading towards the tombstone, I remembered which one. The image of Steven standing before it was burned into my mind after all. First, I tried inspecting it. Steven, Miki. Nothing happened. With a gulp, I opened the menu and selected Missing No from the bag. Oak. Steven, don't use it. I was reminded of when Professor Oak would magically tell you that you couldn't use a key item somewhere, like when using the bicycle in a building. Though the message this time was different. Even worse, Steven responded to it. Steven, in a world that cheated me, why should I play fair? Steven used it. Steven obtained M at pound $! What in God's name did I obtain? I couldn't tell you, because the game took away my control. Without my input, Steven began to leave the tower on his own, walking single step by single step. The Lavender Town theme started again as he left the tower and began his excruciatingly slow journey against my will. Every time he crossed one of the borders where the music would change, it got progressively slower, more and more disturbing. By the time he reached Cerulean City, it was a demonic rumbling. I just stared, watching him, trying to guess where he was going, but it was getting more and more obvious. He was heading to Pallet Town. The music had all but stopped when he got there, playing single note by single note. He went exactly where I had guessed, right to his own house, inside and up the stairs. At this point, there was no music. Steven moved step by step, stopping at his brother's bed, turning to face him. At first, I thought the game froze. He didn't do anything, simply stood there, and I couldn't move him. I did, however, find out I could open the pause menu. I was terrified to look, but I couldn't stop myself. I selected his trainer card. There was a low growl noise, like a distorted Pokemon cry. Steven was looking at me again, directly at the screen. He was hunched over, his bangs obscuring his face. His hair was wild and feathered out. Between his bangs, there wasn't even a face at all, just black, two red eyes looking straight forward, a white grin contrasting with the darkness. That wasn't all. His name was now S!3V3N. I couldn't look away, my eyes glued to his, not breaking contact for some time. My vision was getting blurry until I couldn't see him very well. My face grew wet. I was crying like a baby. There was nothing I could do to hold back the tears. I was with this boy from the start. I built him up to greatness, and was then forced to watch his decline after a tragic accident. And now, he was this thing, this abomination. I watched him go insane. Halting my tears, wiping my eyes, I closed out of the trainer card and tried to save the game, wanting to just quit. The game informed me this was impossible. Nothing can be saved now. The pause menu wouldn't close no matter what I did. So with no other option, I checked the bag. Nothing happened. I checked Pokemon, and there was one. A single sprite met me. It had 0 HP. Its status, DED. Its name, M at $. I selected it, and I was greeted with 4 options. Status: it's her. Switch: never. Close: no. Strangle. My fingers shaking. I selected strangle, and the menu closed, showing Steven in the room again. S!3V3N. Goodbye. Snap. The game shut itself off. I was more dumbfounded than frightened. In a bit of shock, I turned it back on, the title screen showing the manic S!3V3N and a horribly glitched Charizard. I pressed start, then continue. All I saw was a zoomed out view of Pallet Town, showing Steven's home to the west, tall grass surrounding it, those unmovable stones blocking it from the rest of the town. The image was completely static. No music, no movement, before fading to white, going back to the title screen. It was as it had been when I first popped it in. A trainer and a Charizard. I attempted to hit continue. No.
It all started long ago and has since happened once a year. This horrible night. It was the end of October. I was eager for a new month. Who really knows why? Anyways, I was walking home that night from a friend's house down the street. It was around 5, so there was sufficient light to guide the way. Even though I lived 20 minutes away, the sky seemed to dim rapidly. I picked up the pace after noticing this, cold wind blowing against my back, as if urging me along. After what seemed forever, I found myself in the safety of my home unharmed, so it stayed that way. I jolted around my house for some reason, still a little paranoid from the walk home. Regardless, I had nothing to fear, so with a cup of coffee in my hand, I settled down in front of the television. My favorite show was on a marathon, in fact, which raised my spirits dramatically. When the clock struck 6:30, it was beginning a new episode. What a joyous day I was having. Well, it was joyous, up until that point. The sky was consumed by a blanket of darkness. The trees soon became looming, shadowy figures in my yard. I tilted my head to the side so I could get a better view of the sky, perhaps to see some stars or the moon. However, there was none. It was dark as an abyss. This did not worry me, at least not as much as what happened next. I looked out of the window and saw something move swiftly across my driveway. I jolted straight out of my chair and pulled the curtain farther away from the window. It was gone. My imagination, I told myself. That or a stick being blown by the vigorously blowing wind. Yes, that must have been it. I went to go sit back down, but the figure once more caught my eye. The next thing I knew, I had gone into total shock. The door had been knocked on. I hobbled over to the door, fearing the outcome of opening. I hesitated. 1 minute had passed, and once more, the sound of knocking filled my ears. Ever so slowly, I reached for the doorknob, and when it had met my hand, I reluctantly turned it. The sight was horrifying. Pale, white, wrinkly skin, dotted with eyes that appeared to be similar to black holes. A short yet ominous figure it was. The voices coming from it were high-pitched and nearly a screech. I was unable to hear the horrid figure due to its screech also taking on characteristics of a mumble. For a short while I stood there in awe, fear, not knowing what to do. Once more the creature muttered something under its breath. Once more I stared at it, this time nearly falling backwards as I walked in reverse with choppy steps. Mouth wide open, I awaited a response. Next, the creature seemed fed up, shouting,
I demand that you hand it over.
My eyes became as wide as dinner plates. With fumbling hands, I made a desperate attempt to slam the door shut, but the creature soon outspread its hands and prevented the door from any further motion. It screamed.
I demand you give it to me right now!
After another delay, a long hand emerged from the beast as it firmly grasped its head. I cringed in fear, for it was removing its skin. I could barely look. Beneath was a small, round-eyed, pale-looking person-like character. I passed out. The next morning I woke up and all of my candy, sweets, or any sort of treat had been removed from my possession. I called my friend who lived down the street and told him of these events. I told him how irregular and terrifying this first-hand account was. He seemed a little unsure of my story. He said something might be wrong with me. I told him I would call this day the Days of Demands, due to the demanding ghost. I decided to name it for my friend told me this occurs every year. However, I think he was a little scared. Or he changed the subject and started talking about this weird thing called Halloween. In spring of youth it was my lot to haunt of the wide world a spot, the which I could not love the less, so lovely was the loneliness of a wild lake with black rock bound, and the tall pines that towered around. But when the night had thrown her pall upon that spot as upon all, and the mystic wind went by, murmuring in melody, then I would awake to the terror of the lone lake. Yet that terror was not fright, but a tremulous delight, a feeling not the jeweled mine could teach or bribe me to define, nor love, although the love were thine. Death was in that poisonous wave, and in its gulf a fitting grave, for him who thence could solace bring to his lone imagining, whose solitary soul could make an Eden of that dim lake.
Cheers, applauds, and roars. The Elysium holder had come. So, gather around, hark these words, for within his jars are sweetened dreams. Tender, kept carefully, the allurement of the century. A liquor of Elysium, succulent and top finery. So come, and come, buy your share. The people had gathered, money exchanged, jars sold in moments, people sickened with dreams. A single sip, the rumors had said, you'd feel the meaning of true happiness. You'd discover the world in its true beauty, freedom from human nature, elated and serene. So they sipped, and with every sip, their eyes would become illumined, sparked with the images of a world of pure perfection. But the beverage never lasted. The jar would empty. The serenity would fade, break, distort. And it would hurt. A hideous, crude pain would acidify minds, for exposure to pure happiness showed the world in its true colors. Naked and sickening, the world's corruption, all exposed by cloudless skies. The Elysium holder clapped his hands together, applauding the masterpiece he had produced. Now, no need to fear. There is still one last jar. Their greed of indulgence had left them empty. The crowd would scream a drunken pain. They needed Elysium to taste the impossible once more. Beasts and savages of morbid transformation. Humanity and its morality no longer in tune. Roses had fallen as thorns had rose. A galore of reddened smiles and perfume. Warped and twisted were those eyes. All had closed by their own strife. An impish grin as the jar was withheld. A chuckle was heard. Death's silence expelled.
Down in Alabama fall guaranteed you a few things.
One was that it was still going to be humid, and you never knew when a thunderstorm would strike. 2, it meant that once you had made the rounds of what few houses were handing out candy that night, there was little else to do but get into trouble. That is what this story is about. When letting my true feelings take the driver's seat, and running out of constructive things to do collide. It did not help that I was of the less popular variety at school, which wearing a mask was relief from my regular torments. Those preteen hormones in small town life were a ticking time bomb if you had ever known one. What is that saying? Idle hands are the devil's plaything. The saxophone president was busy yapping on the television, and my mother was buttering up my father in an attempt at getting to see Titanic when it came to theaters. I was busy working on my Halloween costume at the kitchen table and trying to tune the two of them out. When you grow up in a single-wide trailer in Podunk, Alabama, you tend to not have the funds for the fancier things, but I was tired of going as bedsheet ghost and hobo clown. I wanted to be scary. I wanted to be a real monster. I wanted to make Jeffrey Scott wet his pants in front of his dim-witted football jock friends. I wanted to be anything but the poor miserable fat kid for the night. I just could not let my mom know I was using her makeup. A few brown stitches in an old drop cloth, some old pine straw, a pair of overalls, and my dad's flannel shirt did not look much by itself, but with the right amount of tweaking it made for an interesting scarecrow. It was still missing something, however. My Pawpaw Mac had always been good for ideas, and he knew just the way to top off my getup. Literally. It took a bit of digging through his tool shed. That place was a mess from front to back. Granny said she had no idea how he kept track of anything out there, but he managed to find the straw hat he was looking for. It was missing quite a few strands, and you could tell it had been a snack for a mouse or two, but it fit perfect. His trusty old-timer made a few jagged cuts in my pants, and he said with a wash or two it would look proper rugged. He told me if I got in trouble to just tell my parents it was his doing. They did not question him in anything. When the sun went down on that little town, I set out down the drive with my homemade costume, hand-me-down hat, and a potato sack my granny had rustled up for gathering my take for the night. The grin behind that ugly material would have been enough to scare anyone if they could have seen it. I was so excited I could barely contain it. I was bounding from door to door in no time. Some of the porch lights had not even clicked on yet. I waited eagerly for the late arrivals to retrieve their treats, belting out the command for candy, trick or treat. My sack was half full within the first hour, but there was no way I was turning in early. This was one of the best days of the year, second only to Christmas, and even that could be disappointing when your parents are broke. Free candy was free candy, and that was more than enough to help me forget the beads of sweat that coated my body under that thick material. My night was rounding out, much like my sack, when I noticed Jeffrey and his goons making their rounds with the younger kids. They were not satisfied with gathering their candy. They had to have it all. I knew all too well what would happen if they knew who hid beneath the face I so carefully crafted. I had to make sure to get the first hand in. So, I made a quick sprint for the trees that separated my neighborhood with the next. The cluttered clumps of trees made for good hiding while I worked up a plan. That potato sack did not want to fold up with how full it was, and I knew that in the dirt ants would take my hard work, so I figured it would be best to hide it in a tree. Let me just say now that it is hard for a big boy to climb a tree, but that candy was safe in the lowest branch despite how tired I was after getting that damned thing up there. Sweat was burning my eyes and irritating the hell out of my thighs, but I was determined to get my revenge for every spoiled All Hallows Eve. It took a few throws, but eventually a pecan landed square across Jeffrey Scott's nose. The chase was on, and it took all I could do not to laugh as they followed me deeper into the woods. I weaved in and out of trees, but I knew that eventually they would catch up to me. Remember, I was the fat kid, and these guys were football ogres. I had to play it smart and possibly set a trap. I had passed a few rusted out fords, and I knew I could hide and squatted behind that holy heap of Detroit muscle. I tried to catch my breath and waited for the horde to bound over that last hill I had crossed getting down here. It took longer than I thought for them to catch up. The Bubblicious I had shoved in my cheeks earlier in the night had already lost its flavor by the time I heard leaves rustle. It was so dark I could barely see them, but it was easy to tell their location by the flickering lights of their flashlights. The sounds of shuffling came to a stop a few yards away, and were replaced by voices arguing back and forth over which way to go. They had passed me in their effort to close the gap, and now I sat behind them. It was the perfect opportunity to creep up behind them and make them pay for every piece of candy taken and tear-soaked cotton cloth spirit costume that had ever existed. I had never been much to hurt, but I knew that if you wanted to be quiet enough to keep from scaring off a deer, you made sure your steps were heel to toe and deliberate. I felt like a real monster stalking its victims, and my heart pounded in my chest with excitement. When I was sure my next action would get the best result, I gave my best rendition of a rebel yell. 3 of them ran without looking back, and Jeffrey spun on his heel, eyes wide, searching for the source of the scare. The look on his face was priceless. Mama always said to make sure you tie your shoes. She would go on and on about how one day I would trip up on those things and end up in the emergency room. Jeffrey Scott's mama had obviously not driven home that lesson, because just as he came around to see my ghoulish mask, his other foot landed firm on his untied shoelace and sent him tumbling back. I expected to see an explosion of brown and orange leaves, but instead, Jeffrey disappeared altogether. I crept closer, and as my feet came to rest just beyond where my bully once stood, I noticed the ground gave way a bit and faded to nothing shortly after. 10 feet below me lay Jeffrey Scott. He had become the new hood ornament of a decaying John Deere. The boy in the tractor laid lifeless. The scene was almost poetic, really, but at the time my 11-year-old mind could not properly process it. It was not long after I found myself sobbing in my mother's arms. I had removed my mask early that night and had not the will to pull on the Happy Sunshine one that should have replaced it. Mama fought for a good 30 minutes trying to understand the hobbled-up rambling of a story I tried to tell. I think I apologized more times that night than I have since, and she had almost pieced it all together when my father stumbled in with a Bud Light in hand. She pulled him to the kitchen, and I listened to a hushed rendition of what I had tried to tell her earlier. They both returned shortly after, my father seeming a bit sober suddenly from the news. He finished off his drink, brushed the can, and set out to my pawpaws. The 2 of them made another trip to the tool shed and emerged with a shovel each. I did not have to watch to see which direction they were headed. Meanwhile, my mother dried my tears and ran me a bath. She told me that she would be back shortly to get me in bed. I heard her lift the receiver on the phone in the kitchen. She gave her brother a call. He was just Uncle Dave to me, but the rest of the town knew him as Sheriff McDougal. It took a long time for me to get to sleep that night, but the next morning my potato sack full of candy was waiting for me at the end of my bed. Mama did not make me go to school the next day. Dad offered to take me fishing. He never did that. I was not up for a trip though. I stayed in bed most of the day, chewing on Tootsie Rolls and Smarties. When I did go back to school, I got a fair amount of looks, but no one said a word to me. Jeffrey's seat sat empty. Mrs. Reynolds was wiping a tear from her eye as she entered. She did not call out the missing child's name during roll call. Some of the kids were whispering about the flu going around and Jeffrey being at home sick, but that bit of gossip only lasted the first week. The missing child posters came next. Mr. and Mrs. Scott came by the house a few times. Mama offered them sweet tea. Dad handed Dale a beer. It was odd, watching them act as nothing had happened at all. Mrs. Scott cried a bit. That tugged at me somewhere deep in my stomach, but I dared not say anything. Dad gave me that look he always had after a few too many cans of Budweiser. I still cannot make sense of why the 2 of them did what they had, what everyone in town actually knew, or why no one ever asked me if I saw Jeffrey Scott. What I did learn that Halloween was 2 very important things. First, there was a deep gully in the woods behind my neighborhood, a place Uncle Dave made sure no one searched the days following Halloween. Secondly, you should never threaten a Southern mama's baby boy.
So, my brother and I, we kind of grew up on Pokemon. Around here, a lot of kids did. It worked out perfectly for us too. Every time a new gen came out, one of us would get one version, one of us would get the other, and since our mom liked to spoil us,
we both got the third one. This is going to sound, at first, like a bittersweet story about two siblings who grew up with a couple of games that eventually take them down two different roads. Well, it's a little more than that. The years rolled by, we kept collecting. Game Boys got old, we replaced them. Cartridges finally gave out, we picked up new copies. But we started down two completely different roads before Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald came out. See, around then, my brother got a Game Shark. We had heard all the hacks and cheats you could do with them, even if we were kind of late to the party, and they sounded awfully cool. Our first guinea pig cartridge was my brother's old blue version. We just dicked around with it a little bit, nothing major. But whatever we did fucked the cartridge up. After just a couple of code entries, it glitched out completely and became unplayable. Naturally, we were upset at first. My brother mourned the loss of his hours of work, and I was sympathetic. I told him,
It's okay, we can replace it, I guess. Stupid shark was a waste of money.
But here our paths finally differed. After seeing the mess it had turned blue version into, I had become opposed to the idea of hacking or cheating any of my games. What can I say? I'm a chick. I feel feelings for the little pixel critters. At least with that Game Shark. But my brother had taken his game's destruction as a personal challenge or something. I don't think he ever played a game after that which wasn't hacked somehow. Yeah, we played a shit ton of Pokemon, man. But for us, there really wasn't much else to do. We live way out in the country without many other kids, and the farmers didn't want us on their property. So, we played Pokemon out on the lawn just about all day every day. It was pretty awesome, to us at least. We lost the Game Shark when our rooms got moved around. A new addition was built onto our house and it disappeared in the mess of shit that got stuffed into the new closet. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald arrived, and after playing through them once, we were both in agreement that they were definitely lacking in comparison to the last gen. We both tried another honest playthrough, and though we managed to finish, it left us both yearning for some good old-fashioned nostalgia. Where were our old gold, silver, and crystal cartridges though? It took us probably a month to dig through the boxes we'd been too lazy to open up before, but we finally found one full of a shitload of our old electronics. My old purple Game Boy Color still worked, his red one could no longer hold batteries in place. Both of our GBAs were fine though, along with our snake lights and link cables. That one with the nifty little connector in the middle that I had always wrapped up oh so carefully to avoid fraying the wires and condemning it to the trash like our last cable. We both grabbed up everything we could. It was so nice to have yellow, which had been my first and most cherished game of any series, not just Pokemon, and red and gold back. We went through the motions of checking our old files, taking in all the old memories, and eventually we figured the Gen 1 stuff was just too nostalgic to get rid of. I restarted gold, he restarted silver. Immediately he snatched the Game Shark out of the box and slipped it into the back of his GBA. I just shook my head at him. I remember what I said to him.
That thing will kill your game, you know.
I had never liked me preaching to him about abusing pixels. I shut my mouth after that, but it had put him off from playing with me. I guess it was just one time too many or something. I ought to know to keep my thoughts to myself, really. It was a couple of days later that it happened. I was out on the porch, Game Boy in hand, just about to go into the Elite Four when I realized I needed a little help. My team was ill-balanced thanks to my playing through for leisure, and at the time I was no great trainer that could pull off gimmick runs. I knew that my brother had been 2 badges ahead of me when we'd last checked with one another, so I was hoping maybe he'd let me borrow a Pokemon or two just for this run-through. Now, the thing is that I'd spent the last 24 hours at a friend's place. I had literally come home, dumped my bag in my room, and crept out into the sun with my GBA to play. I had no idea what he'd been up to. For all I knew, he was done with the game and onto a new one. Which I figured was all the better for me since he wouldn't need those Pokemon, and I'd stand a better chance of nicking a few. So I got up and went into the house. And when I was crossing the living room, I noticed all of his Pokemon games lying on the floor. Some of the cartridges had been mangled, like they'd been hacked at with something sharp. Even this old blue version, long ago dead and too sentimental to throw away, was lying with the plastic cut ragged, split almost halfway up one side, completely unusable anymore even if it would have worked. I was a little scared. This had to have happened this morning, otherwise our mom would have seen and they wouldn't be lying on the carpet. Tucking my GBA into my pocket, I crept over to his room and found the door unlocked. Somehow, that was even more concerning. I walked in and found my brother sitting on the edge of his bed. His GBA was in pieces on the floor at his feet, smashed to bits. Next to him on the bed were a hammer and our mother's gardening scissors. His face was paler than I'd ever seen it, even whiter than the time we'd gone corning and the old guy up the street, legally blind and a raving nutcase, had come and chased us into the trees with a shotgun. It was now I also noticed the Game Shark on the ground, and a silver cartridge corner poking from under his bed. Somehow they had been spared the wrath of the hammer.
Are you okay?
I asked. I remembered the chills that ran through me. He was my little brother. Seeing him like this was horrifying.
It was awful.
I remember him rasping, and the way his voice rattled made my knees weak.
Oh God, white everywhere, and then black.
I remember running over and hugging him, and I remember his limp arm fell and brushed the Game Boy in my pocket, and his sudden scream right in my ear, making me jump and bite my tongue by accident. He ripped the handheld from my pocket and hurled it at the far wall. I cried out at the dent the plastic system made there, running over to collect it. The screen had gone dark, and though I feared the worst, when I flicked the switch, it powered up normally. I waited there in the corner, trying to pretend the GBA mattered enough not to go and run for our mom. The volume was on. The Pokemon theme started up, and he screamed again, picking up the hammer. This time I screamed too, and ran from the room with my GBA clutched to my chest like a shield. He ended up in the psych ward of the hospital for 2 days. When we went to visit him, I left my GBA at home. No one could figure out what had set off this strange manic behavior. There was some talk that I didn't understand at the time about some kind of disorder he may or may not have had. But even though Mom and I had collected and brought in all the cut-up cartridges to be looked at, Mom's idea, not mine, no one had even thought to tie it back to the game. Maybe that was my fault. I hadn't said a word about what had happened when he had accidentally touched my Game Boy, or the blind white terror he had been thrown into when the music had started. On my last visit to the hospital before school on the second day, I was left alone in the room with him, while Mom had some private talk with the doctor about precautions to take should this happen again. I sat in a chair next to the bed where he was staring at the ceiling. But then suddenly he sat up, making me flinch.
Hey,
he told me.
Angie, go in my room when you get home.
I didn't understand what he meant, and then I remembered the things we hadn't packed up and brought in. The game and the hacking tool under his bed.
Get rid of them. I don't ever want to play with them ever again.
His voice was so weary and desperate. He sounded like an old man on his deathbed. My poor, damaged little brother. How could I refuse?
Promise you'll get rid of them. Okay, I promise.
I was carted off to school late, and through the whole day I only had my promise to him in my head. I didn't know it at the time, but this would be the last time that I could ever play the big sister role and help him out. I just had to get home and get rid of that game. But as the day went on, a sick curiosity started to go through my own head. What could possibly have happened to that game that scared him so badly? I was scared myself, but I just had to know. I had to. I got home and went right into his room, bent on uncovering whatever horror was waiting for me. Mom had since vacuumed the room, and the cartridge and Game Shark were no longer visible. I got down and crawled half under the bed, feeling timid but holding on to the promise I made as my badge of courage. Under the bed, there was enough dust to make me cough. Enough old Legos and various other toys that I couldn't set my elbow down without it landing on something. But I finally saw both objects. They'd been shoved to the corner, on top of a notebook that looked too new to have been down here long. Unthinking, I grabbed the corner of the paper and dragged everything out with me, still wheezing from the dust, allergies and all. They looked so innocent. Simple toys in a simple spiral-bound bunch of papers. When I set Silver version and the Game Shark on the floor, I took a closer look at the notebook. On it were scrawled at least 20 different cheat codes, but one had been scratched out with Sharpie over where it had initially been drawn in with pen. This was confusing. He had really tried to erase it out. The marker had been pressed to the paper so hard that ink soaked through most of the pages behind it, almost 2/3 of the way to the cardstock back cover. But pen has a way of sticking around. I picked up the notebook and tilted it backward in the light, and the reflective surface of the Sharpie revealed the indents that had been left where he'd written. The code was an unintelligible mess of letters and numbers, but the words next to it confused me. Easter egg, snow on Mount Silver. I remember what he had said when I'd found him. He had been raving about white and then black. Could he mean snow? Even though it was only August and the temperature was still climbing to 90 degrees every day, a chill ran down my spine. Did I dare? I picked everything up and brought it to my room and laid it out on the carpet in front of me with my own GBA next to it. For a long time, I just stared down at it, and the longer I looked, the more maniacal Lugia's face became on the sticker, like some kind of twisted grin, like it was daring me to find out what had happened to my brother. I was a 14-year-old kid. Did I really want to tempt fate and risk ending up like him? I glared down at Lugia for a while longer. I had to see. I slid gold out of my GBA and stuck silver in its place. It took me almost 15 minutes to compose myself and turn it on. It started up normally. I left the sound on low, too afraid of what I might hear to keep it up the full way, and too curious to turn it the whole way off. The title screen was normal too. Lugia again. But somehow menacing despite my common sense telling me it was exactly the same picture as every other time I had started up the game. How bad could this be? I asked myself. His note said Easter egg. Didn't that mean that this was coding already in the game? The menu came up, still absolutely normal. His character was Blake with a mostly filled Pokédex, but the time was odd. 999 hours and 99 minutes. I knew he couldn't have been playing that long. I had barely logged 50 hours on my own game, and I was at the E4. And I was playing slowly. Probably the result of his hacking fucking up his file, I thought. Well, whatever then. The game started up, and the first thing I noticed was the prolonged black screen. It took almost a minute for anything to change, and there was no sound at all. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing up already, but it was too late to turn back. Finally, a very dim sort of map came onto the screen, but it looked like static. What was going on? I squinted down and realized with a fearsome pang that it was actually the Mount Silver map. But what I thought was static was heavy falling snow. So this was where he had last saved his game. I checked his party. A very normal team for someone who'd been using a Game Shark. Typhlosion, Feraligatr, Meganium, Pidgeot, Tyranitar, Lugia. All level 100 with modded moves. Typical for him. Something about the sprites was strange, though. They seemed sullen in a way. Their colors seemed washed out, and their expressions lacked the usual vigor they normally had. I chalked this up to missing pixels or something, also due to the hacking. The map had brightened up just a smidgen when I closed out of the start menu. Indeed, snow was somehow falling very heavily. Pixels danced across the screen so fast it was hard to see the little sprite that was my brother's character. Something was off about him, too. When I checked the information, it was the same as the Pokemon sprites. The colors were dull. In fact, now that I thought about it, he almost looked frostbitten. My stomach tightened, and I turned and tried to move back down the mountain. As I hit the bottom of the screen, words popped up, and there was finally a sound. My sprite hitting an invisible wall. I can't turn back now. That was unsettling. I went into my Pokemon and tried to use Pidgeot's fly ability. I can't fly in this. Obviously referring to the snow. Fuck this, I thought going into his bag. There was an escape rope. I tried using it. I can't go back anymore. What was going on? Once again, I tried to walk back down the mountain, and to my horror, the words changed with every attempt. I can't run away. I can't go back down. I can never go back. This last one sent a frigid feeling through my heart. There was no way down the mountain. I had to climb. Turning the little sprite around, I moved him forward. No resistance at all, though my walking speed was oddly slow. What was truly weird was the lack of grass, of trainers, of anything at all but that white snow, which still blew across the screen and made it almost impossible to see. As I moved further up the mountain, his walking speed became slower and slower. The static curtain of pixels grew thicker so that I could barely make out the features of the map. But it seemed like the only way to move was straight ahead anyway. I reached what looked like a set of stairs at the very top edge of the screen. I didn't remember this being there before. As I tried to move up, the little sprite paused. I'm cold. By now, even I was getting goosebumps. His walking speed had become painfully slow, as if somehow he was being impeded. Up the little staircase. More text on the screen. Meganium has died. What the fuck? I thought. Pokemon don't die in these games. I checked in my party and was frightened and confused by what I saw. Meganium's sprite had been replaced by a red X. All of my other Pokemon sported varying degrees of damage, though I hadn't battled once. I went into my bag and found a single revive and tried to use it. It's too late, it said. What kind of Easter egg was this? There wasn't much else I could do. Trying to turn around yielded the same messages as before, so I kept moving. Pidgeot has died. I checked again. Sure enough, there was the little red X. This time I selected it and looked at the Pokemon itself, trying to figure out what was wrong. I wish I hadn't. The sprite was mangled. Pieces of it were missing. What was left was splotched with a sickish blue-gray color, and its eye was a solid black pit. I flipped down to Meganium. Same deal. A leg missing, a chunk of its neck, most of its head, save that pitch-black dead eye. Morbid curiosity urged me onward, and the path never deviated from the straight upward road I'd traveled the entire time. Along the way, every now and then, another party Pokemon would die, and examination of its sprite would show it was in the same condition as the others, until all that was left was Typhlosion. One more staircase was up ahead. I climbed it, braced for whatever horror awaited me. I hit the summit. It was deserted. Red was nowhere to be found. The snow had stopped falling. In the very center of the map was something sticking out of the snow. It looked like a Pokeball. Okay, maybe all this creepy shit led up to some climactic final battle using whatever was in there. If I picked it up, maybe Red would come out of hiding. I walked over and examined it. There was a burst of static noise from my game that made me jump. What appeared on the screen was a battle animation. My trainer sprite appearing, his skin tinged blue.
against another mangled Pokemon sprite. It was Celebi. In the center of that black hole that was its eye, a single red dot burned out like an ember. The thing looked rotted. I didn't even throw out my mostly dead Typhlosion before it had moved. Celebi used Perish Song. A screech came out of my GBA, and I almost dropped it as the screen went white. A part of me was relieved, thinking that my final Pokemon had been KO'd, and I would be transported to a Pokemon Center. But I was wrong. My sprite reappeared in what looked like a cave. Was I now inside the mountain? I checked my trainer card and felt sick. The sprite was just as mauled as the Pokemon had been. A leg gone. A single eye remaining. Pitch black and so sad looking. Tears welled up at the corner, and every color on him was replaced by those 6 shades of frosty blue and gray. Every stat on the card was reduced to 0, except the time, which still read 999 hours and 99 minutes. I quickly moved back to the map. His sprite there mimicked the horror it had become on the trainer card. Pieces were missing. Everything was discolored. I started trying to walk, and at first I received a message. "It's so cold." There was only one direction to go. Upward. I moved on, and every now and then would be stopped by a message that made my heart sink lower and lower. "Mother, it feels so cold. I can't go on." The walls, as I walked, became darker and darker until they were pitch black at the end. There was an exit there, marked only by a white outline. I had no other choice but to go through it. It opened into a chamber that was also solid white. The only way to distinguish the walls was a thin gray line that marked them as separate from the floor. Against the far wall, there was another sprite. Red's sprite. Intact. I had come this far. I had to finish this. I walked right up to him and hit A. ... A battle started. Red sprite had none of the deformities that marred my own. The colors were the same, blues and grays, but he was intact. He just looked extremely sad. His first Pokemon came out, Venusaur. It was just like my own had been, but level 0 with a speck of health. I sent out Typhlosion, who had just 6 hit points HP left. No Pokemon made a sound when they were brought into battle. Venusaur used Struggle. There was no animation, just a single point of damage done to Typhlosion, and then the opposing sprite dropped off the screen. Venusaur has died. There was no text asking me to switch out. Instead, there was just what I took to be dialogue from Red. ... His next Pokemon was Blastoise, even more mangled than Venusaur had been. It too struggled and died. After each round, there was an ominous ... from their trainer. Every sprite was more damaged than the last. His Espeon was barely distinguishable as a Pokemon. I realized somewhere he was sending them all out of order, which saved one Pokemon for last. Pikachu came out, and it was grotesque. It too was discolored like it was frostbitten. It was missing an ear, half its body and tail. Its head was mostly intact, but its eyes were much larger than they should have been. All glared out at me like pitch black windows into hell. But the thing that got me the most was the giant smile that extended almost all the way to the edges of its head. Its health was somehow at 0, or at least looked that way. My hands were shaking. I didn't get a chance to attack. Pikachu used Pain Split. Pikachu has died. Typhlosion has died. It cut back to the image of Red Sprite, and now it looked like mine, with his body so butchered it looked like a carcass stripped of most of its meat.
except it had those same soulless, deranged eyes as Pikachu. I finally understood what happened. They were dead. They were dead, and this sublevel of the mountain was the hell they now existed in. Red finally spoke. "It's over." The screen flashed black and white for a moment. Used Destiny Bond. A horrible, hideous screeching started to issue from my GBA. The screen went white and it shrieked at me, and I threw it to the floor and pressed my back against the bed. The horrible noise continued for several long moments while the screen stayed white, then went black. Then there was silence. It took me a long few moments, but I eventually stood up. I took the Game Shark. I took the notebook. I took that fucking possessed game. I picked them all up and carried them to the garbage can we'd already set out for morning pickup at the end of our long, winding driveway. And I threw them in. When I got back to the house, I don't know what made me do it, but I picked up Yellow version and inserted it into my Game Boy. I think it was part of me determined to make sure I hadn't somehow been tainted as well. The music started up. The game played. I turned to my Pikachu and hit A. Its smiling face greeted me with an ear twitch and a big pixelated smile. A pleasant, normal smile. I turned my game off and spent the next hour crying on the floor. My brother and I never did play Pokemon together again. He gave it up for good. I stuck to replaying my comforting unhacked games. That winter, the snow fell thick. In the fall of 1998, a woman's left hand was found buried in a remote portion of New England's Great North Woods. The ensuing investigation quickly centered on a nearby abandoned cabin, which was completely unknown both in official records and among the local population, and whose walls were covered partially with an English language rant about a woman with no face, and partially with a still undeciphered script vaguely reminiscent of the Basque language. After several fruitless months, the still unsolved case was closed, leaving a number of questions unanswered. Why a later search revealed only undisturbed decade-old forest where the cabin had once been. Why several police officers who spent time inside the cabin reported disturbingly vivid nightmares involving cannibalism or self-mutilation. And why many of those nightmares occurred long before the hand was discovered. I woke up the other morning to a strange scratching sound at my bedroom door. Groggy from sleep, I thought it was my childhood dog Sunny. Then I remembered I was in my own house, and I had no pets. I got up and opened the door to find a raccoon skittering into my room. Yelling in surprise, I ran to get a broom to chase it out of my house when I noticed that my back door was wide open. I figured that was how the raccoon got in. It was odd though, as I vividly remembered locking the door before I went to bed. I wasn't very concerned, seeing as I live in a safe neighborhood with no history of break-ins or violence, and I figured I had just neglected to lock the door. Remembering the raccoon, I continued on to getting the broom. Flash forward to the next day. The raccoon is gone and my back door is locked. I made sure of it. Thinking it's safe to sleep, I got in bed and woke up to hear my back door banging against the side of the house. I rushed out of bed to close and lock the door again. And this time I was a little more concerned. I looked through my house to make sure there was nothing taken, but all my valuables were still intact. In fact, the only things that looked out of place were the things the raccoon had knocked over the previous morning. I puzzled over it for a while before deciding I hadn't really locked the door and had just thought I'd checked. Then, the next morning, it happened again. I woke up and walked out of my room, and there was my back door, wide open. This time, though, there were drops of a dark red-black substance splattered on the door.
Now I was worried. I cleaned off the door and checked my house again. Once, twice, 3 times. Nothing was out of place. This time I decided to add another lock to the door. I quickly installed a slide lock and made sure both the new lock and the door lock were secured tightly. When I woke up the next morning, the slide lock was bent out of shape on the floor, having been ripped off the door. The door itself was wide open, and inside my house was a mangled, bloody corpse of what I could only assume used to be a rabbit. I felt sick as I tentatively walked through my house. There was still nothing out of place. I decided to call a locksmith after cleaning up the body, naively hoping there was just something wrong with my door lock. When the locksmith arrived and checked my back door, he said he had never seen a lock in better shape. I'm awake now, unable to fall asleep. I locked my door and checked it 5 times to make sure it was locked. I tried to reassure myself, saying nothing was going to happen. The previous incidents have just been wild animals. I just forgot to lock my door the other times. Then I heard it. The doorknob turned on the back door. The back door opened wide. Something walked into my house. I was frozen in my bed, too petrified to even breathe. There was no sound for a minute. And then it laughed. An awful, dry, deep sound. The laugh got louder. No. Closer to my bedroom door. It sounded like nails on a chalkboard as its fingers ran down my door. Then I heard a wet thud, and the laughing went away. After an hour of laying in my bed, my heart beating in my throat, I shakily got up and opened my bedroom door. There I was on the floor, my body mangled and broken. And there it was, standing right in front of me, human-like teeth that were far too big and far too sharp contorted into a gruesome smile. A long pointy face with pitch black eyes, an impossibly skinny body, and fingers like spiny claws. It pointed at me, fingers an inch away from my chest, and then it shuffled off with an animalistic gait out through my open back door. I haven't been sleeping. I haven't been eating. I haven't left my room. All I can do is stare at my own corpse in horror. It hasn't come back yet. The sun is going down. Do you know that feeling? In most cases, it starts with you being alone in your room, usually at night. You don't really see or hear anything, but you have a feeling someone might be watching. Even the thought of it makes you tremble a bit. You start with looking behind you, followed by checking the surrounding area. The act ends with you shutting the door or window, or just drawing the curtains. 99.9% of the time, those actions are more than enough. And after a minute or two, you already forget that feeling and just go back to what you were doing before without any worries whatsoever. The thing is, that feeling isn't something random. You really get an alert of someone coming, and you really do have a reason for being afraid of it. Luckily for you, your intuition saved you from realizing it before it's too late, and you actually face him. Unfortunately, he is also quite skilled. You see, he knows that you know. He knows that you are feeling quite safe after the feat you just did. At first, it used to annoy him, and he used to not be as polite as he is today. But he has learned some new things since. One of his famous attributes is the fact that he doesn't need an open window or an unlocked door. A few minutes after you've already forgot about it, he'll come. You won't hear him or feel him again, just at the most crucial time. He will just check one thing: the closest gape crack or even the wind blowing the curtains off for a brief second every 5 minutes. Every glimpse he can get, he will. He looks for it, because that's how he'll watch you. You see, he doesn't need a lot of you. Only a small opening, or a great late night show. The one where you don't even know it's there. He'll usually just watch you. And trust me, it's better this way. I know, you probably wonder why would he do all those things for such a limited profit. But hey, over the years, he became really patient. I once lived a normal life. I was a groundskeeper at a local cemetery. It wasn't the best job, but hey, it paid the bills. I lived alone in an apartment complex that stood about a mile from the cemetery in which I worked. I would spend my time writing short stories about my boring life and the days I spent at the cemetery. When I worked, it was usually during the afternoon into twilight hours. I never would have worked at night. That place is creepy as it is, thank you very much. I stayed far away from it during the night. It was always the same routine. Show up at the cemetery, gather my tools and go out to pick up trash and tidy up gravestones until it started to get dark, then go home and do whatever. Nothing special. The routine continued for a year and a half, ever since the day I got the job. Not once did I ever run into anything spooky like you'd see in a cheesy horror movie. There were never any black cats or curses, and certainly no zombies crawling out of the ground to eat my brains. However, there was one day that would change my life forever. The day I saw him. Or, rather, it. The day I saw the Slender Man. It started off like any other day. I walked to the cemetery, got my tools and headed out to pick up the trash. But something felt different that day. It was hard to explain, but I felt as though I was being watched. I would constantly look around nervously, only to find that there was nothing around. The only sounds I heard were birds chirping in the trees and the occasional car that passed by. So I spent the entire day on edge, something in the back of my mind telling me that there was something else with me in that cemetery. At the end of my shift, as I headed back to put my tools away for the night, I noticed that the birds were gone, and there were no cars passing by anymore. Everything was eerily quiet. Just then, I saw what appeared to be a man standing about 100 feet from me. From what I could see, he was abnormally tall and wore a black suit jacket with a white shirt and black tie. Because it was beginning to get dark, I couldn't see his face very well, so I couldn't tell if he was anyone familiar. I called out to him, but he didn't move. He just stood there, like a statue. I began to walk towards him, accidentally dropping my tools along the way. I bent down to pick them up, and when I looked to where the man was, he was gone. There was no sign of him anywhere. I scratched my head and shook it off, thinking that I was just seeing things because I was overworked. I put my tools away and headed home, but I walked a little quicker than usual. I was still a little nervous and questions filled my head. Who was that man? Why did he just stand there? How did he disappear so quickly? Was he real or just a figment of my imagination? That night, I barely slept at all. It was my thoughts that caused my insomnia. The next day at the cemetery, I was even more tense. I felt like if a leaf were to fall on my head, I'd scream in terror. Unfortunately for me, the more tense I got, the more distracted I got from my work. Soon enough, my boss Jeff came out to talk to me. Jeff was a good guy. He and my father went way back, and he was the one who gave me the job as groundskeeper in the first place. He and I were also good friends, and he knew that I wasn't acting myself that day. "Steven, what's the matter?" he asked me. "You seem a little off today. Is something wrong?" I didn't want to sound like a crazy person, but I knew I could never lie to Jeff. So I told him the truth. "I saw something yesterday, Jeff. There was a man in a suit that was just standing in the cemetery. He didn't do anything, and then he just disappeared out of nowhere. It kind of freaked me out." Jeff looked at me like I was crazy. "Wait, what did you say this man looked like?" I was surprised that he actually somewhat believed my story. "He was really tall with a nice suit on. It was too dark, so I couldn't see his face." Jeff rubbed his head and sighed. "I don't believe it." I rolled my eyes, thinking that he was talking about my story. But then he continued. "I didn't think the legends were true, but what you've explained to me, Steven, verifies that maybe the Slender Man does exist." Now I was the one that was confused. "Slender Man? What's a Slender Man?" "I'm not the one you should be asking these questions, Steve. I only know a little bit about him. But I have a friend, James. He knows everything there is to know about the Slender Man." He took out a piece of paper and a pencil and scribbled something down. Handing it to me, he said, "This is where he lives. I'll give him a call and tell him what you saw and that you're coming to learn more about Slender Man. Any questions you may have, he'll answer them." I still thought the idea was a little crazy, but I wanted to know exactly what the Slender Man was. That night, I did as Jeff suggested and paid a visit to his friend James. As I entered his house, I saw he was already seated at a table, with pictures scattered all around. When I walked through the door, James greeted me with a smile. Steven, Jeff told me you were coming. Please, take a seat." I pulled up a chair to the table and began to observe some of the pictures he had laid out. "Jeff told me that you think you saw the Slender Man, and that you want more info on him. Well, you've come to the right place." I nodded and he began to tell me everything he knew. "One thing you should know about the Slender Man. He is not human," James began. "We don't know what he is exactly, but we know for sure he isn't human. People have seen him describe him just as you saw him, but he is sometimes seen with black tentacles emerging from his back. He's a fearsome creature and kills most likely for the fun of it. Now, let me give you a little backstory on the Slender Man. One of the first recorded instances of him was back in the mid-1500s in Germany. A woodcut artist by the name of Hans Freckenberg created a piece that displayed a creature that looks not unlike the Slender Man. It was discovered in Hallsberg Castle in 1883. Here's what it looks like." He slid one of the pictures over to me, one that depicted a knight dueling with a strange humanoid creature with multiple arms and legs. James continued. "Now, Hans Freckenberg was known for his realistic depictions of human anatomy, but as you can see in that work, the character on the right has multiple arms and an oddly shaped face. This work differs greatly from all his other works." I was intrigued at the amount of knowledge that James had, but he wasn't quite finished. He slid another picture over to me. This one showed several children frolicking on a playground, nothing out of the ordinary. Except for the fact that a man that looked exactly like the one I saw in the cemetery was standing ominously in the background. Looking at that picture caused chills to race down my spine. Now this here is the first recorded photograph of the Slender Man. You can just see him in the background. According to records, every single child in that photograph disappeared shortly after it was taken. They haven't been seen since. I was astonished. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. James then passed me a few more modern-looking pictures. Each one seemed like a normal everyday nature or family photo. But in the background of every one, the same tall man could be seen, looming in the shadows. That's pretty much all you need to know, James concluded.
Any questions? I shook my head, still trying to wrap my head around why this thing was looking at me the day I saw him. The Slender Man is a mysterious force, Stephen, James told me. Nobody knows exactly why he does the things he does. Whether he does it for sport, or he is a pawn for some higher being, we will never know. Coming to this realization, I knew that I had to do something. I decided that the next day I would find the Slender Man and see for myself what kind of monster he was. I figured he was probably still in the vicinity of the cemetery, so I would hopefully find and capture him. I wouldn't try that if I were you, James warned. The Slender Man has powers that you wouldn't believe. It's best to let nature take its course. And whatever you do, don't try to approach him if you sight him. I assured James I would do no such thing and thanked him for all the information as I left. However, I was still content on attempting to end the Slender Man's reign of terror once and for all. I worked through the next day like it was any other day, but I kept my guard up the whole time, looking for any signs of the Slender Man. There was no sign of him the entire day, but once my shift was over, I put away my tools, except for a flashlight, and headed over to where I saw him standing just a couple of days prior. Like that fateful day, everything was eerily quiet. No birds or cars made any sound. I could sense he was nearby. I approached the area where I first saw him and sat on one of the gravestones waiting. I knew he would come, eventually. After about 20 minutes, I began to give up hope, until I heard rustling coming from the woods that surrounded the cemetery. It was beginning to get darker, and I got a little nervous. I had never been in that area when it was that dark before. It was almost pitch black now, and I only had the full moon and my flashlight for light. I gathered up some confidence and walked into the woods, my flashlight shining through the darkness. I followed the rustling sound through the woods, and it began to get louder and louder. It grew closer and closer, and my heart began to race. Sweat formed on my brow, and my hands shook as I tried to hold the flashlight steady. "Show yourself!" I ordered as loudly as I could. Suddenly, from out of the brush of the woods came a squirrel. I let out a deep sigh of relief as the squirrel just stared at me for a few seconds. Then it took off running away from me. I thought nothing of it. It was a squirrel after all. They're usually afraid of their own shadow. I turned around, and it felt like I walked into a brick wall. I fell hard to the ground and dropped my flashlight. I couldn't see much, but I could see the outline of a figure, illuminated by the full moon. I stumbled around like a madman, grabbing for the flashlight. I found it and shined it at the figure. I stared at its legs and moved the light up its body. When I hit its torso, I saw that it was wearing a suit and tie. I swear I felt my heart stop for a moment. I shined the light up at its face and gasped in horror at what I saw. This creature had no face. It looked like an empty canvas. No hair, no face, no nothing. Just a pale white head looking down at me, as if it knew I was there. He must have been at least 9 or 10 feet tall. I stumbled to my feet and I felt 2 hands grasp my neck. I began to panic as my heart raced faster and faster, my breathing getting heavy. The creature pulled me closer and raised me up so my head was level with his. I stared into where his face should have been, and he tilted his head as if he were observing me. I could barely breathe as his grasp grew tighter around my neck. I struggled furiously and suddenly several black tentacles emerged from the creature's back. I knew this was the end. I was about to become another victim of the Slender Man. He raised one of his tentacles, and I braced myself for the end. However, I heard a faint bark of dogs and a few men calling my name. The creature turned his head towards the noise and then back to me. He took the raised tentacle and wrapped it around my forearm. Burning pain shot through my entire arm and I winced in pain. If that thing's hands hadn't been cutting off my air supply, I would have screamed bloody murder. The pain was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. The creature dropped me to the ground and stood above me for a few seconds. I looked up to it and I swear he nodded to me before fading into the surrounding darkness. I gasped for breath as the men found me. Jeff was with them. "Steven, what the hell happened here? We heard you yelling, so we came to find out what was wrong." With what little energy I had left, I let out a whisper, barely audible.
"It was the Slender Man."
Then everything went to black. When I awoke, I found myself in a hospital bed, my neck and forearms still in pain. Once I had regained complete consciousness, I looked down at my forearm and saw that there was a black mark where the Slender Man had wrapped his tentacle around me. I stared at it for a few minutes, trying to contemplate why it had spared my life and left me with just a black mark. Before I had a chance to think anymore, Jeff and James came into my room, Jeff carrying my laptop. "How are you feeling, Steve?" Jeff asked me.
"Still in a little bit of pain," I replied. "The doctors say I should be out in a couple days, maybe even tomorrow."
"I warned you not to approach him." James shook his head. I figured he would be a little upset with me.
"I know. I really wish I had listened to you,"
I apologized. He put his hand on my shoulder in comfort. "It's alright. I know how you feel. You wanted to get an up-close and personal view of the Slender Man. Who wouldn't? I'm just surprised he let you live." I was just as surprised. Had it not been for the men calling my name, I probably wouldn't have gotten so lucky. Soon later, Jeff handed me my laptop.
"Why'd you bring this?"
I asked him. "Because you need to tell your story," he replied. "The story about how you met and survived the Slender Man. I'm sure a lot of people are going to want to hear about it."
"But who's to say no one will believe it?"
I asked skeptically. James smiled and put his hand on my shoulder. "Steven, for every skeptic, there is a believer. I'm sure someone out there will believe it. Hell, maybe there's someone who's had an experience just like yours. Now, get some rest before you start writing. You need it." The two started to walk away until I called to them.
"Hey, guys, why do you think he left me with this?"
I showed them the black mark on my arm, and James rubbed his chin. "No idea. I've never heard of any reported cases of that happening. Maybe since you were lucky enough to survive him, he gave it to you as something to remember him by." He smiled and the two walked out of my room. I chuckled to myself at the thought, but then I realized that maybe that wasn't so crazy of an idea after all. I opened my laptop and began writing this story. My story. The story of my experience with the Slender Man. If I learned anything from that ordeal, it's that we may never know who or what the Slender Man is exactly, and where he's going to show up next. But I gave this warning to you, dear reader. Beware the Slender Man, for the Slender Man watches us all. Okigahara, Sea of Trees, is a forest that lies at the base of Mount Fuji in Japan. As of 2013, 150 bodies, subject to change, have been found in this cursed forest. My occupation deals with investigating different kinds of ecosystems and making a database for scientists. I loved my job, as I was able to travel all over the world, see nature's most beautiful creations, and experience the thrill of discovering a new species, both flora and fauna. After my visit to the swamps in Liberia, the scientists asked me to take a long holiday, which was very nice of them. I could spend some time with my family, and my nephews and nieces wanted me to take them to a theme park. I was off duty for about a month and a half, and I was desperate to see where they would send me next. They called me about 3 days later and asked me to go to Japan. They wanted me to visit the Okigahara forest in Japan. I did a little bit of research about the place, and what I found made me a little anxious. This forest was said to be the most popular suicide destination in Japan. It was a little discouraging to find that out, but it was my job and I had to travel to the forest. The forest entrance was extremely intimidating and I felt extremely nauseous as I started to walk. The guide said that the government placed signs all over the forest trying to discourage the people from committing suicide. Many of the signs said, "Think about your family. Life is precious." But the one that amused me the most was, "A bear will defecate on your corpse." The whole atmosphere of the place was negative, and I realized that I would have to spend a night in the forest to be able to analyze the whole place. The guide said that he would come meet me in the morning. I did not want to be alone, especially in a place like this, but I did not want to be a burden to him, so I did not ask him to stay. As I looked for a place to pitch a tent, I stumbled upon a sign that read, "They did not take their own lives. He did." This sign ruined my night, and I started to get the feeling that I was being watched. I felt extremely uncomfortable, and during the little sleep I had, I could only see a pair of horrifying eyes staring into mine. I woke up an hour later and threw up. I was tired and dehydrated. I was unable to even sit up. My feet were numb, and I felt like my brain was trying to burst through my skull. A few minutes passed, and my guide arrived and took me to a hospital. There, they said that I experienced symptoms of extreme stress and asked me to rest there for a couple of days. I took the next flight home and told the scientists that I was very unwell, so they asked me to call them when I got better. However, I received an email on the same day I came home from a very odd email address. It came with a video attached, okigahara.wmv, and the content horrified me. The very same eyes that I had seen in my own dream were in that video, just staring. They had watched me throughout the journey, and I cannot forget them. I fear that I may one day wake up to see the eyes staring back at me.
Connor used to reside in a small town near a lake. Each year on the night before Halloween, Connor and his friends Corey and Ryan would each place a pumpkin in the lake. On Halloween, they would travel to the other side of the lake to see if their pumpkins had arrived. On a cold October night, Connor had gathered his friends at the lake. They each carefully set their pumpkins in the dark water. The boys knew that they should head home. There had recently been a kidnapping after all. Connor and Ryan started to walk back, but something caught Corey's eye. He informed the others that he thought he saw something behind a tree that was only a handful of yards away. That tree lies in front of a thick forest, letting anything that used to lurk behind it hastily escape view. Early in the afternoon, Connor and his friends were at the lake, eager to start the long trek to the other side. There had been a brief downpour the previous night, hence the ordinarily bare dirt path had shifted into a damp mud. As the boys were walking, Ryan pointed out what looked to be light footprints traveling down the trail. However, Connor and Corey didn't think much of it. As they continued down the path, they spotted the lake. The boys ran towards it in anticipation. When they stepped foot on the small patch of grass that borders the lake, Connor noticed something. His pumpkin, an average-sized pumpkin with a stem that curled and ended in a point, rested on the grass. Ryan's pumpkin was on the shore about a yard away. Corey's pumpkin, however, was nowhere to be found. When Connor was at his house, he started to carve at the pumpkin. However, something was wrong. The pumpkin had a small slip near the top. When Connor finished carving to the top of the pumpkin, he noticed a small bag inside. The bag contained a note that read, "Have a jolly Halloween." Connor was visibly perplexed by the note. "Why did someone put this in my pumpkin?" Connor thought aloud. Connor decided aloud that it might have been in there before he even bought the pumpkin. The slit was hardly visible, so he could have overlooked it. That night, Connor and his friends were ecstatic to go trick-or-treating. They walked around the neighborhood for about an hour before coming to a halt at a certain house. Corey stopped the others and pointed out what he thought was the pumpkin that he released into the water on the previous night. Connor and Ryan both informed him that the pumpkin just looked similar and was not in fact his. 1 hour later, Connor and his friends were at his house comparing how much candy they had each received. Connor was going through his candy when he felt a small piece of paper. The paper read, "I hope you had a jolly Halloween." Connor gasped in shock. He quickly informed his friends about the note he had found earlier in the day and asked them if they had a similar note among their candy. Ryan and Corey carefully searched through their candy to no avail. Now, Connor was scared. He started to question everything in the past couple of days. Ryan informed him that it must be a coincidence, and maybe they were all just overthinking it. Connor liked that idea. He put his candy away and said goodbye to his friends. The next day, Connor had no school, but his parents had to work, so he was alone. After a while, he got hungry, so he reached into the jar that housed his candy. He felt a strange object, so he pulled it out. In his hand was a square candy with a red wrapper sealing it shut. One side of the wrapper was slightly transparent. Connor unwrapped the candy only to find a box. The box had a small camera lens on the side, and the top read, "Soon, you won't be jolly." Connor stumbled backward and ran outside in a panic. Connor's backyard is right next to a dense forest, so he tried to flee. But I rushed to him and grasped him. The boy struggling stopped after some time, and I was easily able to drag him into the forest. He won't be jolly for a long time. Usually, I like to let my feet hang over the bed while I sleep. Occasionally, I like to let my arms flail about during sleep as well. But all that has changed. One night, I felt a light breeze on my heels, gently puffing on them as if a gust of wind blew by. So, I drew in my feet and fell back asleep, dismissing it as being from the broken window. The next night, it happened again. Somewhere in the middle of a pleasant dream, I was awakened by the sensation of someone breathing on my feet, ever so softly, ever so gently. Irritated, I drew them in once again under the blankets and fell into a terrible sleeping pattern. The next night was when things got strange. I woke up again, my eyes barely able to open, crusted over by sleep dust. In the half-light, I could barely make out a figure poking through the slates in my bunk bed. My befuddled mind tried to make sense of the shape and finally rested on an animal that had somehow broken into my house. It was not. Soft porcelain skin shone in the darkness, framing two large, pale black eyes. It was breathing on my feet. I froze with fear. Remember, I could barely see. It was 2 a.m.
Does it have small feetsies?
Came a tiny voice, soft and childlike. What? I stuttered. I couldn't move now. I was too scared.
Doth it have feethies?
The thing repeated, a little louder this time. I could now make out that whatever this thing was had some serious speech impediment. Look, I grumbled. You better get the fuck out of my house before I call the cops. That's when it responded by opening its mouth. By this time, I was fully awake. I wish I wasn't. Inside its mouth were rows and rows of sharp, thick teeth, lined all the way back to the cavernous hole of its mouth. Strangely, the story I once read called God's Mouth suddenly came to mind. Its mouth was wide that I knew this was some kind of nightmare. It chomps down on my foot, and I feel a piercing pain on my left 3 toes. I shriek into the night, and the night inhales me. Sometime in the morning, I wake up to my parents sitting over me with frightened expressions on their faces. Apparently, I had woken them up with my screaming, and they rushed into my room. They found me passed out with my foot crudely cradled in my arm. I had somehow held onto it during the night in an awkward fetal position. Upon inspection of my toes, I found nothing wrong except a few faintly visible marks lining the skin around the nails. It was slightly clammy, like I had dipped my toes in a vat of water for too long. My parents insist there was nothing in my room that night, and that I had suffered a series of night terrors. But I know better. Oh yes, I am never sleeping with my feet out again, lest that freak come back here. No siree. The story happened on the bleak night of November 14th, 1995 in Beijing, China. An old man, some also say an old woman, was waiting at a bus stop at the midnight, picking up a conversation with the only other person at the stop, who was a quiet young gentleman. When the midnight bus 375, the last bus for Route 375 from the Wanminghuan bus terminus, finally came, they both boarded on it. The old man took a seat near the front of the bus, while the young man sat a couple of rows behind him. There was no other passenger along with them than the driver and a decent lady ticket collector. After a while, the driver spotted 2 shadows by the side of the road, waving at the bus. The driver stopped, and when the doors opened, 3 people got on. There were 2 men who were supporting a 3rd man between them, holding him up by his shoulders. The man in the middle was looking disabled, and his head was bowed, so nobody could see his face, and there was a dismal, calm atmosphere inside the bus. Shortly after that, the old man picked up a fight with the young man under some silly pretext of stealing his wallet. The altercation escalated, and the bus driver forced them both off the bus.
When they got off and the bus zoomed away, the old man was no longer angry and he told the young man that he had saved their lives. Because the new 3 passengers did not have feet and were floating. They were not living people, he said. After that, they went to the nearest police station to report this event, but nobody believed them. But the very next day, the bus company issued a statement. Last night, the final bus for Route 375 has vanished along with the driver and ticket lady. The police immediately chased down that old man and the young man, who were assumed to be mentally ill when they tried to raise the alarm earlier, and they were both interviewed on the news. On the 3rd day, the police revealed the allegedly missing bus in a water reservoir about 100 kilometers away from its destination, Xiangshan, or so-called Fragrant Hills. Inside the bus, there were 3 very badly decomposed corpses, and the mysteries surrounding this finding included: the bus did not have enough petrol for it to keep going that far after a whole day's worth of travel. The police found that the petrol tank was filled with fresh blood instead of petrol. The corpses found were too decomposed for just 48 hours. Even if it was summer, the process of decomposition would not be this quick. An autopsy confirmed that there has been no intentional meddling with the bodies. The police went through all the security camera tapes set up for the various entrances to access the reservoir, but have found nothing out of the ordinary. To this day, it remains an unsolved mystery.
It feels like I've been driving forever, my headlights illuminating the stretch of road that lays before me. I'm surrounded by nothing but trees and whatever lies beyond them. It's times like these that make you reflect. I tend to never reflect on anything until today. Until this night. I feel the urge to reflect on choices. It's crazy how everything we do, every minimal choice we make can affect our lives on a grand or minuscule scale. The result is life or death, the loss of a loved one, the reward of riches, even suicide. Choices. People like me never think about repercussions of choice. We just do. The hours are getting to me. 9 hours on this same stretch of road with no other car in sight. No stops or turns. Just road and woods. My choices got me here. The wrong turn, maybe? The wrong decision, most definitely. Why are the worst decisions the most satisfying? This car was one of those. This car. God, how I love this car so much. The very first time I saw it, I knew that I would make a bad choice. My worst human flaw is that I tend to fall in love with things that don't belong to me, and this was one of them. Unfortunately, someone owning something never stopped me from making the choice to have what I want. In turn, making the choice to take this car led me to flee the town, which led me to this road. I was told by a friend about a road that I could take to avoid the police. He said it would only take me about 3 hours to get into the next town. After 4 hours, I decided to turn around and come back, but it's been over 5 and nothing has changed. I should have reached the town hours ago. You would think the car would have ran out of gas already, but it doesn't even have a gas meter. Could it be electric? But wouldn't it still have to charge? I'm terrified, but I love this car. It has an old-fashioned radio that oddly has only one station that plays the same song over and over again. Every 6 songs, a radio DJ, whose voice can be described as a cross between Lurch and Alfred, will come in and say a list of random names before replaying the song again. The names are different every time. There's no way to turn it off, but I love this car. I tune out the decrepit sounds. I can't stop. I can't brake, turn the wheel, shift gears, open the doors. Nothing. It's as if this car is alive and it doesn't want me to leave. Like it doesn't want me to leave this road. It must love me, like I love it. Choices. Hours pass like seconds. I can tell now that I'll be here forever. Crazy thing about choices. The smallest choice can have the grandest impact on one's life. The choice to take this car was just that. An eternity within it. An eternity on the same road listening to the same song. Are the names the DJ announces people that were in the same situation? Their unknown faces are my companions now.
Am I dead already? Is this purgatory or my own personal hell? Things that I will reflect on forever. Even though it has been a long time on this road, I am still terrified. You see, I have lost track of time, but have begun to notice the car getting slower every few hours. The thought of the car I love so much finally stopping after all this time should have filled me with relief, but when I mentioned being surrounded by trees and whatever lies beyond them, I meant whatever the things were that hid behind them. I thought them to be typical deer or other woodland animals, but noticed more and more of them ever since the car started slowing down. They're deathly frail with pointed ears and teeth. Their eyes are like black pits with flashlight bulbs for irises. They look menacing and anxious, as if they knew that in time the car would stop and they'd have me. I know they will. They'll devour my flesh before they devour my soul. It will be extremely slow and excruciatingly painful. Crazy thing is, despite all the terrible things that have come from my bad choices, I still love this car, and it's about to stop.
He shows up at 5 when you're just home from the office and dog-tired, unannounced and uninvited, a smile on his thin lips as you open the door. "Sorry to drop by so late, old chum," he says, "but I have something I've just got to show you." You wave him in with a forced grin, cheerily inquiring about his health as you shoot an apologetic look to your wife. She knows, and you know, that he's always been bad company. Dinner's in the oven, of course, and there's just enough for an extra mouth. She sets the third place at the table and checks the wine cooler. Should be fine. He notices you're sure that he's straining for 3 an ample meal for 2. But he's never been perturbed. Bad company this one, mark your words. Dinner passes with merry laughter through gritted teeth. You smile and chortle while shooting daggers. He, oblivious as always, makes subtle passes at your wife. She tactfully demurs, ever the hostess, ever the sweetheart. You make a mental note to pick her up something nice on the way home tomorrow. You might even find the energy to make tonight special, if he'd just leave. But that would be far too easy, especially for someone who's proving himself to be very bad company. After dinner, it's coffee and dessert in the living room. The sponge cake was for your mother. Your wife baked it last night for the special occasion of her arrival. Now, forced into the social corner, it serves as sacrificial lamb to appease the intruder in the cheap blue suit. His greasy hair and well-worn smile bleeding into your immaculate sofa as he gabs incessantly about nothing at all. His behavior is barbaric, the true mark of bad company. He asks to see your new ratchet set, so you reluctantly lead him into the garage. You feel a slight migraine headache coming on. You've got to get him out of here, and soon. You steal a glance at the clock on the far wall, 10:30. He grins enthusiastically at your gleaming collection of shiny tools, a practiced eye skimming over their chromium surfaces. You display the ratchets with a fine flicker of pride. Bad company like him doesn't know quality when he sees it. In the living room again, 12:30. You finally shed the vestige of propriety and announce you're going to bed. If he doesn't take the hint, he can damn well sleep on the coffee table. As your wife follows you down the hall, you hear a faint thud from behind. You turn to see her head open like a wet paper bag upon the sudden intrusion of your new wrench, swung swiftly by the prudy arm and the cheap blue sleeve. He advances with an apologetic half-smile. "Thanks for the pleasant evening, chum. I know I can be bad company."
Does anyone remember an old PC game from the early 1990s called Mr. Mix? It's mainly a typing game, similar to Mario Teacher's Typing, where you have to type words into a box and make a chef, the titular Mr. Mix, put ingredients into a bowl. Unlike most typing games, however, this game is notorious for having an insane difficulty curve. The game has a words per minute requirement for each level, being as low as 10 on level 1 and as high as 85 on the third. By level 5, the requirement reaches over 500, effectively making it impossible to proceed any further. One of the main things that people noticed about this game immediately was the background music. The music on the first level was an unsettling pattern of growls that got progressively louder as the level went on, often causing damage to early computer speakers that were not designed to handle extremely high volumes of sound. The second level had no music at all, and the third had what sounded like an extremely low-quality recording of a hairdryer playing in the background. The remaining 2 levels had extremely loud, high-pitched ringing throughout the level that caused severe eardrum damage to those who managed to get that far. Another rather disturbing aspect of the game was the design of Mr. Mix himself. He was a large, round-faced, overweight man with large beady eyes and red spots on his cheeks. Most children who played the game reported having vivid nightmares of Mr. Mix speaking to them in a quiet, raspy voice and threatening them to keep quiet about something. However, none of them could remember exactly what it was. One psychologist who saw many of these children reported being disturbed by the sheer amount of terror on the faces of the children as they recounted the details of the nightmare. Many of the children broke down into tears in the process, begging for their parents to save them. However, no direct relationship to the game itself could be determined by these few cases, as not all children suffered the same adverse effects. For obvious reasons, this game did not sell very well. It remained in relative obscurity until a few years ago, when PC hackers got hold of a ROM of the game and started digging through it. Using memory hacking software, they managed to crack the game's code and bypass the impossible 5th level. What they found, however, was extremely disturbing and caused many of them to quit the expedition altogether. According to the reports these hackers left behind, the game behaves very strangely if the 5th level is bypassed. The game crashes violently and closes, writing a bunch of files to the user's System32 directory to the point that the RAM was almost completely filled. These files are reportedly pictures of people with horribly deformed faces, appearing to scream in pain and agony with their eyes appearing to be bleeding from their tear ducts, and their outer layer of skin torn clean off in multiple places. If the user attempts to delete these files, the computer will violently crash and blue screen, causing permanent irreparable damage to the user's hard drive. The hackers found that this was caused by a lone byte in the game's ROM that triggered when the 5th level was completed. After removing this byte, they were able to proceed to the 6th and final level. Unfortunately, all of the original hackers declined to discuss what they saw in the final level. All of them became extremely paranoid and reclusive, refusing to talk about anything related to the game and showing astonishingly extreme symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Most of them ceased to be able to form coherent sentences within a week, and within a month, all of them went missing. All remaining copies of the game were destroyed. To this day, no one knows what was in that game that caused them so much psychological damage. Maybe it's better that way. 2 years after this incident, a man was arrested for trying to kidnap an 8-year-old girl from a grocery store. Through DNA and fingerprint analysis, the man was identified as one of the original hackers who viewed the final level of the game. He was wearing a white chef's hat and had a look of unspeakable malice and insanity on his face. When interrogated, the man would only say one thing: "I'm Mr. Mix. Shh."
If you are reading this, then I fear I haven't much time. Forgive me, please. I love you, and I know you'll never truly understand the extent of my love. The love a father has for his child, his only son. Your name is Adam, and you are my only child. There's little time to explain, so please forgive my candor. Your mother and I exist in a time quite unlike your own, a time in which, for simplicity's sake, the human race is dying. Brother has turned against brother, daughter against daughter, child against parent, and parent against offspring. But not you and me. I love you, Adam. Before our little family's eyes, the world around us was thrust into devastation the likes of which mankind had never seen before. It started as nothing more than a disease, no more foreign than the common cold. But unlike a cold or flu, it wouldn't go away. Soon, our neighbors grew ill.
Our economy grew barren, and society began to collapse from beneath us all. We tried vaccines. We tried anything. Alas, nothing worked. Except for the bombs. It started as radiation therapy, but the need grew far beyond what hospitals and clinics could offer. Nationwide mass hysteria would be an understatement. Worldwide Holocaust woefully sums it up better. We had no idea. We thought we were living in the last of the world's wars. We didn't know we weren't being attacked. We were bombing ourselves. To rid the world of the virus, we had to stop the spread. But instead of putting pressure on the wound, we merely cut the appendage off. 2 days. It took us 2 days to go from a depression to literally hell on earth. And that leads me to you. When your mother and I thought things couldn't grow worse, she caught the virus. And so did you. While you both experienced the pitiful sufferings of the virus ravaging your bodies, I perhaps suffered a far worse agonizing torture. I had to endure watching my family fall apart before my very eyes. When your mother died, I lost all hope. My years of medical training were wasted. My degrees and certificates a mere prodigal display. My only impetus was keeping you safe by any means necessary. And I did mean any. I pushed myself to limits far beyond those I had business dwelling in. In the time I'm from, man exists harmoniously with both nature and technology. We have perverted God's intentions, and I have perpetuated this sin in what I've done with you. To you. To preserve you, my only child, I had to remove your consciousness from your body. God, forgive me. I isolated your brain and spinal cord, removed them. This is a process commonly reserved for cryopreservation, but there's simply no point in freezing you for the future, because there is no future. You are preserved in the present, one of the last human consciousnesses alive, perhaps the only consciousness left. This is a heavy burden, I know, but believe in my words as I believe in you, my child. Your brain has been integrated with a computer, the harmony of nature and technology. Your identity and surroundings are mere fabrications of the computer and your mind. Your world, as you know it, doesn't exist. When a tree falls in the forest and you aren't there to hear it, it doesn't make a sound. The tree doesn't exist. Neither does the forest. Nothing exists unless you experience it, my child. You think, therefore you are. Adam, you are the only thing real about your reality. You are alone inside your mind. This is a heavy realization, my son. But if you can believe it and ignore your ignorance, then the reality destroyed by the atom can be renewed by an atom too. Because reality, apart from you, is dead. I too, without you and your mother's love, am dead. Love, my son. Love is all you can know truly exists, because you've experienced it firsthand. Know that I love you, Adam. One day, we will meet again. Wake up. Love, Dad.
Have you ever heard of the Fleischer Superman cartoons? They were a series of animations about the now iconic superhero Superman, with 17 episodes produced over the course of 1940 to 1943. The episodes produced from 40 to 42 were done by Fleischer Studios, and the last few episodes up until 1943 were produced by Famous Studios. For those not in the know, these Superman cartoons are often regarded as the pinnacle of Western animation. They certainly have high quality, and they are quite memorable despite there only being 17 shorts produced. Well, supposedly, there is a lost episode. DC Comics and Paramount Pictures vehemently denies the existence of any such episode. Going by the accounts of those few people who claim to have seen this lost short, it's understandable why DC and Paramount wouldn't want this cartoon to be associated with them. From what little information exists, this cartoon was apparently commissioned in 1947 by the US War Department, soon after the Cold War began. They reassembled all the staff from famous studios who worked on the Superman shorts, and told them they wanted a propaganda piece. The short didn't seem to have been completed, and was never shown to an audience. Yet, somehow it has found its way online. Those who claim to have watched this short say that they found it on a torrent site. The site varies for each person, with all the other episodes bundled on it. The other 17 episodes are normal, utterly unaltered from the originals. Yet, when they speak of the lost short, they're overcome with a sense of nausea and dread. The episode begins in much the same way as the other cartoons did, with the opening credits in the same heroic music as there are in all the other intros. The section in the opening where the narrator describes the destruction of Krypton and Superman's origin seems to be unchanged, though some viewers claim that the narrator sounds more aggressive this time around. The episode opens in the Daily Planet office, with Lois Lane and Clark Kent having a conversation. All seem to agree that the color palette of the episode seems to be dull compared to the other shorts, but some say that this is simply due to the age of the recording, while others say the dull colors are due to budget issues. Clark is standing beside Lois's desk, while Lois herself is looking over the newest issue of the Daily Planet. Clark asks, "Hard to believe that it's been 2 years since the end of World War II, eh, Lois?" People agree that it seems to be the same actor from the old shorts, Bud Collyer, but like the narrator from before, he sounds aggressive and a little afraid when he reads his lines. "Seems the world is safer now with the Axis dealt with."
I wouldn't be so sure about that, Kent,
Lois replied. Joanne Alexander, the voice actress of Lois, is noted to sound rather shaky and nervous when she reads her lines.
Have a look at the story I got done on the front page.
The camera moves around to show the headline story. "Red Menace working on nuclear weapons."
It seems the commies are conspiring against America,
said Lois. It was at that moment that the animation shifted. Now the animation looked as if the black and white storyboards had simply been pasted onto the tape with choppy stop-motion quality, lasting for the next 25 to 27 seconds or so. The audio for this storyboard segment is incredibly fuzzy and distorted, and the people who have watched this lost episode give varying accounts of what Clark and Lois are saying. Most people agree that Lois says,
"Superman should put a stop to those dirty commies."
What's even more bizarre about this sudden art shift is that people claim Clark is staring directly at the viewer during this part of the short. Others claim he has no eyes at all during this segment. Some say that the storyboards are of such a poor quality that it's impossible to tell where Clark is even looking. Those who have watched this episode state that the episode fades to static at the end of the bizarre storyboard segment, and when the cartoon returns to normal, it shows Superman talking with President Truman. Despite the normally fantastic nature of the Fleischer Superman shorts, this one segment is noted to be oddly somber in tone. Low, tense piano music is playing throughout the conversation, but it's so soft that at times people forget it's even playing. The Oval Office is filled with a thick darkness, as if the conversation is taking place at either dusk or early dawn, with very little light present to illuminate the characters. "You understand what has to be done, Superman?" President Truman asked. What's odd is, to this day, nobody has been able to identify the voice actor of this character. Some claim that it's the real Harry Truman, but that's impossible, isn't it? "Of course, Mr. President," Superman replied. "I understand the threats the Soviets pose. I'll do the patriotic duty of any American, and do what I can to stop them." The camera focuses in on Truman, and many people note that his face is far more detailed here than it was earlier. More detailed than any character in the entire short. Good to know, Superman. America won't stand idly by and let another threat rise up against us. I want you to strike those dirty commies down like the hammer of God and show them what they're up against. The people who have given accounts on this last episode, while they all have differing views and opinions on Superman, all find this behavior to be wildly out of character for him. They don't seem able to believe Superman acting as some sort of government agent, nor can they believe Superman using his powers to attack a nation of people. As the conversation between Truman and Superman ends, the screen cuts to static again, before fading back in and showing Superman flying through the air. This segment is utterly devoid of sound, save for small crackles that are just barely noticeable. He flies directly over one landmass, with Russia written over it, almost as if the image was taken from an atlas. Superman suddenly dive bombs straight down with an almost deafening sonic boom, breaking the silence from earlier. Just as Superman impacts against the cartoon representation of Moscow, the art style shifts again. This time it appears to be stock black and white footage of the Hiroshima bomb exploding, showing the mushroom cloud ballooning up into the air, while a distorted version of the Soviet Union's national anthem plays in the background. It's from this point on that people who saw this lost episode begin to recall the nausea they felt. While most people mention watching the destruction of Russian landmarks at Superman's hands, some who had watched this segment in slow motion have found subliminal imagery implanted into the footage. The imagery is graphic to say the least, and doesn't appear for more than a frame or two. Those who have seen the subliminal imagery describe it as being grainy black and white photographs, likely taken during World War II. The images include a picture of a mass grave at an unidentified concentration camp, an American soldier with a bayonet jammed into his throat, a picture of several people being torched by a flamethrower, and lastly a 3-frame-long picture of several charred corpses in the ruins of Hiroshima. The last scene of the episode is described as being equally traumatic. Superman stands on a mound of flaming rubble, with a deformed caricature version of Stalin cowering before him. Superman lifts him firmly by the neck, his vice-like grip causing the cartoon Stalin to make realistic gagging and choking sounds. He flails against Superman, but of course, as it's Superman, he can do nothing to break free. Superman smiles. Not a demonic rictus or a psychopath smile, an honest and friendly kind of smile that Superman is best known for. In this context, such a warm smile is just as disturbing. The camera zooms in slowly, Superman smiling all the while, and then his eyes slowly start to glow various shades of red and gold. While nobody can feel any sympathy for Stalin for what happens next, for the simple fact that it's Stalin, people do agree that his fate is overly graphic and gruesome. A burst of heat and light explodes out of Superman's eyes. The scene seems to go in slow motion as we can see the caricature of Stalin's skin being peeled off of his body by the force of Superman's heat vision. The force peels off Stalin's muscle tissue then and vaporizes his organs, until there is simply a skeleton left. Then his bones break apart and are reduced to dust, scattered by the wind. People have noted that, while these shorts normally have very high quality, this scene is incredibly detailed. The camera zooms into a close-up of Superman's smiling face, the fires of the ruined city flickering behind him. He looks directly at the viewer and winks. It's at this moment that the image of Superman winking freezes up and the warped music lingers on one drawn-out note. This lasts for little over 7 seconds. And then, the episode ends. People are conflicted about why the episode exists in a state like this. The most common belief is that famous studios protested what the War Department wanted to turn Superman into, and made the short overly graphic so that it would never see the light of day. Others think that, while the audio clips of the episode are real, the animation is simply an elaborate hoax. Or vice versa. With the correct resources, anything can be done, right? The last mystery about this lost episode is that, as soon as a person finishes watching it, the file completely deletes itself from the viewer's computer and leaves no trace of its existence. If said viewer attempts to find the same torrent again, they simply can't, no matter what site they check. Any attempts to find the uploader of the torrent, assuming it is being done by just one person, have ended in failure.
This is a popular Japanese story. It is about a poem called Tamino's Hell. They say that you should only read with your mind and never out loud. If you were to read it out loud, then you must take responsibility for your actions. Tamino's Hell is written by Yamato Inahiko in a book called The Heart is Like a Rolling Stone and was included in Saizo Yasuo's 27th collection of poems in 1919. It's not sure how this rumor started, but there's only a warning that if you read this poem out loud, tragic things will happen. It just looks like a curse. It asks to not compare this with the common "you'll grow taller" or even "my parents died." Do you get a sense of how dangerous this is? This story used to be very popular in 2channel, and there were many people taking pictures and videos as proof and posting them on 2channel. There were many users that said that nothing happened, but there were also many posts that didn't have the user come back to post the results. I think it's scarier than someone posting that someone else got sick or that someone else passed away. But if you were to read it out loud, it's better to read it in Japanese rather than the translation. Tamino's Hell, Saijo Yasuo. His older sister vomited blood, his younger sister vomited fire, and the cute Tamino vomited glass beads. Tamino fell into hell alone. Hell is wrapped in darkness, and even the flowers don't bloom. Is the person with the whip Tamino's older sister? I wonder whose blood is on it. Hit. Hit without hitting. Infinite hell's one road. Would you lead him to the dark hell? To the sheep of gold, to the bush warbler. Fit as much as you can into the leather sack. For the preparation of the journey in the familiar hell. Spring is coming even in the forest and the stream. Even in the 7 valley streams of the dark hell, the bush warbler in the bird cage, the sheep in the wagon, tears in the eyes of cute Tamino. Cry, bush warbler, toward the raining forest. He shouts that he misses his little sister. The crying echo reverberates throughout hell. The fox peony blooms, circling around hell's 7 mountains and 7 streams. The lonely journey of cute Tamino. If they're in hell, bring them to me. The needle of the graves. I won't pierce with a red needle. In the milestones of little Tamino.
I was about 7 years of age, and it was a dark, cold winter night, and my father and I had just finished saying goodbye to our family members. It was Christmas Eve, and my aunt and uncle had just went home from visiting. A simple family ritual done every year on Christmas Eve as usual. Before I knew it, I had kicked off my winter boots and was in bed. My mom and dad came into the room and spoke with soft words to tell me good night. I couldn't wait for Christmas. It was my most favorite holiday of the year. The presents, the family dinner, everything just seems so perfect when it's the holiday season. Well, at this point, I couldn't go to bed thinking of Christmas and wondering what could possibly be under the tree. But inevitably, my eyelids grew heavier, and the light glow from the moon reflecting off of the snow was too soothing. Soon, I was fast asleep. All of a sudden, I was awake. Thinking it was Christmas, I was overjoyed to go open up presents. But I heard something odd. And my parents were usually up and making breakfast. I am a pretty heavy sleeper. I heard as though it was a mumbling sound. Not a, oh my god, it's a monster, shit your pants sound, but just enough so that I could hear it. Added on to the strange noise, I also heard big thumps for footsteps. We have wooden floors, so those of you who also do know what I'm talking about. Which was strange because even my father didn't make thumps that loud when he walked. So the curious and carefree child that I was went to investigate the noises. I checked upstairs, my parents' room, the bathrooms, everything, but found nothing. So the only two places left were the living room and the kitchen. When I stepped into the living room, I had found the source of the mumbling. It was my mother and my father, tied up in a rope, with cloths around their mouths in front of the Christmas tree and all of the presents. Suddenly I went to shock, and my parents weren't ones to play pranks either. Being scared, I rushed to the kitchen to fetch a knife to cut the rope. All of a sudden, I heard a noise coming from the living room. It was the thumping again. I hurried back there. Next to my parents was a tall man in a black sort of robe-like thin cloth around him. It had a hood. He wore heavy, what seemed to be steel-toed boots. The most defining characteristic this mysterious man had was the mask he wore. The mask was black, had a huge hole for the eyes, rimmed with metal. There was a long plastic-looking string that was tied in a tight knot to keep the mask on. But the thing I remembered most was the horrifying black beak on the mask. It curving downward almost like a hellish bird from a nightmare. Only, this was real life. I was frozen in shock, standing there as the hell bird stared blankly back to me, as though eating the very soul within my body. I did nothing, and seconds felt like total hours until finally the Birdman spoke in a very light, formal yet wisp-like voice, also revealing that he was a man, whether it really was a man or not.
I am the bringer of oblivion,
he said.
What do you plan on doing, you bastard?
I replied. He simply snickered. Behind him I noticed he had a bag. He reached into the bag and pulled out a gasoline tank and started dousing my parents with the gas. I went to attack him, but he punched my stomach and I fell to the ground. It felt like he also broke some of my ribs.
Now let's not be that way, okay? I expected you would sit and behave like a good little boy.
He started covering the tree and presents with gas, and then threw the tank down, it also spilling gasoline everywhere. He grabbed me by the shoulder and threw me by the front door.
Merry Christmas,
he said, dropping an enclosed envelope and a mask identical to his. He then took a big Zippo lighter and ignited it. He then threw the lighter to my parents, instantly engulfing them and everything in flames. He then jumped out of the window and ran into the dark woods behind our house. I watched as they were screaming in agony under the cloths and their skin started to melt away and char. I went to help them, but the house and everything was just so engulfed in flames. The last words I ever heard of my father was, "Just run, son. Go and run as fast as you can." Or, at least, that's what I could make out from him. I went to run out of the house, knowing sadly, and contemplating on whether to leave or not. I reached for the door and my foot stumbled upon something. It was the mask and the letter. For some reason, I took that mask and the letter. When I finally got a chance to open up the letter, my parents were long gone, all of my happiness crushed. The letter read as followed. From the bringer of oblivion.
I knew you would keep this. Hello, if you are reading this, then that means you are very lucky. I am the bringer of oblivion, and this is your letter of oblivion. With this letter was a mask I left with you as well. But more importantly, I left you with something much more. Anger. Don't cry, because it will do no good whatsoever. I have left you with a task and a new life you can choose to lead. Take this mask and keep these words in your head, because I know they will be burned into your memory. When you are older, or maybe even now, depending on when you are reading this, you can take this mask and do the deed I had done to your and your family to another. You can take the rage out of you. Don't worry. It feels good. I know. Burn the house and leave a letter and a mask identical to these to the youngest of the household. And burn the rest of them all. I know you can do this. I feel the fucking rage inside of you.
It has consumed you. So, release it. Do this, my child, and spread oblivion to wherever you may find it suitable. At the time I had read this, I'd stayed at a foster home for God knows how many years. But he was right about the rage. It controlled my body, and sometimes I think to myself, what would happen had what had been done that night not have occurred? But there's no fucking way I'd become him, I thought to myself. I am now 18 years old, and the rage and the day and the letter are all still stuck inside of my mind. It is all burned there, even as I am dropping this mask and this letter to the legs of a very lucky 5-year-old little girl who just happens to be the youngest of a family of 4. A child will approach you, his face dully glowing, letting you see that he is eyeless. He will ask, "Will you share your light with me?" Say yes. The child will reach for your face and rip out your right eye. It will be painful, but there shouldn't be any bleeding or open wound. The child will thank you and leave. Keep walking, and a tall man will appear before you. Whose light do you wish to have taken away? Speak the name of the person you hate, and as soon as you say their name, they will go completely and irreversibly blind. Is your hate satisfied? The man will ask. If it is, say yes, and you will awaken in the alley. If not, say no, and the man will disappear. Keep walking. You will come across another eyeless child. Will you share your light with me? Say yes, and your left eye will be torn out, leaving you blind. Keep walking, and the tall man will appear again. Although you of course will have to rely on his voice. Whose life do you wish for the darkness to claim? Say the name of the one you hate, and they will die. You will not be asked if your hatred is satisfied this time, and you will not be able to return to the alley. I told you to make sure you really hated someone before doing this. You will spend the rest of your life wandering around Lightless City, blind with only your hatred to keep you warm. For some people, that's enough.
Annabelle was the focus of a case that famed paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren took part in during the early 1970s, and is highlighted in the book The Demonologist. It has been stated that this is one of the most unusual cases of a possessed object on record. In 1970, a mother purchased an antique Raggedy Ann doll from a hobby store. The doll was a present for her daughter Donna on her birthday. Donna, at the time, was a student in college, preparing to graduate with her nursing degree, and resided in a tiny apartment with her roommate Angie, a nurse as well. Pleased with the doll, Donna placed it on her bed as a decoration and didn't give it a second thought until a few days later. Within that time, both Donna and Angie noticed that there appeared to be something very strange and creepy about the doll. The doll apparently moved on its own. Relatively unnoticeable movements at first, like a change in position, but with the passage of time, the movement became more noticeable. Donna and Angie would come home to find the doll in a completely different room from which they had left it. Sometimes the doll would be found cross-legged on the couch with its arms folded. Other times it was found upright, standing on its feet, leaning against a chair in the dining room. Several times, Donna, placing the doll on the couch before leaving for work, would return home to find the doll back in her room on the bed with the door closed. The Medium. One night, Donna came home to find the doll had moved again. This time, it was on her bed. Donna had come to find that this was typical of the doll, but somehow she knew this time it was different. Something wasn't right. A sense of fear came over her when she inspected the doll and saw what looked like blood drops on the back of its hands and chest. Seemingly from nowhere, a red liquid had appeared on the doll. Scared and desperate, Donna and Angie decided it was time to seek expert advice. Not knowing where to turn, they contacted a medium, and a seance was held. Donna was then introduced to the spirit of Annabelle Higgins. The medium related the story of Annabelle to both Donna and Angie. Annabelle was a young girl that resided on the property before the apartments were built. She was a young girl of only 7 years old when her lifeless body was found in the field upon which the apartment complex now stands. The spirit related to the medium that she felt comfort with Donna and Angie and wanted to stay with them by moving into the doll. Feeling compassion for Annabelle and her story, Donna gave her permission to inhabit the doll and stay. They were to soon find out, however, that Annabelle was not what she seemed. Later that week, Donna saw that the doll, or Annabelle, was ripped and had jagged cuts along her mouth. One night, Donna woke to some singing like a little girl. She walked into her bathroom to see Angie dead with the words "Wanna play" written in the blood of her friend. The doll was never found. Lou is friends with Donna and Angie and had been with them since the day the doll arrived. He had never been fond of the doll and on several occasions warned Donna that it was evil, saying that she should get rid of it. However, Donna had developed a personal tie to the doll and decided to keep it despite Lou's feelings. Her decision was a terrible mistake. One night, Lou awoke with a jolt of terror. A jolt that didn't seem like it was from his usual nightmares. Somehow, something felt different. That what appeared to be a common case of sleep paralysis became all too real. He looked around the room but couldn't discern anything out of the ordinary. At first, anyway. Looking down towards his feet, he saw the doll, Annabelle. It began to slowly glide up his leg, moving over his chest and stopping at his neck. Helpless against it, the doll began to strangle him. After a moment, Lou, at the point of asphyxiation, blacked out. He awoke the next morning, certain it wasn't an ordinary night terror, and was determined to rid himself of that doll and the spirit that possessed it. Preparing for a road trip the next day, Lou and Donna were reading over maps alone in her apartment. The apartment was eerily quiet. The silence was broken when rustling sounds coming from Donna's room aroused fear that someone had broken into the apartment. Lou, determined to figure out what was causing the noise, quietly made his way to the bedroom door. He waited for the noises to stop before entering and turning on the light. The room was empty, except for Annabelle, whom was tossed in a corner on the floor. Lou searched the room for signs of forced entry, but nothing was out of place. As he got closer to the doll, he got the distinct impression that somebody was behind him. Spinning around, Lou found that despite his unease, nobody besides himself and the doll were in the room. Then, in a flurry of motion, he found himself doubled over in pain, with blood dripping from a cut on his chest. Upon opening his shirt, there on his chest were what appeared to be 7 distinct claw marks. Today, I hope you enjoyed this article, and should you ever want to visit the infamous Annabelle, she can be found at the Warren Occult Museum in Moodus, Connecticut. The museum is run by Lorraine Warren, the famous paranormal investigator, and now frequent guest on the television show Paranormal State. Housed in a glass case at the museum, you will find Annabelle. Mrs. Warren relates that Annabelle still moves about occasionally, and is still known to make growling noises at unsuspecting visitors. The Rugrats really were a figment of Angelica's demonic and unimaginable imagination. Chucky died in 1986 along with his mother. That's why Chaz is a nervous wreck all the time. Tommy was born in 1988, but he was a stillborn. That's why Stu is constantly in the basement making toys for the son who never had a chance to live. The DeVilles had an abortion in 1990. Angelica couldn't figure whether it would be a boy or girl, thus creating the twins. As for all grown up, the teenage Angelica became addicted to various narcotics which further aggravated her schizophrenia, bringing her back to her childhood and thus her creations she obsessed over. Because of time lapse between the present and the last time she interacted with her creations, she made them older. Angelica was constantly taking hits of acid so she would never have to live without her creations, who were her only company. In a judgmental world, Angelica's mom actually died of a heroin overdose in 1982, just after Angelica was born. Andrew in his depression married a gold-digging whore that Angelica idolized because she fooled herself into thinking it was her real mom, but always had a concept of her mom Cynthia and took a Barbie doll and made it after her mom's image, wearing an unwashed orange dress and having jacked up hair, which is why she was so attached to it. Later in life, she followed in her mom's footsteps with drugs and everything, dying of overdose at age 13 when All Grown Up was cancelled. The only Rugrat not to be fictional, however, was unborn Tommy's brother Dill. However, Angelica didn't know the difference between Dill and her creations, although Dill didn't follow her commands. After endless crying and a refusal to disappear like the others did when Angelica was angry with them, she hit him. Due to this, he sustained a brain hemorrhage, which resulted in a deformation. As he grew up, his damage only became more evident, and by the time he was 9 and all grown up, he lived as an outcast, being ridiculed for his weirdness and retardation. The immense guilt over this is what led Angelica to her drug use and is what led Angelica to uncreate the Rugrats briefly until her experience with hallucinogenics. On a trip to Paris to find love, Chaz married a woman named Kira. He was actually going to marry a different woman named Coco, but she just wanted him for his money, who had a daughter named Kimi that was torn from her because she was a cocaine addict. Angelica imagined her from Kira's stories. He lost his mind after the death of his wife and was in denial that she was ever a prostitute. Upon return to America, Chaz and Kira married and she got her green card. It was actually a really happy and romantic story. Kira continued to struggle with addiction but was relatively happy with her life and Chaz. Susie was actually Angelica's only friend who entertained the thought of Angelica's creations for her sake. Angelica spent the last days of her life in the back of the school cafeteria, imagining friends around her and playing with the lives of her creations. The streets, roads, and dusty lanes of Colombia have been fertile territory for myths and legends since before the arrival of the Spaniards. Tales of La Patasola, a one-legged wailing banshee that forever sought her child, and of El Duende, a backwards-footed goblin that led travelers to their doom, nibbled at the corners of journeymen's ease for centuries. Although these stories mainly troubled those living in or passing through rural areas, the growth of cities brought with it a new breed of urban legend rooted in the primal distrust we still harbor, somewhere deep inside, of modern technology. An example of this is the phantom bus that allegedly roams the city's streets at night. Supposedly, young women who boarded alone are found mutilated in overgrown outlying fields a few days later, a frozen look of abject terror illustrating the moment of their last tormented breath. That being said, given that you're certainly not a young woman, at least not last time you checked, and that it's 5:30 on a Tuesday afternoon, phantom buses and handicapped gremlins are the last thing on your mind. You've been using Bogota's public transportation system for over 2 decades. And your greatest concern is that traffic levels have become all but unmanageable since the latest mayor took office. However, home is about 80 blocks away, so your only choice is to wait until the right bus comes along. Walking would certainly take longer than putting up with any traffic jam. When the bus displaying the route sign you're hoping for shows up, its advertised fare is 200 pesos lower than the standard going rate these days. This usually indicates that the vehicle in question is older and a bit more uncomfortable than most. But no bus rider in the history of the city has ever given a damn about that. Folks that consider themselves richer and above this mode of transportation pay 7 times as much to get around by cab, and statistically expose themselves to a higher chance of being mugged or robbed. More power to them, right? Never one to avoid seeking further discounts, you ask the wizened driver if he'll let you on for 1,000. The wrinkled, musty-looking man's eyes never leave the road as he silently takes your bill and slides it in the purse hanging from the bony gear stick. Satisfied, you turn your attention to the cabin. What would make this ride ideal would be an empty seat. Curiously enough, considering the time of day, there aren't enough passengers aboard for anybody to be standing. A few available spots are in sight, so you choose one on the left towards the middle. Both the aisle and window seat are free, and you sigh contentedly as you sprawl out on one with your knee nested on the other. This particular trip should be over in no time. The driver's radio is off and your phone's battery ran out an hour ago, so you pass the time staring out the window and watching vendors ply their wares and car drivers nod along to whatever music they're enjoying. Your position eventually starts taking a toll on your back, So you straighten up and take the chance to examine your fellow passengers. None of them seem to be riding together, given that everybody's quietly facing the front of the bus. They're also all uncommonly old. Not in the sense that they're all over 100, but in the sense that nobody seems to be under 75. You find this a bit odd, and for a brief moment the idea that you don't belong there flashes through your mind. It's a silly thought, but combined with the bus's particularly strong, although not necessarily atypical, smell of must and metal, it makes you look forward to the end of the trip. Nevertheless, as there are another 30 or 40 blocks to go, you look out the window again, zone out, and let your mind go where it will for a while. The sight of Pacho's Bakery pulls you out of your reverie 20 minutes later. You get up and make your way past the silent companions to the rear exit, where you hunt for the little silver button that will let the driver know you've reached your stop. As you spot it above the door, you realize that nobody's boarded or left the vehicle since you got on, which is particularly weird for rush hour. Shrugging it off as a weird coincidence, you press down on the button and grab on the... You are sitting on your seat facing the front of the bus. What? What the hell just happened? You look around and see that everybody's still where they were a moment ago. Trying to make eye contact with them is fruitless, since they all seem to be lost wherever it is that old minds wander. The thought of saying something runs through your head, but you decide against it. What would you say anyway? You were probably so zoned out that you simply imagined getting up to ring the driver's bell. That's probably it. Your daydreams are occasionally so vivid that leaving them is downright startling. Besides, you're already 2 blocks past your stop. Call it a weird thing that happened on your way home or whatever. But for now, you should just get off the bus. There's no point in having to walk back too far. You, once again, get off your seat and head for the rear exit, somewhat unnerved by the other passengers' stoic disinterest in everything around them. There's the button, right where you remember it. Except that you can't remember it, of course, since you've never actually been back here. You probably saw it when you got on. After grabbing onto the guardrail, these bastards occasionally decide to stop on a dime when you ring. You look towards the driver, put your thumb on the button. You are sitting on your seat, facing the front of the bus. A piercing chill runs down your spine, and instead of fading away, it spreads through every one of your extremities. It's not a shift in body or ambient temperature. It's the chill you feel when suddenly consumed by the level of fear that slightly precedes terror. Something really messed up is going on here. You don't know what it is, but you want out. You don't want to be here anymore. A feeling of bitter solitude is now gnawing at your mind. Whatever these people around you are thinking, they clearly don't give a damn about what's going on with you. Therefore, you once again decide to avoid saying anything and simply lift yourself off the seat, not processing the fact that you did it with less agility than should have been the case. All you want right now is to get off the bus. Besides, it's already advanced more than 10 blocks past your street, which suddenly feels like a distastefully long distance to walk. This is all secondary to the point at hand. However, you have to get off this damn thing. As you make your way back, an old lady in the back row looks up at you. Her expression tells you nothing, but the way it fixes on you, on your torso to be precise, as if you were just another chunk of the vehicle, further spikes the almost overpowering sense of dread now coursing through your veins. Whatever, you can't panic. Not now. You stand at the back of the bus and, instead of going for the button, yell at the driver. You yell at him to stop, to let you off, as you've already rung twice, but nothing comes of it. You curse at him, tell him what he will die of, and wish great evil upon his kin. But the door remains unmoved. The man is not listening, or he doesn't care, or he doesn't want you to get off. But you don't give a damn what he wants or doesn't want. So you grab onto the bars, take a step back for momentum, and send a solid kick right into the column of hinges that... You are sitting on your seat facing the front of the bus. It takes a moment to register. Maybe more than a moment. Maybe it's a full minute. And as you realize that the bus doesn't want you to leave, you also realize that your right knee hurts with an unnatural piercing sharpness. It's the same leg you used against the door. and now it feels like it's all but broken. This quickly becomes a distant concern when you attempt to massage it though, because that's when you notice your hands. These are not the hands of a 25-year-old. They are wrinkly, set with well-defined veins and even lightly patched with liver spots. As you study your hands and arms, cold terror envelops every corner of your psyche. You touch your face and feel wrinkles and whiskers that didn't previously exist upon your cheekbones. Your head is patched with a few anemic strands of hair. As your fingertip grazes your coarse scalp, a spark of electricity shoots through it and down into the most private recesses of your being. Your eyes dry up, opened wide and unbelieving, and you feel a 7-ton lump of horror coalesce in your otherwise paralyzed throat. You must leave this evil bus. You must leave it at once before it finishes what it's begun. You carefully make your way off your seat. No need for any further injury. And head towards the front, towards the driver. Perhaps you can reason with him. Or perhaps you can club him to death with a flashlight or something, since there are always a variety of trinkets and gadgets at the front of the... You are sitting in your seat facing the front of the bus. It takes a good 5 or 10 minutes for you to come to terms with what is happening to you. To understand that your life is vanishing before your eyes. Your hands are now like those of your grandmother. Your back hurts from its base all the way to your neck, and your eyes can barely focus on the huge signs posted above the windows. Even your mind isn't as sharp as it should be. It takes you a while to determine that you should make another attempt at the exit. Perhaps violence is not the answer. Perhaps you can gently pull it open. Perhaps if you treat the bus like a living, gentle being instead of like a demonic machine, it will let you out. Perhaps... The old woman is looking at you again. You notice her blue jacket, which is much too big for her. If it were a blouse of the same size, it would hang loosely off her gaunt frame. A tiny, hesitant tear forms in her frail face, and then follows a meandering path down her ancient features to land on her wrist with eerie finality. There's a red Toto watch around that wrist, the sort that is currently all the rage with kids graduating from high school. You examine the door, 2 panes joined by a vertical line of hinges, coated on the right by a rubber pad to avoid contact damage. The door is slightly bent inwards, and as you notice this, a glimmer of hope runs through you. If you can just insert, you are sitting on your seat facing the front of the bus. What the fuck is going on? My hands, they're old. My hands are the hands of an old man, not of my grandfather, of an old. The man behind you starts when you turn to him and yell at him and grab his face and scream at him to let you off. He mouths something you don't understand. His teeth, his blood, your teeth. Oh my god, my teeth are like tiny. They're dust. What the hell? How long have I been here? Fuck this, I'm breaking the window with my elbow. Even if it breaks, I don't want to die here. No more of... You are sitting on your seat facing the front of the bus. After a long time, you glance down at your hands. They are the gnarled, rheumatic, blood-splattered claws of a hag that's seen more than one generation's shares of horrors. A hag? A hag is not the right word. A hag is a woman, right? At least so it was in Mother's stories. Like those of La Patasola. Your knee still hurts, but not as much as your elbow. It feels like it is shattered. Ah, yes. This bus. You must get off it. You know you must get off it now. You do not remember why you must, but it is imperative that you do. It is urgent. It was urgent. You are so tired. You try to lift yourself off the seat, but your knees buckle under your weight. It is by chance that you fall back on the bench. You must get off the bus. You remember these buses. They used to take you to work. You steady yourself on the bench. You will try to get off the bus. But in a moment, you must rest. The bus can wait. You are sitting on your seat, facing the front of the bus. You are sitting on your seat, facing the front of the bus.
Today, Lenny got his new piano delivered to his home. It was a Model K grand piano from some sketchy company he couldn't remember. It was a beautiful black piano. It looked like it was freshly made. He hoped so since he ordered a new one, but still, It looked a bit too new. He was still pleased. He had waited weeks for it. As he played his scale for the first time, he became mesmerized by the bright and beautiful sound it made. The sound it made went into his ears and stuck for a little bit. He closed his eyes and let his fingers do the work. He began to play a song. He didn't know how he was doing it. He had no sheet music to go off of, and it didn't feel as if he was improvising. It was like he knew the song already. Confused, he stepped away from his piano and grabbed a drink. A few drinks later, he felt like practicing his scales for a bit. The piano group concert was in a few weeks, so he pulled out his sheet music and began to play. He noticed a few times that he would phase out for a few seconds and begin to play something different, but then snapped back into his original piece as soon as he began to notice. He played and he played. Hours passed, and he began to get tired. He laid down, thinking about his new piano. He loved it. The sounds it made compelled him. He finally dozed off and slept. He dreamed of a familiar, steady sound, almost like an E key being hit about once every 2 seconds. It was very faint and began to fall into a deep sleep. Then the screaming began. The screaming was associated with an unfamiliar face. He woke up dripping in sweat. He had the very strong urge to write something. He grabbed a piece of paper and began to write a song. He didn't know where it was coming from. Maybe somewhere deep in his subconscious. Or maybe from some external source. He wrote, and wrote, and wrote. He gasped for air and looked down. There, laying before him, was a very intricate and elaborate piece. He took it and brought it to his piano. He tried reading it and playing it. It was extremely difficult, way beyond his skill level. He closed his eyes and again let his fingers do the work. He began to play it perfectly with his eyes closed. He played and played and played. He stopped for a moment to get a drink, to notice the insignia of the company who made the piano. It was the same one from his vivid nightmare. He was confused, but still sat down and played. He played for a bit, and then a little bit more, and a bit more. While his eyes were closed, he saw the face. After another few hours of looking at this face and playing, a very quiet screaming started. He sat and laughed. A few days later, his friend called several times with no answer. He drove to Lenny's house and knocked. No answer. He walked in and saw a horrid sight. A dead Lenny sat at the piano with an unfamiliar look on his face. It was the biggest Halloween bash of the school year. This party was dedicated to the seniors. The basketball court was designed to look like an underworld. So as usual, you have the rowdy bunch who puts a little life in the party. Everyone was having a good time, getting crazy, dancing dirty, ignoring the teachers who told them behave. A newcomer to the school, let's call her Laurel, was having a hard time fitting in. No one would dance with her or talk to her. Whenever she tried to talk, they ignored her and snubbed her. She was treated like a social leper. Laurel was at an all-time low. So she sits in a corner and wallows in her own self-pity. One guy, let's call him Spike, noticed her and took a liking to Laurel. She wasn't ugly and would be much prettier if she smiled a lot more. The group of friends he was hanging out with were goths. They were the real thing despite the other seniors posing as goths just for the night. He taps one of his buddies on the shoulder and points at Laurel. They both smile and his buddy nudges him to go and talk to Laurel. He goes over to her and reaches out his hand for her to take. She takes it and he pulls her to her feet. "Hey, the name is Spike. What's yours?" he asks her. Laurel is a little shy at all of the attention he's giving her, since Spike was very attractive with his good looks, dark hair, and dark eyes.
My name's Laurel. I've been here a week now.
Spike smiles at her and is smitten when he notices that she is trying to overcome her shyness for him. Most girls would have said their name and clammed up afterwards. This school ain't so bad. You have the occasional shitheads who think they got it all, and the suburban bitches who whine and moan about how the bathrooms are dirty, when it's their own piss and shit that makes it that way. Other than that, I'm sure you'll survive this jungle till graduation. Laura was startled by his profane language, and is fascinated by it and him as well. Spike smiles and is turned on by her innocence and fascination of him and his world.
I can tell you're not a shy person at all,
Laurel tells him. Hanging out with me would turn you that way too. His grin softens and he still holds her hand. Hey, do you want to get out of this scene and have a real good time with my bros and sissies over there? He points to them and some of them smile and point their tongues at him playfully. Laurel smiles and feels comfortable with that. Just as she is about to go with him, somebody pulls them apart and pushes Spike away from her.
Hey Lauren, you really want to have a good time?
It was one of the suburban yuppies of the school. Let's call him Griffin Baker. Laurel looks back at him and whispers,
My name is Laurel, not Lauren.
Griffin shrugs.
Who gives a shit anyway? Do you want to have a good time or not?
Spike looks at Griffin and pushes him back. Leave her the fuck alone, you're fucking scaring her. Griffin looks at him as if Spike had made a big mistake.
Touch me again and you'll regret it. Now get the hell out of here, freak, and take your burnout friends with you.
Laura was upset with Griffin and watches Spike swallow up his anger and look back at her.
If you still want to come, well, I'll be waiting for you, Laurel, okay? I'll be waiting for you.
Laurel nods to Spike and watches him turn and leave the party with his friends. Spike's friends make faces and spit on the floor in disrespect to him as they leave the court. Spike's best buddy shouts an insult aloud for Griffin to hear.
Screw you, Baker!
Griffin laughs and ignores them. He keeps his eyes on Laurel. Soon his girlfriend and some of their buddies join him and looks at Laurel as if she were a mangy cat.
Tell you what, I'll set a bet with you. If you can do it, you could join us, but that's only if you do win this bet.
Laurel shakes her head.
I don't want to join you or your fake-ass clique, Baker,
Laurel says. Griffin and his group laugh at Laurel's bold remark.
Oh really? Seems to me as if the freak and the rest of his burnouts put some balls in you. But I wonder how long is that smart mouth of yours is going to last, because in the end, you'll always be under me.
Griffin's girlfriend tries to kiss him, but he pushes her away. Fuck off, will you? She looks at him with great resentment and turns to leave him. Get back over here, he yells after her. She obeys him and returns to his side, but she is obviously not happy by the way he embarrassed her in front of everyone, including Laurel. Griffin turns back to Laurel.
If you fail, then I never want to see your face around school.
If you win, he looks around at his friends as he keeps them in suspense.
I'll kiss Binky's ass over there.
He points to an overweight guy making his way around the table and filling his plate that was already overflowing with food. Griffin's girlfriend looks at him with disgust.
You wouldn't dare!
She screams with horror and humiliation. Hell yes I would, he says in answer to her. She runs away from him and cries. One of Griffin's buddies tells his girlfriend to follow her and comfort her. This time Griffin ignores her completely. Laurel knew that Binky was not his real name, and felt bad for him. But she soon realizes that she has the chance to embarrass Griffin Baker before the whole school. She had the power. She would be remembered as the chick who stood up to Baker and his clique, and she wondered what would Spike think of her since Spike hated Griffin so much. Laurel smiles at Griffin in defiance.
I'll take your bet.
Griffin's best buddy pulls him to a corner and whispers to him.
Have you completely lost your mind? Are you crazy?
Griffin shrugs at his friend.
Don't worry about it. I have the perfect bet.
His friend looks at him suspiciously.
What are you up to, man?
Laurel watches them whisper and wonders what was holding them up. She really wanted to get the bet over with so that she could join Spike and his buddies. She hears them both laugh and pat each other's shoulders. They both turn and face her, and that made Laurel nervous.
Okay, here's the plan. You have to go to the Oak Creek Cemetery and go to the nearest grave you find there.
But be careful, I heard stories about this cemetery. I'm sure since you moved here you've heard of that place too. Laurel nods. Griffin looks back at his friend and snickers, then he turns back and faces her to finish the rest of the bet. Well, there's this old legend. It's more of a warning actually. The warning is that you never strike a knife any of the graves there. Laurel looks at him confusedly.
Why?
Laurel asks him. Do you really want to know? Griffin says this in a way that sends a chill down Laurel's spine. After a few moments, she answers him.
Yes.
Griffin cocks his head to one side and nods at her. Alright, I'll tell you. If you strike the grave with a knife, legend has it that the hand of the owner of that grave will reach out of the ground and pull you into the grave with them to be buried alive with them for all eternity. Laurel shakes her head and doesn't believe a word that comes out of his mouth. Griffin is surprised when he sees that she isn't fazed by any of it. You don't believe me, do you? Griffin asks her. He then orders his friend to get the butcher's knife from the table. Its blade was buried deep within the pork roast on the table. His friend pulls it out of there in such a way that makes everyone, including Laurel, wince. He hands it to Griffin. Griffin wipes the grease and sauce on the sleeve of his costume and hands the knife to Laurel. Pass and I pucker up to kiss his ass. Bail and don't bother coming back to this school. Spike and his freaks aren't welcome here either. She nods and turns to leave, but Griffin stops her. No, leave out of the back of the school. He knew that Spike was still waiting for her out front and would mess things up. As she leaves out of the back way, Griffin looks at his friend and says, She's bluffing. She'll never go along with it. She's gonna see the gates and will think twice before entering. Mark my words, all of you. Laurel forgets how cold it was outside. She knew where the cemetery was and felt unsure about going along with the bet. She thought it was rather stupid and childish of her to go along with it. But it was too late for her to turn back. She made a promise and she would keep it. She thought about Spike and wondered if he was still waiting for her. It was a long walk to the cemetery, but she was almost there. God, it's cold, thought Laurel. Once she got to the frost gate of the cemetery, it was dark, but the sky, even if it was dark as well, showed the silhouette of the gate and the gravestones there. She was suddenly terrified. She had heard of the horrible stories of the graveyard. She also heard the way some people died horribly before they were buried there.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to win,
she calmly thought to herself. She climbed over the gate and was in. She looked around and found one little grave that was isolated from the rest.
I can do this. Just one quick stab and I'll be done.
Nice, she made it to the grave. She stood before it and stabbed the knife into the ground. Once she was going to leave, something held on to her dress and wouldn't let her go. She tried to pull away and realized the legend came true.
Oh my god! Someone help me! Please help!
Her eyes blurred with tears and fear paralyzed her. She fell to the ground. Hours went by and Spike never saw Laurel. He grew worried and it was midnight. To him, it was Halloween. Even though he wasn't scared of the holiday, he felt that there was something terribly wrong. The Halloween party was long over and not a lot of people were there. By then, all of Spike's friends were gone. He told them all to go without him so that he could wait for Laurel, but she never came. He wanted to go back inside of the building, but the student that took the ticket said that he couldn't go back in without one. He ignores the student and enters the building. There was no sign of Laurel anywhere, but he saw Griffin and a few of his buddies. He runs to them and stops them. Where the hell is she, Baker? Griffin looks at him and acts as if he was clueless. What are you talking about? Spike grows infuriated. Where is she, you stupid fuck? Griffin looks at Spike and realizes what he had just said. He's not angered by what he said, but instead he grows a little worried as well. Maybe she went home, Griffin says to Spike. Spike shakes his head impatiently. No, that can't be right because she was supposed to meet up with me later. Where did she go? Griffin tells him of the bet and tells him of how he sent her to the Oak Creek Cemetery.
Spike is outraged and yells at Griffin, "Jesus, Baker, why'd you tell her to go to a place like that? What the fuck is wrong with you?" Griffin, along with his friends and Spike, take his car to the cemetery to look for Laurel. They all climb over the gates and use flashlights from Griffin's car to search for Laurel. It was a big cemetery, and they all separated to look for the girl. It wasn't long before one of Griffin's friends screamed and sent the rest of them running. Griffin got there and started to cry like a little boy. Spike was the last person to get there. As he got nearer and nearer to the little crowd, he felt a sudden gut-wrenching feeling. He pushed past them, and his heart broke when he saw Laurel's tiny body crumpled on the ground. She was so terrified of the legend becoming true that she had died of a heart attack. But what really had happened was what she thought was the zombie's hand reaching to pull her into the grave was really the knife she had stabbed through her dress and into the ground. After I got home on the last day of school, my cousin, Thrasher, I am not going to give out our real names, so I'm using the names we agreed on if something like this ever happened to one or both of us, called me downstairs to the basement. "Yo, Snipes," he said, "I got a graduation present for you." He then proceeded to pull his hand out from behind his back, and he gave me a rectangular-shaped package, wrapped in floral wrapping paper tied up with a golden-colored bow. To me, it looked like a video game case. He handed it to me, and I opened the present. As I suspected, it was a video game. It was a GameCube game called Devil May Cry: Dante's Revenge. The cover showed Dante holding a large sword, sort of like he does while he is idling in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Dante was also holding a gun in his other hand, and he was pointing it straight forward and looking in the same direction. I had never heard of such a version of Devil May Cry, nor had I heard of a Devil May Cry game being on the GameCube, I told Thrasher. I can't accept this. It's such a great gift, I just can't. And I proceeded to hand the game back to him. He just looked at me and said, "Of course you can. I know how much you like the series, so I thought I'd get you this one, seeing as it looked like a title neither of us had." "Well, why don't we play it together? Look, on the back it says that it is 1 to 4 players. "Okay, sounds good to me." And we inserted the game into his Wii. The game started with the company logos of Capcom and Ninja Theory appearing with the sound of sword slashing. Then, the title screen appeared with Dante, looking like he did on the box art, with the words, "Devil May Cry: Dante's Revenge" at the bottom. The screen was also paired with 8-bit music, which I found odd, considering the GameCube was a step up out of the bit system. Anyway, the song was kinda cool, and when I pressed start, the options were single player, multiplayer, player battle, and options. I clicked on multiplayer, and we were greeted with continue, new game, and back. Continue was inaccessible, seeing as there was no file saved. As I clicked on new game, we could hear a sword slash sound, and the screen looked like someone took a sword and slashed through it as it faded to black. Text appeared on the screen over a picture of a bedroom in the late hours of night. We see Dante sleeping in the bed. There's a dresser on the left with a picture frame that had a picture of Dante and his family in it. The text said, "The night is late, and the moon shines bright into the room of Dante." Suddenly, a loud crash wakes up Dante. He runs out of his room, somewhat fully clothed, and bumps into his brother Virgil. Dante asks, "What the hell was that?" To which Virgil replies, "I don't know." Then a woman and a man yelling for help can be heard. "Mother! Father!" Both Dante and Virgil yell as they bolt down the stairs. The screen cuts to black for a split second, and we hear footsteps going down a set of stairs. Dante and Virgil encounter 2 demons attempting to kidnap their parents. Only then do I realize how young Dante and Virgil look. Thrasher, do you notice how young Dante and Virgil are? Snipes, you just now noticed that? Dante and Virgil pull out pistols as Dante says, "Let them go!" "Or else," Virgil adds before firing shots at the monsters. The bullets miss and the demons proceed to run, still holding Dante and Virgil's parents. Then the gameplay starts. The game is split screen vertical, one side of the screen being Dante, the other Virgil. I was Dante, Thrasher was Virgil. The game automatically moved us forward as we ran towards the demons. The controls were joystick to move, A button to jump, B button to duck, Z button to fire shots. The demons threw cars at us and we had to dodge them. We could not kill the demons, and they got away, which made Thrasher get so pissed off it was hilarious. But what we thought was game over only turned out to be the beginning. Dante looked just as pissed as Thrasher, only in a revenge-seeking way, not a rage-quit way. Dante then turned to the screen and said, "I vow to get those godforsaken creatures. They will not get away with this, I swear!" And Virgil then grabs Dante's shoulder, and they both look up as the camera spins through the sky and into space. Words on the screen say, "Devil May Cry, Dante's Revenge," in the same font as the box art. The music in the background is heroic music. The screen then goes back to Dante and Virgil. A text box appears stating, "Virgil, Dante, let's go." Then the screen splits and it's back to Dante one side, Virgil on the other. As we walked forward and started talking to people, that's where things are noticeably off. The people all state the same thing. "They went that way. The demons. Again." And possibly the creepiest, "The souls of the lost have been taken back to hell." We were surprised at this, but shrugged it off. As we progressed through the town, we noticed that the lighting is unusually dark, even though there were at least 10 streetlights on in the area we were in. We also noticed that we couldn't go in different directions. We tried walking in opposite directions, and the game acted like we were walking into walls. We decided that we had to go in the same direction, although the screen was confusing due to the vertical split screen. I pressed start and clicked on options to see if I could fix this. To our surprise, I could. I changed the split from vertical to horizontal. As the screen was now easier to see, we progressed, and now we could walk away from each other. "Hold on, I gotta go take a piss." "Be right back," I said and walked off to the bathroom. A few moments later. "Okay, so where were we?" I asked, but Thrasher was staring at the TV screen, looking genuinely afraid. "Dude, what's wrong?" I asked. Then I looked at the screen and saw why he was afraid. What I saw was a smirking Dante holding a bloody sword, and what he had killed looked like a player model of me, an orange-haired teenager with bike gloves and a black hoodie and blue jeans. Text above Dante's head read, "You have abandoned me. Welcome to Dante's Revenge." Thrasher just looked like he had just shit himself in front of a bully. I tried pressing the A button, start button, B button, and every other button. Nothing worked. I turned to Thrasher and said, "How about you press A?" He replied, "Oh, yeah," and pressed the A button. To his astonishment and my amusement, it worked, showing Dante standing over my player model. A cutscene began with Virgil running to Dante. Virgil said, "Why? What did he do to deserve a literal backstab?" To which Dante replied, "Virgil, he abandoned us. I no longer have a leader, a controller. I now control my own destiny." After that, the game froze, and we had to reset the Wii. Each time we tried, the disc channel said, "Please insert disc." After this, we just turned off the Wii. What the fuck was that? I asked. I don't know, Thrasher replied. I got it from my friend Jason. He said, spread the word. JK, what he really said was, here, I want you to have this. It will suit your DMC needs. Thrasher then got up and walked away. Get away from him. He is not yours to take. Not yet, anyways. Get out of here before I report you for interfering. Oh, hello. I see you're awake. Today, sir, is your lucky day. Well, not really. It is the worst day of your life, to be completely honest. But thankfully, you have me to help fix everything for you. I hate to break it to you, but you, sir, are, well, dead. No, this isn't some sick joke. Your friend Steven didn't put me up to this. No, sir. You are 8 feet in the ground, running away as we speak. Not only are you dead, but you, sir, are in hell. That is where I come in. Your punishment has been to relive the worst day of your life for all eternity. Or until you do things right. Yes, you heard me. You can change things by doing what is needed of you to earn entrance into heaven. I know you always thought hell was fire and brimstone. Demons with pitchforks laughing as they poke you in the rear and fillet your flesh over a lake of fire. Sorry to disappoint you, but hell isn't so exciting. Each person has their own personal hell. They are cursed to relive the worst day of their life over and over. Hell, however, has begun to overfill. Yes, you mortals seem to become more lost and wicked as time goes on. Thus, your opportunity. If you do your righteous work during this day, you will be allowed into purgatory. Yes, I said purgatory, not heaven. Sadly, only truly righteous souls are allowed into heaven. I can assure you, though, purgatory is a hell of a lot better than hell. Don't mind the pun. So, let's get down to business. You have been here for 10 years now, and each day you have allowed yourself to be tricked and tempted by a demon. Lucky for you, today I am here to guide you. Do what I say and everything will work out. I guarantee it. Now, get out of bed. We have a lot to do today, and not much time. As much as it pains me to tell you, I think you should go to Dylan's room. Hey, not so fast. You don't want to just bust in. I'm sorry, sir. I tried to warn you. Last night while you were asleep, a man entered your house for a thrill. Unfortunately, he walked into this room where your wife was checking on your infant son while you were passed out in bed from a night of drinking with your friends. If it makes you feel any better, your name was the last thing that escaped her lips. She died thinking about you, calling your name for help. Now that I think of it, I'm sorry. I didn't know how that was supposed to help. I just thought, well, never mind what I thought. We have a lot to do. Now, go to your room and get dressed. Wear something that you can move freely in to accomplish what you need. You will need to be able to run and maneuver. Now go to the closet and take the box from the top shelf. You know, the old cigar box that you keep your revolver in. Be careful. Remember, you keep it loaded. We wouldn't want you killing yourself again. No, today things will be different. This man that entered your house is still here. Yes, you heard me. He is in the house right now. His name is Fred Tarrant, and he is far more deserving of hell than you ever were. This man gets his kicks by breaking into houses and slicing the throats of young mothers in their 30s before smothering their children. Your wife, believe it or not, was one of the lucky ones. Most he tortures mentally and physically before he silences them with his knife. Your wife was spared of this due to his other tendency. If the husband is home, he waits for them in the house to find the bodies. He watches their reaction as they cry over their dead bodies. Yes, that's right. He saw you when you found them. He was hiding in the closet, grinning ear to ear as he watched the tears well up in your eyes. He will be coming into the room in a matter of minutes to finish up with you. You need to put an end to this scum. You need to save all of his future victims from his torment. Aim at the door. Yes, watch. It's beginning to open. You did good, sir. I'm so sorry. I forgot to mention he uses a gun to finish the husbands, but you got him too. You saved so many lives. You will never know the service that you have provided the world. What's that? Are you going to purgatory now? Will this end? Well, frankly, sir, no. Yeah, you heard me. I said no. I know you did everything I asked of you. That's just it. The guy that left as you were waking up, he was an angel here to try to save your pitiful soul. Luckily, I was able to drive him off. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to have all this fun again tomorrow. Where did you go wrong, you ask? What did you do to deserve hell? You must be joking. Yes, you didn't kill yourself. This time. I have 4 words for you. Thou shalt not kill. Killing, sir, is a mortal sin, and you, sir, became no better than the scum you just killed the moment you pulled the trigger. Bye. I'll see you tomorrow.
It was a nice summer day. My 5-year-old son James was playing outside in the backyard of our suburban home. James has always been a quiet boy. He plays by himself mostly. He never had many friends, but he has always had a wild imagination. I was in the kitchen feeding our dog Fido when I heard what sounded like James talking to someone in the backyard. I'm not sure who it was he could be talking to. Could he have finally made a friend? Being a single mom, it's hard for me to always keep an eye on my son, so I decided to go outside and check on him. When I went into the backyard, I was a bit confused because James was the only person back there. Was he talking to himself? Could have swore I heard another voice.
James, it's time to come inside, I called out to him.
He came inside and sat down at the kitchen table. It was about lunchtime, so I decided to make him a turkey sandwich.
James, who are you talking to out there? I asked.
James looked up for a moment.
I was playing with my new friend,
he said, smiling. I poured him some milk and continued to pry, as any good mother would.
Does your friend have a name? Why didn't you ask him to have lunch with us? I asked.
James stared at me for a moment before replying.
His name is Laughing Jack.
I was a bit taken back by what he'd said.
Oh, that's a strange name. What does your friend look like? I asked, a bit confused. He's a clown. He has long hair and a big swirly cone nose. He's got long arms and baggy pants with stripy socks, and he always smiles.
I realized my son was talking about an imaginary friend. I suppose it is normal for kids his age to have imaginary friends, especially when he has no real kids to play with. It's probably just a phase. The rest of the day went by as per usual, and it was starting to get late, so I put James to bed. I tucked him in, gave him a kiss, and made sure to turn on his nightlight before I closed the door. I was pretty tired myself, so I decided to go to bed not long after. I had an awful nightmare. It was dark. I was in some kind of rundown amusement park. I was scared, running through an endless field of empty tents, broken down rides, and abandoned game huts. The whole place had a horrible look to it. Everything was black and white. The prized stuffed animals all hung from nooses in the game huts, all with sick grins stitched on their faces. It felt like the whole park was looking at me, even though there wasn't another living thing in sight. Then, suddenly, I began to hear music play. The sounds of Pop Goes the Weasel being played on a squeeze box echoed through the park. It was hypnotizing. I followed its tune to the circus tent, almost in a trance, unable to stop my legs from moving forward. It was pitch black. The only light came from a single spotlight shining on the center of the big top. As I walked toward the light, the music slowed down. I found myself singing along, unable to stop. All around the mulberry bush, the monkey chased the weasel. The monkey, though 'twas all in fun. The music stopped right before its climax. Then suddenly the lights shot on. The intensity of the lights was practically blinding. All I could see was a small dark silhouette shuffle towards me. Then another one appeared, and another, and another. There were dozens of them, all coming towards me. I couldn't move. My legs were frozen. All I could do was watch as the haunting figures drew near. As they got closer, I could see they were children. As I looked at each one, I noticed they were all horribly disfigured and mutilated. Some had cuts all over their body, others were severely burnt, and others were missing limbs, even eyes. The children enveloped me, clawing at my flesh, dragging me to the ground, and tearing inside me. As the children tore me apart and I faded away, all I could hear was laughter. Horrible, awful, evil laughter. I woke up the next morning in a cold sweat. After taking a few deep breaths, I looked over and saw that a few of James' action figures were positioned facing me on top of my nightstand. I sighed. James had probably woken up early and put these here. I gathered up the toys and made my way to James' room. However, when I opened the door, James was sound asleep. I just shrugged and placed the toys back into his toy box and headed out to the living room. A little while later, James woke up and I made him his breakfast. He was quiet and seemed a bit groggy. Perhaps he didn't sleep well either. I decided to ask him about the toys. James, honey, did you put the toys in Mommy's room this morning? His eyes shot up at me for a moment, then quickly glanced back down at his cereal. Laughing Jack did it. I rolled my eyes and responded, Well, you tell Laughing Jack to keep the toys in your room. James nodded and finished up his breakfast, then decided to go play out in the backyard. I went to relax in the living room and I must have dozed off because I woke up a couple hours later. Shit, I need to check on James. I was a bit worried. It had been over 2 hours and I haven't checked on him. I stepped out into the backyard, but James wasn't there anymore. I was getting nervous, so I called out to him. James! James, where are you? Just then, I heard a giggle come from the front yard. I rushed through the gate around to the front of the house. James was sitting on the sidewalk. I breathed a sigh of relief and walked over to him. James, how many times have I told you to stay in the backyard? James, what are you eating? James looked up at me, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of hard candies in all colors. This made me very nervous. James, who gave you that candy? James just stared at me, not speaking. James, please tell Mommy where you got that candy. James hung his head down and said, Laughing Jack gave it to me. My heart sunk. I kneeled down to look him in the eye. James, I've had enough of this damn Laughing Jack thing. He is not real. Now, this is a very serious situation. I need to know who gave you the candy. I could see my son's eyes tear up. But, Mama, Laughing Jack did give me the candy. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. James has never lied to me, but what he's telling me is impossible. I made him spit out the candy and I threw the rest away. James appears to be fine. Maybe I'm just overreacting. After all, he could have gotten it from Tom and Linda from next door, or Mr. Walker down the street. Either way, I'm going to have to keep a closer eye on James. That night, I put James to bed as usual and decided to go to bed early myself. Suddenly, I was woken up by a loud bang coming from the kitchen. I sprung out of bed and hurried down the stairs. When I got to the kitchen, I was horrified. Everything on the counters had been thrown on the floor, and our dog Fido hung dead from the light fixture. His stomach was cut open and stuffed with candy. The same type that James was eating earlier that day. My shock was quickly broken by a sharp scream coming from James's room, followed by loud crashes. I quickly grabbed a knife from the drawer and moved up the stairs with a speed that only a mother whose child is in danger could have. I burst through the doors and flicked on the lights. Everything in the room was knocked over and tossed on the floor. My poor son in his bed, crying and shaking with fear, a pool of urine staining in the sheets. I scooped my child up and ran out of the house and went next door to Tom and Linda's house. Luckily, they were still awake. They let me use their phone and I called the police. It didn't take them long to arrive. I explained what had happened. They looked at me as if I were crazy. They searched the house, but all they found was a dead dog and 2 trashed rooms. The officer told me that someone had probably gotten into the house and done this right before making a quick escape when they had heard me coming up the stairs. I knew it wasn't true. All the doors were locked, and none of the windows were open, Whatever was in my house didn't come from outside. The next day, James stayed inside. I didn't want him to leave my sight. I went into the garage and found his old baby monitor and set it up in his room. If anything comes into his room tonight, I was going to be able to hear it. I went to the kitchen and grabbed the largest knife from the drawer and put it on my nightstand. Imaginary friend or not, I'm not letting anything hurt my little boy. Soon enough, night came. I put James to bed. He was afraid, but I promised him that I wasn't going to let anything happen to him. I tucked him in, gave him a kiss, and turned on the nightlight. Before closing the door, I whispered to him,
Good night, James. I love you.
I tried to stay up as long as I could, but after a few hours I felt myself drifting off. My baby would be safe for the night, and I needed to sleep. Just as I lay my head on the pillow, I heard a soft noise come from the baby monitor I'd put on the nightstand. At first it sounded like interference, like the kind a radio would make. Then it turned into a soft moan. Was James asleep? Then I heard it. The laugh from my nightmare. That horrible laugh. I sprung up from bed and grabbed the knife from under my pillow. I rushed over to James's room and creaked the door open. I tried the light switch, but it wouldn't come on. I took a step in and I could feel the warm, thick liquid on my feet. Suddenly, James's nightlight came on and I could see the absolute horror laid out in front of me. James's body was nailed up on the wall, the nails piercing through his hands and feet. His chest was cut wide open and his organs hung down on the floor. His eyes and tongue had been removed, along with most of his teeth. I was disgusted. I could hardly believe this was my baby boy. Then I heard it again, the soft, desperate moan. James was still alive! My baby, my poor baby, in so much pain, barely clinging to life. I ran across the room and vomited on the floor, but my sickness was interrupted by a horrible cackle coming from behind me. I spun around while still wiping bile from my mouth. Then out of the shadows emerged the fiend responsible for all this horror, Laughing Jack. His ghost white skin and matted black hair hung down on his shoulders. He had piercing white eyes surrounded by dark black rings. His twisted smile revealed a row of sharp, jagged teeth, and his skin didn't look like skin at all. It almost looked like rubber or plastic. He wore a patchy black and white clown outfit with striped sleeves and socks. His body itself was grotesque, his long arms hanging down past his waist, and the way he was poised made him look almost boneless, like a rag doll. He let out a sickening laugh as if to let me know he was pleased with my reaction to his work. He then turned around slowly in front of James and began to laugh even more at the horrific sight he was laid out. That was enough to shake me from my terror. I snapped, "Get away from him, you bastard!" I rushed at the monster, raising the knife above my head, and stabbed down at him. But as soon as the knife touched him, he disappeared in a cloud of black smoke. The knife passed right through and pierced James' still beating heart, splashing the warm blood on my face. No. What have I done? My baby. I killed my baby. I immediately fell to my knees and I could hear sirens in the distance growing louder. My boy. My sweet baby boy. I promised Mommy would protect you. But I failed. I'm sorry, James. I'm so sorry. Police soon arrived to find me in front of my son, still wielding the knife covered in my baby's blood. The trial was short. Insanity. I was placed in the Ferropolis house for the criminally insane, where I have been for the past 2 months. It's not so bad here. The only reason I'm awake now is because someone is playing Pop Goes Louise outside my window. I'll talk to the orderlies about it in the morning.
I propped the gourd on the table after I laid down the newspapers to keep the juices from running out. I then took a knife and I drove it into it. It had a tough rind, but with a few direct strikes, it opened. Unfortunately for me, the juices spilled on the floor, forcing me to lay down towels. Afterward, I stretched the spots for the eyes and mouth, and I sliced into the gourd. The surface once again proved rough, but I gradually got the hang of it. Juice seeped out from the areas I sketched. Lastly, I made a deep cut on the top. I needed a sharper blade for it. With the gooey residue exposed, I scooped it out thoroughly and placed a candle inside. Now all that's left to do is get around to carving those pumpkins.
It's the apocalypse, Pete! Yelled Jacob as an explosion lit the skies. Downtown, which was close to Jacob, was suddenly and violently filled with screams and bright explosions. Already having flashbacks to World War II, Jacob began to panic even more when he saw people shambling about, going to and from the location of the explosions. Pete, his loyal old dog, growled feebly at the people passing by. They appeared to be walking corpses, and this became clear to Jacob after another bright explosion lit the area enough for his old eyes to see clear enough. Jacob turned for his door and yanked Pete's collar. The old hound went tumbling in with Jacob as he slammed the door shut and went about setting the various locks in his house. After securely locking down his house and setting in place his window bars, he got up the nerve to take a peek outside. Out there, the sky flashed with explosions that rocked his house. Suddenly, a face popped up right in front of him. Startled, he fell backwards and onto his coffee table. "I know you're in there, old man," the person outside groaned. From the lighting inside his house, he could see the burn marks and missing flesh from the person's face. Shouting wildly, he hit the lights and ran to his bedroom, which was upstairs. Pete was right beside him. The man outside banged on his door.
"Come out and join the party,"
he groaned in a dead voice. After a few breathless minutes, the banging stopped, and Jacob figured the man would bring a whole horde of his undead friends back to get him. He reached inside his dresser drawer and moved away his socks, revealing a pistol.
"They've been saying the zombie apocalypse was coming, old Pete. I read it on them sites. Now it's true. I'm sorry, old boy,"
he said, aiming the gun at his lifelong companion, curled up on a pile of that week's newspapers. The dog died with only a quiet whimper. Next, Jacob turned the gun on himself.
"I planned for this day so carefully, but now they know I'm in here. Damn it. Sally, I'm coming to see you,"
he said as he pulled the trigger. That was not his last thought, however. The very last thing that went through his mind in the last few moments while he was still alive and breathing was a headline on one of the newspapers under Pete. "Zombie costume party downtown Halloween night."
These days, it has become Halloween tradition to procrastinate until the afternoon of October 31st, then put random pieces of gum, candy, or fruit into a cheap plastic bowl and shove it onto the porch. Joe was putting out his bowl when he saw someone staring at the graveyard on the opposite side of the road. Far too tall to be a child, they were wearing a long brown cloak and what looked like a purple jack-o'-lantern on their head. Joe had never seen any good reason for an adult to wear a costume. "Excuse me," he shouted. "Aren't you a little old to be trick-or-treating?" When the figure stopped and turned, its huge black eyes narrowed and then widened. Its mouth gaped in a toothless grin as it bounded towards Joe, pushing off the ground with its arms like a greyhound. Joe fell to his knees and trembled with his eyes closed until he felt an icy hand ruffle his hair. Up close, the figure looked to be 3 meters tall, and its bulbous head was too wide to fit through a door. It had doubled over like a pipe cleaner, and it was resting its head near Joe's face while caressing it with its purple fingers. It chuckled. "Have you ever seen the dead walking?" With the snap of its skeletal fingers, the sky turned blood red and the moon lengthened and curved until it was C-shaped. Of course, the corpses lurched from their graves, dressed in their funeral best. But living or dead, the people milling outside sprouted claws and crowns and wings that launched them into the air. Only Joe was unaffected, staring dumbfounded as the people he thought he knew began raucously celebrating their wildest childhood fantasies made manifest. "Such a pity," the figure clucked to him. "There was never any Halloween spirit in you at all." Launching itself backwards, it invigorated the now monstrous crowd with an ecstatic dance that gnarled the trees and made the ground itself cackle. As Joe stared in shock and horror, an unfamiliar voice rang through his head. "We both know this is unsustainable." "I have to be going crazy," Joe muttered to himself. "I'm hearing voices and everything." "Well, there is no reason for you to believe you are lucid," the voice in Joe's head replied. "In fact, I would rather this whole ordeal resemble a nightmare, though I am not in control of it." "Who are you?" Joe said aloud. "Assuming we're being realistic, I am an auditory hallucination, a mere voice in your head."
However, I will claim to be the thing that controls the physical universe. I would actually love to explain it with a story, if you'd allow me." Joe sputtered, then sighed. "Sure, go ahead." Long ago, the rules of the universe were based on the whims of irrational deities. There was life on the planet anyways, and it survived under certain sets of physical laws. But this life rarely interested the deities, until they realized what humans were capable of. Powerful creatures fought to control them, shifting reality to their will and nearly destroying them. But in the end, the methodical god of repeatable laws bound the whole universe to its whim, and divine fantasy was relegated to the realm of dreams. You are the voice of reason, my apostle, my devotee. Take a kitchen knife and stab the monster who dared defy me." Joe hastily painted his face to blend in, then crept through the bacchanalia of grotesques. He recognized some creatures, but many were completely incomprehensible, heretofore relegated to their progenitors' hearts. No one noticed him, not even the pumpkin-headed one itself, until he had plunged the knife into its chest. The flying beasts were brought down to earth, and the costumes faded from everyone's faces. They crowded around the dying thing, trying desperately to revive it, but they knew in their hearts that they could do nothing. Slumping and sniffling, it finally croaked.
"I just wanted you all to smile on this lovely Halloween night."
It left behind its brown cloak and a rotting jack-o'-lantern. Joe regretted his decision with every passing day that his neighbors aired their grievances to him.
I spoke to my father one last time. I wish I could have spoken more. I'd never felt so free as when I was flying.
It brought my wildest dreams to life, until you killed it. But Halloween is a yearly affair, and Joe felt compelled to participate this time. He started planning the festivities in July, and everyone he asked happily helped. By the time October 31st came around, there were enough decorations to completely transform the town. People decorated the gravestones, bought costumes for the departed, and festooned the trees and ground with elaborate decorations. The symphony of humming dry ice machines and spooky sound effects couldn't be ignored. They even made an effigy of the one who had inspired them, a scarecrow of sorts, clothed in its brown cloak with a naturally purple jack-o'-lantern for a head. Everyone noticed Joe, even though he hid behind a mask. Many congratulated him, but he could still detect scorn from a select few. As he looked into the eyes of the effigy he'd helped create, he pondered how selfish his fear of the unknown had been. "I can't bring back the dead," he thought. Then the fire went out in the jack-o'-lantern. The eyes blinked, and the face contorted into an ever wider smile.
"There was something inside you all along,"
a familiar voice chirped. Joe watched as the scarecrow's figure stretched into the sinuous pipe cleaner physique of the original. It raised a skeletal hand to its mouth and let out a piercing whistle that alerted the entire crowd. It proclaimed,
"Let this night be a testament to every last one of you, all of you, for resurrecting the Halloween spirit."
With one snap, living and dead, reality and dreams intermingled for one more glorious night. The Stalker. Some people think it's an alien. Others say it's a ghost or just a plain myth. For certain though, everyone can agree it is very dangerous and fucking terrifying. My name is John, and I have been working on documenting all sorts of info about this creature, just in case anyone absolutely needs this information. And also, because I am very interested in this stuff. But anyways, I hope all who reads this to be safe. You never know what's lurking out there. I mean seriously, my dad turned out to be associated in a drug cartel,
So stay safe. 1932. The first documented sighting was on February 29, 1932, near Canyon, Texas, a very rural area. It's like your typical one-stop light town, a couple deputies, a school with all grades in it, and that classic barber shop on the corner. It was a Monday, and all of the kids were getting out of school, just that it was on a leap day. The crowd of parents were lined up waiting to pick up their kids, just like every other day of the week. Nothing really happened that day, except an unusual sighting. The townspeople stated that they saw a figure standing near the school, but not by the group of parents, kind of far in the distance. Any other person would think it was just another civilian minding his own business. But remember, this was a very small town, and everyone knew each other. They have never seen this person before. The people who saw it could only make out a very little description of what it looked like. It appeared to be a man in a large trench coat and a fedora hat. But that wasn't all. They can barely make out the face. But what they can tell is that it appeared to have an abnormally large smile smeared across its face and a hat covering the rest of its head. Then the man walked behind a tree and apparently disappeared. No one has ever seen that man, or should I say that thing, in that town ever again. It did make headlines for the locals. It wasn't big enough of a story to make the news spread any farther. It may have been recorded for the first time on that day, but some people have noticed the being hiding in the background of some photos far older than that. The Civil War. Now, that was just the first documented sighting. The very first sighting took place on March 18, 1864, at the Battle of Loretto during the Civil War. It was in Texas again. The strange part was that it was on another leap year. Many soldiers saw it this time, as it was wearing an old trench coat like in its other sightings. Some men even stopped fighting, just from the horror they saw staring back at them. When they would describe the face, they say it was pale with black hair growing down to its blank wide eyes, and scars going across them. The only unforgettable part was the smile. Wide open with its teeth just frozen, staring right at you. Then, when the soldiers blinked or rubbed their eyes, it was gone. It was a barely known story the soldiers told through generations. You can ask anyone and I'm sure no one would know what you're talking about. But for those who have heard, they could tell you just how real they believe it is. The many people that saw this thing on that field had a bunch of names for it, like the Watcher, or Lurker, or even the Boogeyman. But what was most common was the Stalker, the Leap Year Stalker. That's when it got its name. Kings, Texas. Now all of the Stalker's sightings appeared to always happen on a leap year, which was pretty strange. It was also only appearing in Texas. The most appearances it had was in Kings, Texas, a very small town far off of Houston. Out of all of the locations that the Stalker was seen, this town had the most missing people it's seen in years, all on leap year. That was a lot for a small town like this, but strangely, no one seemed to care. It was like nothing happened. So there was no recorded documentation that the monster has ever popped up in that town. You want to know how I know? Because I used to live there. The mayor just wants to keep everyone quiet. I never saw the strange creature myself, but I know people who have. One of them I never heard from again the night after they told me about seeing it as they were strolling next to a small forest. They said it was just staring at them, stalking them. as binoculars hung down from its chest. Now, all that happened in 2008. I moved out last year in 2011. I lost many connections with people that live there, so I sometimes visit to get information. Well, I still live in Texas, Houston, Texas, but there's only been very few sightings here. Apparently, all of the sightings stopped appearing the year after 2000, which happened to be the biggest year yet. Then it started to only appear in Kings. It was there before. It's just that for some reason, this is its staying place, I guess. I don't know why, but it is. 2000. This was the biggest event yet. It was on February 29th again, and it took place in Galveston Island. They say the whole island is haunted, but no one has ever seen something like this here before. At 12, when Leap Day started, a murder occurred. At first, they thought it was just a random death that happens every day. But then, 1 hit, another murder. 2, another one. For every hour, there was 1 death. It happened the whole day in different locations on the island, except for the one at 7 p.m. There was 1 survivor. He went to the cops and stated he saw a man with a deathly smile and a trench coat trying to kill him. Every time he blinked, the thing was in another spot, not knowing where he'll be next. 3 weeks later, no one heard from him again. The Stalker. I personally think he's just a demon or something. But who knows? I don't know its purpose or anything. What if he's just looking for friends? I doubt that. Also, I did leave out that there was mention of him being spotted during 9/11 at the Twin Towers. I highly doubt that because there were just so many people there. Anyone could have looked similar. Well, hey, what if he was really a myth? Then I wrote this for nothing. That'd really suck. But what I didn't say is that when I was in Kings, my mother left to pick up something from the store and never came back. Now I can't tell if she actually left or got killed. 'Cause guess what day it was? Leap Day. There is a video on YouTube named Mariana Mordgard Glazkov. If you search this, you will find nothing. The few times you find something, all you will see is a 20-second video of a man staring intently at you, expressionless, then grinning for the last 2 seconds. The background is undefined. This is only part of the actual video. The full video lasts 2 minutes and was removed by YouTube after 153 people who viewed the video gouged out their eyes and mailed them to YouTube's main office in San Bruno. Said people had also committed suicide in various ways. It is not yet known how they managed to mail their eyes after gouging them out. The cryptic inscription they carved in their forearms has not yet been deciphered. YouTube will periodically put up the first 20 seconds of the video to quell suspicions, so that people will not go look for the real thing and upload it. The video itself was only viewed by 1 YouTube staff member, who started screaming after 45 seconds. This man is now under constant sedation and is apparently unable to recall what he saw. The other people who were in the same room as him while he viewed it and turned off the video for him say that all they heard at the time was a high-pitched drilling sound. None of them dared look at the screen. The person who uploaded the video was never found, the IP address being non-existent, and the man in the video has never been identified. I was adopted. I never knew my real mother. Rather, I knew her at one time, but I left her side when I was too little to be able to remember. I loved my adopted family though. They were so kind to me. I ate well, I lived in a warm and comfortable house, and I got to stay up pretty late. Let me tell you about my family real fast. First, there's my mother. I never called her mom or anything like that. I just called her by her first name, Janice. She didn't mind at all though. I called her that for so long. I don't think she even noticed. Anyhow, she was a very kind woman. I think that she is the one who recommended my adoption in the first place. Sometimes I would lay my head against her in front of the television, and she would tickle my back with her nails. She is one of those Hollywood mothers. Second, there's Dad. His real name was Richard, but he never really liked me much, so I began to refer to him as Dad in a desperate attempt to gain his affection. It didn't work. I think that no matter what I called him, he would never love me as much as his own child. That's understandable, so I really didn't press the matter. The most notable attribute of Dad was his unmoving sternness. He was not afraid to pop his children when they did something wrong. I found that out before I could use the restroom properly. He didn't hesitate to spank me. Well, I'm in line, and it's because of his methods. Lastly is my sister. Little Emily was very young when I was adopted, so we were about the same age, but she was slightly older. I like to think of her as my little sister though. We got along better than any sibling could possibly get along. We would always stay up late together and just talk. Well, she did a lot of the talking. I mostly just listened because I loved her. It was a great setup that we had. We were short on bedrooms, so, because I didn't want to sleep in the living room by myself when I was littler, I had a pallet set up for me next to her bed on the floor. This is where I've slept since. But it was cool with me because I enjoyed being with her and I had always felt pretty protective of my little sis. Everything changed on a horrible Wednesday night. I was at home taking a nap when little Emily opened the front door. The sound of the door opening pulled me to a state of consciousness, and I walked from the room down the hall to the living room. That's when I first remembered it was Wednesday. I was never any good at keeping track of what day it was. Actually, I'll just go ahead and say it. My sense of time was horrible. But nevertheless, I knew it was Wednesday because Emily had just come home from her church's youth group gathering. She walked in the front door and hugged me, and then was followed in by Dad and Janice. "You have a good nap?" Janice said teasingly as she ruffled up my hair. I just shook my head away and snorted in a manner that clearly expressed that I was teasing back with her. "Don't you snort at your mother like that," said my father gruffly with authority. He shut the door behind him and hung up his coat. "I was clearly joking," I growled under my breath. He must not have heard me because I didn't feel him smack me. Emily then proceeded to our room and I followed. She started telling me about her day, you know, usual teenage girl stuff. But I listened so that she would feel better. After her summary, she suggested watching TV, and I obliged and jumped onto the couch as she was going for the remote. She rolled her eyes at my little brother-like immaturity and scooted me over and sat down. The TV turned on and we watched it together until the sun went down. Emily was the kind of girl that, instead of watching cartoons and soap operas, would rather watch Discovery and Animal Planet and National Geographic. I liked those too, so I didn't mind. Actually, those were the only channels that could hold my attention. So it got late and Janice walked up behind the sofa. "Emily, it's past your bedtime. Turn off the television and go to your room. You too." She pointed at me. Emily turned off the program we were watching grudgingly and stood up. She started down the hallway to our room. As I followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. We went into our room and Emily turned off the light. Just as she did, I caught a flash of movement out of the corner of my eye. It was out the window, but as soon as I redirected my line of sight to where the window was no longer in my peripheral vision, what it was that I thought I saw was gone. I still remained alert, for my sister's sake. I laid there in the darkness with nothing but the thin ray of light from the street lamp outside to illuminate the room. It wasn't much. Time and time again, I could have sworn I heard subtle sounds just out the window. A twig break, leaves crunching, clothes jostling, and all the while I could smell a faint stench of sweat and blood. I kept my eyes open most of the night. The sounds outside subsided, and the smell left my nose. I began to feel at ease. My eyelids closed. Not long after that, I heard a very loud crash on the other side of the house. I was up in an instant. "There's someone in the house!" I barked with extreme adrenaline coursing through me. "Wake up!" I shrilly pleaded with Emily. She did, and as soon as I saw her sit up, I ran to my parents' room. Dad was dead. His neck was splayed open and gaping as blood spilled out of it, off the bed and onto the floor. I saw that the master bathroom's door was closed, and just before it, on the outside, was a man. A man. I don't feel comfortable calling it that. He was very large and rugged. He turned around and saw me, and that's when I saw him accurately for the first time. I won't forget it. His eyes were large and beady and trapped with lust. He was styling a beard that was badly unkempt with blood dripping off. His clothes were dirty and his face was cold. Just then I noticed the same horrid smell of sweat and blood from earlier, but this time it was overwhelming. He saw me. He saw me and grinned with a set of crooked yellow teeth. That smile threw me off. I thought that I was going to die, but then he turned back to the bathroom door completely unperturbed by my presence. I was terrified and didn't know what to do. I just yelled and cried. I watched as he shouldered through the door that was Mom's only protection. I watched as he raised the large razor that he was carrying, but had obviously neglected to use properly. I watched as he sliced her open and tore her to shreds. I then heard something. The last thing that I wanted to hear. It was Emily's scream coming from behind me. The large monstrosity looked up from my butchered mother and stared at my little sister. I was distraught. He stood up and quickly started walking towards us. My sister turned and ran, and I was at a loss when he bypassed me and went straight after her. Why was she still in the house? Had she not assessed the situation and run? Apparently not. And now she was dead and I was alone. I ran after them both. I expected the man to kill her as he had the rest of my family. But I was sadly mistaken. He grabbed her by the arm and jerked her as a way to make clear that he was in control. He dragged her through the house. I was making all of the noise I could now, hoping and praying that someone would come to my aid. He mustn't take her. Not her. As he passed me, I backed against the wall and whimpered with terror. Why? He didn't respond except by putting his free hand on my head while Emily screamed in the other and saying, "Good boy." He gave another crooked grin and a very cold, unnatural laugh. I followed him to the door where he dragged my helpless sister after him. He opened it, pulled her out, and slammed it shut behind him. I am now sitting in the house with my mutilated adopted parents, shivering and whimpering with dismay. He's out there with her, doing who knows what to her, and I can't do anything. I would if I could, but I can't. I would chase after them in a heartbeat, but I can't. I sit here, looking at the front door. I look down at my paws. If only I could open doors.
He was there again tonight, watching me through my window as I pretended to sleep. He's been coming to my window every night since I came to this place. He thinks I don't know he's there. He thinks he's clever, but I see him. I feel him. When he watches me, I'm stiff as stone. My heartbeat races. I start to sweat, and my blood runs cold. But I never move a muscle. Sometimes he puts his hands on my window, his breath fogging the glass. Sometimes I can hear him crying.
His intentions are sinister, I know it. He's starting to come in my room now. He sits in a chair by the foot of my bed, breathing heavy breaths, polluting my air. Sometimes he will mumble things. Sometimes he hums lullabies. Sometimes he just cries. Recently, he took a big step. He came into my room and looked at my paintings, touched them. He touched my paintings. Then he pulled up a chair and sat at the foot of my bed, just watching me. I never look at him directly. I know if he sees me open my eyes, he will get me. I've started to hear his whispers. They're too faint for me to understand, but I know they're there. I feel the pure evil in his voice. It scares me, and I hate being afraid. Something must be done. I started to leave him messages. I would place them at the foot of my bed for him to find. Leave! No more! Stay away! But when I wake up, my messages are gone and replaced by his own sick, demented words. I'm here for you. I won't go. I need you. This man is twisted. This man is vile. This man wants my blood. He wants me dead, I know it. I won't allow that to happen. I cannot. So I leave more messages. Never return. Stop coming here. I hate you. Again, I wake to his disgusting responses. Why? I love you. I'll never leave. It burns my stomach that this man will not understand. It gnaws at my bones and he still chooses to come to my room every night. He thinks he can just get away with it, but I grow tired of this little game we play. Last night I made sure to steal one of my art scissors and brought it to bed. I hid it under my pillow, pulled up my covers, and closed my eyes. Listening. Waiting. He came to my window. He put his hand on the glass. He cried for a moment. Then he entered my room. He looked at my paintings, touched them again. He pulled up his chair. He sat and watched me. I waited. He started humming lullabies again. He stood and paced around the room, sobbing. He walked to the side of my bed, leaned down, kissed me on the cheek, and I drove my scissors deep into his throat. I didn't look at him. I knew he could still get me, but I heard as he choked on his own blood. I heard him fall to the floor, grasping his neck, gurgling and gasping for air. Before he went still, he said one thing. Why? Large men broke down my door. They ran to the dead evil man and took him away. Then, they took me away. They strapped me down and put me in a padded room. I don't understand why. I can't paint. I can't hang my art in here. Eventually, a man who said he was a doctor came in. He sat at the edge of my bed like the man at my window. He pulled out his clipboard and spoke. Mrs. Rutger, I'd like for you to explain to me why you did what you did. What brought you to your actions? Do you recall your thought process? Wasn't it obvious? I stopped the evil man from coming into my room and watching me. I saved myself from being taken by him. The doctor stared at me for a moment. Mrs. Rutger, I'm afraid you're not quite understanding what's happened to you. You've been in a terrible car accident in which you lost your 3 children. Because of this, you had an extreme mental breakdown and were admitted to Shining Pines Mental Health Facility. You've been here for quite some time. In fact, your husband has been the only one in your family to come see you since you arrived. I stared at him blankly. Mrs. Rutger, I don't know how to say this, but your husband was the man you've just murdered.
Dave woke up with a start, rubbing his grime-covered eyes. He stumbled to get up off of his sofa as he tried to locate the faint ringing noise that had taken him out of his drunken slumber. He remembered very little about the night before. He only seemed to remember the blaring music of the party he had thrown to celebrate his graduating from college. The stench of vomit and cheap beer filled the air of his dingy townhouse. As Dave stumbled drunkenly around his trashed living room, he noticed that the ringing he heard earlier had stopped. Finally, he realized that the ringing had been emanating from his phone, which had been buried underneath the red solo cups that had been filled with spiked punch the night before. He picked up his phone and noticed the 4 voicemails left by his girlfriend and fellow graduate Adriana. He placed his phone to his ear to listen to the messages, his head throbbing like it was being crushed in a vice. First unheard message, recited a robotic voice.
Hey, that was a great party Jeff threw for you, am I right? I just wanted you to know that I made it home in one piece. It seemed you had way more fun than I did last night, considering you were passed out on the couch when I left with Bree. I'm going to bed now, so call me back later tomorrow. I love you so much, Dave. Bye!
Memories of the night before started to flood back into his mind. He vaguely remembered his girlfriend leaving at around 1:15, 20 minutes before the first message. He walked over to the bathroom to grab some aspirin as the robotic voice announced the next message.
Hey Dave, is that you outside my house? If it is, it's not funny. You know how easily I get scared. If it's you, just move something. Don't just stand there.
As he sat back on the couch, he thought about the strangeness of that last message. Her house was way too far for anyone in a drunken state to drive to, let alone walk. Dave lived about 15 minutes from campus, and Adriana lived with her cousin Bree about 40 minutes from campus, which made it impossible for someone who was in the state Dave was in to get to her place. He hesitantly continued on with her messages.
Oh my god, I really don't think it's you. Holy hell, what is that? Dave, I really hope that isn't you. Whatever's outside my window just turned towards me. Please, Dave, call back. It has a mask, Dave. Before, when I thought it was you, it was facing the street, but now it's halfway up my lawn and it's looking straight at me. It's wearing a mask, Dave. Please call back. I need help.
The shattered words of his girlfriend echoed through his head. The thought of anything happening to Adriana scared him out of his mind. He realized that the next and final message was the call that had woken him up just a few minutes ago. Final unheard message, the emotionless voice announced the next phone call.
Dave, I'm in the closet and I've called the police. It's been 30 minutes since I last called, and in that time, that thing made it to the door. Damn it! It's in the house, Dave! I can hear it in the house and the police aren't even here yet. I love you so much. Please know that in case I don't make it.
At this point in the message, tears of horror made their way down Dave's face.
I can hear it in the room. It's just outside the...
Dave couldn't believe what he had just heard. As tears streamed down his face, he noticed someone was standing at the end of his driveway, facing the street. Some claim that Mudhouse Mansion is a haunted house located outside Lancaster, Ohio. According to locals in Lancaster, the house was built in the early 1800s by a government official who lived there after the Civil War. The man kept slaves in Mudhouse Mansion, even though it was illegal. It seems this man didn't abide by the law and kept his slaves locked up in an outbuilding at night. He treated his slaves very poorly, and conditions were so bad that one slave started building a tunnel underneath the wall of the outbuilding. He dug a little every night after the lights in the mansion had gone out and the slave owner and his family had gone to sleep. Eventually, his tunnel was completed, and he squeezed himself down the small opening and came up on the other side of the wall. In the dead of night, he crept towards the mansion, slipped the lock on the back door, tiptoed up the staircase, and vengefully killed everyone inside. In the morning, locals discovered what had happened, but all the slaves had escaped and no one was even charged with the crime. The house lay vacant for years afterwards, and neighbors heard strange groans and shrieks coming from within the empty mansion. Everyone believed it was haunted by the ghost of the slave owner and his family. Nobody dared to enter the menacing-looking building. According to local legend, A man actually did buy the house in 1892 and moved in with his wife and their 3 children. Neighbors saw the family moving in, unloading their belongings and carrying them into the house. And then, nothing. Neighbors never saw them again. The family never left the house. Neighbors thought it was very odd for a family of 5 to spend all their time indoors. When one neighbor looked out her bedroom window, all she could make out was the figure of a woman, dressed all in white, standing at the second floor window. The figure wasn't doing anything, just standing there, staring at her. When the neighbor looked again the following day, she saw the figure again, standing in the same position. Every day whenever the neighbor looked at Mudhouse Mansion, the figure was always there, standing in exactly the same position, giving her this unblinking stare. On the 10th day, she called the police and asked them to investigate. When policemen broke into the mansion and climbed the stairs to the second floor, they were greeted by a terrible sight. All 5 family members were hanging lifeless from the ceiling by nooses. They were all dressed in white bedcloths. It appeared that they had taken their own lives. The figure the neighbor had seen was the mother of the family, and she hadn't been standing at the window. She had been hanging there for 10 whole days. After that, nobody would live in the house, and it has remained vacant to this day. People still come to visit the old mansion, but the current owner will not allow anyone to enter the property. She's afraid that if anyone goes in, they will never come out alive. Some local children call it Mary's house and tell each other that the famous Bloody Mary of legend grew up there. People who live in the area say that on cold, dark nights, you can sometimes still see the figure of a woman, all in white, standing motionless at the second floor window.
Russian researchers in the late 1940s kept 5 people awake for 15 days using an experimental gas-based stimulant. They were kept in a sealed environment to carefully monitor their oxygen intakes so the gas didn't kill them, since it was toxic in high concentrations. This was before closed-circuit cameras, so they had only microphones and 5-inch thick glass porthole-sized windows into the chamber to monitor them. The chamber was stocked with books, cots to sleep on but no bedding, running water and toilet, and enough dried food to last all 5 for over a month. The test subjects were political prisoners deemed enemies of the state during World War II. Everything was fine for the first 5 days. The subjects hardly complained, having been promised, falsely, that they would be freed if they submitted to the test and did not sleep for 30 days. Their conversations and activities were monitored, and it was noted that they continued to talk about increasingly traumatic incidents in their past, and the general tone of their conversations took on a darker aspect after the 4-day mark. After 5 days, they started to complain about the circumstances and events that led them to where they were and started to demonstrate severe paranoia. They stopped talking to each other and began alternately whispering into the microphones in one-way mirrored potholes. Oddly, they all seemed to think they could win the trust of the experimenters by turning over their comrades, the other subjects in captivity with them. At first, the researchers suspected this was an effect of the gas itself. After 9 days, the first of them started screaming. He ran the length of the chamber, repeatedly yelling at the top of his lungs for 3 hours straight. He continued attempting to scream, but was only able to produce occasional squeaks. The researchers postulated that he had physically torn his vocal cords. The most surprising thing about this behavior is how the other captives react to it. Or rather, didn't react to it. They continued whispering to the microphones until the second the captives started to scream. The 2 non-screaming captives took their books apart, smearing page after page with their own feces and pasted them calmly over the glass portholes. The screaming promptly stopped. So did the whispering to the microphones. After 3 more days passed, the researchers checked the microphones hourly to make sure they were working, since they thought it impossible that no sound could be coming with 5 people inside. The oxygen consumption in the chamber indicated all 5 must still be alive. In fact, it was the amount of oxygen 5 people would consume at a very heavy level of strenuous exercise. On the morning of the 14th day, the researchers did something they said they would not do to get a reaction from the captives.
They used the intercom inside the chamber, hoping to provoke any response from the captives they were afraid were either dead or vegetables. They announced, "We are opening the chamber to test the microphones. Step away from the door and lie flat on the floor, you will be shot. Compliance will earn one of you your immediate freedom." To their surprise, they heard a single phrase in a calm voice response.
"We no longer want to be freed."
Debate broke out among the researchers and the military forces funding the research. Unable to provoke any more response using the intercom, it was finally decided to open the chamber at midnight on the 15th day. The chamber was flushed with a stimulant gas and filled with fresh air, and immediately voices from the microphones began to object. 3 different voices began begging, as if pleading for the life of loved ones, to turn the gas back on. The chamber was opened and soldiers sent in to retrieve the test subjects. They began to scream louder than ever, and so did the soldiers when they saw what was inside. 4 of the 5 subjects were still alive, although no one could rightly call the state that any of them in life. The food rations past day 5 had not been so much as touched. There were chunks of meat from the dead test subjects' thighs and chest stuffed into the drain in the center of the chamber, blocking the drain and allowing 4 inches of water to accumulate on the floor. Precisely how much of the water on the floor was actually blood was never determined. All 4 surviving test subjects also had large portions of muscle and skin torn away from their bodies. The destruction of flesh and exposed bone on their fingertips indicated that the wounds were inflicted by hand, not with teeth as the researchers initially thought. Closer examination of the positions and angles of the wounds indicated that most, if not all of them, were self-inflicted. The abdominal organs below the ribcage of all 4 test subjects had been removed. While the heart, lungs, and diaphragm remained in place, the skin and most of the muscles attached to the ribs had been ripped off, exposing the lungs through the ribcage. All the blood vessels and organs remained intact. They had just been taken out and laid on the floor, fanning out around the eviscerated but still living bodies of the subjects. The digestive tract of all 4 could be seen to be working, digesting food. It quickly became apparent that what they were digesting was their own flesh that they had ripped off and eaten over the course of days. Most of the soldiers were Russian special operatives at the facility, but still many refused to return to the chamber to remove the test subjects. They continued to scream to be left in the chamber and alternatively begged and demanded that the gas be turned back on, lest they fall asleep. To everyone's surprise, the test subjects put up a fierce fight in the process of being removed from the chamber. One of the Russian soldiers died from having his throat ripped out, another was gravely injured by having his testicles ripped off, and an artery in his leg severed by one of the subject's teeth. Another 5 of the soldiers lost their lives if you count ones that committed suicide in the weeks following the incident. In the struggle, one of the 4 living subjects had his spleen ruptured and he bled out almost immediately. The medical researchers attempted to sedate him, but this proved impossible. He was injected with more than 10 times the human dose of a morphine derivative and still fought like a cornered animal, breaking the ribs and arm of one doctor. When heart was seen to beat for a full 2 minutes after he bled out to the point there was more air in his vascular system than blood. Even after it stopped, he continued to scream and flail for another 3 minutes, struggling to attack anyone in reach and just repeating the word, "More!" over and over, weaker and weaker, until he finally fell silent. The surviving 3 test subjects were heavily restrained and moved to a medical facility, the 2 with intact vocal cords continuously begging for the gas, demanding to be kept awake. The most injured of the 3 was taken to the only surgical operating room that the facility had. In the process of preparing the subject to have his organs placed back within his body, it was found that he was effectively immune to the sedative they had given him to prepare him for the surgery. He fought furiously against his restraints when the anesthetic gas was brought out to put him under. He managed to tear most of the way through a 4-inch wide leather strap on one wrist, even through the weight of a 200-pound soldier holding that wrist as well. It took only a little more anesthetic than normal to put him under, and the instant his eyelids fluttered and closed, his heart stopped. In the autopsy of the test subject that died on the operating table, it was found that his blood had tripled the normal level of oxygen. His muscles that were still attached to his skeleton were badly torn, and he had broken 9 bones in his struggle to not be subdued. Most of them were from the force his own muscles had exerted on them. The second survivor had been the first of the group of 5 to start screaming. His vocal cords destroyed, he was unable to beg or object to surgery, and he only reacted by shaking his head violently in disapproval when the anesthetic gas was brought near him. He shook his head yes when someone suggested reluctantly they try the surgery without anesthetic, and did not react for the entire 6-hour procedure of replacing his abdominal organs and attempting to cover them with what remained of his skin. The surgeon presiding stated repeatedly that it should be medically possible for the patient to still be alive. One terrified nurse assisting the surgery stated that she had seen the patient's mouth curl into a smile several times whenever his eyes met hers. When the surgery ended, the subject looked at the surgeon and began to wheeze loudly, attempting to talk while struggling. Assuming this must be something of drastic importance, the surgeon had a pen and pad fetched so the patient could write his message. It was simple. Keep cutting. The other 2 test subjects were given the same surgery, both without anesthetics as well. Although they had to be injected with a paralytic for the duration of the operation, the surgeon found it impossible to perform the operation while the patients laughed continuously. Once paralyzed, the subjects could only follow the attending researchers with their eyes. The paralytic cleared their system in an abnormally short period of time, and they were soon trying to escape their bonds. The moment they could speak, they were again asking for the stimulant gas. The researchers tried asking why they had injured themselves, why they had ripped out their own guts, and why they wanted to be given the gas again. Only one response was given. I must remain awake. All 3 subjects' restraints were reinforced, and they were placed back into the chamber, awaiting determination as to what should be done with them. The researchers, facing the wrath of the military benefactors for having failed the stated goals of their project, considered euthanizing the surviving subjects. The commanding officer, an ex-KGB, instead saw potential and wanted to see what would happen if they were put back on the gas. The researchers strongly objected, but were overruled. In preparation for being sealed in the chamber again, the subjects were connected to an EEG monitor and had their restraints padded for long-term confinement. To everyone's surprise, all 3 stopped struggling the moment it was let slip that they were going back on the gas. It was obvious at this point all 3 were putting up a great struggle to stay awake. One of the subjects that could speak was humming loudly and continuously. The mute subject was straining his legs against the leather bonds with all his might. First left, then right, then left again, for something to focus on. The remaining subject was holding his head off his pillow and blinking rapidly. Having been the first to be wired for EEG, most of the researchers were monitoring his brain waves in surprise. They were normal most of the time, but sometimes flatlined inexplicably. It looked as if he were repeatedly suffering brain death before returning to normal. As they focused on paper scrolling out of the brainwave monitor, only one nurse saw his eyes slip shut at the same moment his head hit the pillow. His brainwaves immediately changed to that of deep sleep, then flatlined for the last time as his heart simultaneously stopped. The only remaining subject that could speak started screaming to be sealed in now. His brainwaves showed the same flat lines as one who had just died from falling asleep. The commander gave the order to seal the chamber with both subjects inside, as well as 3 researchers. One of the named 3 immediately drew his gun and shot the commander point blank between the eyes, then turned the gun on the mute subject and blew his brains out as well. He pointed his gun at the remaining subject, still restrained to a bed as the remaining members of the medical and research team fled the room. I won't be locked in here with these things, not with you, he screamed at the man strapped to the table. What are you? He demanded. I must know. The subject smiled. Have you forgotten so easily? The subject asked. We are you. We are the madness that lurks within you all, begging to be free at every moment in your deepest animal mind. We are what you hide from in your beds every night. We are what you sedate into silence and paralysis when you go to the nocturnal haven where we cannot tread. The researcher paused, then aimed at the subject's heart and fired. The EEG flatlined as the subject weakly choked out. So, nearly free.
The room is stuffy. Artificial lights are hurting everyone's eyes. There's an unmistakable stench in the air. I was never a fan of funerals, but open casket ceremonies are even worse. Probably everyone is aware of the grim circumstances of the event, and I'm almost sure that most of them, maybe unwillingly, but imagined the iron bar piercing through their relative's spine on that fateful night. But similarly to the elegant funeral suit and makeup hiding the disgusting lethal injuries, our social norms are covering the true thoughts of the grieving folks. Although, looking at all those who sit around the casket, I can say, without boasting, that I'm the best at keeping a sorrowful but dignified face. There's this aunt sobbing in the front row who obviously believes this whole thing is a competition. The bigger the tears, the more we loved the deceased. Not like crying has to do with anything with the stinking corpse over there. It's just for proving our dominance. I'm the most sensitive here, therefore I'm better than you all. Right next to her, keeping a great contrast, the twins. They are about 11 or 12. I've seen them once or twice in my life, but it's quite easy to read their faces. They'd rather be home in the company of their gaming console. I can't blame them. One row behind a distant relative who shows up on more and more funerals nowadays, as he figured it out that they are usually followed by a free dinner. Here's a handshake with the widow, there's a bourbon ball, a sincere condolences, a ham roll, a happy anecdote about the deceased, a slice of pie, and so on. But my favorites are the two cousins sitting next to each other in an even more awkward silence. A he and a she who, after a few drinks, give each other a bit more than your usual brotherly kiss. I don't know who made this seating plan, but he is either really clueless or has a twisted sense of humor. If it's the latter, I might not hate everyone in the family. As I don't have anything better to do, I try to understand the point of the whole thing. It's clear that it's not about that lifeless thing in the coffin. Looking at the body, no one's thinking about the person he once was, but what that person used to think about them. From their own point of view, of course. Thus, they lose their objectivity. Basically, grievers create an imaginary friend, based on the departed, and ask it to fill some space. Not for him, but for them. Or maybe they fantasize about ham rolls. And here I am, sitting in the stuffy room. The artificial light hurts my eyes. I keep breathing in that unmistakable stench. And on top of it all, that goddamn iron bar keeps pushing my spine. Markham, Ontario is one of the major cities in the Greater Toronto Area. It is a city of sprawling, rapidly rising suburban developments, shining skyscrapers, and business. All of this popped up in only the last 30 years. Before then, Markham was a quiet town. It was not the technological capital of Canada, as the sign will claim. Most of these neighborhoods were, perhaps in the time you lived in, farmland. There still is farmland around the Markham-Pickering border. However, in the 1970s, the Canadian government purchased a large portion of this land, with plans to build a new airport and a city around it. Many were forced out of their homes. Businesses in this area were shut down. Hence, abandoned buildings were left behind. The airport was never built. The people were never allowed to return to their homes. Their homes, decades later, still stand. Some with all of their belongings untouched. On Resor Road, alongside some houses that are occupied today, you will find a dirt road leading into the forest. If you follow it, within a short distance it will lead to an abandoned house in plain sight. Go inside. The house has been vandalized by teenagers, and the ceiling is beginning to peel. But otherwise, it is in good condition. In the middle of the home, you will see a stairwell leading into the basement. In the entrance to the stairwell, the words "Leave Now" will be spray painted on the wall. Walk down the stairs. They're quite rickety though, so make sure you've got the proper equipment. Sit on the ground and wait. At exactly 12 in the morning, if there is a full moon, an old woman will walk down the stairs. You cannot hide from her. She will notice you right away. She will say to you,
"It's awfully late. Do you need a ride home?"
Say yes. She will lead you upstairs into her car, which will be parked on the dirt road by the house. When you step inside, she will not ask you where to go. She will simply begin to drive off. When she does, ask her, "Can you take me beyond here?" She will reply,
That is certainly a daring request. I will see what I can do.
She will then hand you a puzzle box from within her purse. It will be easy to solve, so don't worry about it. But when solved, half of it will fall off, revealing a question written inside the cube. This will be an entirely random question, one with an answer you may know very well, or one that requires a lot of thought, but it will always be very cryptic, perhaps relating to a past event in your life. She will turn to you when you are figuring out the answer and ask,
Well?
If your answer is correct, she will hand you a large piece of hard candy, but when you unwrap it, you will find a diamond inside. For some reason, however, after she does, you will begin to feel a bit empty, as if you are unaware of something important. Afterwards, she will drop you off safely at your home, but the feeling won't go away. If your answer is wrong, she will slam into the nearest car she sees. You won't die in the crash, but your injuries will be critical. The next few days will be agonizing for you, but you'll be completely aware, unable to sleep. Anesthesia and painkillers will have no effect on you. The old woman will come out unscathed. She will visit you in Markham Stouffville Hospital and place her hand on your forehead. When she does, you will slip away. What you see will be the most beautiful thing you witness in your life, and what happens after that is unknown. She will tell you, however,
You are ready.
At the age of 10, young Red began encountering some problems. His father became abusive to both him and his mother due to their financial troubles. His mother wasn't very nice either and juggled many jobs, including being a bartender. Red soon became completely sick of all of his troubles and began to create a dreamland where everything was perfect. Red wanted nothing more than to live in this world of his. Soon, he met with Bill, a great inventor from the city, who had a new machine he wanted to test. Red agreed. The machine would induce artificial lucid dreaming, or a state in which you are aware that you are dreaming. Red believed that living in this world would allow him to escape his burdened life for a new one. That night, Red slept over at Bill's laboratory in the machine. Suddenly, he woke up in his own bed in his own room, thinking the machine had failed and he was taken back home while he was asleep. He walked over to his computer, only to find that it contained an item called potion. Red clicked remove and the potion was in his hand. He was dreaming. He walked downstairs to greet his parents, only to find that he had just a mother. She was extremely nice and caring though, and when Red asked where he was, she began to talk to him about why he was here. She told him that everything in his world was specifically created for a purpose, even if Red himself hadn't made it up. Red's mother is his sense of family support. She constantly reminds him that his skills are unmatched by any opponent, even the toughest of rivals. Red's father isn't around because Red simply did not like him. He couldn't think of anything good to turn him into. Blue is his motivation. He keeps pushing Red to be better than himself. Professor Oak is like Red's father figure, and is everything his dad wasn't. Also, Daisy provides that little sister sideline cheerer support. The gym leaders are Red's overcoming of his challenges. One day he will defeat those challenges and become the champion, but he still has a road ahead of him. The cities are named after colors to ensure that Red has a bright future in his dream world. The Pokemon all serve different parts of his wish fulfillment as well. Some represent the evil in him. Some represent the good. Some represent his childish nature, while some represent maturity. One breed, however, is Red's dearly departed pet mouse, Sparky. Pikachu represents his love for his deceased pet, as well as his rather rebellious side. The electric type comes from the name. Red's mind found a literal meaning for this. Each landmark also has its purpose in Red's fantasy. The Great Marsh is his visualization of how large his problems are. You often get stuck in marshes as you do problems. Sylph Co. is his plan to be successful in life, and the Pokemon Museum is his interest in science. The Pokemon Museum is his desire to start a new life, as fossils start a new life here. The Lavender Town Pokemon Tower is yet another tribute to his dead mouse. He has still not let go. In his world, everything and everybody crumbles beneath his feet as if it were too easy. Red soon gets bored. In his sleep, he mumbles, "Bill, Bill." Bill starts to help Red out of the contraption, but Red remembers his family and why he was here in the first place. He goes back to sleep, catching more Pokemon and becoming the champion, finally defeating Blue once and for all. But Red has now been on the machine for weeks. He perishes of hunger. The machine is never used again, until another young boy by the name of Gold finds it.
Jack didn't bother to brush the dirt off his rotten suit. Some say cleanliness is next to godliness, but he figured the big man upstairs or even the head honcho of hell didn't factor into his current situation. There was a spent bullet rattling around in his empty skull after all, and he couldn't recall ever seeing anything resembling a tunnel of light or even a sucking pit blacker than night. Besides that, digging from the wrong end of a grave was tiring work, and he still had more to do that night. With empty eye sockets, he spotted the handle of a shovel partially hidden under dead and decaying leaves. He assumed whoever buried him there had accidentally left it behind, thus marking the spot where his remains had been hidden. Not bothering to consider the irony of it all, he let out a breathless sigh of relief, simply glad he didn't have to dig anymore with his hands. The how and why of his resurrection was a mystery to him, but somehow he knew what had to be done and where he had to go. He only hoped he could hold together long enough to complete his task. With limbs lacking connective tissue or ligaments to hold them together, he leaned down and picked up the rusty tool. Despite the absence of muscle tissue, he gripped its handle tightly and rested its long wooden shaft under his bony shoulder. Defying more than a few natural laws, he did all these things and then turned away, shambling through the woods toward his final destination. He had a long road to travel and another grave to dig that night. He clumsily shuffled his way through the overgrown thicket on the edge of the woods, past a dead-end sign and headed directly up the center of May Street. Children dressed in all manner of colorful costumes walked along the sidewalks. Plenty of them gawked at the animated corpse of Jack Marlin. But no one saw his appearance as the coming of the zombie apocalypse. In fact, he fit in quite well with all the other ghoulish creatures roaming the streets that night. There really was no better night for his return topside. After all, pretty much anything goes on the 31st of October. One kid made up to look like a hamburger yelled out to him, "Super scary costume, Mr. Bickle. You've really outdone yourself this year." Jack didn't know who Mr. Bickle was, but he took the misplaced compliment as a sign he'd see little resistance on his trek through town. If it weren't for his jawbone lying somewhere back in the thicket, he might have responded with a, "Right back at ya, kid." Instead, he ignored the boy and continued his slow, arduous walk down the street. He figured it was probably for the best he didn't try to speak. None of the trick-or-treaters seemed daunted by the thing held together with nothing more than filthy, rotten clothes and a will stronger than death itself. But even a single guttural grunt or growl might have inspired unwanted scrutiny. The last thing he needed was an angry mob intent on doing some zombie bashing. By the time he reached the opposite end of May Street, the sidewalks were vacant and most front doors were illuminated only by moonlight. Turning left, he took to the sidewalk to avoid attracting too much attention. The next few hours crawled by at a pace matching his own sluggish stride. Other than a few blaring car horns and one inaudible slur, he walked along unnoticed and undeterred. Crossing the street towards the end of his journey, he tripped on the curb and did a faceplant on the sidewalk. As he rose to his feet, something the size of a fist slipped out of his ragged clothing and burst open on the cement. Thinking another part of him had fallen off, he looked down to see if it could be salvaged. Lying there on the sidewalk was a rotten piece of cloth surrounded by charred bits of bone. He only had to compare them to his own hands to confirm they were broken finger bones. The knuckles, being the only bits not touched by fire, made him think of popcorn for some strange reason. A phantom pain where his stomach used to be stopped him short of reminiscing about his past life,
With a swing of his shovel, he scattered the bones. Not giving 1 second to consider the bone's significance, he moved on towards his destination. A shaggy dog with dirty, matted fur came upon him about a block from his destination. It followed along beside him, probably hoping there was still some marrow left in his bones. He shooed it away with the business end of his shovel when it got too close for his comfort.
If anyone's bearing anything tonight, Fido, it sure as hell ain't gonna be you.
The thought made him chuckle inwardly as he came upon a railroad crossing. Walking over the tracks brought up memories of his wife. She always crossed her fingers when passing over train tracks. She insisted he do it too, but he never played along. In fact, he always chided her for being so superstitious. Suddenly overwhelmed with regret, he did it for her then and lost a finger for his efforts. Not bothering to pick it up, he continued on. For the second time that night, he felt a strange tingling in his bones. Shrugging off the doubt welling up inside, he quickened his pace, certain that whatever was holding him together had an expiration date. He stopped for a moment when he came to the edge of the cemetery and gazed out over the landscape. He wasn't present when he was interred there. Well, only in the way that counts. But somehow he knew on the other side of the property was an empty coffin and a headstone with his name on it. And right beside it was where his wife rested. She was alive the last time he saw her, but in the same mysterious way he knew where his grave was, he also knew she was dead as well. Walking amongst the grave markers and headstones gave him a little taste of the tranquility no unmarked grave could ever give him. To finally be at rest beside the woman he loved was all he wanted. He didn't know who had dug him up and buried him in the woods at the end of May Street, nor did he understand why anyone would do such a thing. He decided it didn't matter because he'd taken matters into his own hands and would finally be at peace very soon. With his shovel gripped tightly in his dead, cold hands, he stepped up to his headstone. Etched into the stone was his name, the timeline of his life, and a simple message: beloved son, father, and husband. Beside that was his wife's stone. He brushed a reddened leaf off the top of it and turned back to his plot.
Time to get back to being dead and buried,
he thought as he sunk the head of the shovel into the ground. He pressed it deeper with his foot and heaved out the first shovelful of dirt. As he tossed it to the side, a voice broke the silence surrounding the graveyard.
How exactly do you intend to put all that dirt back when you're done?
Jack spun around to discover a tall man in a plain black t-shirt and blue jeans. Not seeming the least bit shocked by the animated corpse of Jack Marlin standing before him, he exclaimed,
There's my shovel,"
before snatching it from Jack's hands. Without a second of hesitation, he swung the shovel around and slammed Jack in the side of the head. The dead man bellowed inhumanly as he stumbled to the side. Just as he regained his footing, the stranger swung the shovel upward, catching him square on the chin and dropping him hard onto his back. Seconds later, a boot pressed heavily on his chest. He could hear his ribs cracking as he desperately clawed at the man's leg. The stranger stabbed the shovel into the ground beside the dead man's head and grabbed him by the arms. With a great heave, he tore them out of their sockets and tossed them aside. The writhing corpse of Jack Marlin let out a ghastly screech that echoed through the cemetery. The stranger grabbed the shovel and, without a second thought, drove it straight through the dead man's neck. Jack's head rolled free and settled into the divot he dug just moments before. Crouching down, the man picked up the severed head and spat in its eye socket.
"You don't remember me, but I wish you did. The next time you see me, it will be like we've never met before. Sadly, hexes can only do so much. You're probably wondering who I am, but my name's not important. Just know I'm the great-grandson of Hilda Swanson. You at least remember her, right? She's one of the many people you swindled. Yeah, well, she has a message for you." With all that said, he set Jack's skull on the grass and pulled a little pouch and a pack of matches from his pocket. Within the pouch was a fine red powder he poured in a circle around the skull. Jack, being the unwilling witness he was, could do nothing but watch as the man took a little sack from another pocket. He guessed what it contained seconds before the man opened it and dumped its contents onto the grass. Lying there before him were bits of yellowed finger bones. The man placed the bones around the skull with the knuckle end of each sticking out of the red circle. Mumbling a few inaudible words, he struck a match across the top of Jack's head and dropped it onto the circle. A green flame burst to life and quickly encircled the skull of Jack Marlin. The flames rose up around him and flickered threateningly.
Jack awoke as if from a dream. He was sitting at the desk in his office with a loaded revolver gripped tightly in his hand. A loud voice came from the other side of his office door. "I repeat, this is the police. We have a warrant for your—" The voice cut out just as an elderly woman in a long yellow dress appeared before him. Her dress flowed around her as if she were underwater, but her graying black hair didn't move an inch as she strode up to his desk.
Don't you worry about them, sugar. They ain't coming in unless you give them the go-ahead.
Jack blurted out, "Who are you? What's going on?" She leaned over the desk and looked him right in the eyes.
The name's Hilda Swanson. You and me need to talk.
In a flash, everything came back to him. He was reliving the last moments of his life. The woman was new, but everything else was just as it had happened before. He'd just gotten off the phone with the head of security who had called to tell him the police were headed up in the elevator to deliver a warrant for his arrest. The realization was almost too much for Jack to take in, but he eventually came to his senses. I shot myself.
That's right, sugar. But don't you fret over that just yet. Ain't nothing carved in stone that can't be undone with the right ritual.
But how? This can't be real. I mean...
Shush, sugar. It's simpler than baking a pie. You just gotta stand up and open that door.
Jack sat there staring at the ethereal figure standing before him. But what would that do? Hilda shook her head in frustration.
Seems I gotta spell it out for you. You go ahead and let them men in here, so things can move along as they shoulda in the first place. Things should sort themselves out from there.
But I don't want to go to jail. Hilda slammed her hands down on the expensive mahogany desk.
Oh, you damn coward. You'd rather leave this mess for your family to clean up? Yep, I guess you would. It's what you done before. So what you waiting for? Go ahead. Put that gun in your mouth. Pull that trigger.
Jack looked at the revolver in his hand. He wondered how things had gone so wrong. Convinced he'd never get caught, he dug himself deeper and deeper until he inevitably ended up where he was, deciding between whether to eat a bullet or face the shame and humiliation awaiting him on the other side of that door. Discovering a courage he didn't know he had in himself, he stood up and walked around his desk. He dropped the revolver at his feet and stepped up to the door. Taking a deep breath, he reached for the doorknob. Hilda began to cackle wildly as he swung the door open. There were no police standing there, or even his secretary typing away at her desk. Instead, all he saw was the graveyard he'd walked all night to reach.
You damn fool. Ain't nothing can undo what you done,
Hilda exclaimed between bouts of insane laughter. He spun around to confront her. I don't understand. You said... The old woman's laughter died as a twisted grin replaced the laugh lines on her face.
Yep, I said what I said, but only so I could watch you blow your brains out again. This the first time you ever chose option 2. Took you long enough, but I don't change nothing. You dead, and so am I. But nothing, sugar. I died waiting for those in charge to figure out where you hid all your stolen gains, and so did plenty of other people you cheated. No doubt you locked it all away in some Swiss bank and ain't nobody ever gonna get at it. So all that leaves little old me is the chance once a year to shit in your cornflakes. And believe you me, that's just what I aim to do for as long as my kin keep pumping out babies and teaching them all about you. As long as they keep the tradition alive on Halloween, you ain't ever gonna rest easy beneath that fancy headstone.
Utterly dumbfounded, Jack could do nothing but sputter and gasp in shock. She said he'd never rest in peace, and he believed her. He wondered in that moment how long this whole sordid affair had been playing itself out, but he didn't bother asking. He doubted she'd tell him, and he didn't think he really wanted to know. Lost in a mire of self-pity, he failed to notice Hilda step up behind him. Rising up on the balls of her feet, she leaned in close and whispered in his ear,
All that's left is to get you back in the ground. See you next year, Jack.
With his name barely out of her mouth, she leaned into him hard and shoved him through the door. About an hour later, Jack was once again dead to the world and settled back in his unmarked grave in the woods. Hilda's great-grandson tossed a small bag bound with a leather cord onto the corpse. Its contents crackled and hummed with the promise of dark and impossible feats. He then filled the hole. When his task was done, he laid the shovel beside the mound and covered it all with leaves and branches. As the sun began to peek over the horizon, he uttered the 5 words he ended every Halloween with,
See you next year, Jack.
When I was 5 years old, my parents took me on vacation to Texas. They took me to a mall in Dallas on the last day of our trip. Somehow, I got separated from them. I don't think I realized I was lost until I found myself standing in front of a small brown door. I remember the door being somewhat out of the way of most foot traffic, but I could still see people moving up and down the escalators. Had I been older, I would have realized it seemed like a janitor's closet, utility room, or storm shelter. I don't know why. Maybe it made me feel safe, but I opened the door and went inside. The door led to a hallway lit by dim fluorescent lights. I rounded one corner and exited through another brown door. I found myself outside in a mall parking lot. I don't remember how, but a couple with their own children figured out I was a lost kid and took me to the police on duty at the mall. They had me wait in the mall manager's office until my parents came to pick me up. I remember them crying and hugging me, but not much else at that point. When I was 5 years old, all malls and big stores I visited were more or less the same place in my mind. It wasn't until years later that I found out from my parents that I had been discovered at a different mall. Somehow, I ended up at a mall in Vancouver, Canada, and I had only been missing for 2 hours. The laughter of kids filled the air as Uncle Danny blew the horn for the beginning of the annual Easter egg hunt. Shrieks of younger cousins, nephews, and nieces danced in my eardrums as they frolicked about, searching the grass and bushes of my uncle's property for those colorful little eggs. Alas, I had just turned 16, and had finally grown out of those childish habits. The last few years I went along with the little ones' pleas, and I would join them in their hunt. But times had changed, and I was more interested in more grown-up things, like getting to eat at an actual table this year, and not some little pull-out poker table that was too short for my teenage body. "So, you saw the new changes?" Jacob asked me with an overwhelming hint of sarcasm. Jacob and I got along very well, despite the 3-year age gap. We played a lot of games together online, so when my family made the yearly spring trip up to his house, I was excited to get to talk with him face to face. We were sitting in the living room chatting about one of our favorite games, pawing through the buckets of treats that the Easter Bunny had left for us. I finally decided upon a boxed chocolate bunny. Whilst explaining my disdain for a recent game patch, I popped open the cardboard top and turned the box sideways, letting the brown replica slide out into my hand. I looked up at my cousin. "You ain't gonna lecture me on ruining my dinner?" Jacob laughed, then waved his hand. "I couldn't give less of a damn. Go for it." I chuckled as well, then chomped into the head of the chocolate mass. My teeth broke through its surface immediately, and my heart jumped at the surprise. Guess I didn't see that it was hollow. Cheap companies. Why make a chocolate bunny if you're not gonna... That's when I hit the liquid. It was gooey and thick, like a maple syrup of some kind, so I thought it was a filling. But then came the taste. Metallic. After that, the feeling of some stringy, fibrous mass getting stuck between my teeth. My brain raced to try and understand the weird collection of textures and tastes that were rushing at me, and when I couldn't, I spit out whatever I already had onto the floor. Meat. Meat and blood were staining my uncle's living room carpet. I stared into that bunny's neck, seeing the dripping crimson ooze coming out. I tried to tell myself that it was just filling. Strawberry jam, raspberry, cherry. But the taste only solidified in my mouth the longer it went on, and I was nearly in tears as I came to the truth.
"Oh, Peter, no more of that. Dinner's ready. You'll spoil your appetite."
I whipped my head around to see my Aunt Lindsay staring over me, her arms posed on her hips in the manner adults do when they're upset about something. I pointed to the bunny, trying to explain how horrific the situation was, but I could only sputter as she grabbed my arm and gestured for Jacob to follow.
Oh, come along, you two. Now, Peter, I know you're 16 this year, which means you get to join us at the adult table. Isn't that nice?
My mouth still struggled to make sounds as Lindsay took us into the dining room, but it quickly gave up trying. A man was strewn out across the table, his thighs in my mother and father's mouths, his arms on my grandmother's plate, and his head and torso naked and burned in the center of the table. Uncle Danny was cutting into the man's back with a fork and knife. I watched as he took the piece, placed it on his plate, then smiled at me. "Petey, come on, have a seat." I couldn't move, so Lindsay did that part for me. She seated me down across from my father, and Jacob sat to my left as Danny cut him a piece too. When the meat landed on my plate, I was paralyzed in disgust and horror. It took every ounce of me not to puke there and then at the table. My eyes darted up and down the table, seeing every monster there with their hands clasped together as Danny gave grace. "This is my body, which will be given up for you."
18th September 2014, the day that changed the world. It was already a huge day in the history of the world anyway, because of the upcoming votes whether or not to keep Great Britain. But this wasn't the only world-changing event that happened that day. Soon, rumors would be spread, suspicion would broaden, doubts would be created and turn to fear. 19th of September and the days leading up to it was monumentous. Nobody suspected that anything traumatic or earth-changing could happen. On the morning of the 18th September, I dragged myself out of bed at 6, got my breakfast, then went off to work. There were no notable events happening the previous day or the day before, just the usual events about Gaza and the ISIS atrocities. These had been on the news all week, nothing odd there. As I drove out to work, nothing remarkable happened, but as I got to work, I heard on the radio just before I turned in that the predicted outcome of results was yes. It was something I had had hopes for, and how I wish I hadn't. I slumped into the office. "Have you heard the news?" asked Mark, the boss, as I got to the seat. "Yes," I said. "I sure hope they win." "Well, I don't," he said. I stared at him. "Ignorant bastard ruined my work. Now I'm a laughingstock up there. I used to work in Scotland, but now I've lost my courage to return. I was kicked out by a fraudster, one of my friends." I thought he seemed really angry, like someone who, backing into a car park, thinks the person driving out next to them is driving out, and so I left him to it. The day passed in silence with nothing unusual happening. I got onto the news later at home in preparation for the date. 19th, tomorrow, was going to be the date of independence. Independence Day for Scotland, I realized, knowing this would only happen once. Logged onto MSN, I looked at the news. It was all the usual stuff. Gaza, the chess championships, nothing remarkable. When I woke up the next morning, I woke up as if somebody had thrown an ice bucket over me. I woke up at 4:04. I remembered, out of nowhere, an urban legend that said if one wakes up at that time without any reason, the chance somebody is staring at you. I woke up anyway, but got onto MSN. No votes yet. I sighed and turned over. But before I did, it had an article which confused me. I looked at it a while. It was odd. Scotland will declare Britain nationalized if vote says yes. I wasn't sure what this meant, but had nagging doubts in my gut all morning. I didn't have breakfast as I was too queasy. Finally, at 9 on my way to work, I heard the votes which came in. You could tell who at work was pleased by this and who wasn't. Those irritating activists were happy by the successful votes because it meant history had happened and they had seen it. Haha. But the rationalizers, the ones that saw this as nothing to worry about, were doubtful. It turns out that they were not undefined. Over the next few weeks after Scotland had voted, thousands of tourists began pouring in all over the country, into Britain, into London, from Scotland. From there, they spread out like cats on a hunting mission. They settled in towns and cities out in the country. They knew they'd be welcome because they had won, and nobody in their right minds would be ungrateful or hostile to them in their victory. Things seemed to go on despite various depressions over the vote. People seemed to be more or less content, much as they had when Jack the Ripper's identity was revealed. For many, it was a new great adventure. And it was, but not in the way I suspected. In February 2015, there were reports of vandalism in London. All the offenders had dealt massive human and property damage, but all the looters had, for some reason, been Scottish. This was repeated once a month, twice a month, soon every week. Violence was rare in Britain, more so in England, but this was slowly getting bigger. Not only street crime, every so often it would turn to internet fraud. Having left the streets, then it would go back again. Of course, the police were called in, but they could do nothing. Many whispered the police's inaction was due to some officers themselves being Scottish and denying their fellow Scots to be stopped. The violence continued, more stabbings, even beheadings on the streets. All their victims, as I say, were English. It started with the English jihadists, then moved on to civilians. Soon, England was a country out of control, and now I was determined to get to the cause of it all. I made an appointment to see the Scottish Minister for Foreign Affairs in the British Embassy, now the Scottish Embassy in London. I said I was to see the minister. I met him, talked about the situation and what all this imperialism and nationalism meant, but couldn't find any answers to the situation. Once during the talk, the minister made to excuse himself for the toilet. I was left sitting in the office. Rather than return though, as he should have done, I decided to wait 10 more minutes, then look for him. I looked down in the toilet and found one door locked. The minister was indeed in there, but he was speaking, seeming to himself. "Tell me, great master, what shall I do now?" Then he seemingly answered himself. "Kill them." "Why and how?" he asked. You just do what I say. You don't question God's commands, do you?" He answered himself in what was now becoming a one-sided disturbing conversation. "But why must I destroy them?" "Because the English are thieves, imperialists and murderers. Believe me, you have been oppressed too long. You may hear what your actions are as imperialism, but it's nothing compared to them." Curious to know what he was talking about like this, I snuck into the cubicle next to his, climbed onto the toilet, and looked over the rim of the wall. The man was in there, not going to the toilet. He was just standing in front of the broad mirror which faced him. The man's reflection was looking at him, pasty and unsure, but after a while, I saw the reflection do the most astonishing thing. While the man himself stayed still, the reflection turned up, saw me, and gave me a cheery wave and smiled. I backed down, shaking, and could only go outside to the hallway and stare at the cubicle. I do believe I found the answers to the atrocities that day, and could have done something to stop, but however, as the crimes committed in the name of independence escalates, I have to ask myself, even if I could stop them, would I really want to? Especially orders that come from God.
Day 1. Today I awoke to the sound of screams. It was 3 a.m. I wasn't completely aware of what was happening in the world around me. It was pitch black in my room. I quickly jumped from my bed and frantically searched for the light switch. I turned on the lights and could not believe my eyes. There was nothing. The room was exactly as it was before. Nothing misplaced. Exactly the same. I walked to the window that stared down to the street from my third-story apartment. The night was calm, nothing out of the ordinary. But what were those screams? I probably just imagined them. I went back to sleep. Day 2. This morning there were no screams, just soft voices. But these voices did not go away. I tried my best to ignore them. I went through my day. As the day progressed, the voices grew louder and harder to ignore. It reached a point at which I couldn't stand it any longer. I screamed, "Stop it!" Everyone stared at me with eyes of worry and confusion. I fainted. Day 3. What the hell is going on? I asked myself. The voices in my head were as loud as ever and only worsening. But that is not the worst of the matter. I awoke to a frightening sight. Somehow, I was at my bed, in my apartment, but above me was a woman, hung by a noose. My heart stopped as I stared at the woman for what felt like hours, waiting for something to happen. I tried to move out of my bed, but as soon as I tried, the woman grabbed my arm and screamed. Her scream sounded familiar, but there was no time to think. I was able to release myself from her tight grasp. I ran. I ran as fast as I could. I could feel something eerie trailing not far behind me. I was too scared to look. The time to me was unknown. It was not complete day outside, but neither night. It was the twilight point of the day. I sprinted for as long as I could. I decided to stop to catch my breath. Big mistake. Whatever was behind me caught up. I couldn't bring myself to scream. Fear enveloped my lungs. I could feel my chest tightening. I couldn't move. I felt bony fingers wrap around my shoulders, a cold breath on my neck. It spun me around with an unexpected might. There it was. I saw its face. It was the woman. I stared deeply into her eyes and understood. I blacked out. Day 4. I now understand. All that I was feeling, all the screaming, was her. It was her along with all the others. The ones from the other world. They were communicating with me from my inside. They wanted to tell me what to do. They need me to provide a mortal to them. Even ghosts need to feast. But who to choose? Of the millions out there. Perhaps the one sitting on their computer right now, reading this article. Yes, that will do. When I was a little boy, Mama always brought me to the circus. I loved the trapeze, the lions, but especially the clowns. They made me laugh when I saw their round noses, and still do. I'm 18 now and starting college. I thought I'd have one more joy before school started, so I went to the circus. The circus was just how I had remembered. Just a big old tattered tent, creaky and rotten wooden stands. This was one of the worst circuses ever, but it had a place in my heart, plus low prices. The show was great. People swung quickly on ropes. Tigers bounced back and forth with the crack of a whip. But finally came the clowns. Fat and skinny, short and tall, this circus had it all. With the last of the pies thrown and the last of the blunders blundered, it was time to go home. Everyone had left except for me and the performers. I was hiding in the stands. Finally, the lights went off. But I heard no footsteps. But I still heard laughter. The performers hadn't left yet. But could it be the same people? The tent was too dark to see. Suddenly, one spotlight flickered on. The place was very eerie. It was abnormal, and something about it shot fear throughout me. Then I heard a laugh. I could see a man. He had a weathered black suit and a torn hat on. An irritating ring that could have only come from a microphone sliced through the air. "Ladies and gentlemen," I heard his crisp voice announce, "welcome to the night circus." He looked up at me. His face wasn't right. Webs of twine were sewed over his eyes and his mouth, yet they still remained open. My heart jumped in terror. "For our first act, we will have our lion tamer do what they do best," the voice rang again. Pre-show, I thought. Through the opening in which all performers come in came the lion tamer. He was the same from the first show. Wait, was he? I observed him closely, and to my shock, I noticed his skin was torn in some places, but where the incisions were made, stuffing was withering out. He took a knife that was in his belt and tore open his own chest. Suddenly, 3 stuffed animals, lions to be exact, sprung from his cotton-filled gape. They moved like real animals, but were only a foot tall and made from fabric. Next, a rusty cage collapsed into the middle of the tent. Inside was a girl, no older than 14. She was grimy and wearing a filthy burlap. She looked directly at me and whispered a silent help. A sweet, salty, clear tear slowly ran down her face, like it was reluctantly walking to its demise. The lions got vicious. They sprung into the deteriorating cage and revealed teeth like daggers. They cut into her marble white skin. Her cries echoed through the air and I could feel her pain. I expected a bloody corpse, and I got one. but mixed with the blood was cotton stuffing. Soaked red cotton stuffing. My eyes subconsciously widened and my jaw dropped. I wanted to leave, but something was keeping me there. The next act was not the expected trapeze, but a sword swallower. He was actually normal. He proceeded to thrust his arm in his throat and pulled out a claymore. He then shoved it back into his throat and pulled out and in repeatedly. I cringed so hard. He finished, and he bent down in my direction and showed me his throat. It was as if a buzzsaw got stuck in it, but straight, deep, oozing cuts lined his esophagus. He curled into the fetal position and chucked up a stream of blood. No human could possibly have as much blood as I had just seen. The next thing you know, he stopped moving, and it felt like you could feel his breath slowly fly away from his brittle body. "And now for the final comes our wonderful clowns," the ringmaster shouted one last time. Out of the gloom came an 8-foot-long leg, one of an insect. It was quickly followed by 7 more, and from the darkness came a spider. Aside from being the largest and wettest goddamn spider you've ever seen, one more thing was off, and that was its head. Most spiders have spider heads, but no, this one had a dirt, dusty clown doll head. Now I could only see its body and the start of its legs in the dim light. A scratchy voice slithered out of the thing.
I need a volunteer.
It whispered in the voice of a 4-year-old girl. Its limb shot forward and into my chest. I flew out of the tent and into the night. I ran into the gloomy field. Then I saw the thing lurch towards me. Instinctively I rolled and saw a dark spire thrust into the ground where my head was. While I had the chance, I crawled into a trench. My lungs were pulsing rapidly, mimicked by my heart. The thing slowly crawled past me, and at that moment, when my brain convinced me I was safe, its head quickly turned into my direction. I was too out of breath to run. I felt a sharp pain in my arms, and sure enough, the monster had its limbs in mine.
Give me a C.
Belched out the monster. Suddenly it used another limb to carve into my chest.
Give me an I.
Belched out the monster again. Another letter, more pain.
Give me an R.
And, like an X-Acto knife, the pain returned.
Give me a C.
And the black leg grimly, with no remorse, carved into my skin again.
Give me a U.
It said. I was surprised I wasn't dead yet.
Give me an S.
And that was the final letter I knew. No more pain. No more sorrow. No more life. Its head rapidly morphed into that of a real human clown.
And what does that spell?
It asked one last time. "Circus," I quietly murmured. ground, and all that will be heard is a high-pitched sound. It will be reborn as a creature, called by some the Midnight Shrieker. This thing will wander across your plains, driving sane men to become insane. Your women will weep without a care, and soon their eyes will be gone, along with their hair. Your cats and dogs will growl and hiss, as your children drown in their own piss. Your trees will burn, along with your house, while you play cat and mouse. With this creature of the night, you shall run with anger, panic, and fright. There are only 3 other ways to prevent this plague, besides putting them in a grave. Burn their body and it will be done. Just don't do it under the sun. Or you shall be cursed along with your kin for this dastardly and evil sin. Or let the corpse rot out of sight. The second way to escape this fright. As long as it's tied to something, you will be fine. Just don't let it go at any time. The third way, despite its pleas, is to bury the corpse out at sea. The fish will eat its eyes and brain, so it won't hurt anyone again. Now, my children, don't be afraid of what was said, as long as you bury your dead. But if you don't, you should be stirred, because what's to come cannot be cured. As a child, my favorite part of Halloween was the pumpkin carving. At first, my brother and I would just watch our dad do it, since we were too young to play with knives. But as we got a little older, we were allowed to make our own. I was much better at it than my brother, but he didn't seem to mind. He wasn't into the artistry of it as much as I was. I loved it so much that our dad would take me back to the pumpkin fields every few days so I could continue creating my masterpieces. Everyone loved my pumpkins. Neighbors would always say how talented I was to craft such expressive faces. My dad started calling me his little carver. I even started carving pumpkins for people in the neighborhood. Pretty soon, everyone had one of my famous pumpkins on their front stoop. I remember my dad bragging to one of the neighbors that I could probably carve a pumpkin in my sleep. The Halloween after I turned 12, I got the most candy of any previous year. People gave me extra as a way of saying thank you for the pumpkins. There was so much that I gave some to my brother, which I normally wouldn't do. He gave me a big hug and said he loved me, so I smacked him and called him an idiot. We ate so much candy that we went to bed with stomach aches. That night, I had a dream that I went to the pumpkin fields alone. It was dark, and all I could see in every direction were pumpkins of all shapes and sizes. I strolled the rows, searching for the perfect one. A voice from behind me said,
Pick me!
So I turned around to see a huge, magnificent pumpkin. It was almost as big as I was, and looked ripe for the carving. A knife appeared in my hand, and I went to work, stabbing and slicing as inspiration took over. When I was finished, it was the greatest creation of my young life. Brimming with pride, I took a step back and admired my achievement with a satisfied smile. The next morning, they rushed my brother to the hospital, but it was too late. The laughter of kids filled the air as Uncle Danny blew the horn for the beginning of the annual Easter egg hunt. Shrieks of younger cousins, nephews, and nieces danced in my eardrums as they frolicked about, searching the grass and bushes of my uncle's property for those colorful little eggs. Alas, I had just turned 16, and had finally grown out of those childish habits. The last few years I went along with the little ones' pleas, and I would join them in their hunt. But times had changed, and I was more interested in more grown-up things, like getting to eat at an actual table this year, and not some little pull-out poker table that was too short for my teenage body. So, you saw the new changes? Jacob asked me with an overwhelming hint of sarcasm. Jacob and I got along very well, despite the 3-year age gap. We played a lot of games together online, so when my family made the yearly spring trip up to his house, I was excited to get to talk with him face to face. We were sitting in the living room chatting about one of our favorite games, pawing through the buckets of treats that the Easter Bunny had left for us. I finally decided upon a boxed chocolate bunny. Whilst explaining my disdain for a recent game patch, I popped open the cardboard top and turned the box sideways, letting the brown replica slide out into my hand. I looked up at my cousin. "You ain't gonna lecture me on ruining my dinner?" Jacob laughed, then waved his hand. I couldn't give less of a damn. Go for it. I chuckled as well, then chomped into the head of the chocolate mass. My teeth broke through its surface immediately, and my heart jumped at the surprise. Guess I didn't see that it was hollow. Cheap companies. Why make a chocolate bunny if you're not gonna... That's when I hit the liquid. It was gooey and thick, like a maple syrup of some kind, so I thought it was a filling. But then came the taste. Metallic. After that, the feeling of some stringy, fibrous mass getting stuck between my teeth. My brain raced to try and understand the weird collection of textures and tastes that were rushing at me, and when I couldn't, I spit out whatever I already had onto the floor. Meat. Meat and blood were staining my uncle's living room carpet. I stared into that bunny's neck, seeing the dripping crimson ooze coming out. I tried to tell myself that it was just filling. Strawberry jam, raspberry, cherry. But the taste only solidified in my mouth the longer it went on, and I was nearly in tears as I came to the truth.
Oh, Peter, no more of that. Dinner's ready. You'll spoil your appetite.
I whipped my head around to see my Aunt Lindsay staring over me, her arms posed on her hips in the manner adults do when they're upset about something. I pointed to the bunny, trying to explain how horrific the situation was, but I could only sputter as she grabbed my arm and gestured for Jacob to follow.
Oh, come along, you two. Now, Peter, I know you're 16 this year, which means you get to join us at the adult table. Isn't that nice?
My mouth still struggled to make sounds as Lindsay took us into the dining room, but it quickly gave up trying. A man was strewn out across the table. His thighs in my mother and father's mouths, his arms on my grandmother's plate, and his head and torso naked and burned in the center of the table. Uncle Danny was cutting into the man's back with a fork and knife. I watched as he took the piece, placed it on his plate, then smiled at me. "Petey, come on, have a seat." I couldn't move, so Lindsay did that part for me. She seated me down across from my father, and Jacob sat to my left as Danny cut him a piece too. When the meat landed on my plate, I was paralyzed in disgust and horror. It took every ounce of me not to puke there and then at the table. My eyes darted up and down the table, seeing every monster there with their hands clasped together as Danny gave grace. "This is my body, which will be given up for you."
My great-grandmother lived alone up in the mountains at her cabin. Her husband was dead, so she was there all alone. She only had one companion, and that was her loving dog. They both adored each other, and the dog was a great comfort to her. Every night when she went to bed, the dog would lick her hand to let her know that he was there to protect her. One night, she had gone to bed and the dog had licked her hand, like he had done routinely every night since her husband died. But this night was different. She had woken up in the middle of the night because she heard her dog whimpering. She wanted to comfort him and let him know she was there for him, so she stuck her hand out by the bed and she felt the dog gently lick her hand like always. She figured he was just cold, so she went back to sleep. The dog's whimpering had woken her up a second time in the night, so she stuck her hand out.
The dog licked it, and she went back to sleep. This happened a third time, and she stuck her hand out, and the dog stopped whimpering and came and licked her hand. She stayed awake a few moments afterward, and she went back to sleep again. In the morning, she woke up and stuck her hand out by the bed, but nothing licked her hand. She thought that the dog had already awoken and was just in the front room. She rolled over and got out of bed and heard a drip. Drip, drip, drip. She thought the sound was coming from the kitchen. So she walked over and turned the handles on the sink faucet, but it wasn't the source of the noise. After frustratingly checking the sink and its pipes, she gave up and continued into her bathroom to take a shower. As she got closer to the bathroom door, it was evident that the sound was coming from within. She opened the door, looked above the bathtub, and gasped in utter horror. There, hanging from the light by his collar, was her loving companion. His blood was dripping into the bathtub. She screamed and began to cry, wiping her eyes and sobbing. She turned and looked into the mirror. In the mirror, she saw the dog's reflection, and written on the mirror in her dog's blood, with drips and streaks hanging down from each letter, were the words, "Humans can lick too." The clock struck midnight in a room illuminated only by moonlight. A locked window revealing the eerie darkness of a summer's night. Tree branches blew in the wind nearby and shadows seemed to dance across the walls. In the room lay a small bed with white sheets. A young boy sitting up and staring at the window in silence. He had been staring for what seemed like hours, not reacting to the shadows or the wind outside. Instead, his eyes stared into the darkness as the moonlight allowed him to see just enough of the outside world that he was not completely blind. Then, with little warning, a figure appeared to stand impossibly in front of the window, despite the room being on the second floor of a sizable house. The figure stood in silence, staring into the room with large eyes that shone a bright green. A single skeletal hand came into view and tapped on the window, motioning to the lock. The boy in the bed shook his head a little. The figure tapped once more on the window and motioned again. The boy shook his head some more. The figure stared at the boy and started to tilt its head, then slowly but surely disappeared into the darkness. The boy let out a little sigh of relief and began to lay down in his bed. He had finally taken the advice of his parents and stood up to his fears. For the last couple of nights, he had run to his parents whenever the window man appeared, but now that he finally stood up to it, he felt relaxed, calm. The boy afforded a little smile to himself and closed his eyes, ready to sleep and forget he had ever been silly enough to be kept awake by the window man. Then, after a few moments of silence, the boy's eyes opened as he heard tapping at the window, his heart racing slightly as he sat back up to see those glowing green eyes once again staring at him. The figure tapped again at the window and motioned at the lock. The boy shook his head, and the figure's gaze soon shifted towards the lock. The boy's gaze followed, and his eyes grew wide. The lock was open. The figure's glowing eyes once again looked up at the boy, and the window began to slowly open, long fingers sliding under it and lifting it upwards as the boy covered his head in the bed sheets.
This note was discovered in an undisclosed location by the police after a neighbor heard gunshots. If you are reading this, I am assuming you are the person who has found me. Whatever you do, if you find this note in my bed, leave. Don't think. Just take this and leave immediately. Trust me, stop reading now and get out of the house and as far away from here as you can. Now, if you're reading this far, I assume that you have done what I have asked. Before I explain, I have to tell you about why you are reading this and what has happened. I think I will start from the beginning. if I have the time, because I have not been gifted with much of it, unfortunately. I think it all started about 6 months ago. I recently moved out of my parents' house and finally into my own apartment, and it was a steal. There were apparently some rumors about this place, but for the price tag on it, I didn't care. I just wanted to have my own place, my own independence. It was just a 5-minute walk from the nearest bar, and only a short bus journey from the mall, so I was glad to have it. I decided that I would buy all my furniture as soon as possible. I didn't like the prospect of sleeping on a mattress, but my parents said that I could take my old bed as they were planning on getting a new one for a guest room anyway. I was rather offended that they were managing to just clean up my mess, so to speak, after I had just moved out, but then it did save me on a bed, so I didn't complain. It was good to be alone in my own apartment, as strange as that may seem, but I was easily content just sitting on my computer, only moving for food and the toilet. I was lucky to have a job tutoring people through the internet. Means I didn't have to leave to work. Yes, I really thought I had a great life. While I wasn't rich, I was happy. After about a month of moving in though, things started to change. At night, I would often hear whistles and humming, but I just dismissed it to be the wind. I was rather high up in my building, so I expected it. However, after 7 nights of whistling, I heard the strangest thing. A voice. Not loud, no, it was more than a whisper, lasting a second, but it still chilled me to the bone. "Hello," the whisper said. I lay there with my eyes open, facing the wall. I listened closely and never heard any other noises, so I thought that I must be imagining it and went back to sleep. However, it happened again for the next 2 months at around 2 a.m. every night. I heard the word "hello" spoken in a low whisper, and then nothing. I started to get worried. Was I hearing things? Or was I just mistaking something else for speech? I didn't know what to think, but every night, as usual, I tried not to think about it and just sleep instead. 2 a.m. the next night, nothing. I was surprised at this, but at the same time glad, because it seemed like finally I did not need to worry. However, about half an hour later, a small hiss came echoed through the apartment. I abruptly opened my eyes but did not move. Then I heard the words, "Sorry to wake you." Again, and no more than a whisper. But it sounded so close, as if it was coming from directly beneath me. Like something was under my bed, waiting for me. Over the last couple of months, it has gotten worse. The voice has been talking to me, and it can read my thoughts. It knows what I want to say before I even get to. Ha! Listen to me, talking to the invisible man, or creature. I don't know what it is. It hasn't shown itself to me. But then we get to tonight, and I have tried telling people, referred to psychiatrists. Nothing can get rid of the voices. Nothing. It's under my bed. Under my fucking bed. I don't know what to do. It's got me trapped. I can't leave my bed, but I can't sleep. But I can't stay awake either. There's nothing I can do. So, that is the reason I am leaving this note. Because tonight, I'm going to get up. Going to get up and look under my bed. And the thing knows this. There's nothing. There's nothing. The whispers are gone. Maybe I'll get out of this after The writer of the note was found dead in his home with a bullet hole straight through his temple. There were no signs of a struggle or a gun, only a trail of dust leading to the bed.
Here's my story. Be 16, be black and have family down in Alabama. They farm and own a huge amount of land down in Huntsville. Uncle owns a big house and a bunch of trailers they put out in the woods for hunting or camping. Down south, cousins suggest we go out there to camp. Know I'm a city kid from Chicago, so they tease the fuck out of me. Collect food, kill a pig and some chickens, and bring necessities to camp out for a few days.
We get to the camp and it's obvious something is weird. Air has this weird electric smell, like right before a storm, like ozone. We think nothing of it and unpack and go down to a little creek to swim for a few hours. All of a sudden, some older white guy and a white teenager come out of the bushes. He has a shotgun in the crook of his arms and says hello and asks us what we're doing this far back in the woods. Tell him about my uncle, who he knows, and say we're camping out. He tells us we need to be real careful out here and stick together. There was a big animal in the woods. His son, who is my age, asks if he can stay and hang out with us. He says okay. I'm going to stop green texting because the story is fairly long and the format is harder to write in. So we end up playing football, dicking around with me. There's the white kid Tanner, 5 of my cousins, and then 4 of their friends. In total, there were 5 girls and 6 boys. We all were around 15 to 17. We ended up just dicking the day away. So, we head back to the camp and pulling out some stuff for a campfire, even though the trailers both had kitchenettes. Tanner says that his family's property sits up against my uncle's. He wants to run home and ask his dad if he can come out camping with us. My cousin Rooster says he's going to go with him since it's going to get dark soon. One of the girls also wants to tag along. It's about 7 o'clock and it's starting to get pretty dark. They take flashlights and take the trail towards Tan's property. The rest of us chill. We make s'mores, drink, and kiss on the girls. About 30 or 40 minutes later, there's the smell of ozone again. You could smell it over the smell of the fire we had started. It's really nasty coppery smell, like right after you've had a nosebleed and it stopped. It wasn't exactly like dried blood, but it was that nasty metallic back of your throat smell. We immediately think that it's some kind of electrical malfunction, or someone left a hot plate on or some shit. We search the trailers and nothing is on, and we can all smell it. All of a sudden, we can hear people booking down the path towards us, and Rooster, Tan, and the girl all come running into the clearing, out of breath. And they didn't even break stride, they all run into the trailer, right by where the fire is. We all get the fuck out of there and into the trailers. They end up calming down. Even Rooster is crying his fucking eyes out at this point. All the while, the fire is guttering lower and lower, so my other cousins say fuck it and are about to go outside to get the generator out of a shed between the trailers. Tanner goes, "Fuck no, ain't nobody else going outside." He's been crying too, and his eyes are bloodshot and puffy, and his pants are dirty as shit. He goes on to tell us that they went up to his house. His father said sure he could go out camping, but to make sure they were careful on the way back, and that maybe they should take one of the hunting rifles just in case. Evidently, Tanner had seen something in their yard a few days before. One of their pigs had come up, ripped up and half-eaten. They assumed it was just some big cats or coyotes, even though they don't usually fuck with live animals. He had gone upstairs and packed his stuff, and told his dad they would be okay without the rifle because coyotes avoid people. So they started walking back towards where they were camping. So Rooster finally stops crying and shaking. The girl already had, but she was just staring out the window with a dumb look on her face. He says they had gotten halfway into the woods towards the camp when they started to hear shit in the forest. It was almost pitch black by this time, so they weren't sure at first what the fuck it was. The girl says that she heard something in the bushes right off the trail, and they all beamed their flashlights over there. And there was someone standing back in the woods in a little hollow. Rooster said they shouted at him and told him that he was scaring the fuck out of them and what a dick he was. He says that's when he realized that the guy was facing away from them. So they kept walking, and they start smelling the nasty coppery ozone smell. They say that they look off into the forest on the opposite side, and it's a dude standing in the forest, backwards slightly closer to the path. So now they start power walking, and Tan keeps going, "I should have taken the fucking rifle." As they're telling the story, the smell is still super strong even inside the cabin. They say that after they started walking faster, a kind of low gibbering had started coming from both sides of the wood. And as they started booking it back to the trailer, the girl said she had flashed her flashlight out into the woods to the side of them and had seen something jerking itself through the woods. The gibbering just got louder and louder, and when they could see the light from our campfire, something had come out of the woods about 40 yards behind them onto the track, and they had just flat out ran as hard as they could to the trailer. So we're out in the fucking woods, and we're assuming at this point it's some rednecks or some shit trying to fuck with us. All of a sudden, my other cousin Junior, who starts going on about how he went to school with a native kid that was telling him about the goat man or some shit. We probably tell him to shut the fuck up because we don't need any spooky talk right now. But he just keeps going on and on about how it's the fucking goat man, and how we're in his woods and blah blah blah. Now, at the time, I had never heard of this goat man or any of that. But then a couple years ago, the year before I graduated from college. I had met him for a roommate, and I ended up asking him about it. And to sum it up, it's basically a fucking man with the head of a goat, and he can shapeshift, and he gets among groups of people to terrorize them. It's also supposed to be kind of like the Wendigo, and it's bad mojo to even talk about it, and even worse if you see it. Keep in mind, I didn't know this back when I was 16, so my cousin is going, "The goat man's gonna get in and fucking get us." The girls are all terrified, and my cousins and I are all fucking trying to figure out if it's just some hillbillies or if it's some animal. So all of a sudden, the smell just goes away. Like, to this day, I haven't even experienced anything like it. Like, usually smells fade away or lessen. It just literally was there 1 second and then not the second. So, it's after an hour, making it around 9 or 10. We've stopped shitting bricks enough to go back outside and stoke the fire again. We figure it's just some assholes trying to fuck with us, so we don't go back home, because we think if we do, they'll chase us through the woods or some crazy shit. Nothing else weird happens that night, and we stay another night. And for the main part of the night, nothing happens. At about 1 in the morning, we're outside getting drunk and telling ghost stories. As someone is finishing some too spooky story, I don't remember what about, the smell comes back. It's so fucking strong that one of the girls literally starts vomiting. I stand up and you can actually feel how clammy the air is. I say we should get inside and this isn't right. We should have just fucking left. We all go back inside and we're standing around. My cousin just keeps going on about how it's the goat man. And my cousin Rooster tries to shut him the fuck up. And all the while I'm just feeling that something is wrong and I can't figure out what the fuck it is. We end up sitting in there for a while. The smell is just as strong and we're terrified and all huddled in this camper. We end up cooking brats for everybody because nobody wants to go outside. It's one of those packs with 4 brats. We have a total of 3 packs. I grill them up on the stove and give everybody a hot dog. I get mine. After a while, one of my cousins gets up and goes over to the pot to get another one. He starts grumbling about how I get 2 brats and everybody else only got 1. And I look at him like he's fucking stupid. I tell him that everybody only got 1 because there were only 12 brats. If he wants more, he should open up a new pack and cook some more. That's when the girl that had been out with Rooster and Tan just starts screaming, "Oh Jesus, oh Lord, get it out!" She's crying and shivering, and then it dawns on the cousin standing up what the fuck is wrong. Me and him both glance around the room, and then I feel my heart fucking sink. I run the fuck out of the cabin and the girls run out with us. The trailer door is banging against the side of the trailer as everybody books out of the cabin. One of my cousin's friends asks us what the fuck was wrong. I start counting us. There's only 11 now. I shit you not, my cousin verified. There had been 12 people in the cabin. But being that everybody didn't really know each other very well, nobody had really noticed the whole fucking time that there was an extra person. And then I realized earlier that I'd kind of noticed something was off. You know how when you're just dicking around having a good time that you don't sweat the smallest shit? And you don't always keep track of certain stuff? I'm dead sure that someone else had been in the trailer with us, and that they had been there for at least a fucking day, eating with us. What makes it worse is I could figure out which one because I don't think anyone ever actually interacted with the other person / the goat man. The girl kept praying to Jesus and we're all sitting outside. Eventually we get big ass sticks and go back to the cabin, but there's nobody in there. We count again and there's 11 people. We go back into the trailer and lock the door. We explain what the fuck happened and the girl says that she realized too, and that when he was about to say something, the person sitting next to her had grabbed her leg hard and leaned over towards her and said something she couldn't understand. So we're all pretty much scared as fuck as we huddle together and I fall asleep. When I wake up, the sun is just coming up and half the people are asleep and the other half are packing our shit up. We all want to walk back home, but like 4 people want to stay until the sun is all the way up. And some people think that we're just fucking around and still want to stay at the trailers. I just want to get the fuck out of the woods. The girl's name was Kiera, the one that the goat man had touched. Anyway, I asked her if she really thinks it was something bad, and she says she just wants to go home and she doesn't want to be out in the woods alone for another night. So we decide to split up. The 4 that want to go can go, but I have to stay because I have the keys to the cabin and it's my uncle's and I have to lock up. I'm super pissed at this point because I feel like people aren't taking this shit seriously, and I definitely didn't want to be out in the woods for another night. I spend the rest of the day trying to convince the rest of the people, now 4 girls and 4 guys, to get the fuck out of Dodge. Tanner leaves with them to go get a rifle and says he's going to be back. So there are just 7 of us left by 4 p.m. At around 5 p.m., he hadn't made it back yet, and we're getting extremely fucking antsy, and the only reason I stopped begging them to go back was because he went to get a gun. It's about 5:30 p.m. or so when the one cousin that did stay says that the girl Kiara is outside. We all look outside, and sure enough, she's standing by the fire pit with her back to the cabin. I'm thinking to myself, if she was so fucking scared, why the hell would she come back? And then I get this nasty feeling in my gut. Keep in mind, the whole time the coppery smell has been gone. Now I realize I can smell just a twinge of it. I say this to the rest of them and everybody, and these are the people that wanted to stay in the fucking woods after we had the goddamn goat man in our midst, is laughing at me and asking if I set this up to scare them. I'm looking at them like, I'm not fucking bullshitting you at all right now. I asked them why the fuck I would play like that. So, one of the girls goes outside to get Kiara. She gets halfway to her and stops cold. Kiara starts heaving. I don't know how the fuck to describe it. Sort of like if someone with their back turned was laughing without actually making any sound. It was this fact that made me realize that there was not a fucking sound in the whole woods. It was dead silent. This was like later in September, so it was still fairly hot at the time, but it was super chilly some days too. And you can usually hear big-ass geese honking or some kind of birds or squirrels chit-chatting. So I step out the door and tell her to get back in the fucking trailer right goddamn now. She backs up into the trailer and we lock the fucking door. We pull down all the shades except one and put a guy there in a chair to watch her. She stands there for another 20 minutes or so. The guy turns to say that she's still there, and there's a huge fucking bang on the door. We all jump the fuck up and scramble around the living room of the trailer. The banging is super fucking loud. So now my cousin's holding one of the girls and the other two are kind of giggling with nervous laughter, and me and the other two guys are shitting bricks. Then we hear Tan. He's screaming, "Let me the fuck in! Stop fucking playing!" So we go over to the door and open it, and he stumbles in with a rifle. There's nobody else outside. Evidently, he had walked up to the campsite. Nothing weird happened in the forest, but he had seen a girl. Mind you, he said it was not Kiara standing there. When he had gotten to the edge of the clearing, she had turned toward him with a slack-jawed look and just stared him down, slowly tracking him as he walked around the outside of the clearing towards the camp. He said it wasn't until he was almost halfway to the trailer he had realized that she was getting closer to him. She had started off by the fire, and without him even seeing her move, she had been turning, inching closer. He said he just ran the rest of the way back to the cabin thinking it would open, and when he got to the door and it was locked, he turned and it was about half the distance to the door. He looks around the room and then gets super pale. He pulls me to the side and whispers in my ear,
"You know, there's only 7 of us in here, right?"
I get that feeling where your stomach drops to your nuts. It had been back inside the trailer while we were sorting out who was going where, and then, when we all went outside to talk earlier in the day, it has just slipped right back in. We looked out the window and there's nobody there. So we recount everyone and then basically, I go over and ask everyone how many people were here earlier, and everybody says 8. I say, "Well, how many are here now?" They all do the count and then realize there were only now 7 people in the cabin. So Tan had brought back a couple boxes of ammo and his rifle, and he had told his dad that there was some kind of animal in the forest because he didn't think his dad would believe him if he said it was Goat Man. He says that his cousin is supposed to be coming down in a few hours, and that in the morning we can all go back to his place and his cousin will drive us home. Now I'm really fucking terrified. But I at least feel better because we can be American and shoot the fuck out of whatever it is if it comes back. But then my cousin gets into this huge argument with one of the girls because she thinks that I'm trying to be funny and prank them, and that she's getting really scared and that I'm not funny. He keeps telling her I'm not that kind of person, and she says, "Well, how do we know the girl wasn't just Tanner in a wig? Or if it's really the Goat Man, how do we know that this is the real Tanner and that Goat Man just didn't kill Tanner in the woods and take his gun?" So we fucking get into a huge argument about this, where me and Tanner are like, we could seriously be in danger because at the very least someone has been sneaking themselves into our fucking trailer without us knowing and mingling with us, and at worst, something bad is in the forest fucking with us. One of the girls is crying and saying she wants to go right now, and we're trying to tell her we shouldn't because none of us are walking through the woods in the middle of the night. At this point, the sun is starting to go down and it's getting a little cloudy out. We eat something and turn on the radio for a while, but we can't really get a station out there with anything decent. So we turn it off, and about the time that Tan's cousin shows up, he was 19 I think. At this point, the sun is just barely over the horizon and he has one of those heavy-duty lantern flashlights and another rifle. He walks up to the trailer and we whisper to Tan, asking if he's sure that's his cousin, and he says yes. The guy looks behind him and all around the camp, then walks in. Kind of glances at all of us and looks a little confused. He says, "Where's your other little buddy at? I figured she would meet me up at the cabin. Is she a little slow or something?" He also asked whether we had been cooking blood in the cabin, because it smelled like blood in hot pans all the way up the trail. We were all like, fucking nope. But we asked him what the fuck he's talking about with the girl he saw. He had come down the same trail Tan had been using, and he had come up on one of Yu's guy's buddies, standing in the middle of the trail looking at him slack-jawed. He had asked her a bunch of questions, but all she did was just look at him. Then she smiled at him, and he said he kept walking. She couldn't seem to keep up with him and kept lagging a little behind him. He said he asked her if she was hurt or something, and if she needed any help, but she had continued to stare. Eventually, he had been walking and turned around a bend in the trail. But when he turned around and went back to see if she was okay, the trail was empty. He'd assumed she had taken some shortcut through the woods to our trailer. We tell him the whole story of what's been going on. I have expected him to say we were full of shit, but he just listened and then sat down on the couches in the living room. Tanner's cousin gets back to the girl. He says when she had kept trying to lag behind him, it had kind of weirded him the fuck out, so he tried to keep her in front of him, but no matter how slow he walked, she was always lagging a little behind, and then he smelled this nasty smell and it got stronger as he got to the camp. Eventually it got really strong. She had said something really low that he didn't catch, and when he had turned around, she had been right the fuck up on him, and he stepped back from her. It was at this point he asked her if she was okay, and if she wasn't, him to carry her back the rest of the way, and she just kept staring. He said he reached out for her, as in to grab her on the shoulder, but he must have misjudged the distance, because she was off to the side of where he had put his hand, like she had moved while he was looking dead at her. So at this point, we know this shit's real unless Tan is playing a joke, which we can tell he's not because he's almost pissing his pants. So they load up their rifles, we eat some more, and we just kind of sit around until about 11. To this fucking day, every time I think about this, I really pray to God that it's some huge prank that my cousins played on me and just never revealed so I would shit for the rest of my life. At round 11, the stink of copper turns into an actual nasty, gross blood-like smell, like cooking blood and singed hair. Tan and his cousin Reese get the fuck up instantly and grab the rifles. There's like a half knocking, half clawing at the door, and I shit you not, there's this voice, and it sounds like when you see those YouTube cats and dogs whose owners teach them how to talk. It says in this halting, weirdly toned voice, "Let me the fucking stop fucking playing." It made my fucking nuts creep up against my body, and one of the girls just starts crying and calling on Jesus. It was so fucking obviously not a person talking. It didn't have the right cadence, and that's some shit I never realized until that moment. But all people have a certain cadence when they talk, no matter what language. All people have a certain kind of rhythm to talking. This shit didn't have any kind of cadence or rhythm. One of those YouTube cats, that's what the fuck it sounded like outside the door. So now I'm in full-on terror mode. We keep yelling outside, "Who is it? Stop fucking around, man." And it just keeps saying, "In," or "Let me the fucking," for almost 15 minutes. It sounded like this YouTube video almost, just not funny. Sorry for being on a tangent, but if you can't imagine how this shit sounded, then you can't imagine how fucked up the whole situation was. So then the smell goes away for a while, and for the next hour or so, you can hear someone basically creeping around in the woods and shit. Every couple minutes it'll come back into the door and say something. Finally, when the smell fades away, it's around 2 in the morning right now, Reese says, "Man, fuck this," and opens the door and walks outside with his rifle. He fires a shot into the air and says something to the effect of, "In the name of Jesus Christ, go away!" He fires 2 more times, and then from the woods right up against the river across from the trailer, it sounds like something is slowly gibbering and hooting. Then it starts screaming, and it sounds almost like a woman and a cat in a bag screaming together. Like, I seriously have never heard any shit like that, and you can hear the brush over that way start to shake. Reese fires over into the tree line and then starts backing into the house. We lock the door, and we can hear this shit keening and screaming. Reese says something had come out of the bushes, super low to the ground and crawling towards the cabin. He had shot at it. Pretty much, this was how the rest of the night went. It was literally screaming constantly for the next 2 hours, and we could hear shit moving out into the tree line. But it never came back up to the cabin until everyone had finally fallen asleep. Tan had been sitting in the chair watching the door with his rifle. Nobody else heard or saw this, and he told me 2 days later after the whole thing was over. He said he had been nodding off after the screaming and noises finally stopped, and he had been almost asleep when he saw someone come out of the bathroom and then lay down in the middle of the floor and go to sleep. He just assumed it was one of us and he had nodded off. Then he said he kind of realized something was wrong, and while pretending to be sleeping, he counted us. There were 9 people in the cabin. He basically didn't want to try to shoot at the fucking thing in the cabin and have it kill us all then and there, or have Reese wake up and start shooting and then we kill ourselves. So he just stayed awake all night, pretending to be asleep. He said sometimes it would stand up and kind of do this weird jittery thing, or heave like it was laughing, but then it would lay back down. The story closes pretty weak, because from my perspective, nothing happened. We woke up, and I noticed that Tan was a little jittery, and that he was avoiding looking at all of us. But we ate some breakfast, packed up, and started walking to his house. He stayed last in the cabin and said he'd lock up and bring me my uncle's keys to start just walking and he'd catch up, which I didn't really want to fucking do. We got a little bit up the path, and when he came running up, basically we just jogged back to his house. His cousin took us home. There was a window in the bathroom. Tan had gone back to lock up and looked in there. We were too stupid to lock a screenless window. The window was fucked up when he went in there. I'm guessing it had been doing that all along, waiting for us to fall asleep or slip up and then getting in among us. It walked with us all the goddamn way back to his house, and then he said it lagged to the back of the group and looked him dead in the eyes before walking into the woods.
I propped the gourd on the table after I laid down the newspapers to keep the juices from running out. I then took a knife and I drove it into it. It had a tough rind, but with a few direct strikes, it opened. Unfortunately for me, the juices spilled on the floor, forcing me to lay down towels. Afterward, I stretched the spots for the eyes and mouth, and I sliced into the gourd. The surface once again proved rough, but I gradually got the hang of it. Juice seeped out from the areas I sketched. Lastly, I made a deep cut on the top. I needed a sharper blade for it. With the gooey residue exposed, I scooped it out thoroughly and placed a candle inside. Now all that's left to do is get around to carving those pumpkins.
Hello all, I'm here to tell you about a bizarre Pokemon game that I once got my hands on. It's quite an odd story, but please bear with me and listen up. So, a while back I got given a copy of Pokemon Leaf Green by a friend. She said she tried out the game, but felt bored of it very quickly. I could see just how quickly she got bored, as she had only 3 minutes of gameplay. She called her character Leaf, I guess maybe because of the game's title, Leaf Green. I wanted to play a new game, but I firstly wanted to see if she even bothered to leave Pallet Town to activate the event where Oak takes you to the lab and gives you a Pokemon. I start up the game to find that the player is laying in her bed in her bedroom, except the bed is in the middle of the room. Everything in the room is missing except the TV and bed, and the left side of the floor is a dark color, while the other side is lighter. Also, the area's name is Emptiness, not Pallet Town. Perhaps she gave up on the game because of this weird change in the overworld? Oh, yes. Almost forgot to mention, no music is playing by this time. Before leaving the bed, I hit the start button which opened up the menu. It turns out she did have a Pokemon, so I checked exactly what starter Pokemon she chose was. To my surprise, she actually has a level 10 Eevee nicknamed Loneliness. I know Eevee is an impossible starter, but I couldn't help notice that the E was missing from the word loneliness. Maybe she didn't know the spelling of loneliness. I guess this might have been the case since she wasn't very good at spelling. On closer inspections, the Eevee appears to be sad instead of having a happy smile on its face. Its nature is a lonely nature, and its attacks are as follows: Tackle, Screech, Grudge, and a Nightmare. I leave the bed and make my way over to the TV. I pressed the A button to see if it would work, and it did. The text said, "You're not wanted here." Well, isn't that nice? Since I can't do anything in this room, I exit downstairs, and just like with upstairs, the only thing in the room is a TV. Except this time, the tiles on the floor spell out the word go with the exclamation mark. I check the TV and the text says, "Don't leave me." Well, I had no choice but to leave since there was nothing to do in this boring room, so I exit south to the waiting pallet town. I leave the house, and instead of being in Pallet Town, I'm in some large, foggy place. The surrounding grass is colored red, and the house that I left is cut in half, with only the bottom part showing. There are gates surrounding the path, which prevents me from exiting, and the music that is playing is the music that plays at the abandoned mansion. And there is a path heading east. Before heading down the eastern path, I notice there is a signpost. I walk up to the signpost and hit the A button, revealing the text as V. Finally, there is another path going south, except I can't reach it because the gate prevents me from walking to it. I walked down the path for what seemed to be about 8 seconds when an NPC scrolls in. He appears to be standing on the gate, and his body is purely white, with a gaping mouth and blood trailing from his eyes. A very spooky sight if I say so myself. I am able to interact with the NPC and he says, "Can't you do better?" Is he taunting me? Well, regardless, I continue down the path. The surrounding grass turns to black, but the red path is still there. I walk towards the end of the path where there is a small door. Walking into the door, I am taken off to a different map. I appear in a small school-like house with no blackboard and a small desk with a book on it. I walked up to the desk and checked the book. He was so alone. His sorrow-filled eyes made me so unhealthy, so hurt. I wanted to help him, so I did. I have no clue who the author behind that book would be, but I shrugged it off. Another one of those white NPCs is standing beside the desk. So I walked up to him and spoke to him. He was so kind. His smile, his laugh, he said. Leaving the house, I am taken back to the previous map, except this time I am in that path heading south which I could not reach before. I walked south down the path to find there some letters faded on the left side of the gate, with 5 white NPCs on the other side. The letters appear to spell out the word friend, with a question mark under the 5 NPCs. Friend is what it says. Someone is questioning if someone else was a friend. As I continue south, the red grass changes to a pitch black. There is also a large body of water with green grass surrounding it. I walked my overworld sprite around the water and down the path. There was a door at the end of the gate, and on either side of the gates there are 2 letters. By the looks of things, an N and an O. I puzzled together the overworld text as friend? No. So, this person or Pokemon wasn't a friend to someone else? After exiting through the door, I find myself in a very confined space, with yet another white NPC standing at the end of this small room. When I spoke to him, he said, "Why wasn't he? Well, see for yourself." By this point, I was greatly attached to this game, and was desperate to get to the end of it. I exit south, and I'm taken to the Pokemon Tower. There's a single path which I can follow, except I can't go outside the barrier of gravestones. There are 3 white NPCs scattered around outside the gravestone barriers, and there is one on the path which I can speak to, who only says, ... Towards the end of the path, I find an NPC who isn't another one of those white NPCs, but the rival blue. He is stood in front of a golden gatestone and is facing me. When spoken to him, he says, "No, don't believe the ghosts. Run away before they get you." I was sort of confused and was still trying to puzzle together this odd story. But right now I wanted to find out what would happen next. I exit the Pokemon Tower and I'm in Lavender Town. The music changes to the Lavender Town theme, and the town has little changes to it. It's raining, and the routes going north, south, and west are blocked by wooden gates. I explored the town to find 3 more of those NPCs. Let's call them ghosts, since that's what Blue addressed them as. One of them is outside of the gate, so I am unable to reach him. One is stood beside the Pokemon Center, and another is stood beside the main house in Lavender Town. The one beside the Pokemon Center says,
Oh, but we're having so much fun. Do you really want to deny us?
and the one beside the house says,
Are you still going to believe the kid who betrayed loneliness?
That's it, I got it. So Blue abandoned the EV named Loneliness. But why? The only way to find out was to continue with this game. I enter the house beside that ghost to find a lot of the stuff is missing. There is a lass and a bug catcher sat at the table. I approach the girl and she says,
This is frightening. I want to get out of this nightmare.
I walked over to the bug catcher and he says,
The ghost can't get in here. I wonder why.
But wait, there was a third NPC in the house. Facing the window, it's the male protagonist Red.
Leaf, you're okay.
No, you're not.
Run, now. You have to discover the truth.
And with that, I leave the house just as Red commanded. The next overworld map is the Pokemon Fan Club in Vermilion City. Except the people are missing and there is a fog here. May I also mention that the Lavender Town theme continues to play. I walk deeper into the house to find a ghost is stood beside a kind of glitchy patch of blocks. The ghost says,
Right this way. Not like you have a choice.
How very true. I walk into the bundle of blocks, but nothing happens and I appear trapped. I then tried walking back south, when I am teleported off to the Pewter City Gym, with no one there but Brock. The fog is still in effect as I walk up to Brock and speak with him. Truth, he says demandingly as I am thrown into battle with him. At last, lively music. Brock only has 3 Pokemon, each at level 2. He sends out his first one, which is a Bulbasaur named Ghost, and I send out my EV Loneliness. I easily KO the Bulbasaur with Tackle as he switches into a Charmander named Tricked. The process repeats and he switches into his final Pokemon, which is a Squirtle named Him. While knocking out the last Pokemon, I notice that together they say Ghost tricked him. With that, I win the battle and Brock scrolls in saying, Continue, handing me the Boulder Badge. Brock's text ends with a bundle of exclamation marks, and we are taken back to the overworld. Leaf received TM39 from Brock. Ghost tricked him. He is waiting. Be gone, Brock says. I exit the gym, and I am taken to the gate which leads up to Victory Road. There are no exits here at all, and I am able to pass through the gate due to having the Boulder Badge. I exit out of a house in Fuchsia City, which is placed on the path that leads you to the cycling road. Instantly, I notice the text in the top corner which says, You will perish. The city seemed to be glitched and wrecked. It is raining and no music plays. Heading eastward down the path, I see 2 ghosts. The one closest to the house I exit says,
Take in the air while you still can. Kiki.
and the one next to him says,
Your time is almost up.
The path continues eastward, and I can't go north due to some glitched blocks, blocking the way. I keep walking eastward towards the city gate, only to find it is blocked by 3 uninteractable signs and a ghost. The ghost says,
When you find out the truth, you shall join loneliness forever, and you shall experience our being.
I explore around the remote city to find Blue is standing at the southern east part of the city. When I approach him, he says, "Leaf, I abandoned Evie after my Raticate died. The ghost tricked me into it. So I have found out Blue to be the fool he is." I continue with this story, going through the only door in the town that will work, which is the house I entered the city from. Entering the house, I am taken off to the Pokemon Tower. I am trapped in a single one-block space, surrounded by gravestones with 3 ghosts stood around me. From this point onward, there was truly nothing to do, so I switched off the game. A few months passed since my encounter with a very odd game. I haven't picked it up since, switching it off, and I soon forgot about it. I left it under my bed in a small box of games, not playing it until one Friday afternoon when my mother was cleaning my bedroom. I got back from college and went out to my room to see her moving the box from under my bed and placing it on the bed.
Sorry, dear, I won't be too long,
she said as she continued to clean my room. I took the box, gave my mother a hug, and went back downstairs, grabbing my DS Lite on the way. I threw myself onto the sofa and opened up the small box to find a bundle of different games. Which one to play? I looked around in the box until I saw a small green game card hidden under all the other games. It was that weird Pokemon Leaf Green game that I hadn't played in so long. I remembered being stuck in the Pokemon Tower, but I was eager to play this game just for the old times. Upon going to the title screen, I found that there was a new file named Sorrow, which had a gameplay time of 10 minutes. From what I remember, the last file was called Leaf, but whatever. Selecting the file, I am taken into the game. I am in a school building facing the eastern wall, and in the top corner says the map's name, which is Neglect. There was also a ghost stood at the blackboard. I checked to see if I still had the Eevee named Loneliness, but instead I have a Banette named Unwanted at level 18. The sprite of Banette is missing its arms, its right eye is a black void, and there is a trail of blood from its left eye. It also appears to be frowning, with a modest nature and met in ? At level 18. Its moveset is Curse and Grunge, except Grunge is fresh out of PP. Oh yes, and it also has the ability Drizzle, which summons rain when entered in battle. I speak to the ghost and an Eevee cry is heard as he says,
"Where did Loneliness go? Kikiki."
I exit the house and I am in a fairly large area with a gate surrounding the area and 3 ghosts stood outside the gates to the north, all staring at the house that I just exited. The grass is red like earlier in the game, and I find 3 signposts and another house, along with one of those people you see at the Pokemon Tower wandering around. I interact with a signpost which is to the left of the house I left and it says, "He brought Leaf here." I go to the signpost which is directly right from the house and that one says, "Trainer Tips." It was my only choice. I had to. I just had to. And the final signpost, south of that one says, "Trainer Tips. She left me as well?" Before approaching the final signpost, I decided to speak with the person. She said,
"Loneliness."
And I am given a yes/no answer. I didn't quite follow what she meant, so I chose no, and she says,
"Don't lie."
I try again, this time selecting yes, and she says,
"Why did you?"
Okay, so from what I gather, Leaf also neglected this Eevee, just like Blue did. I explore the second house to find I am in a Pokemon Center, with a fog in effect. Behind the counter is a Mew and a ghost, both of them saying ... At the stairs leading to the top floor is the male trainer Red. I walked my character over to him and he says, "I don't know you." What? You met in Lavender Town. Maybe he was saying that because Leaf abandoned Eevee as well. I go up the stairs and I am teleported to Route 22, right outside the gate. It's raining. The grass is red like earlier. The map's title is Look. and the music changes to the abandoned mansion theme. I try entering the League building, except the doors won't budge. So I chose to follow the path that would lead me to Viridian City. While following the path, I pass a signpost. Upon interacting with the signpost, I hear an Eevee cry as the text displays the words, "Radicate died." He doesn't notice me still. The wall which you can normally hop over is changed to a gate, and on the other side of the gate spells the word, "Look." I continue around the path until I get to an area where I cannot pass due to gates blocking the way. On the other side of the gate, there appears to be another word formation. This time it says, E. Just a little north from here is a small door in the cliff side, which I am able to enter. I'm taken to a room where in the center there are tiles spelling out the letter E. So that's 2 E's I've seen now. To the north of the room I see Professor Oak. I try walking past him, but he stops me and says, "Loneliness isn't the only one. E, E, E," and sends me back. I walk back to where I entered, and exit through where I am warped off to a cave named Loneliness. By the looks of things, I am at the northwest part of Mount Moon. The music ends to silence, and the cave is filled with a fog. I walk south where I find a signpost, and just like with the previous signpost, I hear an Eevee cry as I interact with it. "I feel so unwanted," says the signpost. I continue walking south where I am met with Blue, and he says, "He was nothing but a curse." The screen fades to black and fades back in, and Blue is nowhere to be seen. I chose to explore the cave a bit, walking eastward from where I spoke to Blue. Suddenly, the room changes as if I exited through a ladder. From what I gather, I am in a lower part of the cave with a large pathway shaped like a C. As I walk around the path, I find a third E written on the ground. I head towards the end of the path to a waiting ladder, where I exit out of the cave into a route with a single pathway heading east, similar to the first path in the game, except I am surrounded by endless cave walls instead of gates. The music begins to play as I notice it's the Lavender Town theme song. There is a signpost here, and as I interact with it, I hear an Eevee cry as the text appears on screen saying, "I'm not a curse." Towards the end of the path, I find a single path of grass, and as soon as I step into the grass, I am engaged in battle. A level 10 Eevee scrolls in, but instead of it saying, "Wild Eevee appeared," it says, "Loneliness looks sad." I send out my level 18 bayonet, and Drizzle is activated. Since the bayonet is fresh out of Grunge PP, I have no choice but to use Curse. Unwanted used Curse. Unwanted wants Wild Loneliness to suffer. Wild Loneliness used Grudge. Wild Loneliness is bearing its emotions. Rain continues to fall. Wild Loneliness is feeling agonizing pain. Since I can't use any other attack, the battle just continues with that until Loneliness finally faints from the curse. Except it says, "Wild Loneliness died." My bayonet gains some XP, and I am sent back to the overworld. This time it is raining. The map's name is Suffer. There is no music playing. The grass patch is missing. There is a door in the wall above me, and the overworld sprite of my character has changed. Her body is completely white. Her eyes are red, and she has red markings on her hands. I checked my trainer card to see her sprite matches her overworld sprite. I checked my Pokemon to see I still have the bayonet, but it's back at full HP, and Curse is back up to 10 out of 10 PP, but Grudge is still at 0 out of 5 PP. I go through the door and I appear outside Lavender Town's Pokemon Tower. The grass has changed to red. It's still raining. The barriers have changed from wooden ones to white ones, and they are also closer, leaving me with a little less space to explore. The Pokemon Tower's door is missing, The music kicks in as the Pokemon Tower theme, and there are 4 signposts beside the tower in order. I read each one of them from top to bottom, and their text is as follows. Why didn't you listen to me? Now you're cursed. You could have saved us both. Do you regret? I remember that the signpost before the battle with loneliness said, I'm not a curse. And before that, the signpost constantly labeled loneliness a bad curse. This led me to believe that it was loneliness who was speaking through the signposts. Outside of the barriers are 3 ghosts, and when I explore the house, there was no one in them. However, in the last house I check, which is the one most southwest, I find that the tiles are white with E written on the floor in green. Also, there is a Cubone stood on the letter E. When I approach the Cubone and interact with it, it says, 4th letter E. I exit the house and I appear back in the bedroom from the start of the game. Except the bed is missing and there is a letter V on the floor. I interact with the TV and it says the following. E-E-V-E-E. Put the E where it belongs. 4 E's and a letter V, spelling out Eevee. I head downstairs and the only thing in the room is another TV. I interact with it and it says, you no longer exist. You have no purpose. But maybe you can ask for forgiveness. I leave the house and I am in Pallet Town. There is another change to the overworld sprite as I am nothing but 2 red eyes and a red mouth. Stood in front of me, looking up at me, are red and blue. I first decided to check if my trainer card had changed. 4 minutes of gameplay. No sprite and the name had changed from Sorrow to Look. I then checked my party to see I have a faceless level 10 EV named Put to Rest. Its nature is modest, and its only move is Guillotine. I speak to Red and he says, where is Leaf? Where is Loneliness? Right away I notice that the word loneliness had its missing letter E placed back in it. I then speak to Blue and he says, Leaf got the brunt of the curse. It's all my fault. Just below them is a signpost, and when I interacted with it, I heard an Eevee cry, followed by the text, Loneliness was put to rest. R.I.P. As soon as the R.I.P. appears on screen, the credits music from Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald plays, and I am locked into the text and unable to leave it. The music would play till the end, and once it did, I am sent right back to the start of the game, where I have the level 10 Eevee named Loneliness. Temptation's a cruel mistress, that's for damn sure. She'd seemed so innocent in the shadows. A flicker of a little girl hiding behind a willow tree. I called out, trying to ask if she was alright. She beckoned for me to follow and darted back into the brush, a little rabbit in her natural habitat. I obeyed. These woods are no place for children. I could barely see her, but her laughter echoed through the forest. All I wanted was to keep an eye on her, make sure she wasn't hurt or lost. Seems like altruism always finds a way to stab me in the back. The faster I ran, the further she got from me, giggling all the while. We made our way through twists and turns, the trees growing denser by the minute. The frozen air burned my lungs and the brambles tore my skin, but I couldn't stop. Even as I pushed myself as far as I could go, she still stayed just out of reach. Poor naive me wondered how someone so small could run like that. I wasn't paying attention to my footing, so enraptured with chasing the child that I didn't notice anything else. She was slowing down, so close I could make out the tattered lace flowers on her dress. I made a great stride and reached out to her, only for my foot to meet empty air. I only saw it for a moment, a grand fissure in the earth long since hardened to rock. I tumbled down, my skull cracking against the polished stone. I bounced between the sides of the crack, bones breaking again and again. The walls grew closer the deeper I fell, until my body was trapped between them. Tiny giggles rose from below, taunting me. A little voice called out, thanking me for playing and asking for my name. Like a fool, like a complete goddamn fool, I gave it to her. I hear whispers in these woods, tales of fairies and spirits. People say things turn strange after dark. They'll see a little girl fleeing through the trees and a woman chasing close behind. I can't complain down here. The maggots are good company, and it's always nice to feed a new generation of flies. Besides, I'm not alone down here anymore. Every now and then, some poor sod will play her game and land beside me for a while. Their bodies don't talk for long. She always asks for their name, and in the end, they always give it to her. (4:26:15), 4:27 p.m. One unread message. Hey Danny, I know it's been a while since we last talked. How have you been? Anyways, I was thinking we could get dinner at 7? We have a lot of catching up to do. You've changed a lot since high school. You have a kid on the way. Get back to me ASAP. Yours truly, Joseph. 4:28:15, 12:16 p.m. Two unread messages. Danny, I see you didn't get my message, so I'm writing once again inquiring about plans for dinner. I saw you walking out of the church yesterday, but I was far too busy to talk to you face to face. Give me a shout when you receive this message. Thanks, yours truly, Joseph. 5:1:15, 1:43 a.m. Three unread messages. Dan, I waved at you today, but you looked at me confused. I'm not sure what the deal is. You probably didn't get a good look at me. You have a beautiful baby boy. I watched him from my parked sedan on the other side of the road. What's his name? Reply when you can. Yours truly, Joseph. 5:1:15, 8:57 p.m. Four unread messages. Are you being shy? Don't worry, it's just me, Joseph, your old high school buddy. You have quite an impressive collection of pottery. I saw it through your kitchen window. We're best friends, so I knew you wouldn't mind. I talked to you at the supermarket and you gave me the same confused look. Get back to me, yours truly, Joseph. 5:4:15, 12:22 a.m. 13 unread messages. Why are you so shy, Dan? I just want to talk to my buddy again. You left your back door unlocked, so I went ahead and let myself in. You weren't home, sadly. I did take one of your t-shirts from the open closet. I hope you do not mind. Your scent is extravagant. I hope I can catch you in person. Yours truly, Joseph. 5:8:15, 11:57 p.m. 27 unread messages. You are so ungrateful, Dan. I have tried my hardest to please you and get your attention with no avail. When I brought you that pie, you yelled at me and threatened to call the cops. Why? I'm done trying the nice way to get to you. You'll be seeing me soon. Yours truly, Joseph. 5:9:15, 7:29 p.m. 29 unread messages. You're too good to answer me? Well, maybe you'll have a better time responding to your wife. I grabbed her today at lunch. You weren't home, but she was. She has such a pretty face, Dan. I'd hate to see it mauled and disfigured. Reply and your wife will live. Make a decision, my friend. Yours truly, Joseph. 5:11:15, 5:30 p.m. 33 unread messages. I have noticed you haven't considered my offer. It is fine, Dan. I understand. Even after the human body has been dead for hours, the body is still warm. Your wife's flesh was very tender and was hard to cook just right, but I finally got her to my preferred medium rare. She tasted almost perfect.
Though she needed a bit of seasoning. I warned you, Dan. You still have a chance to save your boy. All you need to is reply. Reply! Be hasty, Dan. Yours truly, Joseph. 5/13/15. 4:51 a.m. 49 unread messages. Why, Dan? Why let your family suffer over a simple thing? No matter. You're with me now, and we'll have each other forever. The preserving oils have worked perfectly. Your body sits just as it was days ago when I struck you over the head with that wrench. Not even the slightest smell emanates from the closet. No one will know. Glad I could see you again. Yours truly, Joseph. Police file number 002573. 7/18/15. Joseph Arrington was found dead on scene at address and location withheld at 5:24 p.m. Likely cause of death, ingestion of harmful chemicals. Body had been dead for 29 days. A Caucasian male body was also found on the scene, covered in embalming fluids. Further tests needed, but the body was identified as Alexander Timberland. Roughly 70 pounds of frozen human meat was found in the freezer. Incriminating messages were found on Mr. Arrington's computer, but were not directed at Alexander, but a man by the name Danny. Future investigation needed. Police file number 002573 update. Upon further investigation, the messages were sent to a man by the name of Dan Gomez. Dan Gomez moved out of Mr. Timberland's house 8 months ago. He now lives at address and location withheld. DNA testing on the frozen meat found at Mr. Arrington's house matched with DNA of Joyce Timberland and Noah Timberland, wife and son of Alexander. Some say on Halloween night, if you go past 7 black gates, you will see the 7 gates of hell. I thought it was a myth at first, until I tried it out. I went past 7 black gates around my neighborhood. Then, when I went to sleep, my dreams were in a furious fire. Then, it stopped. There was a man, tall and bulky. His eyes were rather squinted, which shows he's old. His legs and hands were thin and looked like he can barely support his weight. He spoke. He spoke with a scratchy and dying tone. He said, He chuckled and opened the gate. My whole body became numb. Moving on its own, I could not fight it. Struggling did not work. I gave up trying to fight it and struggling. Without control, I went past the first gate. Gate 1. I saw fire showing the corpses that were horribly mutilated, desecrated, and burnt. They were sobbing so loudly that I couldn't hear the crackles of the fire. One came to me. With one eye and bullet holes all over him, he said, "We are the desecrated corpses who did not get a proper burial. We are to stay here till the judgment day." I went past him and to the second gate. It was in a building. Gate 2. I was in a dungeon. There were people tied up, screaming in pain. One was being sawed in half very slowly, and his body kept healing, ready to be sawed again. One was in the Iron Maiden with the door being closed and opened, and the body looked as normal as ever. A man in an executioner's mask said to me, "We are the torturer, tortured by our own devices." I went past him to the exit. I walked to the third gate. Gate 3. This time I was in a forest. This time it was silent except for a few yells. There was a man hanging from a noose. Another one fell off a cliff, reappeared, and fell off again. I was running. Away from what I saw was a horribly burnt woman chasing after me. I already knew what this one was. Those were the people who committed suicide. I ran into the fourth gate. It was in a palace. Gate 4. I was in there. I saw emperors, politicians, and really wealthy people. An emperor was being gnawed on by lions. When the lion ripped a limb out or slashed him, the part grew back. A politician was being beaten by what looked like shadows in prisoner clothes. A man in a suit came to me and said, "We are the corrupted people, the people who use our power to help ourselves, not the people." I walked to the next gate, the 5th. Gate 5. I was in another room. There was a man tied up on a bed, lashed by floating spiky leather whips. A woman was being burnt by a lighter, but her screams and cries were muffled by a cloth that was used as a gag. A rather large man came up to me and said, "We are the rapists and the sex offenders, paying for our crimes on Earth." I ran to the 6th gate. Gate 6. I was in a room again. I saw a man and woman being stabbed, their wounds healing almost immediately. Another person was being buried alive, and another being hit and jabbed with a floating metal bar. I knew who these were. They were the people who were murderers being harmed the way they killed their victims. The exit was the 7th gate. The final one. This nightmare is almost over. It's almost over, I said to myself. Gate 7. I was outside. There was a man wearing a shroud over his head coated with explosives. He blew up, regenerated, and blew up again. Another one was being beaten, stabbed by sharp metal objects, and burned by torches, lighters, and matches. They were held by people who looked like shadows. One of them came to me and said,
"They are the mass murderers, the terrorists, and suicide bombers. I am a shadow of one of his victims, beating him and taking revenge for killing us on Earth."
I ran to the exit. When I woke up in the morning, I became horribly scared. The images of what I saw ran through my head. In fact, that was all I was thinking for the whole year. It became Halloween again. I didn't dare to go outside at night. I just went to bed. It took me a while to sleep. When I did, I was in front of the first gate of hell. There was a teenager like me. He was staring at me. He was shocked to see me. My body then became numb. I could not control myself again. I said to him in a scratchy, dying tone,
"Emoklu ot et neves etag fo illa."
I chuckled and opened the gate for him. After, he went inside with an expression that looked like he was fighting something and struggling. I looked at myself on a goblet filled with what looked like blood. I saw the gatekeeper. I became the gatekeeper. In fact, I am the gatekeeper.
Paranoia. He is back. Like a feverish monster that wants to corrupt my brain. I'm not sure why the devil's creature has returned. Maybe I did something to provoke it. It is quite unusual that he popped up again. I would have thought by now he would have disappeared and would have become oblivious to my mind. Obviously, I was incorrect. Not only was my brain telling me lies about paranoia being gone, it also lied to me about being healed from the incurable disaster. It is literally unbelievable to me how the creature stepped his way back into my brain and caused my ears to hear silent but powerful lies. He deceived my eyes to make them see things that are not truly there. Things that frighten me. He tells me I am nothing, and that I am useless to everybody and everything. I absolutely believe every word paranoia delivers to my mind. Paranoia is evil, monstrous, deceptive, and destructive. Every little brain cell I have, he devours with his sharp tongue and his murderous claws. I know you must think that I am crazy, but I do believe he partners with insomnia and provokes me from my slumber. So here I am, listening to his unforgettable tales, and slowly wasting away on my joyride to insanity.
A friend of mine showed me how to use Google Maps. I'm sure you've seen it. It lets you use satellite images to look at locations all over the world. A few years ago, I was in a car accident. Since then, I really don't leave the house that often. It's difficult, and the idea of seeing a car drive by me makes me feel lightheaded. I was fascinated by the fact that I could see all over the world, almost like being there. I could virtually walk down the streets, and it almost felt like I was really there. I became instantly hooked. It gave me a real eye on the world. I could go to almost any major city, and I did. I'd seen streets in China, Japan, Germany, England, so many places. I'd even gone to tourist attractions like the Great Barrier Reef and Dracula's Castle. My favorite was to go to random places in major cities and see how many people and animals I could find. The faces of the people were always blurred to protect their privacy, but it was still enjoyable to see them out there enjoying their life, walking like it was no big deal. She must have good taste, I laughed. I zoomed in closer and noticed the gray bag she carried on a gray and purple shoulder strap. She was walking in a relaxed manner, one hand trailing the wall beside her. I bet if I could have seen her face, I would see that she was smiling. I began to feel a little sad. I let my hands fall into the arms of my wheelchair and looked at her for a minute more. I wished that I could be there, walking so carefree with her. That wouldn't happen though, until I died. I was stuck in this chair. I sighed and zoomed out of Tokyo. Enough of this for tonight. I turned off the computer and went to bed. I got up early and decided to look around Paris. Paris was always fun. I liked the look of the city, with all of the old, beautiful buildings and so many people to watch. I randomly zoomed to an area and saw a street lined with old brick buildings, a few small shops, and an old tan brick church. Ahead was an intersection, and dozens of people walked by. A balding businessman walked quickly past, looking back at an old woman, hair covered with a scarf, carrying a large purse. A curvy woman in black pants that were too tight stared into a store window, and two women led a group of small children around a corner. I spun the view around a few more times and then saw something peculiar. Sitting on the bench at the bus stop were two people. One of them was a young woman with her feet stuck in front of her in a relaxed manner. She was wearing a pair of red sneakers like my own. I was startled for a moment as I noticed the black pants, white t-shirt, and black hooded jacket. Her dark brown hair was tied loosely behind her head. A gray bag sat on the bench beside her, the shoulder strap hooked over her shoulder. This is crazy, I thought. It can't possibly be the same woman. This is a different country, different continent even. How could it be her? This was stupid. It wasn't as if these were live photographs. These were taken ahead of time and then stored. It's not like she was in two places at once. She could just be a traveler. Besides, without seeing her face, it was impossible to tell it was the same person. Brown hair was probably the most common hair in the world. Those red sneakers were something I purchased online. I'm sure a million other people did too. I shook my head and went to fix some lunch. When I got back online, I decided to look at Berlin. I picked a random street as usual. It looked pretty empty. There were brick buildings lining the streets, looking more like factories than anything else. There were also empty lots, full of long grass and piled gravel. There wasn't much to see at all, really. There was a line of motorbikes and a car with two German flags sticking up from it. After more searching, I found one kid. He looked like he was dressed for school, a jacket thrown over his bag. He was intently looking at some kind of mobile device. I was disappointed. I started to leave, but then I caught something out of the corner of my eye. I turned the view, and there they were. Those damned red sneakers. She was standing on a street corner next to some kind of signpost. She had a hand on the post looking down the street as if waiting to cross the street. I stared in shock. How could she be there too? Even if she was traveling, there's no way I would find her every time. Even finding her in Paris would have been one heck of a coincidence, but this was crazy. Was this some kind of joke? Had Google decided to play a prank on its users that use their product so much? It would have been a great joke. I did a quick search, looking for a note about a woman that shows up like Waldo. There was nothing. I looked through articles on strange things you can see on Google Maps, but none of them mentioned the woman that travels the world with you. This was crazy. Had my self-imposed isolation driven me mad? Had I become so lonely that I created a hallucination for myself? Leaving the Berlin image on my screen, I sent a text message to a friend asking him to look at the locations. I asked him if he saw the same woman. Then I waited, hands sweating, heart thumping in my chest. I jumped when my phone beeped with a return text message 10 minutes later. The text read, "I see the lady you're talking about in Berlin. I didn't see her in Paris or Tokyo. Is this some kind of game or what? Are you okay? I didn't respond, instead returning to the locations in Tokyo and Paris. There she was. She was there, but it was different. She no longer sat on the bus stop bench in Paris. She was standing in front of it, looking for something in her bag. In Tokyo, she was blocks away, squatting down to pet that calico cat. I shivered. Who was she? What was happening? I switched the map to Brussels. It was another city street. It was lined with old-looking buildings with shops on the ground level and what I guessed was apartments above. I quickly scanned the streets. They were empty other than a stocky woman in a bright blue sweater. I did a second sweep. She wasn't there. I sighed in relief. I couldn't believe I was getting so worked up about this. It was nothing but a coincidence. I stopped, my eyes frozen on the screen. There was a building at the point of a fork in the road, white with a black ironwork framed balcony jutting from the second floor. I hadn't seen her as I had been looking at the sidewalks. There she stood, standing on the balcony, her head tilted in the direction of the camera, almost like she was coyly looking towards me. My breath caught in my throat. I switched to Sydney. She was leaning against the wall inside the door of a bright blue Carrick's Pharmacy building. London showed her getting ready to step onto a red double-decker bus. Her head turned to look over her shoulder. She was everywhere I looked. She stood on a brick sidewalk on a bridge in Venice. She walked across a yellow-barred crosswalk in Zurich, and in Hong Kong, she stood between a Winglung bank and a McDonald's adjusting the strap on her bag. In each picture, she came closer and closer to looking directly at me with her blurred-out face. My heart felt like a terrified bird slamming around inside my chest. I couldn't catch my breath. I wasn't sure what to do. I couldn't call the police. Should I send screenshots to Google? I clenched my fists tightly and closed my eyes. Who was she? Was she following me? Was I following her? I wished I could see the expression on her face, know what she saw when she looked back at me. I wanted to get out of the chair and run. Why is it that the only thing that made me feel free again was the thing that made me feel even more trapped? I had to know. I typed in the name of my town and zoomed into a random street. It was a couple of miles from my house. The gates to the city park were shown in the clarity of daylight, despite it being night here. There she was. There she was. She was only a few miles from my house, standing under the ironwork arch that stated the name of the park. She looked directly at the camera, directly at me. I felt like I might throw up. She was near me, and she was watching me. She was coming for me. What did she want? I typed in the name of the apartment complex where I live. I could see the outside of the building. The parking lot was full of cars, and there were a few blurred out children on the playground. I searched everywhere for her. She wasn't in the parking lot or on the sidewalks, not hiding between the buildings or standing in the playground. I even scanned each of the cars behind the bushes and each of the blurred windows. She wasn't there. I curled tightly around myself and lay my head down on the desk. This place was safe. I didn't leave the apartment anyway. I would never use Google Maps again. I would never see her again. She could stay at the park for all I cared. I smiled to myself and was surprised to find a tear slipping down my face. I'm safe, I said to myself in a whisper. It felt good to hear it out loud. I'm safe. As I said it, there was a knock at the door. A chill ran down my spine. I had a camera hooked to my computer that showed who was at the front door, which made it easier for me with my mobility issues. I slowly reached for the control to show myself who was outside, but my hand trembled furiously. As I touched the control, I realized my mistake. The last of Google's images that I'd seen had only shown the outside of the building. Just the outside. I looked at the screen and saw a woman in a white t-shirt, black pants, and black hooded jacket, and carrying a gray bag with a purple and gray striped shoulder strap. Of course, there were those red sneakers. She looked directly at the camera, her face still a complete blur. As I tried to stifle a scream, she raised a hand and knocked loudly on my front door.
There was once an old man who lived in the rural countryside, with no one living for miles in any direction. Despite the feeling of total isolation, he liked the peace and quiet. Lately, his power had been going out frequently due to his aged and outdated generator that was stored in the cellar. he went to the city to purchase a new one. That night, he flipped on the generator and took a nice hot shower, the first in a couple of months. After that, he went to bed after a long day of work. He was just about to doze off when he heard the sound of water dripping. Drip, drop, drip, drop. He was awakened by it, but paid no mind to it. But then he heard it again. Drip, drop, drip, drop. Eager to find out what it was and put a stop to it, he fumbled over to his bathroom, where he thought he must have left the shower slightly on, but the shower faucet and the shower itself were bone dry. He then assumed that maybe the leaking sound was coming from an old pipe in the cellar. The house was very old and much of the plumbing was rusted and damaged, so he went downstairs so he could prevent the leaking from getting his floor wet. When he got downstairs, he found the source of leakage, right next to the new generator. It was very dark, the only lights being the two dim red lights indicating the generator was off. But he knew he was near a group of exposed pipes, so he put a towel and a bucket in that general area. The water was warm, and almost felt thicker than water would usually feel, but the warm shower he just took would explain that. He got up and shuffled back to bed, but continued to hear the leaking. The next morning, he went back down to the cellar with his tools to fix the pipes. When he arrived at the spot, he began to inspect which pipe was leaking, only to find that none of them showed any signs of damage or leakage. He turned on the water to see if it would drip, but to no avail. He ducked under the pipes to retrieve the bucket and towel, and noticed that right where he placed them were patches of black fur. Confused, the man got his gear and started the generator so he could take his morning shower. Only to add on to the confusion, he noticed that the generator didn't have any red indication lights.
I was sitting in the hospital room, waiting for the doctors to come in and look at a bad cut I got playing soccer that day. I heard shouting in the other room, and Mommy covered her ears. I did the same. Glass broke. I saw a man run down the hallway through the glass in our door. He ran to our room and banged his head against the glass. Mommy took me away from the door and closed the curtain. Then she went to the window and opened it. She put me on her back and climbed out the window. Daddy was waiting with the car at the bottom. Mommy put me in the back seat and got in, and we drove away. I asked Mommy what was happening. She told me that many people were getting sick.
That man we saw?
I asked.
Was he sick too?
Mommy turned to look at me.
Yes, honey, he was sick,
she said.
Are we sick?
I asked. She kept looking at me.
No, baby girl, we are not sick.
I still had questions.
Why are we driving away?
I asked.
Because, Angel, we're scared. Me and your father. We are just very scared.
I cocked my head.
And I'm scared too,
I said proudly. We drove for a very long time until we came to a big grocery store. There was nobody around. We got out of the car and Mommy told me not to let go of her hand and not to go near anybody but her and Daddy. We went in and Mommy got food and Daddy got other things. We went back to the car and Mommy was putting the stuff in it when a sick person jumped on Daddy. He bit Daddy in the arm and Daddy shot the sick person. Daddy got in the car and we drove away. He was bleeding on his arm. A few hours later, Daddy started to not feel good. He got out of the car. Mommy and I did too. Daddy threw up. I asked Mommy if he was a sick person now, and Mommy told me to get in the car. She sounded very scared. Daddy grabbed me first though. He bit my hand and Mommy shoved me into the car. She pulled her own gun out and aimed at Daddy's head. I shouted at her not to, but she pulled the trigger and Daddy fell to the ground. I was crying and so was Mommy, but Mommy said that Daddy wasn't sick anymore. She said we have to be happy for him, even if we miss him. We drove some more until we got to a big building with men checking people. There were lots of dead, sick people in the ground. Mommy got a big shot that she took from the hospital and stuck it in my hand. I yelled, but Mommy told me to be quiet. She took a needle and thread and started to sew up the place where Daddy bit me. Then she put makeup on it and made it look like nothing was there. She told me to act happy and we started walking towards the men. I tried not to touch the bodies, but I tripped and fell on one's arm. It was all mushy and I got blood on my shirt. I wanted to cry, but Mommy told me I couldn't. The men checked me and Mommy and let us go through. We were sitting in our room when I got sick. I bit Mommy's shoulder and made her sick. Then we both made everybody sick. A bad man shot Mommy in her head and she fell down. Then he aimed his gun at me and I bit his finger off. Then he pulled the trigger, but it was too late. He was already sick.
I was adopted. I never knew my real mother. Rather, I knew her at one time, but I left her side when I was too little to be able to remember. I loved my adopted family, though. They were so kind to me. They ate well, I lived in a warm and comfortable house, and I got to stay up pretty late. Let me tell you about my family real fast. First, there's my mother. I never called her Mom or anything like that. I just called her by her first name, Janice. She didn't mind it at all, though. I called her that for so long. I don't think she even noticed. Anyhow, she was a very kind woman. I think that she is the one who recommended my adoption in the first place. Sometimes I would lay my head against her in front of the television and she would tickle my back with her nails. She is one of those Hollywood mothers. Second, there's Dad. His real name was Richard, but he never really liked me much, so I began to refer to him as Dad in a desperate attempt to gain his affection. It didn't work. I think that no matter what I called him, he would never love me as much as his own child. That's understandable, so I really didn't press the matter. The most notable attribute of Dad was his unmoving sternness. He was not afraid to pop his children when they did something wrong. I found that out before I could use the restroom properly. He didn't hesitate to spank me. Well, I'm in line, and it's because of his methods. Lastly is my sister. Little Emily was really young when I was adopted, so we were about the same age, but she was slightly older. I like to think of her as my little sister, though. We got along better than any sibling could possibly get along. We would always stay up late together and just talk. Well, she did a lot of the talking. I mostly just listened because I loved her. It was a great setup that we had. We were short on bedrooms, so, because I didn't want to sleep in the living room by myself when I was littler, I had a pallet set up for me next to her bed on the floor. This is where I have slept since. But it was cool with me because I enjoyed being with her, and I have always felt pretty protective of my little sis. Everything changed on a horrible Wednesday night. I was at home taking a nap when little Emily opened the front door. The sound of the door opening pulled me to a state of consciousness, and I walked from the room down the hall to the living room. That's when I first remembered it was Wednesday. I was never any good at keeping track of what day it was. Actually, I'll just go ahead and say it. My sense of time was horrible, but nevertheless, I knew it was Wednesday because Emily had just come home from her church's youth group gathering. She walked in the front door and hugged me, and then was followed in by Dad and Janice. "You have a good nap?" Janice asked teasingly as she ruffled up my hair. I just shook my head away and snorted in a manner that clearly expressed that I was teasing back with her. "Don't you snort at your mother like that," said my father gruffly with authority. He shut the door behind him and hung up his coat. I was clearly joking, I groaned under my breath. He must not have heard me because I didn't feel him smack me. Emily then proceeded into her room, and I followed. She started telling me about her day. You know, usual teenage girl stuff. But I listened so that she would feel better. After her summary, she suggested watching TV, and I obliged and jumped onto the couch as she was going for the remote. She rolled her eyes at my little brother-like immaturity and scooted me over and sat down. The TV turned on and we watched it together until the sun went down. Emily was the kind of girl that, instead of watching cartoons and soap operas, would rather watch Discovery and Natural Geographic. I like those too, so I didn't mind. Actually, those were the only channels that could hold my attention. So it got late and Janice walked up behind the sofa. "Emily, it's past your bedtime. Turn off the television and go to your room. You too." She pointed at me. Emily turned off the program we were watching grudgingly and stood up. She started down the hallway to our room. As I followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. We went into our room and Emily turned off the light. Just as she did, I caught a flash of movement out of the corner of my eye. It was out the window, but as soon as I redirected my line of sight to where the window was, no longer in my peripheral vision, what it was that I thought I saw was gone. I still remained alert, for my sister's sake. I lay there in the darkness with nothing but the thin ray of light from the street lamp outside to illuminate the room. It wasn't much.
Time and time again, I could have sworn that I heard subtle sounds just out the window. A twig break, leaves crunching, clothes jostling, and all the while I could smell a faint stench of sweat and blood. I kept my eyes open most of the night. The sounds outside subsided and the smell left my nose. I began to feel at ease, my eyelids closed. Not long after that, I heard a very loud crash on the other side of the house. I was up in an instant. "There's someone in the house!" I barked with extreme adrenaline coursing through me. "Wake up!" I shrilly pleaded with Emily. She did, and as soon as I saw her sit up, I ran to my parents' room. Dad was dead. His neck was splayed open and gaping as blood spilled out of it, off the bed and onto the floor. I saw that the master bedroom's door was closed, and just before it, on the outside, was a man. A man. I don't feel comfortable calling it that. He was very large and rugged. He turned around and saw me, and that's when I saw him accurately for the first time. I won't forget it. His eyes were large and beady, and trapped with lust. He was styling a beard that was badly unkempt with blood dripping off. His clothes were dirty and his face was cold. Just then I noticed the same horrid smell of sweat and blood from earlier, but this time it was overwhelming. He saw me. He saw me and grinned with a set of crooked yellow teeth. That smile threw me off. I thought that I was going to die. Then he turned back to the bathroom door, completely unperturbed by my presence. I was terrified and didn't know what to do. I just yelled and cried. I watched as he shouldered through the door that was Mom's only protection. I watched as he raised the large razor that he was carrying, but had obviously neglected to use properly. I watched as he sliced her open and tore her to shreds. I then heard something, the last thing that I wanted to hear. It was Emily's scream coming from behind me. The large monstrosity looked up from my butchered mother and stared at my little sister. I was distraught. He stood up and quickly started walking towards us. My sis turned and ran, and I was at a loss when he bypassed me and went straight after her. Why was she still in the house? Had she not assessed the situation and run? Apparently not, and now she was dead and I was alone. I ran after them both. I expected the man to kill her as he had the rest of my family, but I was sadly mistaken. He grabbed her by the arm and jerked her as a way to make clear that he was in control. He dragged her through the house. I was making all the noise I could now, hoping and praying that someone would come to my aid. He mustn't take her, not her. As he passed me, I backed against the wall and whimpered with terror. Why? He didn't respond except by putting his free hand on my head, while Emily screamed in the other and saying, "Good boy." He gave another crooked grin and a very cold, unnatural laugh. I followed him to the door, where he dragged my helpless sister after him. He opened it, pulled her out, and slammed it shut behind him. I am now sitting in the house with my mutilated adopted parents, shivering and whimpering with dismay. He's out there with her, doing who knows what to her, and I can't do anything. I would if I could, but I can't. I would chase after them in a heartbeat, but I can't. I sit here, looking at the front door. I look down at my paws. If only I could open doors.
I couldn't help but smile. I could hear the screams of my ultimate prize as she continued to try to escape from the chains that bound her to the chair. Constant yelping for her parents, pleas of desperation and vexation. I expected such. Abducting her wasn't the best part. This was. I wish I could tell her that she would never see the light of day again. But I found not a satisfactory outcome for that. Removing myself from the slits of the blinds to which I peeked through from my room, I opened the door and entered hers. Her cries stopped in an instant. I sensed a maelstrom of emotions from her, all wanting to escape from that thick shell she kept over her. For a 15-year-old, my new salvation knew how to keep herself calm and steady. I began to feel her mind's mechanism whirring alive, submerged in calculations. "Welcome," I said, "to my world." The statement wasn't anything special. I had prepared it for this very occasion. I wasn't the perfect, ideal man, but the least I could do to prolong her sanity was to appear professional at least. Right away, she made her first mistake. She frowned, then decided it was too risky and put on a poker face instead.
Sir, please do not harm me.
I will not hurt you, I said. I made my way in front of her and crossed my arms. The girl still had her school uniform on. She had a youthful pale face, long blonde hair, and a generally petite framework. You are simply here because I have a couple of things that I'd like to do to you and your body.
Doesn't sound very reassuring.
It was barely noticeable, perhaps not distinguishable at all for a common man, but her voice shook a little.
You're here to violate me?
I pursed my lips. I'm a man of high moral value. Rape is beyond me, especially for juveniles.
High moral value?
The girl shifted her gaze to the wall to her right.
You can start removing these chains then.
And then you'll run off with my gun. On cue, I slid my revolver out of my belt and aimed it at her head. Since I have high moral value, I will take off your chains. I don't think I have to tell you what will happen if you try to do things against me. Understood?
Not understood,
The girl snapped.
You've taken me hostage, so obviously you need me. You wouldn't kill me.
At that point, I realized that the girl was an interesting company. I had anticipated cleverness and criticality, but this young one definitely knew her way with words. I could only dream of telling her what would happen next, just to see her smart act crumble. But I chose not to, for that would ruin the fun, and I would need to get another prize again. Perhaps you're right, I said. I slid the revolver back to my belt. Just please do not do anything stupid as I remove your chains. The next few seconds followed with me waiting for another response. But the girl kept silent. Slowly, I knelt down beside her and began working my way through her chains. It only took a single key to take out the lock, and then it was mainly just untying everything. It was an easy task. Soon the girl was freed of her restrictions. In return, she obtained the capability of taking me down or running away out of my reach. But she did neither.
Sir, I've joined a lot of charity works.
This I did not expect. Okay.
Mostly ones funded by my school,
She continued. She kept her eyes glued at the floor.
Through those, I've experienced conversing with a lot of people, and in return, it's easy for me to understand them. I believe that all people have problems, even those born right out of rich families. As Shakespeare had said, this world is a theater. In plays, there's always conflict. Conflict fuels our lives.
Why are you telling me all this? She faced me with her blue eyes, a stern look on her face.
Sir, whatever you kidnapped me for, I believe it's for some cause. I know you have a problem troubling you, and if I have to be involved in it for whatever reason, just to fix it, then I will help.
I remained silent. Digesting her words wasn't easy. I was taken aback, admittedly. With all the atrocities in the world, I couldn't help but feel astounded by the fact that such innocence still existed. I couldn't kill such an interesting person. Right there, I knew I needed to get another toy. The world needed this girl. Girl, you amaze me with your words, I said after recovering. Tell me, if I let you go, will you report me to the police? She instantly shook her head.
Sir, putting people with deep troubles in jail won't help them. If you let me go, I'll go home and tell my parents I'd like to help you.
Is that so?
That is so.
Okay, I replied. Let me take you to the entrance then. The trip to outside was quick. The girl praised the paintings I had on my walls, and she told me she would have dinner with me once she comes back after noticing I live alone. As we arrived at the porch with the door open behind us, she took a gander around her surroundings. Her face lighted up as she recognized the place.
Oh, this is actually walking distance from my home.
Oh, really? I asked, scratching my head. Well, that's good. I trust that you can walk by yourself.
Of course. By the way,
She faced me.
can you give me a pen and paper? I'd really like to help you. I'll write my contact details down so you can get a hold of me anytime.
Spinning around, I went back inside, tore a small piece of paper from a full sheet, got my pen, and went out. I handed everything to her, and she began writing.
Please do not forget to contact me as soon as possible,
She said as she wrote frantically.
I would really like to help you with whatever your problem is.
I grinned. Girl, I'd just like to commend you for your humanity. The world needs more people like you. She nodded, shoving the pen and paper back to my hands.
Bye.
I was forced to squint as I read her handwriting. There was nothing wrong about her penmanship. She just wrote too small. Pulling the paper closer to my face, I read her contact details out loud. I won't help you. We'll call the police. Thanks for letting me out. You're a fool. As I stared up, I saw the rascal sprinting as fast as she could, turning a sharp right into an alley before vanishing from sight. I could hear her laughter, an inhumane crackling that tore my head like lightning. Infuriated, I crumbled the paper into a ball and let it drop from my hands. I wanted to tear her from inside, to squash her bones, but I knew I needed to keep it cool, so I did. Without a sound, I made my way back inside and grabbed the cleaver from the rack. The look on her face when she realized how close her home was entertaining. She was a clever being, but she underestimated me. I knew I was the smarter one, and now I could demonstrate it with blood and knives. Of course I knew where she lived. It was necessary for the dessert. Pushing my way through the door beside her room, I flicked the light switch to my side and savored the two hanging beings in front of me. They opened their eyes as they began to wiggle free to no avail. Their mouths were gagged, so the words they spouted turned out nonsensical. They turned more violent as I raised my cleaver. I wondered what I would need to give up just to see how she would respond, finding out that both of her parents were abducted as well. Who's the fool now? I endlessly sang, "Not me," as I tore down my dinner.
Usually, I like to let my feet hang over the bed while I sleep. Occasionally, I like to let my arms flail about during sleep as well. But all that has changed. One night, I felt a light breeze on my heels, gently puffing on them as if a gust of wind blew by. So, I drew in my feet and fell back asleep, dismissing it as being from the broken window. The next night, it happened again. Somewhere in the middle of a pleasant dream, I was awakened by the sensation of someone breathing on my feet, ever so softly, ever so gently. Irritated, I drew them in once again under the blankets and fell into a terrible sleeping pattern. The next night was when things got strange. I woke up again, my eyes barely able to open, crusted over by sleep dust. In the half-light, I could barely make out a figure poking through the slates in my bunk bed. My befuddled mind tried to make sense of the shape and finally rested on an animal that had somehow broken into my house. It was not. Soft porcelain skin shone in the darkness, framing two large, pale black eyes. It was breathing on my feet. I froze with fear. Remember, I could barely see. It was 2 a.m.
Does it have small feetsies?
Came a tiny voice, soft and childlike. What? I stuttered. I couldn't move now. I was too scared.
Doth it have feethies?
The thing repeated, a little louder this time. I could now make out that whatever this thing was had some serious speech impediment. Look, I grumbled. You better get the fuck out of my house before I call the cops. That's when it responded by opening its mouth. By this time, I was fully awake. I wish I wasn't. Inside its mouth were rows and rows of sharp, thick teeth, lined all the way back to the cavernous hole of its mouth. Strangely, the story I once read called God's Mouth suddenly came to mind. Its mouth was wide that I knew this was some kind of nightmare. It chomps down on my foot, and I feel a piercing pain on my left 3 toes. I shriek into the night, and the night inhales me. Sometime in the morning, I wake up to my parents sitting over me with frightened expressions on their faces. Apparently, I had woken them up with my screaming and they rushed into my room. They found me passed out with my foot crudely cradled in my arm. I had somehow held onto it during the night in an awkward fetal position. Upon inspection of my toes, I found nothing wrong except a few faintly visible marks lining the skin around the nails. It was slightly clammy, like I had dipped my toes in a vat of water for too long. My parents insist there was nothing in my room that night, and that I had suffered a series of night terrors. But I know better. Oh yes, I am never sleeping with my feet out again, lest that freak come back here. No siree.
I see him every day, watching, waiting, lurking. I watch the watcher, observing his movements that perfectly reflect mine. I see his brown eyes, shock of blonde hair, and that face with a haunted look that is the byproduct of my deteriorating mental state. He looks, moves, and lives like me. A near perfect replica of myself. But I know the truth. Because inside that perfectly reflected head, his thoughts are not mine, but those of a killer. Cunning, calculated, and poised to strike when the opportunity best presents itself. He stalks me, inexplicably keeping up with me as I move from room to room, mirror to mirror. I know what he plans to do, but I keep playing his twisted little game like I am none the wiser. He's getting sloppy though. Every now and then I can see his hesitation, if but for a millisecond. He knows by now that I've realized what's going on. He wants to kill me, but I keep just barely escaping his grasp. I'm looking at him right now. He wants me to turn my back on him, to give him the chance he's waited for so long to get. I won't allow it. I'll fight his game until he finally has to take action. I won't be stabbed in the back by a coward. You probably think I'm crazy, that these are just the ravings of a lunatic. But I'm right. Look into the eyes of your doppelganger. Do the one thing they can't avoid. Reach out to the cold glass. Expose their secret. Know the truth. I know the truth. Sometimes when I stare at him long enough, he blinks first. A few years before the time of this writing, there was an experiment to test a phenomenal invention. If the test was successful, it could have potentially revolutionized the world of video games forever. The invention was a virtual reality gaming console that would actually put eager players into the game, so they could vividly experience it instead of just play it. It sounded like something from unrealistic science fiction, but the developers had spent years building it and made sure it was ahead of the rest of the gaming industry by far. The console was to be called the Immersion, and it would have instantly made every other console obsolete. It wasn't like the kind of system where you have to wear a visor over your eyes like the Oculus Rift and still hold a controller. It would have generated an entire virtual world unlike any other before it for players to explore. The game would generate sounds, smells, sights, even a temperature. Once the gamer began playing, it was as if they had stepped into another world for an adventure. Sometimes the game would give them items to use, and there would be people inside the game to interact with, people who would wander around the world, heroes, villains, and neutrals. The game would create situations, and the player would have to solve them. The immersion actually put the player into the story. It was an advanced piece of technology, far beyond today's limitations, and it held a certain tempting beauty to it that attracted almost every major business to hear of it. The way the immersion worked was by getting into your head. Basically, the system would put you into a sleep-like condition and control the dreams you had. It was a complicated and very sophisticated device. The only thing players had as a controller was a helmet over their heads for the machine to work. Anyone who was wearing the helmet should have only moved a little bit while playing the game in the curious sensation known as sleepwalking, similar to how they would in actual slumber. If you had died or lost in the game, then the immersion would simply wake you up. Only 3 games were made for the immersion, and the games took almost as much time to make as the console itself. Tests were required to make sure the game worked properly, so researchers were hired to examine the console. However, developers wanted to keep the invention a secret, so that no other company could steal their idea or make a console to rival the immersion, which was highly unlikely. The researchers found 3 people to play the 3 games developed for the system. Their names were Mark, Luke, and Wayne, and each of them was a devoted gamer. The researchers let them pick the games they played after an explanation about each game. There was a game called War World, which was a shooting game. The player would have started in a helicopter, wearing a full standard issue army uniform. They had just enough time to look around the sleek black interior of the helicopter with the pilot and co-pilot chairs in the front, a wooden crate next to the player on the floor, and the door to the helicopter wide open, revealing a height so high the ground was scarcely visible. After a moment of looking around, the pilot would tell them to get a parachute, a gun from the crate, and then to jump out of the helicopter. The immersion would have made it all the more terrifying than pressing a button and walking forward. It would have made the players smell the air at the high altitude and feel the overpowering strength of the helicopter blades as they stood in the doorway, staring down at the earth where a layer of dust concealed the ground. And then the player would fall from the helicopter just before a missile was fired to shoot the helicopter down behind them as they fell to the ground. The player would actually feel the heat of the explosion scraping their back. The explosion would have been deafeningly loud and scattered flaming helicopter pieces everywhere. The player would then have to pull the ripcord of the parachute to land in the middle of a war zone with a gun they chose. Each soldier, friendly or enemy, would have custom faces, different stories and personalities, and different techniques. This was the game Mark would play. The next game was titled Diesel Drag, a racing game. It started with the player walking through a tunnel onto a racetrack, where there would be lines of race cars arranged, all different types and models. All the player had to do was climb inside one and turn the key in the ignition, and then all of the other cars would suddenly have drivers in them, ready to race. There had been plenty of tracks designed. The race tracks ranged from a NASCAR-type track, to a forest drive, to wild public racing through a city. The immersion had also created a world off the racetrack in case the player went off-road. The NASCAR track had spectators wandering around outside the boundaries. The forest had trees and woodland animals, and the city had individual shops with different people inside. This was the game that Luke would play. The third and final game developed for the immersion was the most vivid of them all. The developers saw an opportunity to make a horror game, an actual scary one unlike any made before, and they decided to make one for the immersion. Hours of time went into making the monster look intimidating and frightening, and weeks went into creating how he would behave in the game. This game was called The Aberrant. The player would begin strapped to a table, and they would find their arms tied down. If they struggled, the player would find their right arm was loose and possible to twist out of the binds. The room was empty, aside from the table. Looking around, the player would see the room was a perfect square with stone walls and an iron door. After about 20 seconds, a white-haired man would enter the room with a long butcher knife. If the player was free, or nearly free, he would attack. If the player appeared to still be strapped down, he would stand over them and begin whispering about how much he would love to see the blade enter their flesh and other psychotic things such as this. To make this moment even creepier, A few developers had had extended conversations with murderous asylum inmates who had stabbed victims to death, only to get a feel for the emotion required for this man. The player could overpower the man and knock him to the ground, or push past him and escape. Either way, they had to get out of the room. Once they had escaped the room, the old man would call after them just before the iron door slammed shut.
You can't escape. Come back or he will find you.
He turned out to be the monster. The player's goal was to navigate their way through a maze-like cave system while avoiding it. The developers had made sure to put plenty of obstacles, objects, and details into the maze. There were broken chairs to throw at the monster to slow it down, large tree roots growing out of the walls to force the player to climb over or slide under, and piles of rocks and gravel to hide behind. But the monster was unrelenting in his bloodthirsty search. Wayne, who was apparently a horror addict, had practically begged to play this game. With every researcher and developer gathered in a large room, Mark, Luke, and Wayne were strapped down to 3 tables before the immersion helmets were placed over their heads. A button was pressed, and then the games were started. Within a minute, all 3 gamers had fallen into a sleep-like state, occasionally mumbling about, "Shoot that one," or "Pass him," or sometimes kicking slightly. The immersion helmets were hooked up to 3 large television screens, so everybody could see what the gamers saw in a first-person view. The experiment was going almost exactly as planned, so developers and researchers alike were preparing to celebrate. But then their celebration was cut tragically short. The gamers began to thrash around. Mark, who had been in the middle of shooting an enemy soldier with his machine gun in Warworld, was now screaming, his cries growing in pitch every time he stopped to take a breath. Terrified researchers jumped back as blood began to spurt from Mark's body. Small wounds that looked to be bullet holes had covered Mark's chest, and his screams began to die. In only a few moments, Mark had turned from an avid gamer into a bullet hole-filled corpse. Luke was jerking from side to side. His car in the game was going off the track, and he was fighting to keep it on. He might have succeeded, but suddenly another race car came along and knocked him off the track. Luke had told the developers to put it on the forest track, the same track where the developers had chosen to put a large fenceless cliff overlooking a long hill. Luke's car spun over and over again as it rolled off of the steep cliff and down the hill. The car went into midair for a moment, and then hit the ground with a terrible screech of metal. Luke's sleeping body quivered for a moment, and then there was a loud cracking sound as his neck snapped, along with a few other bones. All was still, and then the car exploded. Luke's body erupted into flames, and researchers were astounded at this sudden spontaneous human combustion. A few ran for the fire extinguisher, but all that remained of Luke was a black hunk of meat and a burning smell. At this point, developers and researchers alike were trying to stop the game Wayne was playing. If they had simply pulled off his helmet, Wayne's brain might have been permanently damaged. They couldn't turn off the game and could only watch Wayne play. Wayne's arm had been cut while escaping the old man in the beginning of the game, and a thick gash appeared in reality, staining his shirt sleeve with blood. After escaping the old man, Wayne was now running for his life down the caves. The monster's roar echoed behind him in the distant darkness at the end of the tunnel. Wayne found himself in a large open area. He looked around for a few seconds, and then came the sound of thundering footsteps. He cast a quick, frightened glance to the dark tunnel he had just emerged from, and then looked around the area again. There was a large rock over to the side, and Wayne quickly scrambled behind it. He froze, trying not to even breathe as the footsteps entered the room. There was the sound of the monster sniffing. Wayne stared at the ground, hardly daring to move the slightest bit. The monster stopped, And there was silence. Wayne cautiously began to raise his head to look up at the top of the rock. There was no sound. Suddenly, a large clawed hand shot over the top of the rock. There was a loud growl, and Wayne screamed. The claws managed to seize him around the chest and pulled him from his hiding spot. In reality, Wayne's body opened up with more scratches leaking even more blood. The monster hoisted him into the air and then threw him to the ground. Wayne looked up and got a glimpse of the monster. Its face resembled a human skull, having 2 dark eyes and a stubby nose. The eyes held 2 green orbs that cut through Wayne like hunter's eyes. The monster had a mouth like a gaping chasm, with long, sharp teeth. Its body was large and brown with long legs. Long appendages grew from under its arms, wrapping around Wayne and pulling him into the air upside down. Wayne screamed and put his arms in front of him as some sort of defense, and then the monster's mouth opened wide and pulled Wayne into itself before its mouth closed, chomping the man as though he were nothing more than a piece of bread. In reality, Wayne's body fell open, exposing a broken skull and meaty insides. His lifeless eyes still remained in his head, staring out of the holes in his skull. A few people vomited. In the game, the monster threw Wayne down. The green lights in its eyes died, reducing them to pure black. The monster on the TV screen looked right at the developers with its dark holes, and then thick black sludge began to fall from his eyes onto the floor. Its mouth slowly fell open, releasing even more of the sludge. Almost everybody watching the experiment, developers and researchers, immediately fled the room. Those who remained, only 5 people, watched the monster slowly turn its head to the side as it stared before the TV finally shut off. All records of the immersion have been destroyed, and it is as though it never happened. Nothing like it has ever been attempted since then. A year after the experiment took place, all 5 of the people who had stayed with Wayne until the TV had turned off were found dead. Each of them was confirmed as suicide. The most chilling part about the suicides, other than the fact that they all took place on the same day, was that each body was found next to the household television set, and each TV was tuned to nothing but static. In the Congo area, over 1,000 years ago, the ultimate horror castle was made. The architect was a genocidal warlock king who worshipped Okubi, his culture's equivalent to the Greek god Phobos, the god of fear, and Hades, the god of the underworld and death. He was everything you think of when you hear evil and demonic. He was a cannibal and vampire who is responsible for the deaths of countless Africans. He made Amen look civilized. He was the king of a tribal empire of witches and warlocks who worshipped him and believed him to be the son of Okubi. He wanted to build the ultimate palace for his otherworldly father Okubi, and he did. He promised to grant eternal life to all his worshippers if they obeyed his every command in building this. He sent out his warriors to kill and capture all neighboring tribes and transport them to one place, dead or alive. This one place happened to be a sacred burial ground for a different tribe. He created a simple system for dealing with the corpses of his victims. The meat was to be eaten, the blood would be used as paint, the organs would be used in rituals, the bones would be ground up into dust, then used to make strong ceramic-like bricks, and the skin would be turned into human leather. To make matters more sickening, the same system was used for animal victims. He built a giant castle out of bone bricks, then painted the white walls with blood, turning them red, then black. The place was literally made of death. He designed the place to also shelter and welcome all the typical animals of horror, snakes, bats, spiders, etc. 13 years later, after it was finished being built, he used the rest of his victims as sacrifices and used the castle to perform countless demonic rituals until his death. When he died, he was mummified and placed permanently on his throne of bones to watch over the place. The rest of his followers would be mummified and placed on the walls as permanent sentries. The last structure in the palace built was a giant statue of the god Akubi himself, which too was made of bone dust. The statue of the god was clothed in human leather, and his giant teeth were elephant tusks. His so-called father, Akubi, never arrived to claim the palace. The palace ever since has been untouched by man. Even the bravest soldiers in the continent won't go near it for fear of everything. The place is packed tightly with the ghosts of the victims, creatures of the night, the demons summoned in the rituals, diseases, odors, everything. I am here. I'm in your dreams, hiding in the darkness. I'm in your room, silently watching you sleep, breathing in your ear. I always watch you when you're walking alone down the street. I'm right behind you. When you wake up paralyzed in your bed, covered in sweat, I am there, crushing your chest. Feel my evil. I want you to fear me. Watching, waiting, taking note. Do you feel me yet? I see you looking around sheepishly, with a terrified expression on your face. It's so beautiful. It's exactly what I want to see. Stop peeking in your closet. I'm not going to be there. I'm always behind you, hearing you breathe raggedly. You keep turning around, but you don't see me. You feel my presence looming over you, and you can't take it. That's exactly what I want. I feel your fear. You want a way out. You're slowly beginning to realize I'm here permanently. I'm here to terrify you, to chase you, to make you lose your mind. Will you take your life to escape from me? Not a wise choice, unless you want to see me before your eyes. I've noticed you've been sleeping with your lights on now, thinking that that's going to stop me from looming over you. There are dark circles under your eyes. My breathing is keeping you up at night. You notice that my presence is stronger because of your fear. I feed off of it. It's delicious. Keep fearing me. I'm always here, behind you, in the corners, and climbing inside of your mind. One day, I will take you and call you mine. We've all been there. You have just gone to a certain place at a certain time on a certain date, done a special thing, and the thing you suspected would happen has just fucking happened. Not to mention the fact that you've just seen whatever the fuck it is that lives in your mirror, been told in detail how you're going to die, and the highly demonic and invincible thing you summoned is heading towards you. Also, your family are all dead, your friends are all missing, and you're being framed by someone with access to your bedroom. What the fuck do you do now, sweet protagonist? Well, you've come to the right place to find out. These are the simple rules one must follow in order to firstly, not become a victim of creepypasta,
and furthermore, to come out kicking if the worst does happen. With the help of this guide, you too can merely be a catatonic traumatized wreck as opposed to the guy currently being worn as a coat by some dude who roams a lot. Just keep these simple rules in mind. 1. Mirrors and darkness don't mix. 2. Actually, mirrors are a general no in the creepypasta world. There is nothing more sinister. 3. There is zero chance of survival if you look at the thing that no one else can see or answer its question incorrectly. 4. If you are alone at night in a creepy mental institution, take some time to consider what the fuck you're doing there. Then, if it is appropriate to do so, leave. 5. Avoid going to places where everyone else who went there never came back or died inexplicably. 6. If someone stops your vehicle at night and asks to come with you, it would probably be in your best interest to politely decline. 7. Killing is the last method of survival. Use it sparingly, but without fear. 8. Who was phone is always a good thing to ponder. Also, who the hell answers a phone while having sex with a dead person's sexy daughter? A creepy rapist. That's who. 9. Get a simple .38 revolver. Load it with 2 silver bullets. If you really feel there is no chance to come out of a situation alive, take one shot at whatever it is that is threatening you. If this doesn't work, you still have the last shot to become a hero with. 10. Area 51 is simply too well guarded to let you get in, or to let any alien out. 11. When going to a hotel, try to steer clear of unauthorized areas. If you couldn't resist and you saw a red thing, take some time to consider the price range and hotel standard on your next visit. Have you ever stayed at a haunted Hamilton? 12. When booking your hotel stay, TripAdvisor can be an invaluable tool in deeming whether your choice is the scene of a mass murder, full of dead people, or built at the mouth of hell. Local newspapers can also be helpful. 13. Invoking demons, speaking weird languages, and performing rituals of any kind is considered dangerous. Refrain from doing that, especially around abandoned warehouses, churches, psychiatric institutions, the woods, and your house in front of a mirror at night. 14. When going to a new area, environmental understanding is key to survival. Ask around for cursed places, legends, dangers, and other details. Listen to the local people's advice, and don't be afraid to ask if you're unsure of which attacks/disappearances are paranormal and which aren't. 15. Always have a Bible next to your bed. Provides average reading material, proof of beliefs, and a really heavy and effective object to throw at enemies. 16. Don't count on holy water. Get a sturdy vial of sulfuric acid and let a priest consecrate it. 17. Japanese priests cleanse rooms by waving katana swords around. Their ritual is 100% effective on corporeal forms. 18. If you find 666 messages on your phone, mailbox, email, etc., consider changing your service provider. Also, don't bother listening to/reading the messages. It's spam. Extra-dimensional possibly, but spam nonetheless. 19. Old pharmaceutical companies can't help you. Unless you specifically need blood of the innocent, snake oil, and radioactive syrup, which is never. 20. If you need to sign it in blood, you do not need to sign it. All mainstream governing bodies will accept contracts signed in ink. Bear this in mind if offered deals that seem too good to be true. 21. Lighthouses are dangerous. Avoid them at all costs. If you work at a lighthouse, consider a career in insurance sales or veterinary care. Have you ever read Three Skeleton Key? 22.
There is simply no reason to listen to music that causes suicidal tendencies. 23. Or to watch films that have had strange/disastrous consequences. 24. If you like to plan ahead and have some money, buy your auntie and uncle a house in Bel Air. Nothing can harm you there, no matter how scared your mother is. 25. Secret, secluded, untouched places and old buildings are left untouched for a reason. Pioneers never say die, but in fact they do have an unusually high mortality rate. 26. Before you start swimming in the ice-cold waters of a murky lake at the center of a dark forest at midnight, ask yourself, do you really want to travel to an ancient and terrifying city? If the answer is no, then stay at home instead and watch whatever quality programming is available on Cinemax, which means boobs. 27. On your 33rd birthday, try celebrating in a well-lit house with a company of others. 28. Refrain from using the one true name for anything. There is probably a reason people gave it a nick. 29. Watching TV static for long periods may be hazardous to your health. Try satellite TV or Freeview to combat this problem. Netflix and internet streaming are also effective. 30. Get a cat. Those furry little hairballs seem to perceive unnatural phenomena better than us. And if desperate, simply throw it at whatever is about to get you. 31. Safety in numbers. If you're getting a bit too freaked out, grab a few friends, any and all firearms, and avoid the area in question. 32. Cemeteries are bad places, especially in foggy conditions and on Halloween. 33. Try not to close your eyes. Ever. If you must do so only briefly. If something has moved from its original location in the time it has taken you to blink, it is recommended that you do not blink again until you have dealt with said object. Fire is presumably the best method. 34. If you ever find an unmarked tape which contains the file extension .avi, even if it's of your favorite kids show, do not, under any circumstances, watch that tape. Now, if the extension is .mts, that is a different matter altogether. 35. If you hear chanting, run until you are out of earshot. 36. If you are too old to play with dolls, you do not need to be anywhere near one of those creepy little fuckers. 37. Legends can offer valuable insight of where not to go camping with friends. 38. When babysitting, ascertain the family's tastes and preferences to avoid being killed by poorly selected statues. 39. Even if you are certain that running will not save you, it is always best to try. 40. If you go to buy a used video game, whether it's at a game shop or a garage sale, never ever buy one with a weird looking cartridge. This includes strange colors and ripped off labels with titles written in marker. The latter tends to happen more often than not. For the daring, don't just buy said game to become famous. Your chances of becoming an internet celebrity because of it can only work if you know how to program. You should also be highly suspicious of games priced too cheaply and bootlegs. 41. If you decide to buy the used game anyway, rip that son of a bitch out of your console the moment it starts acting funny and take a hammer to it. 42. If you ever see a strangely new-looking doorway with a strange face on it, on a building you swore you didn't see at first, and the building happens to be an old chateau, don't fucking open it. 43. It's probably best to refrain from looking up on Google the phrase, "Huskies with grins." You'll just end up having to spread the word. 44. Never allow someone to take a picture of you with an outdated camera. If it's too late, your only bet is to gamble with death, or just trap them in a photo. That works too. 45. Don't play with dolls if they come with a needle or a defect, especially a defect. 46. Burn Ouija boards, but be sure to have one of those car fresheners handy. The real reason why spirits get pissed off is because of that foul aroma it produces when burned. 47. Never confront animated puppets physically. Subdue them with spells, or they'll come back with minions, or in a real physical body. 48. If you find yourself unable to escape, dancing may ward off the entity. Doing the hokey pokey is known to ward off curious monsters, but you might have to do the moonwalk to deal with the zombies. 49. If you're checking your computer for viruses and you go too deep into System 32, refrain from clicking on any .avi files. If you do not heed this warning, creepy videos on you, dude. 50. If you see old tapes containing the words happy or appy, pretend you never saw them. Just go on with your life. It'll just end up invoking some whacked out, coked up director of an old children's show, and you'll wind up having to pull some thanks for the ride shit to kill him. 51. If you buy a used camcorder and find the previous owner left one of their tapes inside, refrain from watching that tape no matter how tempting it may be. 52. Be careful when buying an old secondhand TV. 53. If you see a guy with both an incredibly large smile and black-white eyes, extricate yourself from the premises post-haste. 54. Don't go to a friend's house to bake cupcakes if they have random spurts of insanity. 55. Phone companies with low coverage are best avoided. 56. .exe files with strange names are not safe. Don't open them. 57. For the love of Neptune, turn off your fucking faucet when you're done with it. 58. If you are told to not look behind you, it's better to do so, unless you're against a wall. 59. Also, do not listen to anybody who tells you to go to sleep. It's better to run away. 60. If you see a tall man with tentacles, run. 61. Don't enter strange websites. 62. Don't enter strange places. 63. Not even strange videos. 64. If a woman who covers her mouth asks you if she is beautiful, tell her she's average. It will prevent her from slicing your mouth. 65. No good can ever come from owning a shiny Pokemon. 66. If you're an intern at a cartoon studio and you happen to be reviewing a new episode, make sure the episode is safe for work before viewing that shit. 67. Don't be so excited when being asked to look behind you, but don't take forever. No reason to keep certain death waiting. 68. Weird shit in Europe won't hurt you in the United States. 69. Weird shit in the United States won't hurt you in Europe. 70. Should you break Rule 54, there is always a chance of rescue. 71. If your brother is tired of noise, or if your close friend has a brother like that, refrain from going into his basement unless you want to be tortured, raped, and killed, especially raped. 72. If you buy a memory card and it has saved data in it, delete all of the saves. 73. If you get a drawing of Sonic on a disc and the only file on that disc is a .exe file called Sonic, don't play it. Destroy it, or a demonic being that looks like a Sonic plushie might kill you. If he chooses not to, he will scar you for life. 74. If you see what appears to be a 12-year-old kid with black shorts, a gray bloody shirt, red shades, dark gray skin, and a maniac grin, do not, under any circumstances, piss him off, unless you're a werepire. or brave. 75. Neighbors may have a darker side. If they do things that seem off for them, act normal. 76. In addition to Rule 77, if you hear foreign voices from your body, that means that you've been body jacked. 77. If you are an adult and notice that you are being stalked by a guy with a black suit, long arms, and no face, reach for the nearest child and throw him or her at him, then run like hell. 78. If you are a child in the same situation, run like hell before said adult uses you to satisfy the aforementioned being's craving hunger. If you do not manage to escape before the adult snags you, try bargaining with the Slender Man that the adult has more delicious flesh. 79. The Slender Man, said monster described in the last two steps, feeds on paranoia. If you remember Slenderman only wants a hug, he won't go after you. But if Slenderman does stalk you, run, man. 80. If all else fails, give Slenderman $20 and he should leave you alone. 81. If you see someone crawling around, it's more likely to be something, and you don't want more information about it. 82. If you're a police officer, state trooper, FBI agent, or any person of authority, and you have 2 days left until retirement, if you happen to notice anything suspicious or potentially dangerous to your health, get the fuck out of there immediately. 83. If you are being chased by any creepypasta and feel that you're 100% out of options, attempt to run to wherever Stephen King is doing his next book signing. Your killer will be far too interested in trying to get an autograph to remember what they were doing there in the first place. If Stephen King is not in your general vicinity at the time, R.L. Stine is always available. 84. If you are a creepypasta reader and feel like things are getting a little too real, take a break. 85. If you find a magic stick that lets you draw living creatures, don't draw yourself. You may be surprised how pissed off your creations can get at you. 86. If you wake up in the middle of the woods after having fallen asleep listening to your own heartbeat, take notice that someone probably put you there. But don't call the police. Publish a book of it and get a movie deal. 87. If you're being offered an orange by a demon, either don't take it or follow the steps from Rule 89. 88. On the third day of the third month of every 33rd year, seal up all the openings to your house, unless you want to be eaten by an evil mist. 89. If you notice that you're being stalked by a screaming child in a skull mask, don't always assume the kid's evil. Just be sure to save the bunch of crunch should you have any. 90. When reminiscing about your favorite kids show on a message board, take a moment to consider if the episode where all the characters screamed their lungs out was real or not. Also, take a moment to consider if the entire show was real or not. 91. When looking through mysterious blood-soaked pictures left in your mailbox, check to make sure you locked your doors and windows. 92. Remember, snowmen have feelings too. 93. Stitches is naked. Covering him with a towel will cause him to die. Do so. 94. If your friend disturbingly edits tapes, it's probably a good idea to never try to see him again. 95. If you keep finding broken glass in your home, check to see if the shards match the colors of the glass object that was broken. If they don't, run. 96. If Jeff the Killer shows up in your bedroom unarmed and invites you to follow him to his home, for God's sake, don't do it. 97. And to make an even 100, should you notice that your friend has suddenly developed a personality that's a mix between Heath Ledger's Joker and Beetlejuice, he or she is most likely inhabited. It would be best to keep clear of this person until they return to their normal boring as fuck personality. 98. If you encounter a small creature that looks like a mutant four-armed baby with Jeff the Killer's face, don't listen to it. Not even if it offers you gold. 99. If you are still using Windows XP, and you use it every day with internet, sticking with it is a pretty stupid decision. And if support means more doors opening for viruses, and even more doors opening for crazy shit. 100. Stay far, far away from abandoned amusement parks. 101. If your son starts talking about some sort of doll from any game, do not play the fucking game. Take the gaming system and play baseball with it. 102. If you do play the game, and later hear any tapping at any place in your home, yell to your child to lock their door and jump from a window. It is wise to then light the house on fire and jump from the window with your spouse. 103. Be atheist, or convert to any religion that isn't monotheism. So when a monster says, "I am God," or an insane man says, "God abandoned us," you will chuckle, since it's an overused cliche, instead of getting scared by your broken faith. Church always fails to save you from creepypasta, and the Bible is only as good as any other heavy object to throw, so there is no real benefit anyway. 104. Always think twice before doing something stupid, or doing something you might regret. 105. If you come across a pro wrestling DVD you haven't heard of, it was likely never released for a reason. 106. If you are browsing the internet and a colorful pop-up that says, "You win," "You lose," or "You die" appears, for God's sake, do not click on it. 107. If a magic 8-ball gives you anything but yes, no, or maybe, destroy it. 108. Do not go to any halfway house or mental institution you can get yourself into, in any city, in any country, unless your name happens to be Legion. 109. If you do end up in any halfway house or mental institution you can get yourself into, do not talk to the receptionist at the front desk. Instead, read a magazine, pamphlet, or any source of reading material on one of the tables in the waiting area, unless your name is Legion. 110. If you do talk to said receptionist at the front desk of the halfway house or mental institution, do not ask for anyone whose name starts with the holder of, unless your name is Legion. 111. Do not collect all 538 objects. There is a reason why they must never come together, unless your name is Legion. 112. If you find a bag with dozens of tapes inside it, just fucking leave it alone. It might be that some kid you punched in the face a while ago is now out to kill everyone. 113. There are some parts of YouTube you should not be in. 114. Don't kill anyone because you made a page on a website and an admin or someone deleted it. Just don't. You should probably go read a book or something. 115. If you buy used wireless headphones off of the internet, rip those bitches off of your head as soon as you hear static and/or voices. 116. If you attempt to bypass a level in an extremely hard typing game, you might find yourself trying to kidnap children whilst wearing a chef hat. 117. In addition to Rule 116, there was probably a reason why the level was so damn hard. 118. If you go camping in the woods and find a cabin, you should probably leave it alone. You've watched the movies. 119. Everyone's scared of something. If you're not scared of anything, well, then you're a liar. 120. When playing Minecraft, Do not set the render distance too tiny. 121. If you do set your render distance to tiny, and you see a mob that looks like Steve in the distance, set render distance to full. 122. If said mob is still sighted, delete the game. 123. If said mob, known as Herobrine, is in every game, delete Minecraft. 124. If you are in your bedroom at night, and you wake to see a feeble-looking gray humanoid at the end of your bed, do not hesitate to throw your covers over it and try to punch it to death. And maybe put that Bible that was mentioned earlier to good use. 125. If previously mentioned creature escapes one's grasp, it will stalk you and maul you, so if sighted again, run. 126. Monsters still bleed. If forced to fight one, don't think that all hope is lost. 127. Better safe than sorry. If you do kill whatever it is that attacked you, don't think that you're safe yet. Shoot or stab them in every vital organ you can think of, and sever limbs. Burning the corpse and or putting it through a meat grinder helps too. 128. If a banshee is screaming the living shit out of you, then that's the only sign that you're going to die a slow, painful death. 129. If you have a Yu-Gi-Oh! /Pokemon card that is a very ominous force, either creates death or magic that you never imagined, either burn the card or cut it to pieces with scissors. Abandoning it, example, putting it in the trash, would simply be making you its next victim. 130. Demonic or spiritual forces can enter any object/person with ease, but can be kept out of an object by letting a priest or a group of priests do an exorcism, as long as you or any members of your family aren't the cause of it. 131. Seek a fortune teller if you happen to have a spiritual experience that will affect your future. 132. Rap Rat is not a song artist. In fact, just stay away from anything that concerns him. 133. Slenderman does not always kill out of hunger or boredom. If he's stalking you, ask yourself if your death would benefit humanity. If it will, then just throw in the towel, because he's coming. Don't believe me? Go ask all those Nazi soldiers found impaled on trees. 134. Hide and seek is an evil game. 135. Before you consider those horrible figments of your deranged imagination your friends, take a good look at their face. If they have yellow eyes, or are possibly deformed, take as many pills as your local psychiatrist is willing to give. 136. If you suspect that an immortal armless monster wants to put a foot through your stomach, run. 137. If your walls bleed phrases that make no sense, try reading them backwards. 138. If your walls start bleeding in the first place, it's best to burn the house down. 139. If that one wall is miraculously unburned, run. 140. Get in shape. The only thing that you can do to evade the majority of creepypastas is to run. 141. If you are paraplegic, make like Happy Wheels and fashion some rockets. 142. If any kind of man or beast appears in your room in the middle of the night, then it's best to stab it and stab it and stab it. 143. If you have no other weapons, put that Bible I told you to keep next to your bed to good use. 144. The creepypastas that become famous can't be forced. They just happen. If you are deliberately putting yourself in danger against powerful, extremely bloodthirsty beings so that you can write a non-profit story to put up on a wiki web page, it may be time to accept that you're a complete fucking asshat. Follow these simple rules and little, or massive, harm may befall you.
Either way, the important thing is to make sure your tale is told, copied, and pasted repeatedly. Forever yours, Management.
He shows up at 5 when you're just home from the office and dog-tired, unannounced and uninvited, a smile on his thin lips as you open the door. "Sorry to drop by so late, old chum," he says, "but I have something I've just got to show you." You wave him in with a forced grin, cheerily inquiring about his health as you shoot an apologetic look to your wife. She knows, and you know, that he's always been bad company. Dinner's in the oven, of course, and there's just enough for an extra mouth. She sets the third place at the table and checks the wine cooler. Should be fine. He notices you're sure that he's straining for 3 an ample meal for 2. But he's never been perturbed. Bad company this one, mark your words. Dinner passes with merry laughter through gritted teeth. You smile and chortle while shooting daggers. He, oblivious as always, makes subtle passes at your wife. She tactfully demurs, ever the hostess, ever the sweetheart. You make a mental note to pick her up something nice on the way home tomorrow. You might even find the energy to make tonight special, if he'd just leave. But that would be far too easy, especially for someone who's proving himself to be very bad company. After dinner, it's coffee and dessert in the living room. The sponge cake was for your mother. Your wife baked it last night for the special occasion of her arrival. Now, forced into the social corner, it serves as sacrificial lamb to appease the intruder in the cheap blue suit. His greasy hair and well-worn smile bleeding into your immaculate sofa as he gabs incessantly about nothing at all. His behavior is barbaric, the true mark of bad company. He asks to see your new ratchet set, so you reluctantly lead him into the garage. You feel a slight migraine headache coming on. You've got to get him out of here, and soon. You steal a glance at the clock on the far wall, 10:30. He grins enthusiastically at your gleaming collection of shiny tools, a practiced eye skimming over their chromium surfaces. You display the ratchets with a fine flicker of pride. Bad company like him doesn't know quality when he sees it. In the living room again, 12:30. You finally shed the vestige of propriety and announce you're going to bed. If he doesn't take the hint, he can damn well sleep on the coffee table. As your wife follows you down the hall, you hear a faint thud from behind. You turn to see her head open like a wet paper bag upon the sudden intrusion of your new wrench, swung swiftly by the prudy arm and the cheap blue sleeve. He advances with an apologetic half-smile. "Thanks for the pleasant evening, chum. I know I can be bad company." I remember I was on YouTube. It was probably around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I had been searching for videos and footage of ghosts and extraterrestrials when I saw a video called "Smile for the Camera." It didn't really catch my eye because of the thumbnail. It was just black. But eventually I clicked on it because I had watched every other video that was on the related videos list. When the video came up, I paused it and checked the comments to make sure it wasn't a screamer, because I had always hated them. The comment said nothing except for creepy, and it had people talking about how they couldn't watch it to the end. Many comments also notified me of the fact that the view count was stuck at 29 views. Satisfied, I scrolled back up to the video. I set the video quality to its highest setting and made it full screen. It started out black with a bit of static in the background. Nothing I couldn't really handle. And then a light was shown very far away. The quality of the video was that of an old camera and the sound wasn't much better. The light slowly came closer into focus, and then it became apparent to me that the light was actually shining off of a person sitting in a chair with a light shining on them. At this point, I didn't think that much of the video until I saw that the person was tied to the chair. It was a boy sitting in the chair who looked about 16 or 17, around my age.
His eyes were closed and his brown hair was matted to his head from sweat. The camera cut to a different angle in front of him, just as he was waking up. He looked at the camera, his eyes red from crying. "Why are you doing this?" he cried out. The voice on the other side of the camera creaked out as a deep moan. "Smile for the camera," it said in a sickening way. At this point, I could hear a quiet chuckle from behind the camera and really started to feel sickened by the video, but continued watching in sick curiosity. A gloved hand grabbed the boy from the bottom of his face and squeezed it until the boy's mouth curled slightly upward. "Looks like you need a little help," said the voice, cutting through the static violently. The hand retreated from the screen, and the sound of ruffling metal filled my ears. The next thing I saw was the hand flying quickly from one end of the screen, forcing something into the boy's mouth. I didn't realize what it was until I saw the blood forming at the edge of the boy's lips. It was a knife being forced up into the side of the boy's mouth. The boy began to scream as the dull blade slowly ripped and tore through the boy's cheek, making the sound of shredding leather. The boy was shaking in his seat from the pain until it finally stopped at the boy's jaw. Tears were streaming from the boy's face, and the knife was taken from the side of the boy's mouth to be put back between his teeth. The boy clamped down his jaw before the knife could get between them, and a sigh of impatience was heard from the man off camera. "I never liked teeth anyway," the voice said. The sound of metal tools clinked around just outside the camera's view again, and then a large metal mallet struck the boy in the face. I could hear his teeth shatter inside of his mouth, and then they fell out from between his lips and down his chin like his blood. When a pair of pliers went into his mouth and caught one of the remaining teeth, he began to scream. Slowly, the tooth started to rip from the boy's gums. The crack-like sound of the gums being pulled apart was barely heard through his screams. Then the tooth came out, still connected by a nerve, which was then separated by a quick pull of the tooth, causing the boy to convulse in his seat. Just the thought of the man grabbing his nerve with the pliers and pulling on it and what it would feel like almost made me convulse too. One by one, the teeth were removed from the boy's head, and yet, somehow, I forgot it was a video and that I could have turned it off. Once all the boy's teeth were gone and his mouth now oozing with blood, the knife came back into frame in between the boy's lips. This time, it slowly carved up the other side of his mouth. Only, he didn't scream this time. He accepted it and let it happen, with a hollow look in his eyes. "Was that so hard?" the voice said. The man dropped the knife and struck the boy in the jaw, dislocating it. It popped, making me lose the contents of my stomach onto my lap. Strange that nothing else had made me vomit before this point. The boy's body crumpled back into the seat, his face now fully exposed by the light, his now dead eyes looking into the camera. His jaw sat sickly below the boy's face, resting against his throat. His tongue was falling out of his mouth, red saliva dripping from it, thick from the blood in his mouth. His newly cut cheeks opened widely to create a wide, bloody smile. The hand came back into screen with a ruler this time in hand. It was stuck between the boy's lips, forcing them to open more. "Such a pretty smile, don't you think?" the voice asked, sounding like it was talking to me. My internet browser suddenly froze, which gave me slight relief until my webcam popped on, showing my horrified face. For a second, I sat just staring at my face, thinking it was someone else's. Once I realized that it was mine, I wondered why my webcam opened. But then I realized that I never opened my webcam. On instinct, I closed my webcam box, then opened Task Manager and forced my browser to close. As soon as it closed, almost on cue, a notepad file opened up with the text, "Last chance, smile for the camera," only for it to close and to see my face back on my screen. My mouth was open and my eyes were wide. I then closed my mouth by force and stared seriously into the lens and said, "Leave me the fuck alone." Once again, the notepad opened up, this time saying, "I think we both know how I can give you a smile." I quickly closed the notepad file only to see a man standing behind me with my webcam. His right eye was made of gray stained glass, and he had a smile stitched into his face, with black thread just at the corner of his lips, forcing them to stay up in a smile. Then, Everything went dark. The next thing I knew, I was staring into the lens of an old camera. I tried to move, but then noticed I was tied to the chair. It was completely dark around me other than the man standing behind the camera and a small metal table with red stained tools on it.
"You're number 30,
he said, smiling. Slowly, he walked behind me, still holding the camera.
"Now, smile for the camera,"
he said very gravely. I was completely frozen in fear. Just as he came around from the side of my view, camera still fixed onto my face. I just stared blankly into it, no expression on my face. The man clicked his tongue twice.
"I can help you with that."
He shuffled around on the table for his knife, not breaking eye contact with me. He slipped it between my lips and pressed the blade against my cheek. I felt pain and started to taste my blood. My eyes shut from the pain. When I felt my facial muscles curl into a smile. For a second, nothing happened. And then I felt the pressure ease up on my cheek.
"You're smiling,"
the cameraman said, sounding like he enjoyed it in a sickening way. I could feel his body give off an energy of satisfaction. Then I felt a real smile. One that was against my will, like I just heard a funny joke and couldn't stop myself from smiling to it. I opened my eyes and saw the man's face, no longer behind the camera, which was now pointing down. Inside my throat, I started to feel a tickle, a small feeling that felt strangely good. Then, from nowhere, I heard just a single "ha" leaving my lips, then another, then another. I couldn't stop. I couldn't control myself. Soon, I was laughing harder and harder until I realized that the cameraman was also laughing. I continued laughing uncontrollably, seeing my vision go blurry from tears. I started to shake from laughing so hard when the cameraman started to walk away. He seemed to fade into the darkness, only leaving his laugh behind, which even faded as well. But I continued to laugh. I started laughing harder and harder, smiling, feeling happier than I had ever felt before. The only problem was, nobody else was smiling. I really just want someone else to smile. I can't be the only one to smile. Can you smile? I want to see you smile. Smile for me, and smile for the camera. Growing up, I was hugely interested in the study of bones, probably starting when I found my first one. I remember it being when I was around 7 years of age, out in the woods by my old house. I would always play outside and explore those woods because people didn't worry back then like they do now. As I was walking around one day, I saw something white on the ground. Well, not really white, but that bone color. When I got closer, I saw that it was indeed a bone. Not just any animal bone, but a real human bone. I wasn't scared at all. It was actually pretty cool. It looked like a small hand, actually. But what got me is it only had 3 fingers, and it looked kind of messed up. However, I thought it looked really cool. After running back to my house, not telling my mom about it, I hid it in a box under my bed. It didn't end there. The next day, I found more. I found them in a hole in the woods, and they looked a lot like the other one I had found. One looked like a hand, but only seemed to have 2 fingers. The other ones were just ribs or something like that. I also hid those under my bed. My mother had gotten worried. I think I should have hid them better because my mom found them. I felt so bad for making her worry. So after she found them, I hid all of the other ones in a box outside. This time I knew they were out of sight. It looked like I had a whole collection of bones. I felt just like a scientist. Every day after school, I would go out and look at the bones and try to match them up because I had a whole bunch. It would have been so cool if I could have made a whole skeleton. Once, my dad caught me with them. I shouldn't have been so close to where he could see me while mowing the lawn. He ran over and carried me inside and then put me in timeout. I heard my mother sobbing and my dad seemed really mad, so I went to sleep. I woke up though when the cops came in my room and started talking with me. I was really confused. They kept asking me questions. I was growing frightened. They carried me out the door and put me in the police car. But I wasn't really scared, just a little confused. They asked me what I always wanted to be when I grew up. I told them that I had always wanted to be one of those scientists who studied bones. I didn't think they believed me. They asked me a bunch of other questions, but I just got more scared then. They put me in this little room, and I think I stayed there overnight. I was still very confused. I just wanted to be like a scientist, the kind that examines bones and dead bodies, you know? But I just don't think that they liked it when they found my fingerprints on my deformed brother's body in the woods. Maybe I should have hid him better. Does anyone remember an old PC game from the early 1990s called Mr. Mix? It's mainly a typing game, similar to Mario Teacher's Typing, where you have to type words into a box and make a chef, the titular Mr. Mix, put ingredients into a bowl. Unlike most typing games, however, this game is notorious for having an insane difficulty curve. The game has a words per minute requirement for each level, being as low as 10 on level 1 and as high as 85 on the third. By level 5, the requirement reaches over 500, effectively making it impossible to proceed any further. One of the main things that people noticed about this game immediately was the background music. The music on the first level was an unsettling pattern of growls that got progressively louder as the level went on, often causing damage to early computer speakers that were not designed to handle extremely high volumes of sound. The second level had no music at all, and the third had what sounded like an extremely low-quality recording of a hairdryer playing in the background. The remaining 2 levels had extremely loud, high-pitched ringing throughout the level that caused severe eardrum damage to those who managed to get that far. Another rather disturbing aspect of the game was the design of Mr. Mix himself. He was a large, round-faced, overweight man with large beady eyes and red spots on his cheeks. Most children who played the game reported having vivid nightmares of Mr. Mix speaking to them in a quiet, raspy voice and threatening them to keep quiet about something. However, none of them could remember exactly what it was. One psychologist who saw many of these children reported being disturbed by the sheer amount of terror on the faces of the children as they recounted the details of the nightmare. Many of the children broke down into tears in the process, begging for their parents to save them. However, no direct relationship to the game itself could be determined by these few cases, as not all children suffered the same adverse effects. For obvious reasons, this game did not sell very well. It remained in relative obscurity until a few years ago, when PC hackers got hold of a ROM of the game and started digging through it. Using memory hacking software, they managed to crack the game's code and bypass the impossible 5th level. What they found, however, was extremely disturbing and caused many of them to quit the expedition altogether. According to the reports these hackers left behind, the game behaves very strangely if the 5th level is bypassed. The game crashes violently and closes, writing a bunch of files to the user's System32 directory to the point that the RAM was almost completely filled. These files are reportedly pictures of people with horribly deformed faces, appearing to scream in pain and agony with their eyes appearing to be bleeding from their tear ducts, and their outer layer of skin torn clean off in multiple places. If the user attempts to delete these files, the computer will violently crash and blue screen, causing permanent irreparable damage to the user's hard drive. The hackers found that this was caused by a lone byte in the game's ROM that triggered when the 5th level was completed. After removing this byte, they were able to proceed to the 6th and final level. Unfortunately, all of the original hackers declined to discuss what they saw in the final level. All of them became extremely paranoid and reclusive, refusing to talk about anything related to the game and showing astonishingly extreme symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Most of them ceased to be able to form coherent sentences within a week, and within a month, all of them went missing. All remaining copies of the game were destroyed. To this day, no one knows what was in that game that caused them so much psychological damage. Maybe it's better that way. 2 years after this incident, a man was arrested for trying to kidnap an 8-year-old girl from a grocery store. Through DNA and fingerprint analysis, the man was identified as one of the original hackers who viewed the final level of the game. He was wearing a white chef's hat and had a look of unspeakable malice and insanity on his face. When interrogated, the man would only say one thing: "I'm Mr. Mix." Shh. There is a website that offers its users the choice to experience the ultimate horror. This website, called blindmaiden.com, is supposedly a site dedicated to a doomed spirit that will enter the home of people who have viewed it. However, no matter how hard you try, your browser won't allow you to enter the site. You see, to access this site, you must wait until exactly 12 a.m., making sure that the night in question is a new moon night. You must be on your own in your home with all the lights turned off. Only when these conditions are met will you be granted access to the site. As soon as you enter, you will see a montage of pictures being displayed quickly. These images of our boys and girls without eyes and faces that are twisted in tremendous fear. After that, text will appear on the monitor saying, "This website will take you to a whole new level of horror. A horror that will use all 5 of your senses. You must be very careful not to click on anything by accident. You will be faced with a real experience of absolute horror. Click the accept button to engage actively in the experience. If you click decline, you will be rewarded with access to the entire archive of these gruesome images. A gore site, pretty much. Click accept, however, and there will be no turning back. You have sealed your fate. And trust me, you will experience the ultimate horror." Upon accepting, you will see a sinister silhouette walking towards your home on your monitor. The spirit will then approach and enter the same room as you are in. You will then see your own back on the monitor, and you will feel a presence behind you. Suddenly, you will feel somebody tapping on your shoulder, and as you turn around, you will see the blind maiden's face and scream in terror. And that will be the last thing you'll do, as she will then kill you. The blind maiden will then pluck your eyes out and take a photo of your face. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the ritual. And as a reward, that photo will forever be a part of the website's picture gallery. Just like all the other photos of people who are stupid or curious enough to press the accept button. And yes, if you are a thrill seeker, then you will love the last few moments of your life.
Earlier this week, on Sunday night, I had a dream in which I knew I was asleep. I was standing outside of my house in torrential rain at night and thought I needed to get inside in order to wake up. I approached the front door and placed my knuckles onto the door window ready to knock. I knew that my next action would bring me one step closer to consciousness. The moment I knocked on the door, the thudding sound of the knock was so loud, so frightening, and so real that it woke me from my sleep. Bang, bang, bang. I jumped up immediately and listened out for a further knock at the door. I was roasting hot, sweating profusely, and my heart was beating